At the job transfer ceremony, you ignored the universally admired 3S level sword immortal and insisted on becoming a mere D-level Suona player. The entire school thought your decision was absurd. The homeroom teacher criticized you for being self-righteous, and even the principal was furious with you. Only you knew that what you were transferring into wasn't some worthless Suona player, but the strongest mythic summoner. Because you had glimpsed the hidden dimension of this profession, a space filled with towering statues, all of which were mythical creatures from your home planet, Earth, before you crossed over. But when you claimed you could summon gods, no one believed you, not even your homeroom teacher, who urged you to come to your senses, saying gods could never be summoned by humans. Seeing this, you stopped explaining and decided to prove yourself through action, immediately clicking the job transfer button without hesitation. As the transfer array stopped flashing, a personal data panel appeared before your eyes. Character, Wangjin. Profession, Suona player. Realm, unranked. Level, 0. Strength attribute, 20. Passive skill, unbreakable. The weapons you wield will never be damaged and possess 100% armor penetration. Hidden profession effect, as a mythic summoner, all your character stat improvements and potential values will be twice that of others. Seeing these panel stats, your heart swells with excitement. After all, it's the first time you've heard of a hidden profession effect. The thought of mythic summoning draws your attention back to the data panel. Equipment, none. Class level, D rank, can be upgraded to C rank by consuming 10,000 divine power points. Higher class levels allow summoned mythical creatures to unleash greater combat potential. Current summoning cap, tier 4, level 40. Current divine power, 0 points, obtained by slaying demons/monsters. Character can consume divine power to play summoning melodies on the Suona, calling forth mythical allies. Duration scales with character's cultivation realm. Current duration, 5 minutes. Summoning melodies, none. Melodies can be dropped by slain monsters or obtained through achievements. To your surprise, your profession level could still be upgraded. Secretly determined to work hard at slaying monsters to gain divine power, you were also eagerly anticipating who your first summoned mythical creature would be. With these thoughts, you eagerly stepped down from the class change platform and asked Teacher Fong about the dungeon. Teacher Fong informed you that once everyone had completed their class changes, they would head straight into the dungeon. Originally, the principal was supposed to lead the team, but now it seemed Teacher Fong would take charge. Seeing this, you didn't press further and waited patiently, guessing the principal must still be fuming over your actions. An hour later, all students at Guanko High School had finished their class changes, and homeroom teachers began leading their students to select weapons and equipment. You, however, chose only a Suona, Chinese trumpet, as its unbreakable passive skill meant even a kitchen knife would suffice. Normally, newly class-changed individuals had stats capped at 10, but yours were already at 20. Facing mere level 0 to 5 monsters, there was no need for equipment. Once all students had picked their gear, the homeroom teachers led everyone toward the trial dungeon. The trial dungeon for Guanko High School was called the Crimson Forest, inhabited only by 3 types of monsters: blood wolves, blood vines, and blood crocodiles. The school shared this dungeon with nearby Nanan High, Yuntai High, and Sanqing High. According to official rules, each year the 4 schools would be comprehensively scored based on the level and quantity of monsters their students slew. The highest scoring school would receive the richest cultivation resources the following year. As soon as the dungeon gates opened, the students poured in, embarking on their first monster-slaying journey. Naturally, you were the fastest among them after all. With 20 points in agility, you vanished into the Crimson Forest in the blink of an eye. Soon, you encounter your first monster, a level 1 blood wolf. Without hesitation, you swiftly take out your Suona, channeling all 20 points of your strength into it. In a single strike, the wolf's skull shatters, and it collapses lifelessly. The system prompts, killed level 1 blood wolf, EXP plus 5. Divine power plus 1. You wonder silently, do you need to slay 100 level 1 monsters to level up? To test this theory, you continue hunting. After killing a level 3 blood vine, EXP plus 20, divine power plus 1, and a level 5 monster, EXP increased accordingly. Divine power still plus 1. You conclude, at least in this dungeon, each monster only grants 1 point of divine power. When you kill your 20th monster, a new dialogue appears. Current EXP has reached maximum. Level up now? You immediately click the upgrade button, and your stats change accordingly. Class, Suona Artisan. Realm, Unascended. Level, 1. Experience to next level, 5 out of 1000. Strength, 22. Spirit, 22. Defense, 22. Agility, 22. Potential value, not explicitly mentioned, original text unclear. Preserved as is. Seeing that your level 1 stats were already on par with a 10th tier cultivator, you were overjoyed, realizing no monster in this trial dungeon could stop you now. Simultaneously, the system notification appeared, congratulations on successful level up. Achievement unlocked, first level up. Reward obtained, summoning music, the great king sends me to patrol the mountain. The effect of the king sends me to patrol the mountain is, the host consumes 50 points of divine power to play this tune, summoning Little Whirlwind to assist for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 24 hours. As you examine the summoning score, you realize it matches the song from before your transmigration, leading you to wonder if all summoning tunes are related to songs from your past life. For instance, could playing Cloud Palace Quickstep summon the Monkey King? However, you don't know how much divine power summoning the Monkey King would require. It seems you'll need to work harder to kill monsters and earn more divine power. With this thought, you quicken your pace and continue slaying monsters to accumulate divine power. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Guanko High School, Principal Lee Rulai was deeply puzzled, unable to comprehend why you were so determined to become a D-grade Suona player. Weren't SS grade and SSS grade professions more appealing? Just then, Lee Rulai's junior brother, Tong Fong, appeared. Tong Fong, not yet 30, was already a powerhouse at Tier 3, level 39, nicknamed Madman Tang. He informed Lee Rulai about a strange phenomenon in the profession selection world recently. Every genius listed on the Young Genius ranking was simultaneously matched with an SS grade, SSS grade profession, and a D-grade Suona player. Their master had sent Tang Fong to inquire if this had happened at Guanko High School. As Wang Jin from the school was also on the Young Genius ranking, Lee Rulai was startled upon hearing this. Tong Fong, sensing the situation, asked if anyone had chosen the Suona player profession. Lee Rulai explained that several geniuses had attempted it upon realizing the anomaly, but all failed and ultimately selected SS or SSS grade professions, except for Wang Jin, who not only chose it but succeeded. Tong Fong grew excited and wanted to take Wang Jin back to Longwu University for their master to study, claiming that the data of those geniuses who changed professions was abnormal, with almost everyone exceeding the peak value of 10. If Wang Jin's data also surpassed 10, it would prove the Suona player profession was far from ordinary, certainly not just D-grade. Just as Tang Fong was about to act, Lee Rulai informed him that Wang Jin had already entered the trial dungeon with his homeroom teacher. Tang Feng's expression changed drastically. It turned out Feng Yiren had also entered the dungeon, and Tong Fong was her master. Tong Fong revealed that the Grey Wolf King had advanced to Tier 3, level 31, learning a new skill called Severed Regeneration, and was mobilizing his wolf pack to locate Feng Yiren to avenge her cutting off his manhood 3 years ago. Coincidentally, the trial dungeon at Guanko High School contained blood wolves. Realizing the severity of the situation, Lee Rulai wasted no time and rushed with Tang Fong toward the Crimson Forest. On the other side, you were slaughtering your way through the bloody forest, leveling up to 2, with divine power reaching 50 points, meaning you could now summon Little Whirlwind by playing The King Sends Me to Patrol the Mountain. Although you wanted to try it, you ultimately held back, as the monsters in the current dungeon weren't even worth summoning Little Whirlwind to assist. Just as Wang Jin was about to continue killing monsters in depth, he heard a voice from behind him. As soon as this voice came out, a name appeared in Wang Jin's mind. The Coyote King. He actually found his way here. As a student and neighbor of Wind Izzy, Wang Jin naturally knew about Feng Yiren's glorious deeds. It was 3 years ago, and Feng Yiren had just graduated from college. Follow Master Tang Fong as he delves into the hinterlands of the demon race to complete his graduation assignment. At that time, Tang Fong was fighting a group of demon kings, and Feng Yiren was also fighting a group of demons that were about the same level as her. Inside that group of demons was the Crow Wolf King. And then coincidentally, the wind blade sent out by Feng Yiren cut off the lifeblood of the Pale Wolf King. The belligerents present at the time were instantly petrified at the sight of the situation, and both of them revealed an expression of disbelief. They really couldn't figure out how the Tsong Wolf King had failed to even defend against such an important weakness. Fortunately, Tang Fong reacted quickly enough and immediately gave up the fight, dragging Feng Yiren and running straight away. The Tsong Wolf King failed to take revenge in time, and he thoroughly held a grudge against Feng Yiren. Threatened to kill Feng Yiren. It was only then that Feng Yiren ducked back to Guanko Town under Tang Feng's arrangement to teaching at Guanko Middle School. I didn't expect that 3 years had passed, but it still allowed the Crow Wolf King to find his way to Guanko Town. It's been 3 years, Wind Izzy. Do you know how I've spent those 3 years? Oh hoo! With a wolf whistle emitted, a 100-meter-long gray wolf burrowed out of the ground and rose into midair. He showed his teeth and oozed a fishy, foul-smelling harumph. His eyes stared deathly at Feng Yiren, who was taking his students down the copy in the Scarlet Forest. A look of wanting to eat Feng Yiren alive. My harem of 103, all of them beautiful and flavorful. As a result, I could only watch dryly for these 3 years. Abominable, so abominable. Luckily, I practiced hard, rose in rank, and learned a new skill that allows for the rebirth of broken places. These 2 nights have been the most enjoyable nights in my 3 years. 103 harems, each and every one of them was in a state of blissful lust. Wahahahahahaha. At the end of his words, the Tsong Wolf King even stood upright and displayed some of his reborn capital with a smug and proud face. 103 times in 2 nights, aside from a sizable quantity, the quality is not worth mentioning at all. It seems like that thing you reborn isn't much use either, so it's better for me to cut you up again. Feng Yiren had completely inherited Master Tang Feng's style and was also a lunatic. It doesn't matter who the other party is or what cultivation level they have, just do it and be done with it. The wind blade reappeared and flew straight towards the Tsong Wolf King's crotch reborn lifeblood. Dang! A bright light flashed, and the lower body of the pale Wolf King actually revealed a piece of equipment that blocked Wind Izzy's wind blade. Ha, Feng Yiren, after suffering a loss once, don't I know how to be on guard? This is SS-grade protective equipment that I got a Demon Clan expert to build, specifically to protect this vital point. The Crow Wolf King had a self-satisfied look on his face. With that broken thing of yours and protecting it with SS-grade equipment, what's the difference between that and hitting a mosquito with a hydrogen bomb? It's simply a big deal. Feng Yiren continued to taunt. Her repeated taunts finally enraged the Tsong Wolf King. Feng Yiren, you're underestimating this king so much. This king is going to capture you alive and make you the 104th harem of this king, so that you can experience this king's divine might for yourself. The incomparably sharp wolf claws suddenly grew larger and longer, grabbing towards Feng Yiren. The large claws spread over the sky, and the pressure was very strong. Has not yet fallen already let a number of students cannot withstand, but squatting on the ground. Crow Wolf King, how dare you? Tang Feng and Li Rulai had already arrived, but were still far apart. Tang Feng struggled to control the blood vine to launch an attack towards the Tsong Wolf King, but in the end, the distance was still not enough. However, this attack of his also caused the Tsong Wolf King to withdraw his attack on Feng Yiren. The Tsong Wolf King then took out another piece of equipment. That's a piece of isolation gear. An isolation shield appeared, completely separating Feng Yiren from Tang Feng Li Rulai who was approaching. Crow Wolf King, if you dare to touch a single hair on Izzy's head, I will definitely break you into pieces. This isolation equipment should also be SS grade. Because with Tang Feng's S-rank transmutation and having surpassed the Tsong Wolf King's cultivation of level 8 couldn't even break it. Or it takes a long time to break hard. And this time, according to the Tsong Wolf King's calculation of 103 times in 2 nights, it was already enough for the Tsong Wolf King to nab Feng Yiren many times. Haha, Tang Feng, I already knew you would come, could I not have taken precautions? The Crow Wolf King said and took out another piece of equipment. When I capture Feng Yiren alive, I'll take her with me and use my spatial transfer equipment to escape. Wind Izzy, come on. The claws of the Tsong Wolf King once again grew larger and longer, grabbing towards Feng Yiren. Poof. Feng Yiren was not the least bit afraid. The storm skill is activated. The blood vines within a 100-meter radius were blown up in droves. It was used to block the attacks of the Pale Wolf King. She then spread out and began to run away as a way to stall for time. So that Tang Feng and Li Rulai could break the isolation shield and give support. With Li Rulai and Tang Feng's cultivation level, the Tsong Wolf King, which was a mere 3rd order, level 31, was not a matter of one move. Feng Yiren thought well, but the Tsong Wolf King wasn't stupid either. If you can't catch Feng Yiren, you can't catch these students. Boo! A spray of blood rose from the Tsong Wolf King's body. You can learn 2 skills in one ascension. This was another skill he had learned after advancing to the 3rd rank King's blood descent. The blood mist scattered in all directions. Those blood wolves, blood vines, and blood crocodiles, but all of them were stained with blood mist. Ranks and realms were beginning to climb. In just the blink of an eye, the demons that were originally level 05, one by one, began to ascend and became level 10 demons. A few students were caught by these ascended demons and were killed in just one look. Feng Yiren, if you don't listen, then I will kill all of these students one by one. The voice of the Crow Wolf King came out. It stopped the fast-running Wind Izzy in her tracks. Especially when she saw the desperate look in the eyes of a student who was pierced through the chest by a bloody vine. The heartache was immense. Crow Wolf King, old lady will fight you. Naturally, Feng Yiren would no longer stand by and watch her students being killed. She chose to show up and stall for time by fighting. However, after all, Feng Yiren was only at the 25th level of the 2nd order. There was a huge gap between it and the Tsong Wolf King's cultivation at the 31st level of the 3rd order. As he watched, Feng Yiren was about to be undefeated. Elder brother, hurry, Izzy won't last long. Tongue foam outside the barrier was very anxious and broke the barrier a few points faster. Li Rulai was also aware of the seriousness of the situation, though he didn't say anything. But the speed of breaking the isolation shield also became faster and faster. Foamirin, I'm not going to waste time with you, I'm going to count to 10, if you don't obediently submit to me, I'm going to kill all these students of yours. 1. The Tsang Wolf King also knew that Foamirin was stalling for time. So there's no desire to keep pestering. As he fought, he began to count. Mother asshole, jerk. Tang Feng was getting more and more anxious, and his hands that kept attacking the isolation shield were swollen, and even started to nourish blood outwards. 2. Tang Feng was in a hurry, but the Tsang Wolf King was instead unhurried. There was an interval of 10 seconds or so before the count of 2 began. This further infuriated Tang Feng and Li Rulai to no end. "Tay Miao, I'll see how crazy you can really be." The Tsang Wolf King acted in such a manner that it angered Wang Jin, who was on the side, as well. Wang Jin took out the Suona. Recalled the melody of "The King Called Me to the Mountain" and blew it. Chapter 4, Summoning Little Drill Wind, Death of the Coyote King. The sun is winking at me. Birds singing to me. I'm a hard worker. The little goblin who doesn't stick to people. Don't ask me where I'm from. Don't ask me where I'm going. This was Wang Jin's first time playing the Suona. The song is incoherent and stumbles. But the sound of the Suona became different in the ears of Li Rulai and Tang Feng. After all, they knew this oboist was evil, and there was no chance of a surprise. Like this oboe sound. It'll give you a boost or something. Allow yourself to temporarily rise 1 rank in cultivation and then break through the isolation shield in seconds. This was a thought shared by Li Rulai and Tang Feng. But soon they realized they were overthinking it. It was because Wang Jin's oboe sound didn't make them feel a sense of cultivation enhancement. Could the sound of the oboe directly weaken the containment shield? Well, not really. However, Wang Jin's strength was very impressive to the duo. This was because there were blood vines infected by the Tsang Wolf King's blood mist that attacked Wang Jin. But Wang Jin pressed the blood vines, and the level 10 blood vines couldn't even break Wang Jin's defense. Well, the oboist really is an AD. Wang Jin's transfer stats definitely exceeded the top value. This was a common perception shared by Li Rulai and Tang Feng. Wang Jin didn't know that these two were analyzing him. He's just totally immersed in the oboe right now. And as time went on, his oboe became smoother and smoother, so that he could at least hear the tune. Then the unknown space appeared. A small statue of a demon with a token flag in one hand, a clapper in the other, and a golden bell at his waist fell into Wang Jin's eyes. Shoo! 50 points of divine power were injected into the little demon statue, and that little demon statue instantly lit up. Outer heaven, in an incomparably deep cave. Little Drillbit was leaning against the cave wall and sleeping. He was drooling and dreaming. Inside the dream the sun was shining, the spring breeze was blowing, and he was patrolling the mountains. After patrolling the South Mountain, I was ready to patrol the North Mountain. I have to say, it's a beautiful view of the mountains. Although I patrol the mountains every day is different. It's as if the spring water today is sweeter than it was yesterday. And the flower next to it just looks better than it did yesterday. Hey, it's good to patrol the mountain. It's wonderful to patrol the mountain. Patrol croak. It's a pity. It's been 2,000 years since we've toured the mountains. 2,000 years ago, a great event happened that sealed all their demons and gods. The place where he was sealed is this cave. If I could get out, it would be a good time to give the Lion's Hump another tour. So thought the little diamond. Suddenly, the sound of a song reached his ears. And this oboe sound seems to be accompanied by a song. The lyrics of the song are exactly the same. The king has called me to come and patrol the mountain. Who is it? Who's patrolling the hills? Little Diamond is anxious. Is this someone trying to take my job? Patrolling the mountain. I'm an old ancestor level oboe player. Come out and meet me. Let the old ancestor teach you how to patrol the mountain. Little Diamond shouted indignantly in the direction from which the sound of the oboe had come. As soon as this shout ended, his soul went out of his body uncontrollably and flew in the direction from which the sound of the oboe came. In the Scarlet Forest, Wang Jin continued to play the oboe. Don't tell me, it's a pretty rhythmic piece of music. Li Rulai and Tang Feng outside the isolation shield couldn't help but shake their heads to the rhythm as they listened. Wang Jin saw the two of them shaking up. And the more you blow, the more energized you get. Suddenly, the wind was raging beside Wang Jin. The little diamond wind with a token flag in one hand, a clapper in the other, and a golden bell at his waist then appeared. Boy! You're the one patrolling the hills? Little diamond wind looked at Wang Jin with unfriendly eyes. But immediately afterward, unfriendliness turned to surprise. This kid in front of me, he's so weak, so weak. With his strength, he's not worthy to steal my job as a patrolman. The lion's hump is 800 miles long, and you're such a weakling? Can you patrol it in a day? Little. That. Drill wind old ancestor, I don't patrol the mountains, I just like to see you patrol the mountains, this tune is made especially for you, are you still satisfied? He. Wang Jin replied with a smile. Li Rulai and Tang Feng outside the isolation shield saw Wang Jin's look. Both dropped their jaws in shock. This kid, isn't he an arrogant stubborn bastard? There's still a side to this? Little Drillwind didn't know what Wang Jin was like, and what the kid in front of him said, and this fawning look made him enjoy himself. Ha, your kid may not be strong, but he has a good eye. That's right, patrolling this part of the mountain, I'm the oldest. Little Drillbit patted his chest proudly. Kid, seeing that you know so much and write songs for old ancestor can promise you a request, say it, what do you want old ancestor me to do? Little Diamond Wind was coaxed by Wang Jin. The more he looked at Wang Jin, the more he liked it. Seeing that the time was ripe, Wang Jin raised his hand and pointed at that Sun Wolf King who was still pretending to count with his fork. I want you to beat him. The little drill sergeant turned his head and looked around, and gasped. For this kind of little trash that can't even transform into a form, it's still not a matter of me blowing my breath away, old ancestor. Boy, watch this. Little Diamond Wind also intended to perform well in front of Wang Jin and took a deep breath. And at that moment, the pale Wolf King, who had been pretending all along, suddenly stopped counting. This was because he saw Little Diamond Wind beside Wang Jin, his eyes filled with stars. To the Coyote King, the little diamond can be too beautiful. He had never seen such a good-looking, red-headed wolf. If only. He. Then he said something about looking for death. That red-haired beautiful wolf, are you willing to be my 104th harem? If you're willing, I'll let Wind Izzy go today and spare the students in the forest. If you don't want to, I'm not just going to kill these students, I'm going to chicken out of several surrounding towns, think about it. The first person whose brain went down when he heard that Sun Wolf King's words was Wang Jin. This guy, he's so horny. How dare you molest even old man Diamond Wind? The second brain to go down was Little Driller. He was in complete disbelief of the facts before him. This old ancestor was insulted by a wolf that couldn't even transform? Bastards with no eyes, look carefully, I'm a male. Little Diamond Wind, who had only wanted to spit out a breath to dry out that Sun Wolf King, was shaking with anger, and the red hairs on his head stood straight up. It was a sign of his anger burning to the core. He had decided that it would be too cheap to take out this wolf in one bite. He must beat this wolf to death in order to preserve his dignity as the Patrol Mountain ancestor and to relieve his heart's hatred. You're so good looking, I'll take the male. To the Coyote King, the little driller with his red hair standing upright was even more attractive. He's even got his eyes full of peach blossoms. Dead things. Little Drill Wind couldn't stand the Coyote King any longer. He let out a roar and the token flag danced in his hand. A white lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere and blasted towards the Sun Wolf King in mid-air. The next scene was gorgeous and boring. Gorgeous because every time Little Driller waved the token, a bolt of lightning appeared. And Little Driller waved the token flag very fast. Even before the last lightning bolt had begun to dissipate, a new one had appeared. As a result, the number of lightning bolts increased, at one point reaching as many as hundreds. Hundreds of lightning bolts were like threading a needle, crazily impacting the hundreds of meters of the Sun Wolf King's body. As for being boring, that's because the Sun Wolf King didn't even make a single move during the entire process. He didn't even have time to perform his newly learned skill of rebirth from a broken place. Eventually the body then shattered directly into pieces under nearly 1,000 lightning bolts. The soul is broken. Holy, is this the real power of the oboist? This oboist, it turns out that he can summon powerful summoning beasts. It was only until now that Li Rulai and Tang Feng had seen Wang Jin's strength. That red-headed wolf is a god? The Coyote King died and the containment shield shattered. Feng Yiren murmured as she remembered Wang Jin's words. It says that this oboist is able to summon God. God? How is this possible? Feng Yiren's words were immediately opposed by Li Rulai and Tang Feng, who rushed to her side. However, Feng Yiren was just talking casually. Actually, she wasn't sure. She was just remembering what Wang Jin had said when she transferred. I think it's that token flag that's powerful. That's definitely an SSS-ranked magic treasure. Li Rui fell for the token flag in Little Drillwin's hand and felt that all the credit went to that flag. And what was the effect of that clapper he had? Tang Feng noticed the clapper in Little Driller's hand. I don't know, it should be an SSS-grade magic treasure as well. Li Rulai affirmed. What about the bells around your waist? It's also SSS ranked. Where's that token? Tang Feng and Li Rulai were still discussing the small drillware. And Wang Jin. Instead, he was accepting the harvest of his current summoning of Little Drill Wind. Chapter 5, 5v15 Challenge, do you guys dare to bet? Slaying a third order, level 31 Song Wolf King, experience plus 30,000, divine power plus 3, and obtaining the summoning music 100 Ghosts in Misty Forests. 100 Ghosts in Misty Forest, character consumes 200 points of divine power to blow this music, which can summon 1000 second order, level 20 strengthening soldiers from hell to help for 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 8 hours. PS, as the oboe level increases, the number, level, and divine power consumption of the subsequent summoning soldiers will all increase. That's a reward, cool. Being able to summon in soldiers, then one wouldn't have to be afraid of encountering scale combat in the future. Current experience value is full, do you want to upgrade? Wang Jin received the dialog box again. No rise. His current panel numbers are already strong. And that's if he didn't add the potential value. If he did, the stats would be even stronger. So well, upgrading or not upgrading doesn't mean much to him at the moment. It's better to wait until he needs to upgrade. This also allows you to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, and once you meet a guy who is not open to the world, you will ruthlessly make him get a lesson. Kid got 3 pieces of junk gear, giving them away. Little Driller returned with 3 pieces of equipment in his hands. It was the Crow Wolf King's SS-ranked protective equipment to protect his little old brother, SS-ranked isolation shield, and spatial transfer equipment. Wang Jin's eyes lit up when he saw these 3 equipments. This SS-ranked protective equipment wasn't much use to him, but it could be sold for money. The family's financial situation is not good, and the exchange of money will improve the family's financial situation. It's an SS-grade equipment, at least for 10 million dragon coins. Wang Jin was already anticipating his brother and sister-in-law's dumbfounded expressions when they saw the 10 million dragon coins. As for the SS-grade barrier and space transfer equipment, this could be of great use to Wang Jin. When you go to kill monsters in the future, you can isolate a group of monsters with a barrier before killing them slowly. That way there's no fear of monsters running away. That's all divine power. If you encounter a monster that is stronger than you, then use your space transfer equipment to escape. This is simply the best set for killing monsters and earning divine power, so you have to keep it for yourself. Thank you, old ancestor, I'll take it easy on that kid. Wang Jin took the 3 pieces of equipment and put them away. The Tang Feng trio on the side saw this and were envious. The 3 of them couldn't come up with a single piece of SS-ranked equipment until now. This kid has only just transferred. I can't believe I have 3 SS grade at once. It's a real people pleaser. And the trio also predictably. This is just the beginning. With the power of this kid blowing oboe summoning, in the future to kill the demon transgression, good treasure is absolutely can be picked up to the handsoft. Hey, what's the point of being polite with me? I think you're destined to be. Before the latter words could be finished, the little driller disappeared in a whoosh. Oy vey 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 vey. Wang Jin cried out in pity. From the sound of it, the little drill sergeant was going to give himself something nice. After all 3 pieces of SS-ranked equipment were trash in his mouth. Then the treasure he's going to give himself, it must be SSS grade. Pity, too bad. Still have to work hard to kill monsters and upgrade to earn divine power. Summoning requires divine power, and so does the oboist upgrade. Also, the summoning time is related to one's realm. If he had risen in rank, just now the little driller would have had enough time to give himself a meet and greet gift. Thinking of this, Wang Jin looked at the blood vines around him. Started killing it big time. The 3 of them, Li Rulai, also reacted when they saw Wang Jin start killing monsters. It's still in the trial copy stage. You also have to earn a composite rating for the school. Thus, Phong Yiren hurriedly gathered up a group of students and continued the copy. As for the students who have died, Phong Yiren was sad and heartbroken, but she didn't keep wallowing in her grief. Those who were able to make the switch were mentally prepared to sacrifice at any time the moment they made the switch. It's just that some are sacrificed at level 0 and others are sacrificed at the later levels. Time passed quickly, and after 2 hours, the monsters in the copy were killed by the students of Sekiguchi Middle School. As a result, on the large screen at the entrance of the replica, the overall rating ranking of this year's trial replicas appeared. First place, Sekiguchi Middle School, copy composite score, 415. Second place, 3-star High School, copy composite score, 218. Third place, Pantai Middle School, copy composite score, 215. Fourth place, Southampton Middle School, copy composite score, 213. This copy of the composite rating rankings as soon as it comes out. Not long after, there were 3 more silhouettes at the gate of the replica. They are respectively 3-star Middle School Principal, stars too fast. Headmaster of Yuntai High School, Yun Wanli. Principal of Southam High School, and Self. 415 points, how is this possible? Isn't the highest score for a copy 400? Hoshi Taehyun was anxious and was the first to question the scoring. Even if it's 400 points, it would still have to be a hellish difficulty, and they'd have to kill all the monsters. They've only been down the copy for 3 hours, can they do that? Yun Wanli questioned for the second time. At that moment, Li Rulai walked out of the copy with a group of students. There was Tung Feng behind him. And ZZ took one look and let out a furious cry. Li Rulai, you actually dared to cheat on the trial copies. Hearing ZZ's angry shout, Li Rulai was somewhat speechless. But when he saw the rankings on the big screen, he instantly realized what was going on. Couldn't help but blankly glance at ZZ. Don't call people cheating when you're not capable of getting a high score yourself, it's ridiculous. The ability? Oh. Li Rulai, your Sekiguchi High School didn't even have a single S-rank transfer this year, and the highest was only 5 A ranks. If you and Tang Feng hadn't stepped in, would Sekiguchi High School have been able to complete the Hell rank difficulty in 3 hours? Xing Tai questioned sharply. Principal Star is right, we're going to make a joint report to make sure that you, Guanko Middle School, don't get any cultivation resources for the next 10 years. Yun Wanli also said. The 3 of them were on the same page, all of them wanted to see Guanko Middle School joke and divide Guanko Middle School's future cultivation resources. 5 A's for me at Sekiguchi High School? Ha 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 ha, since you guys look down on my students so much, do you guys dare to make a bet? The 4 secondary schools have always been rivals and have accumulated a lot of conflicts over the years. Now Guanko Middle School has a super genius like Wang Jun. Li Rulai wanted to ruthlessly clean up the 3 middle schools. What do you want to bet? Hearing Li Rulai say so, the 3 of them looked at each other and expressed their satisfaction with the betting proposal. It's very simple, I, Sekiguchi Middle School, will select 5 students to challenge 15 students from your 3 middle schools, the losers will be replaced, and the winners will be able to keep on challenging until everyone has lost. If we, Sekiguchi Middle School, win by fluke, then I want the cultivation resources of all 3 of your schools for the next 5 years. If we accidentally lose, then the cultivation resources of my Guanko Middle School for the next 15 years will be yours. Do you dare to bet? Li Rulai said with a straight face. Chapter 6, The Cruel Challenge. Oh. Hearing that Li Rulai was going to bet so much, the 3 people were a little hesitant. They were all pondering whether this Li Rulai had any cards. If we win, then we'll divide their school's resources as he, Ruli, said. If we lose, then we'll jointly report him for copy cheating, and in the end, Guanko Middle School will be penalized, and will equally divide their resources. What do you guys think? The 3 of them huddle up to discuss the situation, and Hoshi Taehuro gives a plan to win either way. Principal Star is right, I agree. Yun Wanli hurriedly gave a nod to Hoshi Taeyu. In that case, let the official who manages the copies come out as a notary, and once things are not in our favor, we'll just report it. And Self made one last addition. Good. This addition was recognized by Star Too Fast and Cloud Miles. Thus, the gazes of the 3 fell on Li Rulai. Li Rulai, we agree to your bet, but we have to have the official who manages the replica come out to notarize it, and we also have to sign the betting agreement. What do you think? Yeah, just what I need. Li Rulai didn't care what the 3 had discussed. This is a time when strength is king. As long as Wang Jin was showy enough, no battle plan on the opposite side would help. It's a deal, I'll contact the official who manages the replicas to come over, and you can pick the students who will participate in the challenge. After Hoshi Taishu finished speaking, he took out his communicator and contacted the official who managed the replica. On the side of Guanko Middle School, a group of students felt the same as Li Rulai. All felt deeply insulted from the three principals. Thus, before Li Rulai could even give his word, one student after another enthusiastically signed up for the next challenge. Even though there was Wang Jin pressing on, Li Rulai didn't underestimate his opponents, and in the end, he chose 4 A-ranked transmogrification students and let them compete with Wang Jin. The official who manages the copies arrived soon after, with a betting agreement. After the 4 principals carefully reviewed the agreement and signed it, and then waited for their selected students to arrive, the challenge officially began. 3-star middle school Chuyun, which one of you is willing to go up and challenge? Across the room went a fat, stocky man with teasing eyes. There was not a single one of this group of students at Sekiguchi High School that he could see eye to eye with. True, I'm on. Just as Wang Jin was about to go on, his good buddy Chen Hao pulled him back. Before Wang Jin could inquire, Chen Hao took the initiative to explain. True brother, this fat guy is my classmate who bullied me for 9 years in elementary plus middle school. Today, I've succeeded in my transfer, I'm going to let him see how powerful I am. Chen Hao looked at Chu Yun with rage in his eyes. After all, they were good brothers, and Wang Jin still knew Chen Hao's past very well. He remembered that when he was at the same table with Chen Hao in his first year of high school, he noticed that the guy was a bit of a wishy-washy guy. Later, after knowing about Chen Hao, he asked him to follow him and train hard together, which allowed him to gradually regain his confidence. Unexpectedly, the person who had created a psychological shadow for Chen Hao was actually this fatty Chu Yun. Wang Jin could see that Chen Hao really wanted to get rid of the psychological shadow and get back those 9 years of humiliation. Alright, then you go on. Remember, do not force yourself, if you can't, admit defeat. Wang Jin patted Chen Hao's shoulder and instructed him. I know, true. Chen Hao smiled at Wang Jin and walked into the challenge arena with great confidence. Chen Hao, you actually dare to challenge me, do you think your life is too long? When Chu Yun saw Chen Hao come out, his expression, which had been somewhat teasing, suddenly became incomparably cruel. A guy who could be rubbed round and flattened by himself will actually dare to challenge himself. This made Chu Yun feel that his majesty had been provoked. Chu Yun, you've bullied me for 9 years, it's time to repay everything. Chen Hao did not want to catch up with Chu Yun. He said as he launched his attack. Shoo! Chen Hao had awakened to the A-rank assassin lineage. At the time of his successful transfer, his agility reached a rare 9. Plus going down the trial copies to level up 3. Causing his agility to go from 9 to 12. As a result, he was fast. The words just fell. He had already appeared behind Chu Yun. An Ame thorn appeared and ruthlessly stabbed Chu Yun in the back of his heart. Ding! A purple light lit up. That's the effect of Class A protective gear kicking in. This opening strike from Chen Hao, which was a sure hit, was deflected by the equipment. A group of students from Sekiguchi High School exclaimed their pity at the sight. Hee, with this much skill, you still dare to challenge me? Chu Yun mockingly glanced at Chen Hao. It expressed full disdain for Chen Hao's attack. Berserk! Chu Yun let out a loud shout. All that fat on his body had actually turned into muscle, and he looked strong as hell. Chu Yun was an S-ranked transformation berserker. Body can increase his panel stats by 0.5x after berserking. His strength was 7 and his agility was 5 after his transfer, and now he was up to level 5 again. As a result, he now has a strength of 12 and an agility of 10 on his panel. After berserking again, he now has a strength of 18 and an agility of 15. Chen Hao's 12 agility was simply not enough in front of Chu Yun's 15 agility. Therefore, before Chen Hao could dodge after launching his attack, he was caught in Chu Yun's hands. The power of 18 is not a cover. Not counting Wang Jin and the group of demons who had transferred to SS and SSS ranks. This statistic was already comparable to an ordinary first-rank 10 expert. Chen Hao, whose body was already relatively thin and weak, was like a small chicken in Chu Yun's hands. Carried by Chu Yun, he was viciously slammed into the ground. Boom! There was a loud thud from the ground. It was also accompanied by the sound of Chen Hao's bones breaking. It was only that the loud noise was just too loud, masking the sound of Chen Hao's bones shattering. I concede. Chen Hao didn't really have to play the hero either. He listened to Wang Jin very well, and knowing that he was undefeated, he directly opened his mouth to admit defeat. However, Xu Yun acted as if he didn't hear Chen Hao conceding defeat. Carrying Chen Hao, he continued to smash into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. He smashed it 3 times in a row. There were more and more broken bones on Chen Hao's body. As he watched, Chen Hao was about to die. However, Xu Yun had no intention of stopping, grabbing Chen Hao and continuing to smash him into the ground. Stop, didn't you hear him concede? Seeing that the other party was so ruthless, Li Rulai, who was the principal, could not stand to watch and issued a chorus to Xu Yun. Even so, he wanted to step in to stop Xu Yun from such vicious and cruel behavior. But the 3 Hoshi Taishu people came out and stopped Li Rulai. One of them still had a smile on their face. Old Li, take it easy, we don't get involved in the students' affairs, let them work it out on their own. Some students, are just so well protected that they have no fear and dare to mess with anyone. They're about to face the demon race in battle alone, and it's better to have their peers to teach them a little lesson before that than to die at the hands of the demon race later on without knowing what's in store for them. Hoshi Tai said sharply. Hoshi too fast, listen to the ing words you're saying? Li Rulai was in a hurry, a real hurry. He hadn't seen the faces of the 3 principals until now. The hearts of these guys are just as dark as the demon race. This is simply not wanting Guanko Middle School to exist, wanting to exterminate Guanko Middle School on this. Chapter 7, Blood for Blood, Teeth for Teeth. Old Li, don't worry too much, Xu Yun, this kid I've watched isn't bad, he'll know to keep his hands to himself. And ZZ also came out to make peace. I think Principal N is right. Yun Wanli added. You guys? Li Rulai couldn't hold back any longer, wanting to completely break out into combat and fight the 3. That's when the rumbling ended. Li Rulai hurriedly began to focus on Chen Hao's situation. Inside the challenge arena, Chen Hao was already paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. And next to him, Xu Yun had a relaxed look on his face, as if Chen Hao's current situation was not caused by him at all. Game 1, 3-star high school Xu Yun wins. The official who manages the replica announced the results of the first game. Shu. Tang Feng struck out, a rattan appeared and pulled over Chen Hao. Then, Tang Feng pulled out several types of pills and fed them into Chen Hao's mouth. These elixirs can be S-rated. After 10 seconds or so, Chen Hao was able to speak. True, I'm sorry, Chen Hao was suffocating. Tears of pain left the corners of his eyes. He wanted so badly to wash away his humiliation, but it didn't happen. He suddenly felt that all the years of hard practice following Wang Jin had been in vain. Hosey, it's fine, I'll make him return blood for blood and teeth for teeth, just watch. Wang Jin comforted Chen Hao for a moment, then stood up and walked into the challenge arena. Guanko Middle School, Wang Jin, D-rank oboe maker, requesting a challenge. When the voice fell, Wang Jin had already stood opposite Xu Yun. What? What did you say? Are you Wang Jin? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Wang Jin's reported name, Xu Yun laughed so hard that he could barely straighten his back. So you're the genius who was claimed to be the best in the past 200 years of Sekiguchi High School, nominated by the Sword Saint Elder and ranked 5th on the Yun Lin list? Ha ha ha, what a laugh, actually transferring a D-rank oboist. Here, want to play me a song? Xu Yun said this while also pushing his waist forward. That insulting gesture of character speaks for itself. I blow your ass. Wang Jin was furious. Already moving. In the next second, Xu Yun felt his body fly. Then he felt a sharp pain coming from his lower body. Ah! A scream issued. The males in the room seemed to empathize and felt an ache in their lower bodies. Especially those male homeroom teachers from Sekiguchi Middle School who went down with Feng Yirun. The way they looked at Feng Yirun was very awe-inspiring. It's a case of what goes around comes around. What kind of classroom teachers bring out the best in their students? What a lineage! Boom boom boom. Inside the challenge arena, the loud sound of smashing ground reappeared. However, this time, the protagonist who smashed the ground was no longer Chen Hao, but Xu Yun, who had helped Chen Hao smash the ground last time. And Xu Yun loved this hot land where he was born and raised even more deeply than Chen Hao. Because the sound of his close contact with Mother Earth was even louder than Chen Hao's. But an S-rank transfer is an S-rank transfer. Under Wang Jin's even more vigorous smashing movements, he actually hadn't conceded defeat yet. Then, a red light also lit up on his body. S-class equipment? This kid actually has S-rank equipment on him? Equipment, like transfers, is categorized into 7 grades: SSS, SSS, A, B, C, and D. SSS-ranked equipment that works will show tri-colored light. SS-ranked equipment takes on a golden glow when it works. S-rank equipment will show a red light when it displays its effects. A rank equipment will appear purple when it shows its effect. B-grade equipment will show a blue light when displaying its effects. C-rank equipment will show a green light when displaying its effects. D-rank equipment will show a yellow light when displaying its effects. Normally, students who had just switched over basically couldn't use S-rank equipment, topping it off with an A-grade kid at best. And that still belongs to a better family, with backstage in the county or city. The students who could afford S-rank equipment wouldn't have been born in this town at all, those were from the big families in the city. Normally, people commonly use D or C grade equipment. It must have been that fellow star too hasty who gave Chu-yun his own S-rank equipment. I guess it's on students from other schools. These 3 old dogs, they really do everything to win. Li Rulai saw the problem and scoffed at the 3 principals. In that case, it seemed that the only way for Wang Jin to do so was to take out his Suona and summon help. However, how could Chu-yun allow Wang Jin enough time to play the Suona? That's still a tough one. Even if this one can be summoned, what about the follow-up? The opponents behind people will surely find a way to restrain the king really. For a moment, Li Rulai felt that he was a bit too big for his britches. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Wang Jin, too, may not really be able to teach the 3 schools some lessons. Li Rulai thought so, but Wang Jin didn't think so. He also knew what was going on when he saw the red light lit up on Chu-yun's body. In that case, it's upgrade. Wang Jin was only level 2 when he summoned Little Drill Wind to kill the Crow Wolf King. He also remained at level 2 when he cleared his copy later on. But he's got so much experience value. So, he went straight up 5 levels. Then, Wang Jin's system data changed. Role, Wang Jin. Occupation, oboist. Realm, unascended. Rank, 7. Experience required for upgrading, 23520 30,000. Power, 34. Spirit, 34. Defense, 34. Agility, 34. Potential value, 56. The various stats had risen from the original 24 to 34, and with this panel data, it was already comparable to a top-level 17 expert of the first rank. And that's just Wang Jin's pure upgrade stats, without the slightest addition of potential value. But even so, it was not something that Chu-yun, who had used berserking and possessed S-rank defensive equipment, could resist. Boo! The defense of the S-class equipment was finally at its limit. The golden light directly exploded. Thus, Chu-yun also enjoyed the pain and pleasure that Chen Hao had enjoyed before. Ah! I concede. After smashing the ground only once, Chu-yun couldn't take it anymore and directly chose to admit defeat. And Wang Jin, too, chose not to hear. Carrying Chu-yun, he continued to smash him on the ground. Stop, he's conceded, he's conceded. This time, the star change was too hasty. Then, Li Rulai appeared and stopped the star Taiyu. Old star, don't be so agitated, the students are on their own, we as principals shouldn't get involved, just let them work it out on their own. Some students, are just too well protected, so they have no fear and dare to mess with anyone. They are about to go to the battlefield alone to face the demon clan. Before that, it's better to have their peers to give them some small lessons than to die at the hands of the demon clan later on without knowing the high ground, don't you think so? Li Rulai said. Put. The teachers and students of Guanko Middle School on the side couldn't help but laugh when they heard Li Rulai say so. These words were not exactly what Chen Hao had just conceded, and Chu-yun pretended to be deaf. Were the words of Hoshi Tae-hyun to the distraught Li Rulai? Now, Li Rulai has returned it to Star Taiyu as it was. Li Rulai, you. Star too anxious to know that Li Rulai is ridiculing himself, very angry, want to do it, but suffer from not being able to beat Li Rulai. He was busy looking at Yun Wanli and Nziki beside him. Looking forward to support from these two. However, the gazes of those two were not even looking at him, they were only watching Chu-yun get smashed. Hey! A pang of sadness ran through Hoshi Taisho's mind. Reality, too damn realistic. At the end of the day, we are all competitors. Only care about their own interests. Chapter 8, all 14 of you together. 21, 22, 23. Wang Jin smashed and counted at the same time. He was a very kind-hearted man. It doesn't take advantage of people at all. After the 30-second smash, he stopped moving. Because before, Shuyan smashing Chenhao was smashing 32 times. Then, Wang Jin searched Shuyan's body. In no time, the two pieces of equipment fell into his hands. One A-class defense, one S-class defense. Slow down. Shuyan extended his hand, wanting to take back the two pieces of equipment. Hands still move? Wang Jin glanced at Shuyan's hand. Lift your feet. A foot stomped viciously on top of Shuyan's arm. Ah! A miserable scream was emitted, and Shuyan directly fainted from the pain. That's right, if Hiroko can't move his hands, why can you move yours? Wang Jin said this with an expressionless face, hearing a chill from the surrounding crowd. I didn't expect the usually easygoing Wang Jin was actually so ruthless. They had never seen Wang Jin's ruthless side. Congratulations to your character for defeating the Transformer for the first time and achieving the anti-bone achievement, earning you the summoning music. The king's name is Mixed. The king's name is Mixed Skyaya. The host consumes 200 points of divine power to blow this music, which summons a Konohamaru version of Neza to assist him for 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Hiss. See this achievement reward. Wang Jin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Honestly, this accomplishment was a surprise. But the reward. Cool as hell. If this one comes out, then I guess there won't be any living things around. That's definitely killer-like. Kid, leave the gear behind. The king was truly immersed in the joy of his newly acquired summoning joy when Hoshi spoke up too hastily. That S-rank equipment was his. If he let Wang Jin take it, would it still work? It's my booty, who am I to keep it? A smile emerged from the corner of Wang Jin's mouth. Could he not realize that the outfit was from Hoshi Teisho? Humph, what kind of loot is this for you? According to the rules, you are only qualified to collect your opponent's items as your loot if he dies. Hoshi Taehyun gave an explanation. Oh? You mean as long as I kill him, this equipment is mine? Wang Jin raised his foot again at Chu Yun's head. With just one word from Xing Taiyu, he would dare to directly stomp on Chu Yun's head. You? Hashida's face sank in anxiety. For a moment, it was hard to know what to say. If he chose to let Wang Jin keep that S-ranked equipment, then he would be disgraced as a principal. Because he gave up the lives of his students for his equipment. He will never be able to recruit students to Samsung High School again. But if he wanted to keep his students, then he would have to choose to give up that S-rank equipment. That's an S-rank, and how to give it up? Kill and kill. This kid tried to kill his students and put his heart to death. That's ruthless. Principal Star, my time is valuable, and I would appreciate a quick response. Wang Jin's foot came a few points closer to Chu Yun's head. Everyone in the room could tell he wasn't joking. As long as Xing Taiyu dared to let him leave his equipment behind, he would definitely take Chu Yun's life directly. Everyone's eyes fell on Xing Taiyu, expecting Xing Taiyu to make a choice. Especially Yun Wanlian and Zizi, these two could enjoy watching this drama too much. Because Samsung High School is ranked ahead of both of their schools, they are happy to see Samsung High School suffer defeat and bad luck. Well, the equipment is yours. After a short period of thinking, Xing Taiyu still chose to save Chu Yun's life. As a principal, you still have to think about the development of the school. As for gear, buy it later. It's just a matter of a few dragon coins. It's better than losing your name. Principal Star, you disappoint me with this choice. Wang Jin glanced at Xing Taiyu, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even wider. He was indeed disappointed. How he wished that Hoshi Taihyuk would choose to with him. That way, he could summon Demon Pill Neza to come out and have some fun. I think this star is too anxious should be beaten to a dog by Neza. Hoof. Hoshi Teisho didn't say anything more. The boy had put his heart to death enough. He was afraid that if he said any more, he would write it out even more. Today, he had been humiliated enough. Can't keep losing face. Game 2, Sekiguchi Middle School. Wang Jin wins. Which one of you wants to challenge Wang Jin? The official running the replica finally announced the results of the second game. Tell you what, I'll make a proposition. Wang Jin spoke again. And there's no need to delay by going up one by one. All 14 of you go up together. Wow. As soon as Wang Jin's words left his mouth, the crowd in the room burst into an uproar. Of course, the crowd at Seko Middle School was cheering for Wang Jin. This was because they had seen Wang Jin's strength and knew that Wang Jin could summon experts to help him. So they also expected Wang Jin to be able to 1v14, that would be an exciting fight. But to the ears of students from the other three schools, that would be an insult. Wang Jin, don't talk big, be careful of losing your life to us later. That's right, don't think that just because you defeated Chu Yun that you can be more powerful. Chu Yun, that's just a trashy piece of goods with developed limbs and a simple mind. You think you're still considered a genius of the Young Lin ranking? You're just a D-rank oboist, what do you have to be proud of? That's right, D-class, not even worthy of our shoes. The crowd was venting their dissatisfaction with Wang Jin as you spoke and I spoke. But they are only at the stage of venting their emotions. None of them are stupid. All could see that Wang Jin was not simple. So there was simply no one who dared to actually stand out and fight Wang Jin in a battle. You guys? Wang Jin also saw that these guys were wimpy. So he decided to add more fire. He took out 5 pieces of equipment and laid them on the ground. These 3, SS grade, one is a protective equipment, one is an isolation equipment, and one is a spatial transfer equipment. These 2, which you've seen before, were just obtained from Chu Yun, and a grade defensive equipment and an S-grade defensive equipment. If you guys can defeat me, these 5 pieces of equipment, then they're yours. Quiet, quiet. Nearly 1,000 people were present. But a pin drop. Immediately afterward, several people became short of breath. This also includes the 3 principals and the official who manages the copies who did the notarization. SS-ranked equipment, and also 3 of them in one shot. Is this kid so trenchant? They all hated that they could not wait to fight Wang Jin personally now, and then they could pick up 3 pieces of SS-grade equipment for nothing. As for those 2 remaining SN grades, it was completely negligible in comparison to the 3 pieces of SS-ranked equipment. Alright, Wang Jin, since you're so ungrateful, don't blame us for being impolite. Come on, let's get together and defeat him. The lure of 5 pieces of equipment was something that no one could resist after all. One of the geniuses from Nanan Middle School stood out and encouraged everyone to fight against Wang Jin. Okay, battle. Some people encouraged it, and the others couldn't help but ignite their blood. All 14 men walked to the center of the field, ready to open the challenge. Chapter 9, 1 punch, 1S rank, this is D rank? Good, very good, that's the way to be bloodthirsty. With 14 people together, Wang Jin was very satisfied. It was just that Li Rulai was a little worried. Even if Wang Jin's transmutation stats were any more demonic, it wouldn't be so bad that he could pick 14 people by himself. But soon, this concern of Li Rulai disappeared. Because the challenge has begun. 14 individuals. 2 warriors and 2 meat shields stand in the front row. 3 wizards in the center. 2 assassins and 2 archers on either flank. It ends with 3 strong offensive pressures. They stood in formation and began to attack Wang Jin. Whoosh! The archers took the lead. Nearly 10 arrows shot towards Wang Jin. That arrow was fast and the field was small and there was no cover. Normally speaking, Wang Jin couldn't dodge at all. However, Wang Jin pressed on with no intention of hiding. These little cuties have seen that I have 3 pieces of defense equipment on me, and they actually want to stall for time with this method of warfare? Shoo! Wang Jin met the arrow. Purple light flashed on his body, that was a ranked defense equipment in action. Originally, Wang Jin's panel defense was very high. But the arrows are indeed powerful. So the A-grade equipment then plays a protective role. Of course, it was only the A-rank protective equipment that was in play. As for the S-rank and SS rank, they couldn't use it with this amount of strength. 10 arrows struck Wang Jin's body with clanking sounds, and finally all of them fell to the ground. Attention! The shield warriors in the front row watched Wang Jin approach. He was busy stepping forward and swinging his shield, ready to block. But in the next second, Wang Jin kicked the shield, sending him flying out with the shield and the whole person. The 3 magicians who were still chanting were then exposed as if they were naked in front of Wang Jin. Shoo! The assassin moved, ready to let Wang Jin know what to do. Unfortunately, none of them had the agility of Wang Jin and their speed was not as fast as Wang Jin. Wang Jin directly charged into the 3 magician teams. Raising his hand, he knocked the 3 wizards straight out. Him. Wizards, especially those who have just been converted. It doesn't really do much. Magic chants wasted time, not to mention that the magic wasn't very powerful. Thus, their tactics appeared to be protecting the magician and waiting for the magician to chant and release magic against Wang Jin. It was actually using the magician as bait, waiting for Wang Jin to go deeper into their planned encirclement. Especially the shield warrior in the front row who was kicked away by Wang Jin. Getting kicked off is also part of their design. Their tactic was that someone had to intentionally leave an opening for Wang Jin to enter the encirclement by himself. Sure enough, Wang Jin fell for the trick and directly took out 3 magicians who were actually of no great use. In the end, it falls into a combat trap. This brat, just like Xu Yun, is also a guy with developed limbs and a simple mind. Well, some people showed strong disdain for Wang Jin's combat intelligence. But the next second, the crowd regretted it. Because they truly felt how strong Wang Jin's combat power was. All of their attacks hit Wang Jin to no avail. Instead, Wang Jin threw 3 punches. Just 1 warrior, 1 strong attacker, and 1 meat shield were sent flying. You didn't fly by yourself? The 3 who had been sent flying by Wang Jin looked at the one who had been kicked away by Wang Jin with his shield at the beginning and issued a question. Nonsense, if I fly by myself, can I fly so far? That shield warrior replied without any good humor. He was still feeling dizzy and couldn't even stand up. Spread out. Some people realized that there was no way to defeat Wang Jin with this tactic, so they called for everyone to disperse. Because if everyone didn't spread out and let Wang Jin smash the 2 remaining strong attackers and the warrior, then the remaining assassins and archers in this battle would be unable to fight. If 14 of them were really picked over by one person, Wang Jin, it would definitely be the biggest shame in their transfer history, and none of them wanted to be ridiculed like this for the rest of their lives. Shoo shoo shoo. Hearing the man's command, the crowd hurriedly pulled away from Wang Jin, ready to study a new battle method again. At this point, Wang Jin laughed. Want to run? It's already too late. Buzz. The containment shield was activated, covering everyone. Several of the guys who were constantly retreating and preparing to distance themselves from Wang Jin couldn't move the slightest bit further. Because it's blocked by the barrier. Then they found themselves being forced by the barrier to move closer to Wang Jin. Yes, that's right, the range of the SS rank barrier is something that the equipment initiator can control at will. As a result, the eyes of the 14 people looking at Wang Jin turned into horror. Because they were all afraid that Wang Jin would give them a kick or a punch. Before he was beaten up by Wang Jin, everyone looked down on Xu Yun. Thinks Xu Yun is trash. After taking a beating from Wang Jin, they still felt that Xu Yun was trash, but the S-rank defense suit was real tough. Because Wang Jin's fist was really hard and powerful, Xu Yun was able to be smashed 32 times, it was very bullish. And what about those of them who don't have defense equipment? It's still not hiding except to hide. But now there is an isolation shield, there is no way to even hide. Today I'll tell you all one thing, in front of absolute strength, tactics and whatnot are of no use at all. Shoo. Wang Jin didn't want to delay any longer and took the initiative to attack. He appeared in front of that warrior, and punched him directly in the face, knocking the other into a bloody mouth and nose, no longer able to continue fighting. Then he came to the 2 remaining strong attacking faculties and slammed their heads into the center, and they fell to the ground, head to head. This is a ING D-rank oboist? Outside of the isolation shield, Hoshi Taiyu watched as Wang Jin punched an S-rank transfer. Doubtful about Wang Jin's transfer. Yeah, he's a D-rank oboe maker. If you don't believe me, let's bet on SS rank equipment. Li Rulai could be in a great mood now. All the previous worries completely dissipated at the moment. Because Wang Jin was too strong. This kid was strong not only in battle power, but also in battle IQ. First, lure the group into battle en masse with a bunch of top-tier equipment. Then the containment shield will be used to trap everyone again. One punch a little kid. Hey, it's a good way to save time without leaving too much time for your opponent to study your battle tactics. The resources of these 3 middle schools for the next 5 years, that's my Sekiguchi Middle School. With these resources, Sekiguchi High School will attract more of the town's talented students and the school will snowball stronger and stronger. Maybe, in the future, the children of those big families in the county and the city will come to study in Guanko Middle School. Li Rulai was looking forward to the future. I'll bet you a gross. Right now, Star Too Quick was somewhat regretting betting with Li Rulai. This guy really has a bottom card, and this bottom card, very powerful. Sure enough, geniuses who made it onto the Yun Lin list were not that easy to mess with. However, it was fortunate that he had prepared a second plan, and later, he would report Sekiguchi High School's trial copies for cheating. Wangjin, do you dare to put away the isolation shield and have a match with me alone? Inside the barrier, the battle was nearing its end. The only one still standing is an assassin from 3-star high school. Chapter 10, How dare you compare swords with me? Oh. The other party dared to make such a request, which surprised Wangjin. However, Wangjin somewhat admired the other party's courage. After seeing his strength, he still dared to say this, thinking that there were still some hidden skills that he hadn't used. But then again, Wangjin really didn't have any impression of the guy in front of him. 1v14, he's impressed a lot of people. But the assassin in front of him was really hiding quite well. Hiding until now to find yourself in single combat just to get the equipment on you alone? Fine, I'll fulfill that request. Wangjin said and put away the isolation shield. Buzz. Just then, Wangjin realized that the assassin had changed. From a disreputable shady stinging fellow to a beautiful woman with a slender figure and long flowing hair. Not only did her appearance appear to have changed, her cultivation had also changed. She started ascending directly and finally stopped on the first rank, level 19. At the same time, the weapon in her hand changed. The originally black, slender short sword began to grow longer and whiter. It ended up being a slender white sword. Shiro? Star Dream Van. Good, Star too hasty, you actually let your own granddaughter hide her cultivation to go on stage in order to win this challenge match. Star Dream Van, is she considered a student at your 3-star high school? Li Rulai viciously spat on this insidious practice of Xing Taiyu. Meng Fan attended her freshman year at 3-star high school before transferring to the county high school. How come she doesn't count as a student at our 3-star high school? Besides, there's nothing in the agreement that says only graduating class freshly transferred students can participate in the challenge. Hoshi too hastily sophomorized. Alright, Wangjin, you admit defeat and step down. Aaron, you're up next against Star Dream Fan. Windy Izzy, also a former graduate of Sekiguchi High School. By Star 2 quick sophomoric logic, Wind Izzy is also allowed to play the challenge. Good. Phony Irin, who was on the side, quickly understood Li Rulai's meaning and answered, then prepared to walk towards the center of the venue. Mr. Wind, don't be in a hurry, I haven't fought yet, it's not too late for you to come on when I lose. Wangjin naturally wouldn't go down on this. It's only 19 levels in the first order, so it doesn't seem to be that difficult. After all, he hadn't added the potential value yet. Wait and see which area the other person is strong in, then add the potential value to it yourself. You're still crushing your opponents, aren't you? Headmaster? Phony Irin looked at Li Rulai, waiting for Li Rulai to make arrangements. Okay, let the kid have some fun. Li Rulai was really gaining confidence in Wang. Because in the end, Wang Jindu hadn't brought out his real skills yet. All of his fights were just the most basic of physical combat. Didn't even have any moves left to use yet. How are you going to fight? Wang Jin's gaze landed on Xing Mengfan. I heard that you are the young Lin ranking genius recommended by the Sword Saint Elder last year, so I would like to have a sword match with you. Shoo. As soon as Star Dream Van's words fell, the white dew sword in her hand suddenly broke away from her grasp and floated straight to her body. Then there was another buzz. The white dew sword suddenly changed into 7, and the 7 swords formed a sword formation that surrounded Wangjin in the center. Ha 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 ha. Wangjin hadn't made any moves yet. Instead, there was a roar of laughter from the crowd. Then the cackling turned into a sharp cough. The crowd followed the sound and saw that Chen Hao was half lying on the ground, coughing continuously. Needless to say, that previous cackle must have come from him as well. Chen Hao, what are you laughing at, what's so funny? A good-looking girl walked up to Chen Hao's side and couldn't help but complain. Then, she also reached out her jade hand and patted Chen Hao's back, her expression filled with concern. She actually dares to ask Jin to compete with her sword, she really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Chen Hao did not explain too much more. Anyway, Chen Hao knew best how ferocious Wang Jin's swordsmanship really was. It was because he was the one who had accompanied Wang Jin for the longest time to practice hard. You want to compete with me in a sword fight? Then to tell you honestly, a mere 7 swords is simply not enough. Wang Jin finally spoke. Yes, it's not enough at all, but Jin can control 20 swords, otherwise, what makes the old man Sword Saint fancy Jin and even want to take Jin as his disciple? Elder Sword Saint said that what Jin cultivates isn't even a sword technique at all, but the way of the sword. The Tao is a very profound discipline that relies on all the power of the mind and spirit. If you can't even control 20 swords at the entry level, you're not qualified to enter the Tao at all. Chen Hao also explained. What about this? Buzz. The 7 white Du swords changed again, becoming 35. This time, Chen Hao was also baffled. He didn't expect that Star Dream Van could actually control 35 swords. Is this your limit? Wang Jin inquired. Leave me alone for a moment and show me what you've got. Starscream Van held his head high, a bit arrogant. At level 19 of the first rank, being able to control 35 swords at once was already a proud achievement. She didn't believe that the king in front of her could really be stronger than her. Okay. Click, click, click. As soon as Wang Jin's words fell, the swords of several people in the middle school crowd at the pass began to shake. Then, those swords came off and flew into mid-air. Whoa! Such an amazing scene, the crowd had truly never seen anything like it in their lives. All of them couldn't help but let out a sound of amazement. Then, the swords began to change with a buzz. 100 swords appeared throughout the air. Makoto is mighty. Ground, Chen Hao was too excited. So much so that the girl next to him complained about him again in fear of him coughing again. There was no way, Chen Hao really had to be excited. It was only today that he realized that Wang Jin's sword Dao had actually reached such a profound level. Is it enough? Not enough, I can still change. Wang Jin asked Star Dream Van. Enough, I lost. They have 100 swords, they have 35, this quantity gap, there is no way to fight off. Also, anyone who knows anything about swords understands. This sword control was not based on quantity alone, but also on spiritual power. Wang Jin was able to control 100 swords before he had ascended the rank. This spiritual power, it was too powerful. One must know that their school, aside from those few demons, many of the swordsmen who had been promoted to the second rank did not have the ability to control 100 swords. It was no wonder that Wang Jin would be seen by the old man sword saint. This guy was simply the demon of all demons. So, without even having to fight, Star Dream Van already knew the result and admitted defeat in a very honorable manner. Okay. Wang Jin also nodded. In fact, he was able to control so many swords at once, and that was the result of the spirit adding 16 points of potential value. That was as far as he could control it. If this girl still didn't admit defeat and insisted on bearing it, then he would inevitably have to add more potential value and make more swords for her to see. Farewell. Star Dream Van had been convinced by Wang Jin's strength. She retrieved the white dew, bowed to Wang Jin, and prepared to leave. But just then, Wang Jin spoke again. The man can go, the sword stays, it's my trophy. What? Star Dream Fan turned back and looked at Wang Jin with a look of disbelief. This guy, is this how he treats girls? I say you can leave in person, but the sword must stay. Wang Jin thought that Xing Mengfan hadn't heard him and repeated it again. Then, Star Dream Van's expression became even more incredulous. The kind of conviction he had just felt towards Wang Jin suddenly dissipated into thin air. In its place, a face full of frost. It's true, high school students just don't know as much as college students. Doesn't know how to pity a girl and make her happy at all. If you want my Shiro, beat me first. Buzz. The white Du sword once again transformed into 35 swords and flew towards Wang Jin. Chapter 11, The King is truly a Sigma man. Just in time. Wang Jin was not afraid in the slightest. Raising his hand, he pointed at the flying sword. The unexpected happened. 35 swords, synthesized into one, finally stopped in front of Wang Jin. Thanks. Wang Jin directly put the sword away. Bastard, how dare you take my sword? Starscream Van was furious. Of course, she had some regrets. Knowing that Wang Jin's spiritual power exceeded his own by a lot, he actually had to control the sword against him. It's really no different than giving away a sword. She was desperate to recapture Shiro. Raising his fist towards Wang Jin. Boom. Wang really doesn't know how to be compassionate. A blow to Star Dream Van's face. And he didn't hold anything back with this strike. Starscream Van followed in the footsteps of the previous warrior, blood running from his mouth and nose. However, she was ultimately a first-rank 19 expert, and her defense was still very strong. So it hasn't been knocked out yet. Yay! Defense is pretty strong. Wang Jin saw this and added a few more punches. Starscream Fan was finally outmatched and fainted. The crowd at the scene saw Wang Jin treating a girl so well, and a beautiful one at that. Both couldn't help but swallow hard. Especially the girl beside Chen Hao. Pulling Chen Hao, he asked, Wang Jin has always been a Sigma man? What horse? Chen Hao was dumbfounded. He hadn't heard the word at all. The girl didn't explain. Things come in small packages. She pulled away some distance from Chen Hao. On the side, Hoshi Taiko had gone completely mad with anxiety. When had his granddaughter ever been treated like this? He wanted to go up and trouble Wang Jin, but he was stopped by Li Rulai. Principal Star, as I said before, just let the students handle their own affairs. Li Rulai, you. Humph. Star was too anxious to want to talk nonsense with Li Rulai any longer. His gaze fell on the officer who managed the copy. Lord Chow, we're going to make a joint report on the cheating of the Guankou Middle School trial copies. The maximum number of copy points is only 400. How could they score 415 points? It's impossible. The first plan didn't work anymore, and Hoshi Taehyun planned to implement the second plan. That replica official blankly glanced at Star 2 Rush, before saying, replicas are divided into entry level, easy level, difficult level, and hell level. 100 points are added to each rating, so, as a general rule, the maximum rating for a copy is 400 points. Except in one case, and that is that there is another accidental level. This accidental level refers to an unexpected event that occurred inside the copy, causing the difficulty of the copy to exceed the original set limit of hell level difficulty. This accidental level adds an extra 50 points, so the maximum rating for a copy is actually 450. Sekiguchi High School, this time, should have had a perfect score of 450 points, except that 7 students were sacrificed in the replica and 35 points were deducted, which is why the final score was 415. Oh, yes, Lord Chow is right, there is indeed an accidental level. Inside the supplemental regulations for duplicates issued 3 years ago, this accidental level was indeed mentioned. Yoon Wanli busily concurred. Well, since the copy will be harder since an unexpected event happened, it's bound to be Li Rulai and Tang Feng who made the move. Otherwise, there's no way they Sekiguchi Middle School students could have completed an accidental level copy in 3 hours. Star 2 Hasty continued, biting off the fact that it was Li Rulai and Tang Feng who helped. The replica official sniffed and didn't want to explain too much more as he raised his hand to the large screen at the replica's entrance. Immediately, a video of Sekiguchi High School students going down the copy appeared on the screen. Soon, they saw the Pale Wolf King break into the copy. And he used a SS Grade Isolation Shield to isolate Feng Yiren and Li Rulai Tang Feng. Then, Li Rulai and Tang Feng had been there smashing the isolation shield without killing any of the monsters at all. Then, they saw Feng Yiren and the Tsang Wolf King battling against each other. Feng Yiren that was repeatedly defeated, not wimpy at all, extremely commendable courage. Suddenly, the camera switched to Wang Jin. He took out his oboe and played it. This oboe is really bad. But not long after, a red-haired wolf with a token flag in one hand, a clapper in the other, and a bell hanging from his waist appeared in front of Wang Jin. The red-haired wolf waved his token at the Pale Wolf King in the air. The Coyote King was then soul destroyed. Hiss. Video seen here. All 3 principals couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their eyes changed completely when they looked at Wang Jin. This kid, he's really a converted oboist. But is he really a D grade as an oboist? What a lie. To say it's SSS rated is an understatement. Just that red-haired wolf he had summoned, it was a matter of waving a flag to destroy all 3 of their principals. It was no wonder that the Tsang Wolf King had died so tragically. At the same time, they knew how the 3 pieces of SS grade equipment on Wang Jin came to be. That's all from the Coyote King. Then they realized that Wang Jin really stayed his hand in the challenge match. Otherwise, if this kid pulls out the oboe, none of those 15 students will survive. They also suddenly understood why Wang Jin had dared to play the kill or kill the heartbeat with Star 2 quick before. This kid is really strong, not at all false Star 2 anxious. If Star 2 Hasty dared to make a move, the unlucky one would definitely be Star 2 Hasty. Do you have any questions? The replica official launched a question to the trio. No more. All 3 shook their heads. Since that's the case, I'll declare that Sekiguchi High School wins this challenge. Your 3 middle schools, according to the bet, the cultivation resources for the next 5 years will all belong to Guankou Middle School, and I will report it to the top accordingly. The replica official finished his sentence and left. Yeah. A cheer came from the ranks of the students of Sekiguchi High School. They can all be witnesses. Witness the strength of Wang Jin and the fact that Quanko Middle School will grow stronger in the future. Who doesn't want their alma mater to become more and more awesome? This can be attributed to Wang Jin. Thinking of this, the crowd all moved their gazes to Wang Jin, wanting to throw him into the air and celebrate. However, in the next second, the crowd froze. Because they saw Wang really on those 14 students. Groping? Wang Jin collected all the equipment they had on them except for the D and C ranks. The boy. The three principals saw Wang Jin do so. Both couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. It's a big loss, this time. Because of the equipment that the students have, they provide it. Originally, right, the three of them could have been strong enough to make Wang Jin leave those equipment behind. However, once they thought of the red-haired wolf that Wang Jin had summoned, they could only stop there. There was simply no guts to go up and stop Wang Jin from collecting the loot. Wang Jin touched it so carefully. Both men and women. It was a good thing that everyone had learned that he was a Sigmar man, or else they would have suspected that the guy was taking advantage of the female magician and the female archer while he had the chance. 3 of you, in the future, your offspring can be sent to my Guanko Middle School, and I, Li Rulai, will definitely treat them equally and let them enjoy good cultivation resources. Li Rulai walked over to the 3 principals and arched his hand at them. Then, the corners of the 3 principals' mouths twitched even more and their faces became incredibly ugly. Go! They don't have the face to stay any longer. Seeing that Wang Jin had finished collecting the loot, they took their respective students and left. Chapter 12, continuing with the copy upgrade. Hiroko, these are for you. Wang Jin finished collecting the loot and returned to the group. He raised his hand and threw that ranked defense equipment that he had obtained from Chu Yun, as well as the ranked weapon that he had obtained from the other assassin, to Chen Hao. Really for me, Jin? Chen Hao couldn't move, but his face was full of smiles. I didn't expect it, but it's great that I have loot to share in this challenge. That's grade A equipment. The grade equipment that several people might not be able to afford even if they went to college, they got 2 of them at once. Nonsense, of course I'll give it to you, get well and then play well in the entrance exam. That's right, they still have high school. It was a month later. This month was the time that the universities left for everyone to upgrade and brush up on their combat experience. A month later, the one who can get into college goes to school. Those who can't get into college will have to go to the front lines to face the demons. The university acceptance rate is not high, only 15%, because the current resources of the Dragon Kingdom are only enough to feed so many university students. Thank you, Jin. Chen Hao was touched and was on the verge of tears again. But the thought of having a girl next to you. He forced the tears back again. Principal, these are from me for the school. Wang Jin walked over to Li Rulai again and gave Li Rulai all the A and B grade equipment he had touched. Good boy, it's not bad that the school has trained you for 3 years and you know how to give back to the school. Li Rulai laughed and laughed. But then again, the school can't take yours for nothing, so let me give you 1.5 million dragon coins for these equipments. Sekiguchi High School won the resources of 3 other high schools for the next 5 years. That's all thanks to Wang Jin. It's a little too much to ask that the school not only not give a reward, but take someone's loot. Oh? Li Rulai's words surprised Wang Jin as well. He genuinely wanted to give the school all this gear that he couldn't see himself giving away. But Rudra Li, since he mentioned money. That. Wang Jin hurriedly took out that SS ranked equipment for protecting little old me. Headmaster, I don't need this one either, how much do you think is appropriate? Instead of giving it away, Wang Jin plans to sell it to the school. This. Li Rulai didn't expect that Wang Jin would actually want to sell this SS grade equipment. At that moment, Tung Feng, who hadn't said anything all this time, spoke up. SS grade equipment, it's not something a middle school can eat. If you really want to sell it, you can sell it to me. I'll give you 50 million dragon coins, what do you say? Gulp. Wang Jin swallowed hard when he heard Tang Feng's words. $50 million, a figure he hadn't expected. Is this thing worth that much? He thought it would only go for $10 million. Tung Feng saw Wang Jin's mind and explained, SS grade equipment, very rare, normally, the value is more than 100 million dragon coins, only this roll is a bit of a chicken rib, so it can only be worth 50 million. $50 million I'll buy it back, and I'll need to add other materials to rebuild it to make it more functional. So that's how it is. How much is that SSS ranked equipment worth? Wang Jin was humble enough to initiate a request for advice. Tung Feng smiled when he heard this. SSS equipment, not only is there no price, there is no market for it. In all of the Dragon Kingdom, there is only one team that can create SSS grade equipment. Listen carefully, it's teams, not individuals. And in the entire Dragon Kingdom, all the SSS ranked equipment is only 3 pieces, because the materials to create SSS ranked equipment are too difficult to obtain. So, in fact, SS ranked equipment is considered top-notch equipment. In fact, a lot of SS grade equipment is just as priceless, and there's no way to obtain it through the market except for some of the big clans who find people to build it themselves. Tong Feng continued to explain. Hearing Tang Feng say this, Wang Jin realized how lucky he was. He had gotten 3 pieces of SS ranked equipment in his opening game and thought that SS ranked equipment sucked. Who knew that the opening was the pinnacle? I think it should be hard to come across SS ranked equipment in the future. Wang Jin, just now I've been thinking about what would be the most appropriate reward for you. Now that I've thought of it, I'm going to apply for an S-class storage ring from above as a reward for you. Li Rulai also spoke up. This guy Wang Jin's ability to kill demons and transgress is too strong. It's inconvenient to not have a storage ring on you. So, giving him a storage ring with extra space couldn't be more appropriate. Thank you, Principal. Without Tang Feng's explanation, Wang Jin would still look down on this S-class storage ring. But after Tang Feng had explained it, he already knew that this S-class storage ring was already considered something beyond Li Rulai's ability. At the end of the day, this was a middle school after all, and S-rank equipment, very, very little. No need to be polite, you will give that SS equipment to Mr. Tang, and then, when your S-rank storage ring comes down, you will make a trip to Longwu University with him, and we will recommend you to be a guaranteed student of Longwu University. Li Rulai added. Ha! Hearing Li Rulai say this, Wang Jin couldn't help but drop his jaw in shock. The news, once again, took him by surprise. What? You look down on Longwu University? Li Rulai said without any good humor. No. Wang Jin hurriedly shook his head. Longwu University, one of the 4 major colleges in the Dragon Kingdom. Even though they are the big 4, Longwu can actually be ranked second. Apart from the National Martial University which could steadily suppress Longwu, both the Magic Martial University and the New Martial University were below the strength of Longwu University. Alright, then you go back first, talk to your brother and sister-in-law about this, and when the S-class storage ring comes down tomorrow, you'll go to Longwu University with Teacher Tang. Li Rulai finally said. Good. Wang Jin nodded and handed that SS protective equipment to Tang Feng. Soon, 50 million dragon coins arrived. Of course, also arriving at the same time was Li Rulai's $1.5 million. Afterward, Li Rulai announced that the group of students were dismissed in place, and left with Tang Feng. After the dismissal, Wang Jin did not go home. It was so hard to get out of Guankou town, how could he go back so quickly? Since the principal was going to recommend him to be a guaranteed student of Longwu University. That's definitely going to be a guaranteed test. Because actually the normal bailout was set 2 months ago. The bouncers at this time of year, those are the ones who hit the jackpot when they switched careers and switched to very good careers to have a chance of being bounced. But such a bailout is dependent on fighting prowess. Wang Jin was only level 7 now, which was a bit inadequate. He planned to level up to 10 first, raise a rank, and learn 2 skills before doing so. That way, there's a better chance of passing the test. In fact, with Wang Jin's skills, he didn't even need to bail out. All he had to do was take the college entrance exam normally and then wow everyone and wait for the big 4 colleges to snatch him up. But guaranteed students have the benefits of guaranteed students, and guaranteed students can get resources tilted in a way that normal high school students simply can't get. This was something that Wang Jin knew very well in his heart. That's why he was so surprised when he got bailed out. It was reasonable to say that he, who had no connections and no big family to support him, it wasn't worth tilting the resources of Longwu University to be right. However, Wang Jin actually didn't care about any tilted resources. Because with his ability as an oboist, he is just as capable of shocking the entire continent without resources. Shoo! Wang Jin exerted his fastest speed. Headed for another copy. It was a level 15 copy, which was perfect for him to upgrade now. What he just didn't know was that he was already being followed as he traveled to his copy. Chapter 13, Old 6 meets Old 6, let's see who's more 6. Wang Jin was very fast and arrived at the entrance of the replica in no time. It was a vaguely poisonous grotto. Wang Jin took out the elixir that could avoid the poisonous gas from staining him, fed it into his mouth, and walked into the underground cave. There were all sorts of demons in the grotto, and they were each around level 15, and all of them were tainted with poisonous gas. When Wang Jin had just appeared in the underground cave, these poisonous demons pounced towards him. But Wang Jin didn't attack them and let them launch attacks on himself. Anyway, he already had a high defense, and he had taken an elixir to avoid poison. These poisonous demons would not cause the slightest damage to him, whether it was a physical attack or a poisonous gas attack. He took out his oboe and began to play 100 Ghosts and a Misty Forest. Woohoo! As the music continued, a gust of ghastly wind blew in the grotto. That gale was terrifying, causing those poison demons who were attacking Wang Jin to stifle a cold shiver. However, these poisonous demons didn't realize the danger coming their way. They continued to attack Wang Jin again after a brief moment of trembling. But soon, they realized that they couldn't attack Wang Jin, because around Wang Jin, 1,000 Yin soldiers stood all around him. All the Yin soldiers listened to the order: kill these poisonous demons as fast as you can, leaving no one behind. Wang Jin gave the order. Woohoo! The crowd of Yin soldiers heard Wang Jin's words. With a horrible sound of whimpering from its mouth, it launched a deadly pursuit of these poisonous demons. Slaying a first order, level 15 poisonous demon, experience plus 120, divine power plus 1. Slaying a first order, level 14 poisonous demon, experience plus 100, divine power. Slaying a first order, level 16 poisonous demon, experience. Kills 1,000 Yin soldiers, and all of them were of second rank level 20 strength, was something that these first rank level 15 poison demons simply couldn't match up to. The dialogue box kept flashing in front of Wang Jin's eyes, and soon he received a new one. Current experience value is full, do you want to upgrade? Rise. Originally coming to upgrade, Wang Jin naturally wouldn't press the level again. So, once again, his panel data changed. Role, Wang Jin. Occupation, oboist. Realm, unascended. Rank, 8. Experience required for upgrading, 3,250 40,000. Power, 36. Spirit, 52. Defense, 36. Agility, 36. Potential value, 48. The dialogue box continued to flash, and Wang Jin's experience value was increasing. As he watched, he was about to save up 40,000 experience, and Wang Jin would be able to level up to level 9. That's what he's coming to this copy for. Oddly numerous and dense. There's no copy more suitable for 1,000 shady soldiers to fight than this. Suddenly, a dialogue box caught Wang Jin's attention. Kill a first order, level 18 poisonous demon, experience plus 1. HM? Plus 1 experience? Not plus 1 divine power? Things had gotten a little weird, which had to make Wang Jin pay attention. Then, just a dozen seconds apart, the same thing happened again. Experience is only plus 1, no plus divine power. However, the poison demon's level changed from 18 to 19. Then, almost every 10 seconds or so, the same dialogue box appears. Except for the experience and divine power that hadn't changed, the poison demon's levels were all changing. It has now gone from level 19 to 21. It was a level 15 copy, how could there be a level 21 monster? Wang Jin stopped paying attention to the dialogue box and began to observe the poisonous demon. Soon, he found the problem. He realized that some of the poisonous demons appeared out of nowhere and didn't come out from inside the underground caves at all. And those poisonous demons that suddenly appeared all had a clear goal, and that was to come at him. Only they were killed by the Yin soldiers before they could come to themselves. So, someone is replicating the poisonous demons to turn on me, and then keep raising the level of the poisonous demons to test the strength of these Yin soldiers of mine? Wang Jin came to a complete conclusion. He unfolded his powerful spiritual power and began to look around, trying to see where exactly his opponent was hiding. Unfortunately, he lined up the area around the grotto one by one and finally realized that he was the only one in the entire grotto who was making copies. Good fellow, I'd like to see how long you can hide. It's just a matter of knowing there's an enemy, depending on when the other side does it. Wang Jin planned to ignore that guy for now. It's better to upgrade first. Because the higher one's level, the stronger one's panel stats would be, and by the time the opponent showed up, one would have a better chance of defeating them. All the Yin soldiers kill into the underground caves, kill into their lair, kill as many as possible. Having figured this out, Wang Jin gave a new command to the Yin soldiers. Woohoo! 1,000 soldiers received the new command and killed deeper into the cavern. Kill a first order, level 16 poison demon, experience plus 140, divine power plus 1. Kill a first level 15 poisonous demon, experience plus 120. Slaying a 14th level poisonous demon of the first order. Current experience value is full, do you want to upgrade? This time, Wang Jin didn't escalate and chose to wait. Finally, the 5 minutes were up, and all the shady soldiers had disappeared. Wang Jin's experience had also reached a whopping 170,000, enough for him to move up 3 levels. But Wang Jin only tapped the upgrade button twice. It went straight from level 8 to level 10. His goal had finally been reached. Next, it's time to wait to level up and learn skills. Whoa quack! Whoa quack! Just then, a number of poisonous demons appeared. These poisonous demons stood in a very elaborate and extremely regular position. They blocked all of Wang Jin's retreating paths and surrounded towards him. This guy isn't coming out yet? Wang Jin knew that these poisonous demons were all copies of the guy who had turned on himself. The other side can be too subdued. His own soldiers had disappeared, and the other party didn't show up to fight, but also organized these poisonous demons to test himself. That's a lot of combat experience. The other side, too cautious. Well, since you want to play, I'll play with you. Wang Jin also did not intend to use his full strength. He fought these replicated poisonous demons for a while before pretending to be undefeated. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, allowing these poisonous demons to attack him. An hour passed. The guy still hasn't shown up. And at this time, the effects of the poison avoidance pills that Wang Jin had eaten earlier had already passed. Therefore, Wang Jin, who was now lying on his back, not only had to face the attack of the poisonous demon, but also suffered from the erosion of the poisonous gas. Wang Jin is also a tough guy. That poisonous erosion was itchy and painful. Instead, he forced himself to endure the pain and itch and kept lying down, without even the slightest change in his expression. Wang Jin even admired his own determination. If he traveled back at this time and found a crew to play a corpse, he would definitely be at the level of a king. Another half hour has passed. Finally, that old six that's been lurking is going to make his move. Turns out, he's hiding underground. He emerged from the ground, walked over to Wang Jin, and began to touch the corpse. Boom! Wang Jin moved. Gave this old six a punch in the face. That old SSS body slammed hard against the rock wall of the underground cave, revealing an expression of disbelief. He realized that Wang Jinsai was the old six and was even more six than himself. That's a lot of playing dead. Shoo! Wang Jin didn't care what his expression was, he rushed to old SSS body, grabbed that old SSS ankle and lifted him upside down. Numbnuts, letting me be infected by poisonous gas for so long can itch me to death, you also give me a taste of being stained by poisonous gas. Wang Jin carried him to the depths of the underground cave. There's a gas pool there. He fed himself several antidote pills, then took a poison avoidance pill, and then he carried the old six inside the poisonous gas pool and swished it around like a hot pot. Chapter 14, You Like Men, Jin? Wang Jin, stop, I'm wrong, I know I'm wrong, please let me go. After Wang Jin shat on him a few times, that old six began to admit his mistakes and beg for forgiveness. Oh? Recognize me? Listen to the other person who can accurately call their name. Wang Jin shagged hard dozens more times before giving up. Say, who are you? Why are you giving me a hard time? Wang Jin initiated the interrogation. My name is Qin Su, I'm a soon-to-be sophomore at National Martial Arts University, and I like Star Dream Van. Qin Su didn't say any more about the latter words. But Wang Jin had understood. I think this guy was looking at the fact that he had defeated Star Dream Van and collected the White Dew Sword as a trophy. Then he wanted to recapture the White Dew Sword and take it back to offer it in front of Xing Meng Fan. This was because when he had faked his own death earlier, this guy had been looking for the White Dew Sword on himself, and hadn't looked for the SS-ranked equipment on himself in the first place. So, you've been following me since the trial copies? In order to affirm his guess, Wang Jin continued to ask. If the other party knew that he had SS-ranked equipment on him and hadn't meant to take it, then his words would be believable. Yes. Qin Su nodded. You're too strong for me to beat, so I can only choose to sneak attack when you get off the copy. Qin Su tried out his battle plan as well. This battle plan of his reminded Wang Jin. That copying skill of yours and the skill of hiding from the world, did you learn them after ascending? These two skills were of great interest to Wang Jin. Especially that copying skill. There's a big downside to his current fight. The oboe call requires too long a wait. If you can copy a group of monsters to come out and block the enemy, then you'll have plenty of time to blow the oboe summons yourself. Yes, both skills are assassin skills, plus I have stealth and one-hit kill skills. Revealing your skills is a big no-no for transmuters. In order to make Wang Jin let himself go, Shin Su had already explained all his details. What level are those two skills? Wang Jin continued to ask. If it's an A or a B, he's not interested. Since SS rank was so rare, it wasn't too much of a stretch to ask for an S rank for the skills he'd learned by leveling up, right? Duplication skill is S ranked, Earth Escape is A ranked, Stealth skill is S ranked, and One Strike is also S ranked. I exchanged all 4 of my skills at the school's skill hall, so I saved a lot of dragon coins. Shin Su continued. Oh? The school skills gallery can be exchanged? Wang Jin had been calculating how much money he would need to spend to buy these skills. Now that I've heard that the school skills gym can be swapped, I'm instantly interested. Since the Guowu University Skill Hall had these skills, I thought that the Longwu University Skill Hall should have them as well, so when he went to Longwu University, he must learn about this exchange system. Yes. Wang Jin, brother Jin, I've explained everything that should be explained. Look, is it possible to let me go? Shin Su's desire to survive is still strong. Spare you? You're too naive, don't you think I've suffered in vain before? Wang Jin glanced at Shin Su without any good humor. You should be grateful that I didn't kill you. To think that you still want me to let you go. Wang Jin said. His words frightened Shin Su's pupils. Shin Su did not doubt Wang Jin's words in the slightest. This was because he had watched the entire process of Wang Jin picking off the geniuses of the 3 middle schools. He knew Wang Jin was a ruthless character. You could really do something like kill someone. In that case, seeing as you're a student too, I'll give you a chance not to kill you. But well. Shun, this S-class storage ring is for you. Shin Su was very understanding. He knew that Wang Jin was not only ruthless, but also very wealthy. He also knew that Li Rulai was applying for an S-rank storage ring for Wang Jin, and he was busy offering his own S-rank storage ring with both hands. S-class storage rings are rare at a middle school. But inside a university, especially inside a university like Guowu, which was ranked number 1 in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom, it would seem ordinary. Let's not talk about hand-me-downs. To say that 70% of the population is there is an understatement. Hey, this is fine. In that case, why don't you take a dip inside this poisonous gas pool for an hour before you leave? Also, take out your antidote pills and poison avoidance pills. Wang Jin received the S-class storage ring handed over by Shin Su. He also scavenged the elixir from his body. In the end, this guy didn't lay a death hand on himself, just punish him. There's no need to really take the other person's life. Otherwise, with this guy's combat experience, it's entirely possible to patch up and make sure you're dead before touching Shiro's sword. However, if the opponent dared to make up for it, Wang Jin would control the white dew sword to pierce the opponent's neck. Wang Jin was indeed ruthless, but there were circumstances. Hey! Although Shin Su was very reluctant, there was nothing he could do. In the hands of Wang Jin, it would be good to keep his life. As for the rest, forget about it. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Shin, are you not interested in girls? Huh? Shin Su asked this question, causing Wang Jin to be somewhat surprised. Shin, listen to me, according to normal logic, if you defeated Star Dreamfan would definitely hate you to the bone and be bent on revenge. And then what? She can't beat you every time, and you let her off the hook every time. In time, her hate for you will turn into love. Hate is deep, love is deep. She will definitely not marry you and will never agree to my pursuit again. Shin Su analyzed. You usually like to watch martial arts movies and idol dramas? Wang Jin asked. He had asked casually, which knew that Shin Su actually nodded seriously. Don't worry, I'm not interested in girls. Wang Jin said. Shin Su sniffed and covered his chest. True brother, you won't. When Wang Jin saw this, his face was filled with black lines. I'm not interested in guys either. You soak for 2 hours before you get up. Wang Jin glared fiercely at Shin Su. Shin Su, that regret. Wanted to slap myself twice as hard. Why mouth off? That's an extra hour of soaking. I mean, I'm not interested in girls at this stage, I just want to upgrade now. Wang Jin added. True brother, old brother thanks you, then I can feel free to pursue Star Dream Van. Having said that, Shin-soo was trying to cut down on one competitor. Because he deeply knew that he could never snatch a woman with Wang Jin. Go after your Star Dream Van, my Wang Jin's woman, that definitely has to be the best looking in this continent. Well, that's how it's written in the novels. Wang Jin began to long for love. True brother likes reading novels? Shin-soo asked again. You soak for 3 hours, you're not allowed to get up until you're done, and I'll be outside keeping watch. After Wang Jin finished speaking, he loaded everything into his S-class storage ring and turned to leave. He naturally wouldn't really guard Shin-soo. He left the copy and went home. 3-star town, Hoshi Taikyu's house. Starscream Van has woken up. However, the head was bandaged because of the blow to the face. That dead fellow Wang Jin, damn it, damn it. Who treats a girl like that? A direct hit to the face? Thinking back to the coquettish manner in which the boys who had pursued them had treated themselves, Star Dream Fan increasingly felt that Wang Jin was going overboard. Especially that Shin-soo, simply don't be too much better than Wang really. Wang Jin, you'd better not come to the National Martial University, or else, I'll make you look good. Follow the plot development of martial arts movies and idol dramas. Star Dream Van had already been ruthlessly thinking about Wang Jin. And vowed to take back the day's humiliation. Chapter 15, Brother, Sister-in-Law, Hurry Up and Have a Little Nephew. Guanho Township, Phoenix Subdivision, 1 building, 3 units. It's just after 8 o'clock at night. Wang Jin's brother, Wang Chang, dropped the battery car, didn't even have time to pull the key and lock it, then hurriedly ran upstairs. The sound of his voice came into the house before he even entered. Precious, have you heard, Xiaojin matched with an SSS rank sword immortal. Harry, our Wang family is going to be rich. SSS grade? Is Xiaojin he so powerful? Wang Jin's sister-in-law's name is Feng Meijin. Both she and Wang Jin's brother were ordinary people who hadn't succeeded in transferring their jobs. They work in a nearby factory. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., 12 hours, 2 shifts. Since the death of Wang Jin's parents, the two of them have taken on the responsibility of raising Wang Jin. A family of 3 only rely on Wang Chang and Meijin that a little bit of meager wages to live, the two even dare not have children. Yes, but it's too powerful, there aren't many SSS rank in the whole Dragon Kingdom, Xiaojin has a bright future. Xiaojin has made a name for herself now, so we can both have our own children. Kang was very excited, and while saying that, he picked up Precious and ran to his room. That's not why he was in such a hurry to get upstairs. Oops, it's just after 8 o'clock, it's too early, a little later, wait a little later, okay? Precious was a bit shy and squirmed. Don't wait for later, this is when our mom was pregnant with Xiaojin. Let's both pick this time too, and have a kid as awesome as Xiaojin. Kang couldn't wait, and very monkeyishly began to undress. At that moment, Wang Jin's voice came. Brother, sister-in-law, I'm back. Hearing Wang Jin's voice, Wang Chang hurriedly put on the clothes he had just taken off halfway again. Why are you back? Didn't you go down to your copy? Seeing Wang Jin return, Wang Chang was surprised. Of course, it was more of a complaint that the boy had come back at a bad time. Oh, the copy is down and back. Wang Jin said, had walked to the table, manipulated the water cup, and drank water. As for his sister-in-law who was still organizing her clothes inside the room, he pretended not to see her. Yeah? Are the copies so good now? In the past, those who went down to the copies could not come back until midnight. But it doesn't matter. Old buddy, tell old brother, what did you transfer? Although he already had an answer in his heart, Wang Chang still brought a stool to sit next to Wang Jin and showed an expectant expression. D-rank oboist. Wang Jin put down his water cup and replied. What? The oboist? Still a D? Wasn't it a matching SSS rank sword fairy? Wang Chang was dumbfounded. Was he or she misinformed? Oh, it did match the sword immortal, but I didn't ask for it, I switched to a D-rank oboe smith. Wang Jin added. You? Hearing Wang Jin say so, Wang Chang only felt his eyes darken and nearly fainted. Good boy, letting go of the SSS ranked sword immortal to turn a D-ranked oboist. Are you worthy of your parents? Are you worthy of the Wang family's ancestors? Wang Chang was already furious. He was bound to take out his ancestral rattan and beat Wang Jin severely. Luckily, Ni Jin came out. She stopped Wang Chang. Don't be impulsive, Xiaojun has grown up and understands, he has his reasons for choosing the oboe maker, we have to respect his choice. Sister-in-law is right, brother, you have to respect my choice, you have to believe in me, I definitely won't let the ancestors down. Wang Jin laughed. Laugh? You're still laughing. What future can an oboist have? Wang Chang was furious. True picked up the cane and was about to whip it at Wang Jin. Brother, look at this. Wang Jin didn't dodge. Instead, he took out his cell phone and showed Wang Chang the balance of his bank card. This is... Wang Chang took the cell phone. Counting up. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 1 million. Million. $50 million? Where did you get all that money? Wang Chang's pupils were quaking. The voices are much lower. After all, you can't show your wealth. How much more? Mei Xin, who was on the side, sniffed and took the cell phone from Wang Chang's hand and started counting as well. Holy, that's a lot of money. Ni Jin was also stunned. This is all small money, brother. I was recommended by Principal Li to be a guaranteed student of Longwu University, and I will be going to Longwu University soon, so I came back to talk to you guys. Wang Jin took the cell phone back and said the main thing he came back for this time. Huh? Leaving so soon? Ni Jin was a little reluctant to give up. After all, Wang Jin hadn't been separated from them since he grew up. A sister-in-law is like a mother. Although she doesn't have any children of her own, Mei Xin's affection for Wang Jin can be deeper than many mothers have for their own children. Yes, now that I'm a transmigrator, I'm very busy. Wang Jin continued to laugh. Wang Chang and Mei Xin didn't laugh. They were ordinary people, but they also knew how dangerous transmutants were. Though the mouth said that Wang Jin had gotten better. But in fact, there was still a deep concern for Wang Jin inside. Over the past 500 years, there have been sacrifices of SSS-rank transmuters, and countless more sacrifices of other ranks, and Wang Jin, just a D-rank oboist. Sometimes it's nice to think about ordinary people. You don't make a lot of money, but you don't live your life with your head on your hips. Makoto, be safe. In the end, Ni Jin said this with teary eyes. Ding, bank card arrived, $10 million. A beep came from Mi Jin's cell phone. Brother, sister-in-law, I should go, so hold on tight and hurry up and give me a little nephew, then I'll take him to transfer to Super SSS rank, hee. Wang Jin didn't want to see Mei Jin in tears. He couldn't stand the sad atmosphere of parting either. He flirted with his brother and sister-in-law, and without further ado, he turned and left the house. This kid, he actually heard our private conversation. Wang Chang felt angry and funny when he heard Wang Jin say so. It's just not the same when you've switched jobs, your ears are so good. Xiaojun transferred $10 million to us, that's too much, how should we spend it? Mei Jin wiped her tears, looked at her bank card balance, and smiled. Have a son to help us spend. Wang Chang picked up Precious again and headed for his room. Wang Jin walked to the bottom of the cell unit and looked at the lighted windows of his house. On the curtains, there are still shadows of his brother and sister-in-law. Tonight, I'll just have to squeeze in with Hiroko. It was a bit of a bummer, but I had to leave. Wang Jin went straight to Chen Hao's house. Wang Jin has gone to bed. Imperial capital. Kensei is finally back. He was supposed to be at the back of the demon race to hold the demon race back. But something very important needed his attention today, so he had to come back. What did the king of Sekiguchi town really transfer to? Sword Saint went straight to the transfer center and asked the staff inside. Senior, please wait, I'll check for you. The staff member's fingers flew over the keyboard. It didn't take long for Wang Jin's message to appear on the computer. Elder, he's transferred to a D-rank oboist. What? Kensei expressed disbelief. He made his way to the computer himself. Re-queries were made. But the result was clear, Wang Jin's transfer was that of an obosmith, or a D-ranked one. Pity. The Sword Saint let out a lament and left. The next morning, Wang Jin woke up. Noticed an additional transfer message on my cell phone. It turns out that Mi Jin transferred that $10 million to him again. In addition, there was a message from Wang Chang, Xiaojun, just take care of yourself, a transmuter needs lots and lots of money, that money, keep it for yourself and spend it. The money we earn ourselves is enough to spend. Looking at the bank card balance and the message sent by Wang Chang, Wang Jin's eyes cannot help but moist. Chapter 16, Come here, kid, let me touch you. Wang Jin left Shenhao's house and went to school. After receiving the S-class storage ring in Li Rulai's hand, he left Guangzhou town with Tang Feng and headed for Langwu University in the imperial capital. On the way, Wang Zhen and Tang Feng chatted. Mr. Tang, how does the skill hall exchange skills in the university? When you enter college, you earn credits and exchange them for credits. Of course, if you don't have credits, you can also exchange them for dragon coins. The price of exchanging skills at the school skill hall is half the price of the vocational skill hall outside. Tang Feng replied. Half? So cheap? Wang Jin was surprised. That's for sure, universities are supposed to be places to cultivate talents, and it's only natural that the officials will give more concessions and support. So yeah, in the 4 years of college you should try to earn as many credits as possible, upgrade more, and learn a few more skills. Otherwise, when you graduate, the consumption of dragon coins will be much higher. However, it would be nice if you would stay in school and teach. Like me, there are credits for teaching students. Tang Feng continued. When Wang Jin sniffed, he had a small thought. Then, Mr. Tang, do you have enough credits for 2S rank skills? Oh? You want to buy my credits for skills? Tang Feng was astonished. Mr. Tang, you've got it wrong, it's not buying, it's borrowing. I'll return it to you later when I officially become a student of Langwu University and earn credits. Tang Feng was somewhat speechless as he sniffed. It's not as good as buying it. That way you can at least earn some dragon coins yourself. Tang Feng realized that Wang Jin was a typical miser who only came in. But then again, that's fine. At least you can lock this kid into the Dragon Warrior early. Lest he be snatched up by Kakamu's side at that time. After all, the Sword Saint was the honorary president of the National Martial Arts University. This kid is the one the Sword Saint sees. Although he hadn't turned into a sword immortal, he was still good at controlling swords. Kensei would probably make an exception for him just the same. This kid's transfer to Oboist is a super bug existence that can't be looked at in a normal way. He or she has kind of caught up and gotten a head start. Otherwise, when this kid's oboe is publicized, it will be the meat and potatoes that all parties will grab. Alright, here's my teacher card, if you see a suitable skill, just exchange it for credits directly. Tang Feng handed over his credit card to Wang Jin. The airplane was fast. In just 3 hours, we arrived at the imperial capital. And then when they took the bus to Langwu University, Wang Jin then went straight to the skills pavilion. Tang Feng, on the other hand, went to the registrar's office to apply for Wang Jin's guaranteed student card. This guaranteed student card was equivalent to a preparatory student card, and was Wang Jin's identity credentials for taking the test. The Langwu University's skills hall was huge, and it was divided into several floors. Wang Jin found the assassin skill tier and walked in. Kid, you're not a student of Langwu University, are you? Just as he entered, Wang Jin was stopped by the old man on duty. Hello teacher, I'm not at the moment, but I definitely will be in the future. Wang Jin made a bow to the old man. Yo, pretty confident. Kid, come here, let the old man touch it. The old man said, already extending his hand. Wang Jin tried to dodge, but realized that he couldn't dodge at all. This old man was frighteningly strong. Then, the old man touched Wang Jin from head to toe. Mind was amazed, but he didn't show it. It had become clear to him that this kid did have the confidence to capitalize on being a super stats monster. At least, haven't met a kid with such powerful stats so far. What kind of skill do you want to choose? The old man asked Wang Jindao. I want to choose an S-rank copy skill and also an S-rank recluse skill. Wang Jin replied. Shin Su's ranked Earth Escape technique, which he didn't even look at, was still due to the fact that the rank was too low. S-class replication? No. The old man shook his head. Huh? No? Wang Jin somewhat looked down on Langwu University. No wonder you guys are being crushed by others at Kakamu University, not even this. But the old man's next words caused Wang Jin's eyes to light up immediately. There's an SS-ranked mirror image spell, do you want it? Mirror images also have a certain function of change, allowing them to turn into plants or animals that look like their surroundings. You can have one mirror image at the first rank, and one more for each rank after that, interested? Interested. Wang Jin's head nodded like a chicken eating rice. This mirror image technique can be much more powerful than the replication technique. Duplication only creates monsters. And the mirror image spell mirrors itself. When the time comes to fight yourself, the mirror image can be summoned from the sidelines. And the later it gets, the more mirrors there are. Each mirror image is paired with a sham. Summoning several mythic creatures to make an appearance at once is simply awesome. Okay, here you go. The old man made a move with his hand. A thin skill book then fell into Wang Zhen's hands. Wang Zhen fumbled with the skill book and loved it. That's a great treasure. Brush up on your credits. Wang Zhen handed over Tang Fang's teacher's card. The old man glanced at the name on the teacher's card and put the teacher's card aside before continuing. The S-rank transportation technique that you wanted is also not available. This time, Wang Zhen didn't spit out that Languo University couldn't compare to Guowu University. For he had mastered the way the old man spoke. Sure enough, he heard the old man say again, there's a SS grade 5 elements transportation technique, do you want it? The 5 elements transportation technique, as the name suggests, is that as long as the body touches gold, wood, water, fire and earth, then it can be assimilated and transported away. This recluse is fast, twice the usual speed. And as you ascend in the later stages, the distance and speed of the recluse will still increase. Do you want it? The old man asked again. This time, Wang Zhen didn't answer, but was concerned about another issue. Teacher, you let me choose 2 SS rank skills. And are there enough credits in the teacher's card to change it? Wang Zhen didn't want to pay out dragon coins. Although the school skills gym is half as cheap as outside. But he still didn't want to spend money when he could. Enough. The old man glanced at the teacher's card. Then it's going to be this one. With this skill, you'll be able to go to heaven and do anything in the future. Okay. With another move of the old man's hand, another thin skill book fell into Wang Zhen's hands. Then the old man took Tang Fang's teacher card and deducted the credits, then handed the teacher card to Wang Zhen. Kid, I'll give you one more thing. The old man took out a Dragon Kingdom knot and handed it over to Wang Zhen. This is? Wang Zhen was a bit uncertain. Be sure to carry it on your person so that no one can see your true stats. The old man explained. When Wang Zhen heard this, his expression immediately became incredibly solemn. Data is fundamental to a transmogrifier and is usually undetectable without specialized equipment. The old man in front of him could actually see through his own data. This strength, it was too terrifying. Moreover, there was no telling how many such masters one would encounter in the future. Thank you, Mr. Teacher. He bowed deeply to the old man, put the Dragon Kingdom knot away, and left. Grandpa Zhu, you look happy today. Not long after Wang Zhen left, a woman around 20 years old appeared at the old man's side. This woman is the manager of the Assassin Skill Book. Well, it's a pleasure to meet a very good kid. The opportunity for my Languo University to surpass the National Martial Arts University lies in this kid. The old man said, and with a shake of his body, he disappeared. Oh? The woman sniffed and hurriedly inquired about the list of skill book exchanges. Tong Feng? From the time you leave by yourself to the time you come back again. Just this one redemption slot. And the redemption is still an A-rank skill. He can be an opportunity for our Dragon Marshal to surpass the State Marshal? How is this possible? Grandpa Zhu must be joking. The woman turned off the query system. Stay on duty now. Chapter 17, The Guaranteed Student Test. There are old drivers to take me. When Wang Zhen left the skill pavilion, he contacted Tong Feng. Tong Feng did not bring Wang Zhen to pay his respects to his master, because his master was still doing very important uninterruptible research and could not spare the time to see Wang Zhen. He planned to take Wang Zhen to ascend first. The formation for ascension could be much more complicated than the formation for transfer. Wang Zhen walked into the formation with the same concentration. The formation then flashed. Wang Zhen then felt his head clear for a while, his consciousness and body were gradually pulling up, his eyes and ears could see farther and hear more. The ascension is just so amazing. It was as if he was in mid-air and could look down on the unascended transmutants and ordinary people at will. Of course, this looking down is not the kind of looking down. Rather, it feels like they are no longer on the same level as they are. Is this what ascension is all about? Wang Zhen had a whole new feeling inside. That feeling wasn't quite as strong when the switch was made. It was only after ascending that I realized that the transmogrifier was just that. It's no wonder that the guys who encountered those first-order guys had their noses in the air. If ordinary people lived on the ground, then transmigrators were living 100 meters in the air. and first-order transmutants that all live at least 3,000 meters up. This was an absolute crushing level for unascended transmutants and ordinary people. However, Wang Jin naturally wouldn't look down on unascended transmutants and ordinary people. Instead, he raised his head to see what was up there. Unfortunately, it was nothing but pitch black up there. Maybe when we ascend to the 9th rank, we'll be able to look down on the entire continent? Or perhaps, one can look down on the entire starry sky? Wang Jin guessed. Wang Jin, you can take out your skill book now. The ascension had been completed, and Tung Feng reminded Wang Jin. Oh. Wang Jin took out the 2 skill books he had gotten from the old man. The first book is mirroring. The moment he opened the mirror art skill book, Wang Jin felt a powerful suction force born inside the skill book, sucking his spirit and consciousness into the skill book. Then, the old man's silhouette appeared in Wang Jin's consciousness. Little by little, that old man instructed Wang Jin to cultivate the mirror image technique. The cultivation of the mirror image technique was difficult, and Wang Jin felt that he was cultivating very slowly. 3 months passed before he could completely master it. When Wang Jin retrieved his spirit and consciousness, he found that only 15 minutes had passed in the real world. So it is. The king is really a learner, and the matter of leveling up and learning skills is taught in the textbook. But those words are boring, and the only way to realize how shocking it is to actually feel it all. Without delay, he picked up the 5 elements transportation technique and continued practicing. This time, he practiced for a year. And in real life, it only took him an hour. This kid, his cultivation speed is really fast. Somewhere in Longgui University, the old man felt the disappearance of the skill book and smiled with great relief. Normally, cultivating 2 SS rank skills wouldn't work without 10 days and half a month. But Wang Jin, it actually only took an hour and 15 minutes. This cultivation speed was too demonic. Hey, old Xian, old Yu, and old Lin, in the coming years, there will be future generations of your children and grandchildren to suffer. The old man hemmed and hawed, incredibly happy. On Wang Jin's side, after the skill book disappeared, he opened his panel data. He wanted to see what his stats had become after his ascension. Role, Wang Jin. Occupation, oboist. Realm, First Order. Rank, 11. Experience required for upgrading, 8,520 90,000. Power, 44. Spirit, 60. Defense, 44. Agility, 44. Potential value, 72. Skills, Invulnerability Natural Skill, Mirror Image SS level, 5 Elements Transportation SS level. Occupation Hidden Special Effect, as a mythic summoner, all of the character's character stat boosts and potential values will be twice those of others. Equipment, SS grade Isolation Shield cooldown, 3 hours, SS grade Space Transfer cooldown, 6 hours, S grade Defense Equipment. Weapons, Bailu Sword grade S, Suona grade D. Occupation level, D can be upgraded to C by consuming 10,000 points of Divine Power. Current Divine Power, 3,851 points. Summoning music, the king calls me to the mountain, the 100 ghosts of the misty forest, the king calls the mixed sky. P.S. The host is currently a first-order transmogrifier, and the summoned mythological creatures can aid in battle for 10 minutes. That's right, Wang Jin was now at rank 11 of the First Order. The experience gained from the previous copy of Cave Poisonous Demon was actually enough to level up to 11, only that it couldn't be upgraded without leveling up. Thus, after ascending the rank, he chose to upgrade at the first opportunity. Wanted to use this to see how much the numbers have grown. His current panel stats were already completely on par with a second-rank 21 expert. Because a normal first-rank 19th level master has a stat of 38 points at the top, and that's if he reaches a peak value of 10 right at the time of transfer. This was the benefit of the profession's hidden special effects at every stage. Wang Jin was able to challenge his opponents across the ranks. Congratulations to the character who has successfully risen to the next level, achieving the achievement of First Rise and obtaining the summoning Lu. I want to become an immortal. Congratulations to your character for successfully practicing skills, achieving the first skill practice achievement and obtaining the summoning music. Look at my 72 changes. Ha! 2 achievements. To Wang Jin's surprise, he had actually obtained 2 more summoning joys. 1 I want to be immortal and 1 watch me change 72. He was calm when he saw I want to be immortal and he wasn't calm when he saw look at me 72. Is it the great sage's 72 changes? He hurriedly checked the introductions of the 2 summoning music. I desire to become immortal. The host consumes 300 points of divine power to blow this music, which summons the divine soul of the Journey to the West afterward character, Wutian, to assist for 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Look at my 72 changes. The host consumes 300 points of divine power to blow this music, which summons Yuan Hong's divine spirit to assist him for 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Oh, Yuan Hong ah. A little disappointing. Thought it was the great sage. Yuan Hong is not bad though. Boss of the Meishan brothers, under Yang Jian, the god of Erlang. The same will know the 8-9 mysteries and the 72 changes. Equal in strength to Yang Jian. If it wasn't for the mountain river and Jigaku diagram, it would have been very difficult for Yang Jian to capture him. As for the other one, Skyless. So the mythological characters created within movies and TV shows are also summonable? Wang Jin had a new understanding of this Suona maker. Mr. Tang, I'm better. After checking his panel, Wang Jin busily said to Tung Foam. Good, then it's not too late for me to take you to today's test. It's still early, and the teacher is still doing research, so he can't let Wang Jin wait, so we might as well take him to the examination first. Okay. Wang Jin nodded and headed towards the examination site under Teng Feng's leadership. The examination site was not far away, it was in the secondary area of Longwu University. Wang Jin had just arrived at the side area, and a fat man immediately appeared in front of him. This fellow, are you here for the examination as well? I'm from the S-Rank Defense Department of Irrigation County, interested in teaming up with us? Team up? Can you team up for an examination? Wang Jin asked rhetorically. When Fatty heard Wang Jin's words, a smile immediately piled up on his face. It seems like dude came here temporarily to participate in the examination, so he doesn't know much about the rules of the examination, so let me popularize them for you. The test is indeed possible to form a team, no more than 3 people at most, and 3 people are honored by one and defeated by the other. There are 150 guaranteed students from Longwu University this time, and the competition will last for 5 days, with 30 people per day. They will choose the top 45 to advance to the next round, and finally 15 more will be decided to get the real guaranteed spots. Brother, want to form a team? This test is about to start today, you're the last one, if you don't form a team, you'll have to fight alone. Fatty urged. Okay, group. Wang Jin nodded. It was true that he didn't know much about appraisals, and this fat man looked like he did. It's still a little less of a detour to have an older driver to lead the way. What's more, this fat guy is from Gojiang County. The town of Guankou, then, is under the jurisdiction of Gojiang County. In a place as big as the imperial capital, meeting Fatty was considered meeting an old-timer. A hand up is a hand up if you can. Come, brother, follow me. Fatty directly brought Wang Jin to the examination registration office. Teacher, let's team up. He took out 2 guaranteed student cards and handed them to the registration teacher. Seeing this, Wang Jin also handed over his guaranteed student card. That registration teacher looked at the 3 guaranteed student cards, laughed a little, and didn't say anything, and processed them into the group. When the grouping was complete, Fatty then brought Wang Jin to a handsome-looking boy. This is another teammate of ours, an S-ranked fire magician from Fu City. By the way, brother, I forgot to ask you, what is your occupation? Fatty asked Wang Jin Dao again. Grade D oboist. Wang Jin replied. What? Hearing Wang Jin's reply, Fatty was immediately dumbfounded. Before he could make his next expression, a golden light covered them. In the next second, they appeared in the examination copy. Chapter 18, Examination begins, Weakest team? Ah, it's over, it's over, it's over. It's over this time. After entering the copy, Wang Jin didn't have time to check out the environment he was in before he heard the fat man beside him keep shouting that he was finished. What? Wang Jin asked. I'm an S-ranked defense, he's an S-ranked wizard, and you're a D-ranked oboist, so it's still not over? You don't know that in every test, there is a seeded player, and that seeded player is a sure lock for a guaranteed spot. His team, too, is sure to advance, which takes up 3 advancement spots. And then, the ones that can be guaranteed are all S-ranked professions, and they're basically all ranked over level 20. Right, bro, I forgot to ask you how many levels you are. Fatty asked Wang Jin Dao again. Level 11. Wang Jin answered honestly. Come on, it's over, it's really over this time. Fatty no longer wanted to say anything more and walked forward alone. That S-class magician even said nothing as he glanced at Wang Jin. Keep up with the fat man. Don't be so pessimistic, we'll definitely pass. The three of them were just like this, two in front and one behind, moving forward inside the copy. Deputy District, Appraisal Office Group. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The test has begun and there's still a knock on the door? The teacher who was working was upset, but got up and went to open the door. The next second, this teacher froze. Immediately afterward, she bowed deeply to the visitor. Elder M.O. A.H.? When the other teachers who were working saw this, one by one, they hurriedly put down their hands and bowed to the visitor. Elder M.O. Well, you guys rest in this one, I'll do it. M.O. Suifeng said to the crowd. Yes. When the crowd heard this, they bowed again to M.O. Suifeng before leaving. M.O. Suifeng looked at several monitors and finally found the one that filmed Wang Jin and sat down. In the surveillance, Fatty and the wizard walked in front, and Wang Jin walked behind. Suddenly, there were three more people in front of them. What are you doing? Fatty's body lurched, and a bad feeling came over him. Don't know the rules? The man at the head of the group stepped out, towing the line with an expression of looking at his little brother. Since you don't know the rules, I'll teach you. 150 people, 45 advanced, an average of 9 per day, or 3 groups. So, there's no need for us to kill monsters to compare who has more copy points. As long as we fight until there are only 9 people left in the copy, we advance. The man in the lead explained. Fatty didn't say anything. As an old driver, how could he not understand this rule? It's just that he didn't expect it to come so quickly. He would have said to find a place to pussyfoot around and drag it out until someone else was eliminated, and maybe he'd have a chance. So, you guys were on to us from the start? Fatty asked. It would have been unusual for the other side to come too quickly. It can't be helped. Who made your group the weakest? Ah. As soon as that person in charge finished speaking, he immediately let out a miserable scream. As it turns out, Wang Jin is already on. Punched the guy straight in the stomach. Buzz. A red light came on. This is S-class defense equipment taking effect. However, Wang Jin gave him 3 more punches, and the red light of the S-class defense equipment shattered with a bang. Defense. The other 2 on that team reacted. One gave the other a hint. Buzz. A shield appeared, protecting the man in charge. Shoo. Just then, Shiro appeared. Shiro appeared and directly one turned 30. Zap hard into the 3. Boom, boom, boom. All of the defensive equipment on the 3 of them instantly became ineffective after just 10 seconds or so. Finally, 30 swords, each aimed at the 10 vital points of the 3. That fierce? Fatty finally spoke up. Looking at Wang Jin was like looking at a monster. This is a level 11 oboist? It's a joke. Who's the oboist who knows how to control a sword? This one is definitely a swordsman. And it's not a bad grade. Ahem, that. We seem to have picked up a treasure. A rare smile appeared on the wizard's face as well. Wang Jin didn't care what these 2 were doing or how they looked. He was up to his old tricks, touching corpses. He loaded all the storage equipment on those 3 goods into his storage ring. During this time, the guy in charge wasn't quite willing. But after the 10 swords moved a few points closer to the front, he was honest. In the end, Wang Jin found some tree vines and tied these 3 guys to the tree. That's when he clapped his hands and walked towards the fat man and the wizard. The whole process was clean and uncluttered. It looks like it's been doing this kind of thing for a long time. Brother, my name is Bai Muyang, his name is Bei Xiaobei, may I ask what your name is? Where are you from? Wang Jin conquered his 2 teammates with practical actions. Fatty also began to introduce himself and asked for information about Wang Jin. He really wanted to befriend Wang Jin because Wang Jin's strength was worth befriending him. My name is Wang Jin, from Guangzhou town. Wang Jin replied. Wang Jin? You are Wang Jin? Hearing Wang Jin's name, Bai Muyang and Bei Xiaobei both looked shocked. So you're the 5th ranked Wang Jin on the Young Lin ranking, no wonder, no wonder. It wouldn't be surprising at all if the sword control ability is so strong and it's Wang Jin. Young Lin ranking, this list, because the people on the list have not really competed, many people are questioning the rankings. Just like before, Star Dream Band also questioned Wang Jin. But after the real comparison, it's honest. And geniuses are different. The more talented you are, the more you will care about this list. Because they know the rankings are authoritative. Those are nominated by the top bigwigs, evaluated in every way, and finally ranked. Guangzhou Town belongs to our Guizhang County, and our Guizhang belongs to Fucheng, so it seems that we're all hometowns. Haha, this is really fate. Bai Muyang hugged Wang Jin and Bai Xiaobei fiercely, his heart very happy. This time, being able to team up with Wang Jin was truly a treasure encounter. Yo, where's the homie? Then I'll wish you guys elimination together. Another group of students showed up. But this group of students wasn't as loaded as the last group. Because they don't give their opponents the chance to strike first, they act as they speak. Rumble. 2 walls of earth appeared, separating the 3 quickly. Immediately after that, a number of metal spikes sprouted from the earth wall, stabbing towards the 3. Instantaneous magic? As a fellow magician, Bai Xiaobei could tell the other party's bottom line at a glance. You can only instantly fire magic at lower ranks if you have reached the S level of transmutation. S-rank transmutations like his required a certain amount of time to recite the incantation. Wang Jin, an SS-ranked earth and gold magician. He hurriedly gave Wang Jin a reminder. Because he deeply knew that in their group, Wang Jin was the absolute main force. Chapter 19, Opponent, SS Grade Transition on the Yun Liner List. Wang Jin didn't care what faculty the other party was. He has only one principle, and that is to see what happens. The 5 elements transportation technique was activated, and he directly entered the underground. After that, he found out where Bai Muyang and Bai Xiaobei's location was and pulled the 2 of them into the underground as well. Then he earthbound out for several dozen meters before he rose to the ground with the 2 of them. Careful! The 3 had just reached the ground. A yellow light then lit up on Bai Muyang's body. Then, a Xuanwu shadow appeared and protected the 3. Almost simultaneously. There was a ding sound coming from the Xuanwu shadow. A thin, narrow short sword allowed Xuanwu to block it. Behind the short sword was a black figure. The black figure missed the blow and didn't make any stops, directly stealthing in place and disappearing. 2 SS-rank magicians and 1 S-rank assassin. Bai Xiaobei came up with the occupation match of the opposing combination. Gulp! Just then, the situation changed again. The ground the 3 were on turned into a swamp, restricting the 3 to their feet. Whoosh! An arrow flew in, aiming straight at Wang Jin's shoulder. Go! Wang Jin pulled the 2 of them to vanish again, dodging the arrows. By the time they reappeared, they were already on top of a large tree. SS Grade 5 Elements Transportation Technique? Bai Xiaobei looked at Wang Jin with curiosity. When Wang Jin used Earth Escape, he assumed that the skill Wang Jin knew was an S-rank Earth Escape technique. This is because the transportation technique can only take people with it if they reach S-rank. But then, Wang Jin took them in the swamp to vanish again. It wouldn't be as simple as a dirt nap. After all, the surface of the swamp is more water. Now that Wang Jin had brought them to the tree, there was no doubt that it was a wooden escape. Therefore, other than the SS Grade 5 Elements Transportation Technique, Bai Xiaobei really couldn't think of any other transportation technique. But the bottom line is, it's only been a day or 2 since the transfer, and you've learned SS skills? That's too strong. How could a normal person, without 7 or 8 days, master the SS skill so skillfully? That's what really surprised Bibi. This was because Bai Xiaobei had always felt that it was certain that he would not be able to see SS rank skills in the guaranteed student examination. There's no time to be surprised, just analyze your opponent. Wang Jin looked serious. It's not bad for a guaranteed test, it's a difficult one, and it goes up fast enough. Especially the assassin who was blocked by Bai Muyang, who retreated without stopping at a single blow. Very scary. However, this also proved Bai Muyang's strength. This guy wasn't that wasted when he was able to sense the danger and release his defense shield as soon as that assassin launched his attack. Sure enough, none of the ones who could become guaranteed students were easy characters. There's currently an Earth system, a Gold system, and a Water system, all of which are still SS-ranked transmutations. Also, there's an Archer and an Assassin. It seems that there should be more than one team that is in trouble with us, there should be 2 teams, moreover, there is someone who has not been exposed and has been hiding in the shadows, most likely an assassin as well. Bai Xiaobei quickly finished analyzing. I'll find out if I come and try. Wang Jin said and unleashed the mirror image technique. Another Wang Jin appeared. This is a SS-level mirror art? Bai Xiaobei recognized this skill and felt her brain buzzing. This is another SS-ranked skill. So, this guy learned 2 SS ranked skills after only a day or two of transferring? Crazy, so ing crazy. This completely subverted his perception of the Young Lin ranking. It had always been known that the Young Lin list geniuses were very powerful, but I didn't expect them to be so perverted. And it's still ranked 5th. I really don't know how sick the top 4 perverts are. Go on. Wang Jin said to the mirror image Wang Jin. That mirror image Wang Jin nodded to Wang Jin and left. It wasn't long before Mirror King True was being chased by all sorts of instantaneous magic. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, blizzard, etc., etc. The battle scenes are gorgeous and extremely powerful. But mirror image Wang Jin was able to dodge it completely. This also reflected Wang Jin's strength from the side. Because Mirror King True possessed the full strength of King True. The only downside is that the mirror image can only exist for 3 minutes. Bei Xiaobei had been dumbfounded. Because the situation in front of him turned his perception upside down. No way, that's impossible. So many kinds of magic, all instantaneous, how could there be so many SS-ranked magicians? It's impossible, it's absolutely impossible. Even if a magician knows 3 types of magic, there can't be this many of them, not to mention, there are no 3 types of magicians in existence. I'm just here to participate in a guaranteed student examination. How come the intensity of this battle is like going to the front line? Bei Xiaobei mumbled, he was thoroughly confused. Hey, you guys, look at that guy. Wang Jin pointed to a boy sitting behind a rock. The boy looked at the battlefield and mumbled something over and over. Look at the shape of his mouth, he's chanting something else rhythmically. That's Wudi. Bai Muyang recognized the man. Oh? The guy ranked 115th on the Young Lin ranking? As the same genius on the Young Lin list, Wang Jin naturally knew the other party's name, he just didn't know what the other party looked like. Right, he converted to an SS-ranked wizard. The profession of a sorcerer can play both the attack position and the support. He's just playing support right now, and he's sharing his sorcery with people, that's why there are so many lines of magic out there. I see, those 2 magicians aren't SS-ranked at all, because with SS-ranked Wudi sharing, they were able to instantly generate magic. Bei Xiaobei explained. Seeing this clearly made Bei feel better. Otherwise, if so many SS-ranked magicians appeared in the first guaranteed student examination, then he would have no chance at all of obtaining an official place. Sorcery and magic are largely indistinguishable at the lower levels. This was the reason why many people in the Dragon Kingdom looked down on wizards and didn't want to switch to wizards. Because the wizards of the Dragon Kingdom could cover almost all magic, and were an even more powerful existence than magicians. So, if we just take him out, isn't the fight over? Wang Jin seized the key point to resolve the fight. Right. They nodded affirmatively. Okay, you guys protect yourselves, I'm going to take out Wudi. Wang Jin said as his body merged into the large tree. He then appeared underneath Wudi. With a lift of his hand, Wudi disappeared with him. You. When Wudi and Wang Jin appeared in the tree together, Wudi's eyes were filled with surprise. But Wang Jin didn't give him much time to be surprised at all. A palm strike slashed at Wudi's neck. Wudi then fainted. You guys tie him up. Wang Jin commanded and his body disappeared once again. When he reappeared, it was beside one of the wizards in the same group as Wudi. Then the wizard followed in Wudi's footsteps. When that magician followed Wang Jin and appeared in the tree, he was also surprised. Because he saw a fat man tying up a fainted Wudi. And this fat man tied up. Well. Very professionally. Looks like he hasn't been taught much about love. When the assessment is completed, I will definitely share my experience with him. Chapter 20, is Shin a warrior or a swordsman? The fat man didn't know that this wizard was in the same boat as him. He walked over to the wizard and raised his hand to give the wizard a handful of knives. So the wizard fainted as well. Bei goes out and starts to bind the wizard. Wang Jin left again. A few seconds later, he brought the other wizard back. Shoo! Just as Wang Jin was about to knock out this magician to play bind, the assassin attacked him again. This time, it was still Bai Muyang who discovered it first. The Xuanwu shadow appeared again. Block the assassin's attack. The assassin still retreated without a single blow. Fatty, awesome. Wang Jin gave Bai Muyang a thumbs up. Hey, I'm not a vegetarian either, old white. Bai Muyang smiled nervously and put away the Xuanwu void. Whoosh! The archer's arrow suddenly appeared and shot at Wang Zhen's face at the same time as the Xuanwu shadow dissipated. And at this point, it was definitely a bit too late in time to wait for Bai Muyang to launch his defense again. Go! Wang Zhen wanted to take Bai Muyang and Bai Xiaobei and leave using the wood escape. But accidents happen. The Kizuna technique actually failed. It was also at that moment that the arrow arrived. The arrow suddenly exploded about 10 meters away from Wang Zhen's body. Boom! There was a loud bang. Tree trunks are blown off. Wang Zhen's trio and Wudi's trio fell towards the ground together. At that moment, a formation lit up in mid-air and caught the 6 people. The 6th man showed up. It wasn't at all the assassin that Bai Xiaobei had guessed. Instead, he was a formation master. That's why Wang Zhen couldn't use the wooden escape technique to leave. It was also because this formation master had set up the isolation formation without Bai Muyang and Bai Xiaobei's knowledge when Wang Zhen went to capture the magician. The 5 elements transportation technique requires contact with the 5 elements in order to transport away. With this isolation formation, Wang Zhen would no longer be able to touch the trees, and there would be no way to use the wood escape. Young Lin ranking 75, SS level transformation formation master, Ling formation. These were the first words Bai Muyang uttered after falling into the formation. Apart from the seeded players who participated in the examination today, the remaining 2, Young Lin ranking, experts were met by us. These were the second words Bai Muyang uttered after falling into the formation. His heart was filled with regret. Originally, he had thought that he could hug his thighs when he met Wang Zhen, who was ranked 5th on the Young Lin ranking. How could he know that he was actually targeted by the other 2, Young Lin ranking, geniuses? Now, Bai Muyang figured everything out. Why did they need 3 sets of opponents so quickly? Think except for those 3 loaded fools in the first group. Wudi and Lingjin in the back should have recognized Wang Zhen a long time ago and deliberately came to cause trouble. Everyone was a Young Lin ranking genius, so naturally they had to compete. Who would rather be beneath whom? It was even more likely that Wudi and Lingjin were the ones who lured those 3 idiots in when they were pretending to shout. After all, different groups keep a certain distance when entering the test copy. This is something that assessment teachers have been setting up for a long time. Oh? You mean to say that in this examination, apart from that seeded player, there is no more powerful existence than these 2 guys? What caught Wang Zhen and the others was a binding type formation. This formation is like a spider's web that binds a person so that they cannot move. Sure. Brother Zhen, you think the Young Lin ranking geniuses are big cabbages. If we meet 10 to 20 of them today, what about the tests in the following days? What about the guaranteed admission tests of several other universities? Bai Xiaobei said. Hearing Bai Xiaobei's words, Wang Zhen also felt that it was so. Young Lin's list, there are only 150 names. Aside from those who booked their guaranteed spots 2 months ago, there are the transfer flippers. There are probably only about 90 people who can take the guaranteed test. Not all of those 90 will choose a Big 4 school, that averages out to 10 or so Big 4 schools, 20 at most. The 20 are further divided into 5 days. Up to 4 a day. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Today's test at Longwu University was exactly 4 Young Lin ranking geniuses, the seeded player, Wang Zhen, Wudi, and Ling Jining. In that case, I have nothing to hold back. After hearing Bai Xiaobei's words, Wang Zhen hurriedly said. What? True? You still have reservations? Bai Muyang's somewhat dead heart began to rekindle. Wang Zhen did not answer him. Instead, start adding points. He added all of his potential values to strength. So, his power went straight from 44 to 116. What is the concept of 116? It's if a transmogrifier transmogrifies and reaches a peak strength of 10. By the time he reached level 40, his strength would reach 110 without adding potential points. In other words, Wang Zhen's current strength was already equivalent to that of a rank 40 expert of the 4th order without potential points. Hey! Wang Zhen used both fists with force. That binding formation unexpectedly shook. Finally. Began to break. My real brother so fierce? Bai Muyang was shocked. What exactly did he transfer to? Why does it feel like my true brother's power is more fierce than many powerful warriors? Come out, I'm going to count to 3, if you don't come out, don't blame me for not showing mercy later. Wang Zhen stood on the ground and looked around. This group is older than that old 6 of Qin Su. Until now, except for the occasional assassin. Wang Jin didn't even see the archers or array masters. 1. Wang Jin counted. There's no movement, it's empty around us, not even the sound of breathing. 2. Wang Jin continued to count. At the same time, he was listening carefully, and still there was no sound. Since you are not willing to back away, it would be best. Buzz. A golden light flashed. SS grade isolation shields appeared. Hey, this kid actually has this kind of good treasure? In the examination office, Mo Suifeng couldn't help but let out a gasp when he saw the golden light. This stuff, he doesn't even have it. Otherwise, with his skills, he could kill whoever he wanted. Aside from Mo Suifeng, Bei Xiaobei was also shocked by Wang Jin's SS class isolation shield. Today, the shock he got from Wang Jin could be too much. 2 SS ranked skills. And now SS rated equipment. Then there's the sword control ability. There was also the ability to exceed the power of a warrior that had just been cast. This guy, he's so sick. Moreover, up until now, Bei Xiaobei didn't think that this was Wang Jin's full strength. Because someone like him is sure to keep his cards in backhand. Is definitely not going to let all of his strength be exposed to be studied through. The isolation shield covered a 500-meter radius as soon as it appeared. This 500 meters was calculated by Wang Jin. First of all, that assassin was certainly not too far away from himself. It's just that the guy was so invisible that he couldn't see him himself. Second, the archers. Wang Jin had just felt the power of that arrow. He could be sure that the archers would not fire their arrows at a distance of more than 500. And finally, the formationist. Array master is the same as assassin. If you want to release the formation silently, you also have to control the formation to work. The distance should be like 200 meters. Therefore, this distance of 500 meters was set by Wang Jin, who did not want to miss the archers. Collect. Wang Jin began to control the isolation shield to contract. Soon, the containment shrank from 500 meters to 450 meters. Chapter 21, How can you do this to a girl? Keep collecting. There was no movement at 450 meters, and Wang Jin continued to control the isolation shield to contract. Soon, the containment shield contracted from 400 meters to 350 meters. But he still hadn't heard any movement. Wang Jin suddenly laughed. An archer who needs to be 350 meters so close to fire an arrow doesn't seem like much. Then Wang Jin continued to listen. Still haven't heard any movement. Sure enough, a genius is a genius. Not the slightest bit of agitation. If it were an ordinary transmuter, after hearing this taunting remark of theirs, the odds were that they would have to hold back from releasing arrows at themselves. Well, no more playing with you guys. Collect. Wang Jin continued to shout. This time, the barrier contracted faster. It contracted from 350 meters to 200 meters. I've already given you a chance, it's you who don't cherish it. Buzz. The white Du sword appeared. Directly 100 in one. Next to her, Bei was doubly shocked. I knew he wasn't showing his full strength, right? Look at that. That's what he's really made of. Nope. Bei Xiaobei suddenly woke up. It shouldn't be his true strength now either. Shoo. 100 puts Shiro into action. Flying all over the place inside the barrier. With this carpet style of flying swords, even an assassin with stealth might not be able to dodge it. Finally, the archer couldn't hold it in. Another arrow was released at Wang Jin. Boo! Wang Jin stomped the ground with both legs. The body was instantly shot at the archer like a cannonball. Buzz off! As Wang Jin was fast approaching, a dozen or so defense formations rose up beside the archers. Wang Jin smiled evilly. The body suddenly came to a 90-degree fold. Immediately afterward, he appeared beside Ling Jin. And at this time, the Ling formation had just activated a series of formations around the archers due to the fact that it had just activated a series of formations around the archers. There was also no way to activate the formation around himself in time to defend. He completely exposed his vulnerable self to Wang Jin. However, Wang Jin wasn't careless. Shoo shoo shoo. 100 white Doos shot towards the Ling formation. Prepare to launch an attack on the Ling formation. Buzz. The assassin who had been stealthy all this time finally couldn't help himself. Or maybe the time limit on his stealth had run out. He launched an attack on Wang Jin in a vain attempt to stop Wang Jin from dealing with Ling Jin. At the same time, the archers started shooting arrows at Wang Jin. And that's 3 arrows at once. However, Wang Jin did not dodge or block. With all his heart and soul, he was controlling the sword to launch an attack on Ling Jin. This time, this guy has to be taken out. Because this is the guy who is the defining presence in this mix. Boom boom boom. Explosions rang out, mostly more powerful than before. Everyone thought that Wang Jin would exchange his injuries for the Ling formation. But the truth was that a red light lit up on Wang Jin's body, deflecting all the attacks. S-class defense equipment. Is this guy sure he's from the town of Sekiguchi? Bei Xiaobei was already too shaken to speak. Wang Jin had good things on him that he, the son of the Fuching city lord, couldn't even get. He should have robbed someone else. Ai Muyan opened his mouth. Bei Xiaobei sniffed. Then recalling Wang Jin harvesting the trophies and tying his opponent to a tree and a series of other operations, he instantly recognized Bai Muyang's point of view. The battle ended quickly. 100 swords, piercing indiscriminately at Ling Jin's body. Blood splatters. Ling Jin directly then fell into a pool of blood and lost the fight. However, the young Lin ranking geniuses were just different. Injured in hundreds of places, but didn't even grunt. Your turn. Wang Jin's gaze fell on the archers. The archer was beautiful, with long blonde hair and blue eyes. She probably didn't expect Wang Jinjin to move against Ling Jin without mercy. That's why there was incredible fear in his eyes. Then she reacted. Prepare to release arrows on Wang Jin again. But Wang Jin just jumped lightly and appeared beside her, grabbing the bow in her hand. Buzz. The assassin has reappeared. Shoo shoo shoo. Wang Jin didn't even return his head. 100 white dews then pierced the assassin's body. The assassin immediately followed in Ling Jin's footsteps. The only difference between him and Ling Jin was that he made a series of slight ah-ah-ah sounds when he fell. This kid has a good combat IQ. Inside the appraisal office, Mo Suifeng didn't know when he had already made a cup of tea. While sipping the tea, he did not mince words in expressing his compliments to Wang Jin. In this group, the highest transfer level was Ling Jin, but the main attacker wasn't actually Ling Jin, but that beautiful archer. The assassin's stabbing earlier was also not to bring harm to Wang Jin, but to expose Wang Jin's position of them. It could even be said that the assassin was trying to drain Wang Jin of their defensive skills and defensive equipment. To make it easier for the archers to follow up with a true lockdown victory blast attack. Honestly, and joyfully, the good king is such a super stats monster. If not, the level 11 him would not be able to resist the power of the arrows. After all, it was also the S-rank defensive equipment that was triggered before when Wang Jin's own defense couldn't hold up. It was important to know that Wang Jin's current defense was 44 points. Equivalent to the defense of a second order, level 22 transmogrifier. But even so, he had used his S-rank defense equipment, so it was obvious how strong that archer was. And Wang Jin was also because he saw through this. And used the archers as bait to lure Ling Jin and the assassins to show themselves. Of course, there's also the factor that the archers are beautiful women. A normal man would prioritize protecting a beautiful woman. Wang Jin, however, took advantage of exactly that. This kid, Longwu University, will take it. The more Mo Suifeng looked at Wang Jin, the more satisfied he felt. A smile filled his face. The next second, his smile froze. Because on the monitor, 100 swords were attacking that beautiful archer again. Ah! A mournful scream issued. It startled quite a few demonic beasts in the surrounding area. Those demonic beasts were scared by the sound of the archers and ran around frantically. But the sound wasn't enough. As the 100 white dew swords pierced through the archer's body one by one, the archer's screams grew louder and louder. Until the moment she fell to the ground, so badly injured that she could no longer scream. Holy, this kid hits that hard? The teacup in Mo Suifeng's hand was crushed by him. Just liked it a lot. Now feel it. This kid is a dangerous man. After all, he's a man who's an old patriarch, who doesn't have a girl in his family. If his own descendants were treated like this by this guy. That. Mo Suifeng's eyelids jumped hard. This kid, he needs to find a good teacher to train him properly. For a girl, how can he be like this? Mo Suifeng made up his mind and started to find a good teacher for Wang Jin. Appraisal copy in. Bai Muyang and Bei Xiaobei glanced at each other. Both men could see the wonder in each other's eyes. Jin doesn't like women? Honestly, the archer is really pretty. Raobei Xiaobei came from Fu City and was the only son of the city lord of Fu City. He hadn't even seen a better-looking woman than this archer. Old White, do you know what this archer's name is? Where is it from? Bei Xiaobei was suddenly very distressed and heartbroken for the archer who had fallen to the ground. Chapter 22, The True Flame of the Sun and the Xuanwu Void. The daughter of the Yu City Lord, Yu Kurson. The daughter of the Yu City Lord? That's still a good match for me, and Yu City and our Fu City aren't far apart. He. The always silent Bei Xiaobei actually revealed a smile. Gone. Wang Jin returned from collecting the loot and pulled the duo ready to leave. Ha? Where to? The two men looked surprised. Kill the monsters, don't forget, we're here to take the test and earn points. Wang Jin said, already pulling the two of them deeper into the underground, looking for monsters. With the potential value gone, Wang Jin's heart was very unsettled. Hell, I don't know what other stat monsters are out there, but I have to save up my potential value to do so. Also, the barrier was used up and the cooldown was 3 hours. He needed 3 hours to kill monsters and upgrade to save his potential value for the follow-up, and he also needed to wait for the quarantine shield to be restored in order to ensure the follow-up fight. I don't care if it works or not, the more cards you have, the more solid your heart is. This test is still quite stressful. At least one other seed exists in this copy. It cannot be taken lightly. Kill a level 15 ground lizard, experience plus 360, divine power plus 1, prep credit plus 3. Oh. See the dialogue box after killing a monster. Wang Jin was surprised. Previously, he had killed the same level 15 monsters in the Earth's Cave Poisonous Demon copy with only 120 experience. Now it's actually turned into a 360. I guess it must be because of the grouping. It's no wonder that people are teaming up. Because the group experience value is high, the upgrade is fast. Also, there is an extra prep credit after divine power. By preparatory, I should mean that they were not official students of Longwu University. After they passed the guarantee and officially became students of Longwu University. Those preparatory credits are definitely about to become official credits. Go on. Wang Jin spoke up. Prepare to launch an attack on the other ground lizards in this swamp. Just then, a huge fireball appeared. That fireball sank right into the swamp. In just the blink of an eye, all the water in the swamp turned into water vapor and evaporated. Meanwhile, there was a smell of meat coming from the swamp. Then again, the dialogue box before Wang Jin's eyes flashed vigorously. In just the blink of an eye, his experience value went up by as much as 30,000. Reintroduce yourself, S-rank fire magician, Sun True Flame. Hiss. Hearing Bei Xiaobei's self-introduction, Wang Jin had to revisit the guaranteed student examination once again. The sun is really on fire, and that temperature is at least 6,000 upwards, because the surface temperature of the sun is 6,000. True fire, that temperature will only get higher. It's no wonder this guy can turn a swamp into a yellow field with a single fireball. This guy who hadn't been putting up much of a fight and looked like a punching bag inside their team was actually this strong. Sure enough, there was not a single simple character who could participate in the guaranteed student examination. Then I'll reintroduce myself as well. S-rank defense faculty transfer, Snake Turtle. Also, I have a natural skill, passive defense. My Snake Turtle triggers passive defense whenever an opponent comes near me, and there is no cooldown for this natural skill. Unless the other party can break through my defense, it basically can't cause the slightest harm to my companions within 10 meters of my Snake Turtle. Mu Yang also made a self-introduction. Wang Jin then realized why they were unharmed when the archer's arrows blew through the tree trunks. Dare I say it, it was this passive defense that worked. So at that time, he wanted to take the two of them to hide away purely because he was overthinking it. Just by standing still, that arrow would be blocked by the Xuanwu Void all the same. No cooling there is no such thing as having just used it and not being able to use it again in time. At the same time, he also understood that this fat man was not strong in perception, sensing his opponent first before releasing his skills. That was pure passivity on his part. It's the only way to block an assassin's attack every time. But the name Snake Turtle. Obviously it doesn't sound as good as Genbu. However, knowing that they're a continent without myths and legends, that excuses them. In addition, this incident with Fatty gave Wang Jin some reminders. In this continent, one should come across some things from myths and legends.
Only, it's that they don't recognize it. What about you, Jin?
Bai Muyang's gaze landed on Wang Jin, expecting Wang Jin to come and introduce himself as well. Before that, everyone was just getting to know each other and had reservations. However, after the previous great battle, we were teammates again, and leaking some of their cards to each other would also facilitate cooperation in the future.
Wang Jin, D great oboe craftsman. Wang Jin replied. That's it?
After waiting for half a day and not seeing Wang Jin continue to speak, Bai Muyang continued to ask questions.
Yeah, not much else to say. Wang Jin said. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk about it, he couldn't. Neither of these two knew what the myth was all about. You can't let yourself start talking from the Taiku, all the way to the Far East and the Upper East. So is this copy going to work? Jin, you're really an oboist? What about your warrior level strength and sword control? Undeterred, Bai Muyang continued to ask. It's just higher numbers, nothing more. Oh. Hearing Wang Jin mention the data, the duo couldn't say anything else.
Data, that was the most fundamental thing for every transmuter, arguably the biggest card.
It really can't be asked much. Why else would there be so many gear and skills that add stats? It's all about creating data monsters. At the end of the day, the higher the stats, the better the fight. Let's go and get on with the copy.
Wang Jin is in a hurry, no more nonsense. Pulling the two people disappeared into the ground, continue to look for monsters to go.
3 hours later. Wang Jin's isolation shield is ready for use. And at this time, he had risen from level 11 to level 15. This time, with Bei Xiao Bei's Sun True Flame, the speed of brushing monsters was much faster than in Earth Cave Poisonous Demon. Instead, it took more time to find monsters than it did to kill them. Plus the grouping bonus.
In total, he earned over $500,000 in experience.
Then Godly earned 1483.
Adding to his previous 3,851 points of divine power.
He now has a divine power of 5,334.
These divine powers were more than enough if they were only used for summoning.
However, Wang Jin was not so blasé after seeing what Wudi and Lingjin were capable of.
The sorcery and formations of these two are bizarre. If he wasn't a data monster himself, he would have fallen into their hands.
And that's just the students.
If one were to face the demon race in the future, hell knows what kind of bizarre battles would happen. As such, he wanted to dry up his divine power points to 10,000 to go.
Then give the oboist a promotion.
That way, the summoned mythic creatures can be stronger, and can up stronger opponents.
Go on, get on with it.
Appraisal copies are just great because it's a benefit in disguise.
There are more monsters and more experience in there.
Wang Jin naturally didn't want to miss any of the monsters.
Brother Jin, it seems like there's no more weirdness. Bai Muyang said. Oh? Finished killing? You just bragged about how good the test copy was, and it's bottoming out so quickly? What a compliment.
Don't forget, we're not the only team killing, there are 6 other teams besides the 3 we took out.
Bai Muyang explained. And rightly so. Wang Jin nodded. After they finished off those 3 monsters, they didn't encounter any other teams.
Even Wang Jin hadn't encountered any other teams on his way to find monsters. I don't know if they were avoiding themselves or if they weren't even in the same direction in the first place. Then go straight to kill the boss can't be robbed by them. This boss has 500 copy points, which can be said to be the key to victory, so Wang Jin naturally will not give up.
Good. The 2 of them, Bai Muyang, nodded.
Wang Jin then took the 2 of them to continue the Earth escape and went in the direction of the boss.
Chapter 23, The Seated Candidate, the Ninth Order War God Xian Grandson.
When Wang Jin's trio rushed to the boss location to reveal the ground again, they found that a team had appeared in each of the other 2 directions. One team was headed by a strong man. The other group was led by a topless man. That's our seeded player for this match, Chen Lei, who was ranked 28 on the Yunlin ranking.
S-ranked transmuted berserker warrior.
Bai Muyang pointed at the topless man and introduced him.
Oh, so he's Chen Lei.
Like Wudi, Wang Jin knew of this person, but had never seen him and did not recognize him. Now that he had seen it, it stirred up the competitive spirit in him. It was because Chen Lei had another identity, the 9th-ranked war god Xian Grandson. Wahahaha, you guys are finally here, old me has been waiting for you for too long. As the words fell, an earth lizard 100 feet long emerged from the valley in front of the crowd. That ground lizard kept laughing maniacally at the 3 groups when it appeared. Yo, this year's guaranteed students are no good, actually only 9 people walked here. In that case, you'll all go together. The ground lizard man stood, waiting for the 9 to attack. However, none of the 9 moved. Without even looking at him. It was a long time before the strong boy spoke. However, he didn't open his mouth to the earth lizard, but to Wangjin. Hey, you guys are the third group? S-rank transfer puppeteer, Xia Yufan. Bai Muyang hurriedly gave Wangjin the information about the strong boy. Hey, asking you. Xia Yufan was very impatient. Seeing that Wangjin did not reply, he continued to ask. No, you guys are the third group. Wangjin corrected. Big talk. Rumble. As Xia Yufan's words fell, 5 10-meter tall stone puppets rose from the ground. After those stone puppets appeared, they directly launched an attack towards Wangjin. But before Wangjin could counterattack, the 5 stone puppets disintegrated with a bang bang bang. As it turned out, it was the ground lizard that had struck. His tail protruded from the ground as if it were a whip. Smashed all 5 stone puppets. Hey, boys, pretend I don't exist? The tail of the ground lizard was erected in the middle of the 3 teams. Like a stalagmite. Just wait a moment, I'll fight you after I finish this kid. Xia Yufan said and got 5 more stone puppets. Unfortunately, those 5 stone puppets had only just appeared. Then they were shattered one by the tail of the ground lizard. Kid, really think I don't exist? I'm the boss, the boss. Boom. The ground lizard roared. Flicking his tail, he launched himself at Xia Yufan. This kid who disrespected the boss must be the first to be punished. Rumble. A steel fork 40 meters long appeared. Dropped straight out of the air. It's falling off very fast. Rushing before the ground lizard's tail swept, Xia Yufan nailed it hard to the ground. This is the puppeteer? Wangjin was a bit confused. He could understand this guy getting a stone golem before. But now what's with the steel fork that appeared out of nowhere? It's not even close to a puppet. In the next second, Wangjin opened his eyes. The ground lizard was not injured in the slightest even though it was speared with a steel fork. The tail sank directly into the ground, ready to break away from the steel fork's grip on it. But the steel fork suddenly seemed to come to life. The sharp fork actually turned into 2 long, thick arms that cradled the ground lizard's tail and swung it up whole. Boom boom boom. After a few consecutive smashes, the steel fork threw the ground lizard out again. That ground lizard had a huge body. When it landed on the mountain, the rocks crumbled and dust rose in all directions. I'll go. Wangjin was stunned. So this guy is able to just control his puppets to change forms? What do you want to be? Sure enough, the ones who made it to the last 3 groups are all tough guys. Shoo. On the other side, Qianlei moved. He stomped the ground with both feet and jumped on top of the ground lizard. Raising his fist, he punched the ground lizard in the face. Ping, 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 ping. A muffled sound like the clash of steel rang out from the body of the ground lizard. That's the effect of the Mad Iron Warrior. The body is like steel, and the attack is extremely powerful. That's why it's okay for him to be shirtless, he's not afraid of getting hurt at all. Roar! Under the fist of Qianlei. The ground lizard let out a roar of pain. It was evident how much damage Qianlei's punches had caused the ground lizard. True, when do we go on? Bai Muyang was a bit anxious. It's a boss. 500 points. This Xia Yufan and Qianlei were too strong. Bai Muyang was afraid that the ground lizard would be cleaned up by those 2 before their group had a chance to make a move. Don't be in a hurry, grabbing monsters, just grabbing them until the last drop of blood is fine, let them fight in the early stages and grind the blood. And barring that, the ground lizard clearly hasn't moved on. Roar! Wangjin's words just fell. The ground lizard then let out a wild roar. Rumble! The ground shook. The whole valley moved. Then the valley flew into the air and disintegrated. An endless amount of debris fell from the sky. Debris rained from the sky. The big ones weigh tens of tons and the smallest ones several tons. Snap! The ground lizard's tail twitched and smacked the falling debris. Those already extremely powerful rubbles instantly accelerated, and their power became even more terrifying. Shooting towards the 9 people. Go! Wangjin didn't dare to stay any longer. Pulling Bai Muyang and Bei Xiaobei, the two of them went out directly into the earth for nearly 1,000 meters. When they emerged to safety, it was only then that they saw how grueling the battle had been.
And that's when the gap between Xia Yufan and Qian Lei was revealed.
Xia Yufan's steel fork had turned into a steel cage. Protected himself. But that would only protect him from himself. His two companions he could no longer care for at all. Those two had also long since been stunned by the rain of debris.
And look at Qian Lei. That can be a real tour de force.
He weaved back and forth amongst all that rubble, jumping up and down. With this amazing explosive power and bouncing, even Wang Jin was ashamed of himself.
Fire come.
The ground lizards are at it again.
Boo!
Red flames appeared around his body. That flame was extremely hot. Both the rubble that was falling and the rubble that had already fallen were melted. Eventually, the ground was full of lava and lava was falling from the air. Qian Lei was okay. With the help of his amazing bouncing power he had already escaped from the battle circle.
Xia Yufan would be miserable.
That steel cage was deep in lava, and it quickly became hot and boiling. He hurriedly put away the cage.
The body was immediately and completely engulfed by the magma.
True, are we still
out?
This ground lizard is a bit too powerful. The strength could be said to have completely crushed them.
That was why Bai Muyan was a bit hesitant.
Actually, according to the rules, the boss doesn't have to be fought. As long as you hold out under the boss's attack for 5 minutes, you'll be considered to have completed all the tests.
Now, 3 minutes have passed.
Bei Xiaobei also said, and it could be heard that he didn't want to fight this boss either.
Fight, must fight, that's 500 points. Chapter 24, Ferocious Accidental Level Boss. 500 points, equal to 500 prep credits.
The ratio of credits to dragon coins is 1 to 2,000. That's the equivalent of 1,000,000 dragon coins.
1,000,000 dragon coins is equal to an A-grade equipment. Although Wang Jin was not interested in a grade equipment.
But for 1,000,000 dragon coins, he was still interested. After all, there are ordinary people in the family. To his brother and sister-in-law, dragon coins were more important than credits, being able to buy oil, salt, soy, vinegar and tea. You two stopped Qian Lei, don't let him steal the monsters from me, this ground lizard, just leave it to me.
2 minutes, that's enough.
Whoosh! After Wang Jin finished speaking, his body disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he had lifted the ground lizard and thrown it out of the magma area. Then, Wang Jin jumped onto the head of the ground lizard. Raising his fist, he slammed it towards the eye of the ground lizard. You should know that Wang Jin's natural skill is called indestructible.
Has 100% penetration.
What's more, he was attacking the most vulnerable eye of the ground lizard.
Roar!
The ground lizard let out a scream and rolled around in pain. Many of the surrounding rocks and mountains were crushed by his tumbling body, and smoke once again appeared in the battlefield.
There's a chance.
When Qian Lei saw that the ground lizard was injured, he also knew that the opportunity had come. He tried to rush up, but was blocked by a large fireball.
Qian Lei saw Bei Xiaobei and Bai Muyan. Couldn't help but frown.
These two little shrimps.
To make things difficult for yourself?
Qian Lei went down the examination copy and did not make things difficult for the students who also participated in the examination. For one thing, his goal was clear, and that was to fight monsters and bosses. Secondly, other than Wang Jin, everyone else knew that he was a seeded player, so no one would try to make things difficult for him and find discomfort. But barring that, he wasn't the type to let anyone bully him. Since these two in front of him were going to make things difficult for him, and be done with it.
Boom! Qian Lei moved, swinging his fist toward the two.
But as he neared the duo,
Bai Muyan's passive defense triggered. The Xuanwu shadow reappeared and blocked Qian Lei's fist.
Wait for the Xuanwu shadow to dissipate.
It's time for Bei Xiaobei's magic chant. Shoo! A fire dragon rose into the air, spitting fire continuously at the surroundings.
The flames were extremely hot and burned the surrounding plants quickly. And at this time, Wang Jin also stopped continuing to furiously beat up the ground lizard. He used the smoke from the burning plants for cover and dragged the ground lizard into the ground. By the time the man and lizard reappeared, they were already 1,000 meters away.
But exactly in which direction, Qian Lei's trio didn't know. Stop, I'm not fighting. Qian Lei suddenly gave up. He no longer launched an attack on Bai Muyan's duo. chose to stand still and not move a muscle. Oh. Bei Xiaobei put away the fire dragon. Very vigilantly, he looked at Qianlei. Afraid he'll go back on his word. If he can kill that ground lizard, then there's no need for me to go and grab it from him. Qianlei explained. You're not fighting the boss? Bei launched into a rhetorical question. It's not that I don't fight bosses, it's that I don't fight bosses with such low difficulty. The rules of the test copy are that it is complete if you last 5 minutes under the boss. But if the boss can be killed within 5 minutes, then the difficulty of the copy will be upgraded to an unexpected level. What I want to fight is that boss at the unexpected level, Qianlei explained. What? There's an accidental level boss? This was doubly shocking even to Bai Muyang, who was a veteran driver. This boss is so overbearing, if there's an accidental level, what's wrong with it? Roar! In the distance, the roar of a ground lizard was heard. Qianlei sniffed and prepared to go over to check. But Bei Xiaobei and Bai Muyang moved again. Blocked his way. Okay, I'll wait here. Qianlei said, retracting his jump. When the two saw Qianlei like this, they didn't let their guard down at all. For this copy, the two of them were glad that they had met Wang Jin, if not, they wouldn't have made it this far. So what Wang Jin commanded, the two of them must do. He had to stop Qianlei and not let him interfere with Wang Jin killing the boss. Boom boom boom. Wang Jin sighed. The ground lizard unleashed a stone and flame attack as well. However, these attacks were simply useless against Wang Jin. He can do the 5 elements transportation technique. Whether it was stone or fire, it was something he could use as an opportunity to disappear. However, the damage he did to the ground lizard was fist pumping. Originally, Wang Jin had added his strength to 116 before. Now that he's up 4 more levels, his strength stats have increased by another 16 points. His current power is 132 points. Plus the 100% penetration natural skill. It wouldn't take much effort at all to deal with this ground lizard. The reason why they were still able to fight for so long was simply because the size of this earth lizard was too huge. Finally, after Wang Jin hammered 168 punches into the injured eye of the ground lizard finally collapsed. At the same time, Wang Jin received the dialogue box. Defeat the examination copy boss, gain 150,000 experience points, divine power +3, preparation credits +500. Congratulations on defeating the boss within 5 minutes, this test copy is upgraded to accidental level. If you can hold out for 5 minutes under the attack of an accidental class boss, you will receive 5,000 points in preparation credits. If you can defeat the accidental class boss within half an hour, you will receive an experience bonus of 500,000 points and 10,000 points of preparatory credits. The latter few messages were not only received by Wang Jin's trio. Qianlei also received it. Then, the falling ground lizard beside Wang Jin began to change. His cultivation began to climb, from the original 3rd rank 35, directly to 4th rank 45. Wow, little ones, you've really underestimated the old man, and next, it's time for the real show. Boom. Qianlei moved. The body went straight for the ground lizard. It wasn't that he couldn't get rid of Bai Muyang and Bei Xiaobei before, he just didn't think it was necessary. His fist lit up with a golden light. That golden light gradually solidified and finally turned into a foot-sharp golden thorn. It stabbed hard into the body of the ground lizard. Roar! The ground lizard took the pain and rolled over. However, his tumble was only momentary. It soon stopped. Good boy, this deadly strike is somewhat effective, but it's still a little short of what it needs to be to work on me again. Hey! Earth lizard bellowed. The scales on his body began to rapidly grow larger. In the end, the scales were like armor that wrapped around him. You try again. The ground lizard was no longer moving. Initiative allows Qianlei to launch an attack. Qianlei gave a contemptuous smile. A hard slap to the ground lizard's head. That wasn't an easy slap for him. It contained the skill he had learned when he broke through the 2nd rank, 1000-layer folding. This 1000-layer stack was naturally not as exaggerated as 1000 layers, it would be considered good to have 100 layers, but that was for the higher ranks. At this early low-level stage, being able to learn 10 layers is already considered to be the top. And Qianlei learned 10 layers. These 10 layers were deeper than 1 layer of strength, and there was a stacking effect. Therefore, even though the ground lizard was protected by its scale armor, it was still injured on the inside. Woohoo!
He let out a miserable scream, already enraged. After all, I underestimated you guys. After more than 10 years, you guys are still the first ones who can injure me.
Roar! The ground lizards are starting to zoom in.
The scales on his body fell off as much as they could. In the end, it turned into a piece of sharp flying blades that shot towards Wang Jin and Qianlei.
Chapter 25, The King Calls Me Mixed Sky Summoning Neza. I'll go. Wang Jin naturally didn't dare to test these flying daggers. Prepare to vanish. Qianlei naturally didn't dare to fight these flying blades and prepared to dodge away.
But at that moment, a crystal and crystal cage appeared around their bodies, trapping the two of them.
Flash. In this emergency, Wang Jin naturally could only unleash his SS-grade space transfer equipment.
To his surprise, Qianlei's body also disappeared at almost the same time as he did. The only difference between the two was that a golden light appeared on Wang Jin's body. And on Qianlei, there was no light emitting.
Spatial transfer skill? Wang Jin guessed.
By now, he had seen Qianlei release 3 skills.
The first one is Deadly Strike, an S-rank skill.
It could explode with the power of 3 times its stats in a split second. It's about as effective as Assassin's, one strike.
The second one is 1000 Layers. It can stack layers of damage and also has a penetrating effect, attacking the inside. It's just that this penetration effect isn't as strong as King's true 100% penetration.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so bad that Wang Jin had robbed the monster. The third skill was Space Shift. Qianlei was a second rank expert, so naturally he still had a skill that he hadn't performed, and he didn't know what it was.
Soon, Wang Jin saw Qianlei's fourth skill.
This skill is also S-ranked and is called Tempered. Tempered, not only does it boost defense, but it also allows the body and skin to be tempered directly.
Makes the body as hard as steel. This should again be the reason why Qianlei doesn't wear clothes. Bang bang bang.
Qianlei continued to fight the ground lizard. This earth lizard was also constantly releasing various skills. However, Qianlei was able to dodge them all very quickly and used the 1000 layers of folding, from time to time to inflict some substantial damage to the insides of the earth lizard.
Shin, you're too good to be true, you actually have SS-ranked spatial transfer equipment.
On Wang Jin's side, after he had detached himself from the battlefield, Bai Muyang and Bei Xiaobei immediately greeted him and praised Wang Jin.
Hey, it's all about grabbing someone else's.
Wang Jin did not shy away from this.
In the appraisal office, Mo Suweifeng's mouth twitched viciously when he heard Wang Jin's words. Similarly, he still didn't have SS-rank space transfer equipment.
Because space stones are so hard to get. That stuff is deep in the demon clan, where ordinary people can't get it. He was curious to know where this kid Wang Jin had gotten the SS-grade isolation equipment and SS-grade space transfer equipment. These two things would only appear in the hands of the demon clan's 5th order and its experts above the 5th order.
He can defeat a demon 5th ranked expert now? Can't be. That's not even close.
Although he was confident in Wang Jin's stats and knew that Wang Jin was also a stats monster, or even a stats monster among monsters. But Mo Suifeng knew in his heart that Wang Jin's little bit of data wasn't enough to snatch someone's SS-rank spatial transfer equipment.
True enough. Hearing Wang Jin admit it, both Bai Muyang and Bei Xiaobei couldn't help but nod their heads.
The previous guess was correct. This guy's got all the good stuff on him from looting.
After all, a marginal town like Sekiguchi couldn't take anything good. True, are you still on next?
The fat man had long since wimped out.
Seeing the previous bosses has been a wimp.
Now this ground lizard has been upgraded again.
He then wimped out even more.
On, of course, but not by me.
Wang Jin nodded. That's 500,000 experience value and 10,000 credits. When credits are converted into dragon coins, that's 20 million. What is the concept of $20 million?
At least when it was time to ascend to the 2nd rank, there was no problem exchanging 2S rank skills. Watching people fight, Wang Jin felt that the feeling of being able to have your stats skyrocket a few times could be too good. So, he's going to learn a book of that skill as well. Also, that spatial transfer could be considered, after all, the 5 elements transportation technique had its drawbacks. Like today, it's failed twice.
If you're not going to go on, then who is? Let us go? Bai Muyang was startled.
He was really afraid that Wang Jin would yell at him to go on. Although he had the Turtle Snake Void and 2 skills that could strengthen his defense. But he was sure that it wouldn't be able to carry the Earth Lizard's attack just as well.
As soon as he passed, he hadn't even gotten as far as the ground lizard. Just the aftermath of the battle could cause his defense to instantly shatter and then spit out blood. That's not your turn. Let that guy hold off the ground lizard for a while, Wang Jin said and sat down cross-legged. Then he pulled a sheet of music from his body. This sheet of music is none other than the Great King Calls for Mixed Sky Aya, which can summon the Konohamaru version of Neza. Afterward, Wang Jin studied it like no one else was watching. This is... Bai Muyang couldn't read it. Bei can't read it either. Even Mo Suifeng in the assessment office couldn't understand it. What's the point of studying music at this time? Can this score beat a 4th order, level 45 ground lizard? Mo Suifeng's face was full of questions. Then he saw Wang Jin take out a Suona. The oboe? The oboist? Boo! Mo Suifeng became incredibly excited. Breathing turned ragged. He's not like Kensei. The Sword Saint had gone to the back of the demon race, so he didn't know about what had happened in the transmigration realm in the past 2 days. But Mo Suifeng had been in the Dragon Kingdom, so he knew how evil that D-rank oboist was. He took out his phone and called Tung Feng. Tell me, what did Wang Jin transfer to? Ha? Tung Feng was a bit confused when he heard this voice. He looked at the caller ID and his hands shook terribly when he was sure it was the other person. Is Wang Jin's transfer a D-rank oboist? Mo Suifeng held his breath and asked very seriously. Yes. Tung Feng replied, while nodding frantically. Even if Mo Suifeng couldn't see it. Good, well done. Tung Feng, from now on, you're a special grade teacher. Elder Mo. This also has Master's credit, it was Master who told me to go to Guanko Town. Tung Feng didn't dare to take credit. Very well, I will not be short of your Master's rewards as well. After Mo Suifeng finished speaking, he hung up the phone. This is the right test to come to today. When I met this kid at lunch, I just thought he was a serious data anomaly, a data monster within a data monster. It was only now that I realized that this kid had actually switched to a D-rank oboist. That's an oboist that appeared at the same time as the SS rank and SSS rank. And there are a good number of geniuses who want to turn yet can't. I didn't expect to make this kid's transfer work. This oboist, I'm looking forward to it. Surveillance footage. Wang Jin had already picked up the Suona and played it against the sheet music. It's still the same as the first time he played the oboe. I can't help it. This is a song that Wang Jin has never heard of either. He wasn't sure if the song existed in that world before he crossed over. So, the summoning music may not always be from the original world. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Wang Jin continued to blow according to the sheet music. After playing the piece several times in a row, I finally became familiar with it. Looking at Qianlei's side again, that guy's tempered skill time should be almost up. I'm afraid that guy's going to get killed if he doesn't summon it again. A 4th order, level 45 monster is really tough. Chapter 26, Jin is really an oboe maker. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. This time, Wang Jin was incomparably devoted and serious. Not only did Mo Suifeng see his seriousness. Even Bai Muyang and Bei Xiaobei next to him could see it. True brother. Is really a Suona maker? Bai Muyang said curiously. But what is the use of the oboe? Bai Muyang continued to be curious. Wang Jin didn't have time to answer him. In Wang Jin's vision, that uncharted space has reappeared. This time, it was a statue that appeared with a wind and fire wheel on its feet, a fire-tipped spear in its hand, and a mixed heavily damask on its body. Shoo! 200 points of divine power were injected into the statue's body. The statue lit up at once. Subsequently, a smaller version of Neza's soul was separated from that statue, darting towards Wang Jin. Woo! The wind is picking up. The gust came somewhat suddenly, somewhat inexplicably, without warning. Bei Xiaobei thought it was the earth lizard releasing its wind attribute skill. But the earth lizard was releasing an ice attribute skill at the moment, freezing Qianlei, who was preparing to unleash 1,000 layers of folding on him. Just then, Bei Xiaobei realized that there was an extra child in a red dress beside him. The kid had 2 wheels on his feet, with a gun in his hand, heavy dark circles under the eyes, and yawning. It was clearly a look of having just woken up. This is... Bei Xiaobei was dumbfounded. Summoned beasts? He added. Before Wang Jin could speak, Neza was dissatisfied.
Swinging his fire-tipped spear, he zapped towards Bei Xiaobei.
How do you talk? Am I a beast, little master? Little master, I am clearly a god.
Neza said, and touched his nose with his hand. A face of displeasure.
Immortals? You're a fairy?
Bei Xiaobei repeated Neza's words and was instantly stunned.
There are fairies in this world? Go go go, no time to nag you. Wang Jin pushed Bei Xiaobei to the side.
Neza, I'm a friend of Ao Bang's. Ao Bang said he didn't have time to play shuttlecock with you, so he asked me to come and play with you.
Oh?
Upon hearing Wang Jin's words, Neza, who had been sleepy all along, had a strange gleam burst out of his eyes.
Where's AOP? Neza looked around with big eyes.
Dare I say it, Ao Bang was much more important in his heart than the shuttlecock.
He wasn't available, so he asked me to come. Wang Jin said. Just you? Can you catch a shuttlecock kicked by my little master? In Ao Bang's absence, Neza was less interested. A face that looked down on Wang Jin. Catch it, must catch it. Wang Jin patted his chest. Yeah, come on.
Neza pulled the shuttlecock out of his pants pocket and was about to start.
Wait. Wang Jin called out to him. What?
There's a ground lizard over there trying to bother us, look.
What? How dare you disturb my master's shuttlecock? Shoo. The mixed sky Aya had flown out.
Bind that ground lizard hole. Restrict the movement of the ground lizard. The wind fire wheel fire tip gun reappears. With his feet on the wind and fire wheels and his fire tip spear in hand, Neza stabbed at the ground lizard.
Put.
It's worthy of being a divine weapon. The fire tip gun directly pierced through the body of the earth lizard that Qian Lei couldn't break in any way.
So tough?
It wasn't just Bai Muyang and Bei Xiaobei who made this sound.
There was also Mo Suifeng inside the assessment office.
Originally, they watched Wang Jin summon a small child out. Still think it's a bit too much child's play. But it was only now that I realized that this kid was actually so strong. This kid, he's only 3 years old anyhow.
In the Tianyu continent, it was only at the level of a kindergarten class.
But look at people.
Just dare to carry a gun and kill a 4th order level 45 monster. The gap, it's a little too big. Could he really be a god? Mo Suifeng suddenly thought of the Super SSS classified document that the Dragon Kingdom officials had obtained a few years ago. I would have thought that the pie in the sky stuff was someone typing nonsense and whimsy. Now it seems as if it's very well researched. Languo has to hurry up and set up a research group so that we can get ahead of the curve and surpass Guowu. Mo Suifeng made another decision. In the test copy. Roar. The ground lizard was pierced by Neza and let out a miserable roar.
Then, blood spurted wildly, quickly staining the earth red.
Kid, you've angered me, I want you dead. Buzz.
A cold light lit up on the body of the earth lizard.
Shoo shoo shoo.
Endless icicles appeared, freezing 1,000 meters in every direction.
Then, those icicles turned into ice picks. Stabbed towards Neza. Humph, with this skill, you still want to kill little master? Neza was full of it.
The body passed back and forth through the ice needles.
Then there was a bang.
Every punch he threw, every kick he threw, he managed to smash the ice cones around him to pieces.
He's a bit too fast for this. Outside the battlefield, Wang Jin's 3 heads were shaking like rattlesnakes.
Even so, it was completely unable to keep up with Neza's speed and could not see Neza's figure. They only saw the ice needles shatter one by one and turn into ice slag. As for Mo Suifeng in the examination office, it was even more difficult to see. Because surveillance is always surveillance. Neza's speed was so fast that the image was straight up muddled. Hey, we'll just have to watch the slow motion footage later. I didn't expect it, this oboist is so strong, we have to make the first move. Thinking of this, Mo Suifeng hurriedly picked up the phone and called the enrollment office.
Wang Jin from Guankou Middle School, get me Languo immediately. Ha? This admissions office teacher was also like Tung Feng. It was a little confusing to get the call.
When he saw the caller ID, his hands shook even more than Tang Feng's.
Elder Mo, do you mean to let Wang Jin become a freshman? The enrollment office teacher asked.
Yes, go through my special recruiting channels. Also, I want to see his acceptance letter before his test copy is completed.
Mo Suifeng added. Ha?
This time, the admissions office teacher was even more bewildered.
The acceptance letter for this new school year is still being designed. What the hell, do it. Imo Suefong didn't want to continue talking on the phone. Because the surveillance footage isn't blurry anymore.
In the picture, the ground had been covered in ice slush in a radius of 1,000 meters. That ice slag was high art, at least 3 or 4 stories high. Neza, on the other hand, was not red in the face as a whole, and even had a high fighting spirit, wanting to fight again.
Where did this kid brother come from? Qianlei has broken away from the battlefield.
The battle was now beyond his reach.
He had some regrets. Regretting screwing this guy out.
Not bad for an accidental grade. What a surprise. It was simply impossible to challenge an opponent by crossing 2 steps. Still underestimating 4th order experts. However, this kind of great thing certainly can't be enjoyed by oneself. Be sure to enjoy the ride for all the seeds behind you. It was summoned by True Brother.
Bai Muyang replied. Summoning? You're a summoner? Qianlei froze. Chapter 27, Accompany Neza to play shuttlecock. Aren't you a warrior?
Although Qianlei hadn't seen Wang Jin take out the boss-level earth lizard with his own eyes.
But that fighting style is clearly a warrior all the way. And then you're telling me now that he's a summoner, so how did that count before? I'm a berserk iron warrior, and I've never robbed a summoner by robbing a monster?
Qianlei was really a bit unable to accept the blow.
Wang Jin didn't bother with Qianlei.
Because there was a change in the battlefield. The 3 or 4 story high ice slag suddenly all gathered together and finally formed an ice ball 100 meters in diameter, trapping Neza.
I'll go. This ground lizard is so awesome? The crowd was once again shocked. Is this the strength of a 4th order demon?
They suddenly admired those seniors who had fought against the demon race for a long time. How experienced they have to be in combat. To be able to survive in the hands of these demons.
Kid, can you still move? Why don't you move one? Wahahahaha.
The ground lizard had a smug look on his face.
Then, he realized that Neza in the ice ball really moved. This. Imo Suefong froze. That 100-meter diameter ice ball. The density is quite high. This can still move. How much power does that have to be?
It had to be at least a 5th order power or more. A 3-year-old with 5th order powers.
Is this the power of the gods?
In this comparison, he, a 9th order expert, was garbage to the core.
Surveillance footage. Naturally, Earth Lizard would not let Neza pop out from inside the ice ball. He cast his ice magic again. Make more chills appear.
Expanded that 100-meter diameter ice ball to 200 meters in diameter.
Looks like this kid brother is out of options. Jin, can you summon others?
Bei Xiaobei asked.
If Wang Jin can still summon one of these. Well. Immortals out. Then it's a sure win.
It's just a big lizard, I can handle it, I don't need any help. In the bottom of Wang Jin's heart, Neza's voice came.
Still does that?
This was the first time Wang Jin knew that he was able to communicate with the summoned mythological creatures in his mind. You're Aowei's friend, it was Aowei who found you to accompany me to play shuttlecock, so how can I live up to Aowei's good intentions?
Yikes. Neza finished his words in his mind.
Then he began to exert himself all over. Wang Jin could feel a fire burning in Neza's body.
Samadhi fire? My brother Jia is going to open up.
Watch, my brother Jia is not so easily defeated. Wang Jin said to the others with a smile.
Oh? He can come out?
Bei Xiaobei said in astonishment. Look at it, it's all about playing with fire, look at how people play.
Wang Jin said.
Ha!
Ha!
Inside the ice ball came Neza's voice. The sound was so loud that it caused those demonic beasts in the replica that hadn't been killed to rush to find a place to hide. I'm afraid I'll die if I'm found out.
Still talking?
The ground lizard was also shocked. The cold ice skill was launched faster and faster, wanting to continue expanding the ice ball and sealing Neza completely.
But soon, he realized he couldn't seal it.
Because that ice ball had been wrapped in a lotus-shaped flame. The cold ice outside the lotus flower would simply evaporate when it got close to the flames. And the ice ball inside the lotus was rapidly melting in the flames.
Bei was stunned.
He was a fire magician, but he really hadn't seen this kind of fire before. It's called samadhi fire, and it's raised inside the body. It can quench the divine body internally, and it can also be released externally to injure the enemy. It's a completely different concept than the kind of fire you wizards have. Samadhi fire, raised inside the body. Whether it was the few people in the copy or Mo Suifeng inside the examination office, they couldn't help but murmur repeats and fall into deep thought after hearing this. It turns out that fire can also be nourished by the body. One thing they all overlooked was how King really knew all this stuff. Little lizard, take your life. Neza is out of trouble. Liberated from inside the puck. Then, he charged towards the earth lizard with the lotus-shaped samsara flame. Zip zip zip. But wherever his body passed, no matter what, they were all burned up by the samadhi flame. Feeling the power of the samadhi flame, the eyes of the earth lizard were filled with fear. No more fighting, I'm done, you guys win. He begged for mercy straight away. Originally, he was a barrier-level demonic beast that was set up, and it wasn't like he had to be killed in order to do so. It's natural not to fight if you can't. There's no need to lose your life here. It was also at this moment that a dialogue box appeared in front of Wang Jin's and their eyes. Congratulations on holding out for 5 minutes under the attack of an accidental class boss, and earning 5,000 points in preparation credits. Congratulations on defeating the accidental class boss in half an hour, and receiving an experience reward of 500,000 points and 10,000 points of preparatory credits. Wow, 15,000 credits arrived, wahaha, awesome. The duo of Bai Muyang and Bai Xiaobei were overjoyed. What a blessing that must be. It was only when I met Wang Jin that I was able to pass so smoothly. The credits, they're practically wasted. True brother, little brother owes you a big favor. In the future, if there is anything you need to use little brother for, you can directly command, little brother will absolutely do as I say. Bai Xiaobei hurriedly expressed his heartfelt feelings to Wang Jin. So do I. Bai Muyang also said. Just as Wang Jin was about to speak, in the distance came the pitiful voice of a ground lizard. No more fighting, I really don't want to fight, I've lost. The crowd raised their eyes and saw that the earth lizard had been completely wrapped in samadhi flame. At this time, his skills could no longer be released. Because no matter what line of magic it was, it would completely disappear under the samsara fire and turn into dust. Samadhi fire, raised inside the body. Bai repeated the phrase again. He was going to try it when he got back. If it works out, that's more than enough for 45 and 15. Just because they made it to 45 this time, doesn't mean they'll end up in Dragon Warrior. The latter 45-15 matchups are based on individual records, instead of just holding on to the lap as it is now. After all, the guaranteed students are selected by geniuses, and it's impossible to mix in by luck. Brother Jia, he shouldn't dare to disturb our shuttlecock, it's fine. Wang Jin opened his mouth. Only then did Neza put away the samadhi flame. Humph, little lizard, don't let little master meet you again in the future, otherwise, I will definitely roast you. After saying his words, Neza did not stop and flew to Wang Jin's side. He had already taken the shuttlecock out and was staring at Wang Jin with wide eyes and an expectant face. Come on, let's play shuttlecock. This well-behaved look is completely different from the way he looked before when he was fighting the ground lizards. Come. Wang Jin ran out a dozen meters away. Begin. Shoo. The shuttlecock was in front of him as soon as he spoke. Then, his body was then smashed by the shuttlecock as he kept falling back. It didn't stop until it hit a rock 50 meters away. Looking at the rock again, it had cracked and then split into pieces. Chapter 28, Geniuses are all willful. This. Qianlei's trio was dumbfounded. It's just a regular shuttlecock. That strong? You're no good either, you're really not as good as A.O. Bang. Neza had a look of disgust on his face. I'll do it. Qianlei volunteered. And he had already cast the tempered skill. It's okay. Neza pulled out another shuttlecock from his pocket and kicked it towards Qianlei. Boom. Qianlei still couldn't stand the power. But it's better than Wang Jin. At least he didn't have to rely on the rock to stop. Only the legs plowed 10 meters of ground. But it was kind of a catch. Shoo. He kicked the shuttlecock back. By the time Neza kicked the shuttlecock back again, he had plowed another 10 meters. You two might as well be together. Neza said helplessly.
So and so.
When Nez's summoning time was up, he disappeared with a whoosh. Wang Jin has been kicked out 2,000 meters.
And Qianlei plowed 2 miles and was exhausted.
Buzz. 4 golden lights lit up, and the 4 of them were enveloped by the golden light and left the examination copy.
When they reappear.
Had come to the hall where the group had formed before. Congratulations on completing the examination. Please go to the banquet hall on the 9th floor of the first cafeteria of Langwu University. The school has organized a celebration banquet for you. The teacher who was in charge of registering their group earlier came over and said to the 4 of them.
Oh? Just the 4 of us?
Where are the others?
Bei Xiaobei asked. He thought of you, Curson.
The others are already there waiting for you. Don't worry guys, they had a 7th-ranked priest heal them as soon as they lost their combat power, so their bodies have long since recovered as before.
That teacher explained. Oh, that's good. They nodded.
In that case, there's a chance to get to know you, Curson.
Wang Jin, you have to return their storage equipment to them, however, we will give you the appropriate credits.
That teacher said to Wang Jin again. Originally, when he heard that he had to return the loot, Wang Jin was still a bit reluctant. However, upon hearing that he would receive the appropriate credits, Wang Jin agreed with a smile on his face. Okay, it's all yours. He handed over all the storage equipment that he had previously collected. This is your acceptance letter, congratulations, you've officially become a member of Langwu University.
After counting Wang Jin's loot, the registration teacher handed Wang Jin another admission letter.
Only the cover of this acceptance letter.
It's from last year.
In order to be able to accomplish what Mo Suifeng had entrusted to him. That's kind of speculative on the part of the admissions office.
I passed the test?
Wang Jin was a bit puzzled.
Isn't there still 45 and 15?
Student Wang Jin, with a record like yours today, I don't think there's anyone within the guaranteed students of Langwu University who will have higher assessment points than you.
That teacher explained. That's right, you guy is too perverted, you're a one-of-a-kind existence, who can fight you all? I don't want to fight you anyway.
Qianlei also said. He had already taken out a white robe from his storage ring and draped it over his body. He just doesn't like fighting with clothes on.
Because that tends to ruin clothes.
In normal times, he still had to wear clothes.
Okay, thank you, teacher.
Wang Jin took the acceptance notice and put it away in his storage ring. That's when the dialogue box lit up in front of him. Congratulations to the character who became a college student and achieved the clear and lovely college student achievement, earning the summoning music Porky Pig carrying her daughter-in-law. Piggy carrying the daughter-in-law, the host consumes 300 points of divine power to blow this music, which can summon Piggy to help for 10 minutes, with a cooling time of 24 hours.
Ha! Second brother. Wang Jin's heart lit up.
He didn't expect to go to a college and get the summoning music of piggyback daughter-in-law.
It wouldn't be possible to really carry a daughter-in-law out when summoning second senior brother, right? Wang Jin guessed.
If that's the case, it would blow up if he could carry Monkey out with him, hee.
When he thought of Monkey, Wang Jin couldn't help but giggle. It's just a notice, why giggle like that? Go to the celebration banquet.
Qianlei was a little sour and couldn't look at this smug look of Wang Jin. He patted Wang Jin's shoulder and led the 3 of them together towards the celebration banquet on the 9th floor of the first cafeteria.
Wow, I heard that you guys defeated an unexpected difficulty boss, really? Are you guys that strong? It's an oversized ballroom with great amenities.
The 4 had just walked into the banquet hall, and the others immediately surrounded them.
Actually, that accidental level boss is just an embroidered pillow, it's quite easy to fight.
The 10,000 credits in the back are a complete waste. Qianlei, as the representative of the 4, gave a brief summary of the accidental level boss. Bai Moyan and Bei Xiaobei were dumbfounded when they heard Qianlei's words.
Is this guy such a blowhard? And don't think about what you've been beaten up for.
If Shin hadn't summoned the shuttlecock-kicking kid brother, all 4 of us would have been finished. Then, the 2 of them heard Wang Jin say, our strategy was wrong, we shouldn't have killed each other, we should have joined forces to kill the monsters, then kill the boss in 5 minutes, and then kill the accidental level boss together. I think, with the inertia of the test copy setter, there might be a higher reward of credits if you can solve the accidental level boss in 5 minutes.
Oh? And how many minutes did you kill? Hearing Wang Jin's words, someone was curious. 10 minutes, it's a pity there aren't any of you, otherwise, it would definitely be done in 3 minutes. Wang Jin said with certainty. Yes, Wang Jin is right.
Qianlei nodded, acknowledging Wang Jin's words.
Only Bai Muyang and Bai Xiaobei didn't speak.
However, in the eyes of the others, the two of them were just following Wang Jin to mix up their credits and wouldn't care what the two of them said.
Oh, I see.
There is the King of Understanding who has appeared. So this is the real purpose of the test replica. The school authority wants us to work together to complete the mission. After all, we'll all be comrades in arms from now on, not enemies.
You're right, kudos to you.
Qianlei smiled and gave a thumbs up to Understanding King.
Showing white, neat teeth. Ha, eat, I've consumed too much today, I must make up for it. Knowing King was very happy to be complimented by the seated players.
At his greeting, the group quickly separated and went off to find something to eat.
True, what are you guys? Only when the crowd left did Bai Xiaobei open her mouth to inquire. He didn't see the duo in action. How can you not let the other teams enjoying such a good thing as an accidental level boss? Wang Jin laughed. A hero's opinion. Qianlei laughed again.
The smile, this time, was sinister. When Bai Muyang and Bai Xiaobei saw this, they were both a bit scared of the two. The words they had just spoken were sure to soon reach the ears of the other seated players through the people in the banquet hall. Not even just Longwu University, but even the guaranteed students from other universities could hear it. Then the next few days of guaranteed tests can be so exciting. It was hard to imagine how a group of people would be abused by an ascended demonic beast. With the arrogance of those geniuses, how could they have lasted until the end, that is, at least half an hour of abuse?
Half an hour. It's exciting to think about. Geniuses, they're all wilted. These two are so badass. IQ, EQ, and battle quotient, all three are high. I'd better go find food, I'm starving.
I don't know if I'm really hungry or just looking for an excuse to leave.
Anyway, Bai Muyan left. Probably afraid of getting screwed over by these two. I'm going to find you, Kursin. Bai Xiaobei also left as well. Wang Jin, there's a good place to go, interested?
Only when the duo walked away did Qianlei extend an invitation to Wang Jin.
Chapter 29, Ancient Divine Beast Tao Dai. What goes?
Qianlei made it quite mysterious, and Wang Jin was naturally interested.
Do you know what a heavenly copy is? Qianlei took a larger dinner plate and began to chuck food onto it. A copy from old heaven? Wang Jin replied.
Qianlei was a bit speechless for a moment, and the movement of pinching food stopped.
How can you ask such a question where the answer to the riddle is in the riddle? Pretty stupid. A heavenly copy is a field copy that appears out of nowhere.
This kind of replica has a level restriction, and you can't get in above a certain level.
The most crucial thing is that this kind of copies all have materials for building SS-ranked weapons and equipment inside, and there may even be materials for building SSS-ranked weapons and equipment. Qianlei finished his explanation and continued to put food on his plate. He lined the bottom of the dinner plate all the way around and then stacked one layer on top of the other. Oh? You're taking me down to the heavenly copy?
Wang Jin looked at Qianlei's stacking food tower and found it quite interesting. Yes, a copy of Heaven's Gift has recently appeared outside of the city, with a level restriction of 30 or less. It's perfect for us to go.
Who else is going? Opportunity and danger were equal, and that was the material to build SS-ranked weaponry and SSS-ranked weaponry. Wang Jin now knew too well how rare SS and SSS-ranked equipment was.
He was sure that Qianlei had looked for more than just him. There's also the seated players from the National Martial Arts, Magic Martial Arts, and New Martial Arts who are participating in the examination today, plus you, the five of us will go together. Qianlei's food tower had been stacked to a height of 30 centimeters, but he continued to stack it. All of them are characters on the Young Lin list? This guy's not gonna stack 1,000 layers, is he? Wang Jin guessed in his heart. He remembered that Qianlei had a skill called 1,000 layers. That's for sure, no one else is good enough. It's very dangerous inside. Without life-saving equipment and life-saving skills, there's a high probability that you'll die inside. So my suggestion is that you hurry up and level up to 20, then pick a life-saving skill. Or it's just that you use the credits to exchange for some life-preserving equipment. Qianlei's food tower has been stacked up to 50 centimeters.
You have a point. Wang Jin hurriedly looked at his attribute panel. Rank, 15.
Experience required for upgrading, 682,540 170,000.
Wang Jin clicked the upgrade button. The panel changed at once. Rank, 18.
Experience required for upgrading, 112540230,000. There's still about 400,000 short of enough experience to go up 20.
Wang Jin said openly.
It's only 400,000 experience, you'll brush it back in half a day. Level 20, to Qianlei and the others, that was a day and a half. That's the benefit of having clans, money, high-level cities, lots of copies, and fast supplies.
A small place like Seikyu Town.
There are only 2 copies in total, and the copies are slow to resupply.
Brush for 10 days and half a month and you haven't even gotten to level 10 yet. That's the gap. Wang Jin, if not transmogrified oboe-smith, became the data monster of monsters.
At this moment, just like the other transmigrants in Guankou town are still waiting for the official to replenish the demonic beasts of the copy before they can get off the copy.
That takes a lot of money, doesn't it?
Although Wang Jin was carrying $50 million.
But it's also known that spending money on a copy isn't that simple. Starting from entering the replica maintenance, replica supply,
and so on and so forth, a host of things cost money.
It's still spelling copies. The average family son would just contract a copy and then the entire copy would be his experience. That's why trannies cost money. To upgrade fast enough, that costs even more money.
Money can even not have to kill monsters themselves, find a few high-level veterans to bring, experience dawdling up, upgrading gaga fast. No need for money, you are an official student of Longwu University who came in as a guaranteed student, you can enjoy some limited copies of Longwu University for free, you find a few limited copies to brush, more than 400,000 experience will be there.
Qianlei said. Yeah, how could I have forgotten about that? Wang Jin had a happy face. Suddenly, something else occurred to him. Then can I bring someone to the copy?
After all, group experience is high. I'm afraid this won't work, those copies are not for non-bonded students. You're still the only bonded student this year, and the bonded students from previous years have already looked down on those copies.
Qianlei's food tower is over 50 centimeters and he's still stacking it. Alright, I'll go ahead and upgrade then.
Wang Jin waved his hand at Qianlei and left.
Where did Jin go?
Bai Muyang held the demonic beast meat in one hand and the fruits that could strengthen his body that the life department of Longwu University had painstakingly researched in the other.
Eat with pleasure.
He was the first to realize that Wang Jin had left. Then he also saw Qianlei's food tower and was intrigued.
Practicing. Qianlei replied. Oh? Jin is so diligent? I don't think he's even eaten much.
Bai Muyang had already finished the demonic beast meat in his hand. Then he also took a dinner plate and started stacking the food tower following Qianlei's example.
What do you mean it doesn't seem to have been eaten much? Pressed.
Hey, I admire Wang Jin, it's no wonder people can defeat accidental level bosses. Without so many years of wasted hard work, how could you summon a kid brother that powerful?
Qianlei let out a sigh.
He also treated Wang Jin as a summoner. Next to him, Bai Muyang listened to his words and fell into deep thought.
I'm going to practice too.
Bai Muyang put down the tower of food that had only just been stacked 2 layers and turned to leave. It wasn't long before Bei came over again. Qianlei repeated what he had said to Bai Muyang.
Finally, he added.
Samadhi fire, that's raised inside the body.
Bei Xiaobei suddenly froze.
Immediately after that, he also said goodbye to Qianlei, intending to go back and practice how to keep the sun true flame inside his body.
Then,
Lingjin, Wudi, and the others came over and asked Wang Jin where he was going. When they learned that Wang Jin had gone to practice without eating his meal, they all said that it was fine not to participate in this celebration banquet and go back to practice.
Some people are finding fewer and fewer people. Come up and ask Qianlei what's going on. Qianlei said they all went back to practicing.
Prepare to shine on the college entrance exam and get into Longwu University on merit. Also, he added, there is no such thing as genius, it's all piled up by hard work and sweat. If you don't work hard, you'll only be pulled further and further away from the genius.
Work hard, then you can be a genius. Isn't that how you all got here?
When the crowd heard this, they all felt that Qianlei was right. Thus, everyone left the banquet hall and practiced. In the large banquet hall, only Qianlei was left alone. AI, the world of geniuses, you guys don't understand, a true genius can't be surpassed no matter how hard you try. In Qianlei's eyes, there was a flash of despair. In the past, he was also the most highly valued genius of the Qian family. But now, his position had been replaced, and he had become an outcast of the Qian family. Otherwise, why would he come to Longwu University? Soon, though, the hint of despondency in his eyes was washed away. Seeing so much food inside the banquet hall, his eyes were filled with the color of excitement. Finally, all of you have been fooled away, so many delicious food, you don't know how to cherish it, then, I will enjoy it for you all, ha. Qian Lei took off his white robe and feasted. As he feasted, the silhouette of a ferocious beast appeared behind him. If Wang Jin was still here, he would have realized that the ferocious beast was none other than the ancient divine beast, Tao Dai. Chapter 30, Little Drill wins gift of meeting divine technique. Wang Jin left the banquet hall. Straight away, he went to the sidebar area. That teacher who had previously given Wang Jin his acceptance letter immediately greeted him when he saw him arrive. Mr. Wang Jin, what's the matter? Teacher, what are the limited copies that my guaranteed students enjoy for free? Wang Jin asked directly to the point. Ha? You want a copy? Hearing Wang Jin's words, that teacher was surprised. This guy, too, is trying too hard. You're not going to the celebration? That's just enough time to make a round trip to cafeteria number 1. Yeah, give me the one with the most experience first. Wang Jin took out his guaranteed student card. Okay. That teacher swiped his card on the machine. Another teleportation device that could leave the copy at any time was given to Wang Jin. Not long after, a golden light enveloped Wang Jin. In the next second, Wang Jin disappeared. When he reappeared, he found himself inside a grotto. All around are spiders. The density of the spiders was high, almost similar to the swarm of spiders that chased down the Celestials after Black Goku defeated the purple arachnid. Wow, sure is a lot of experience. Wang Jinka was so excited to see these spiders. Luckily, he doesn't have a dense phobia. He took out his oboe and played it. This time, it's still blown. The king calls me to come to the mountain. What's faster than using lightning to kill a spider? It didn't take long for the little driller to show up. Kid, what are you looking for old ancestor for? Wow, lots of spiders. I fight. Not even waiting for Wang Jin to command, little drill wind had already killed himself. He waved the token in his hand while screaming randomly. Scared the hell out of old ancestor, these damn spiders, die, all of them. Boom. Crack. Thunder and lightning flew about. Several spiders were blown to dust in an instant. Then, many dialogue boxes appeared before Wang Jin's eyes. Kill level 15 small spiders, experience plus 50. Kill level 16 small spider, experience plus 60. Kill level 14 small spider, experience plus 40. Kills? Wang Jin froze. Let's not talk about the low experience, because at least the monsters are dense enough to stack up and still have quite a bit of experience. But no divine power is a bit much, isn't it? For a moment, Wang Jin wondered if there had been a miscalculation. But he waited for a long time, and in the end the dialogue box was the same. Only experience, not divine power. Come on, it looks like this copy, it won't produce divine power. Sure enough, free stuff is still flawed. Wang Jin let out an exclamation. Current experience value is full, do you want to upgrade? The little diamond wind killed the spiders very quickly, and in less than 3 minutes, the group of spiders in front of him was taken care of. Of course, a large percentage of the spiders inside escaped. Little driller has a dense phobia of chasing. Hey, it's still comfortable like this. Seeing the ground empty, the little driller was satisfied. Kid, what's the matter with calling out the old ancestor? Little diamond wind patted Wang Jin's shoulder, much to his liking. Yeah, you're stronger than yesterday, but just that much stronger, it doesn't make a difference. And I don't know if that's a compliment or not from him. Old ancestor, I had a good chat with you yesterday, so I want to continue talking with you for a while. Wang Jin smiled. It was supposed to get the little driller out to kill the spiders. He ended up taking care of the spider swarm before he had a chance to speak himself. Just have to keep saying nice things to cheer him up. Ha, kid has a future, knowing to get along with the old ancestor, not bad, not bad. The little diamond winds just love to hear flattery, and they are so happy. In the lion's camel ridge, most of the time he flatters the demons, and there are no demons to flatter him. In front of Wang Jin he was an old ancestor, and in the lion's camel ridge, he was a small driller. Like him, Lionel has 400. Old ancestor, it seems like you didn't finish your sentence last time?
Let's continue talking. Summoning little driller out to fight the spiders was one reason, and the second was that he was going to give himself something good. The cooldown of the summoning was 24 hours, and now that it had just cooled down not long ago, he summoned little drill wind at the first opportunity. Where did talk last time? The little drill sergeant began to recall the words. You see, I have a destiny. Wang Jin gave a hint. Oh yes, I see that you kid has a destiny. You are a good seedling for patrolling the mountain, but then again, you patrol the mountain too slowly. How long do you have to patrol the mountain like this? Old ancestor, I was rewarded by the 3 great kings and taught me a body technique. I'll pass it on to you as a gift. What do you say? Little Diamond Wind asked. Hearing little Drillwind's words, Wang Jin was so happy that he was almost on the verge of jumping up and down. Who are the 3 great kings of the Lion's Hump? That's the golden-winged rock eagle of, the rock rises with the wind in one day and rises 90,000 miles. His stance, that's an absolute gem. Wow, Lao Zhu, you're so good to me, thank you Lao Zhu. It was as if he was afraid that the little driller would regret it. Wang Jin hurriedly thanked him. Alright, old ancestor, I'll pass it on to you. Little Diamond Wind said, raising his hand to Wang Jin's brow. Wang Jin instantly felt something more in his consciousness. Sit down and experience it. Little Diamond said. Wang Jin sniffed, and was busy concentrating on his knees. Shoo! By the time his spirit sank fully into consciousness, a golden-winged rock eagle immediately appeared in his consciousness. The rock eagle stood on the edge of a cliff, fluttering its golden wings. Phew! Suddenly, the wind picked up. The golden-winged rock eagle's wings shook and its body shot straight up into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Wang Jin also began to learn. But in the end, his takeoffs all turned into cliff jumps. It's also fortunate that it's a consciousness, not a real body. Otherwise, Wang Jin would have fallen to his death long ago. Then, he kept practicing jumping off cliffs. Finally, when he encountered a gale, his body began to fly upwards, no longer falling downwards. But before Wang Jin could be happy, the wind stopped. So he went from taking off to jumping off a cliff again. So. After 3 years of cliff jumping, Wang Jin finally stopped falling down the cliff. Not that fast though. It can only reach a maximum of 10 miles in one flash. It's still a long way from rocking up to 90,000 miles. But even so, Wang Jin was satisfied. A flash of 5 kilometers, ask who else can do it besides space transfer? Wang Jin retreated from inside his consciousness. Start viewing the system panel. Realm, First Order. Rank, 19. Experience required for upgrading, 112830250,000. Still 140,000 experience short of level 20. Not bad for a copy with the most experience value. That wave just now, but in just 3 minutes, earned almost 260,000 experience. The only pity is that there is no divine power. It seems that this free copy can't be played often enough. Because for Wang Jin, divine power was the key. Divine power is what guarantees combat effectiveness. Suddenly, Wang Jin saw an additional column below the skill bar. Divine Technique, Fukushima Exhibition 0.001%. Boo, Divine Skill. It's only 0.001% though. But Wang Jin remained happy. In that case, skills learned from mythic creatures don't take up the skill slot of the transmogrifier. Then if every summoned bigot in the future gives himself a divine skill, what's wrong with that? Just think about it. Congratulations to the character who has achieved the first time learning a magic skill achievement and received the summoning music Pancake Man. The Pancake Man, the host consumes 300 points of divine power to blow this music, which summons the 3 great kings of the Lion's Hump Ridge to assist him for 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 72 hours. Hiss. Seeing this summoning, Wang Jin viciously sucked in a breath of cool air. Big brother, this is definitely Big Brother. It turns out that this is the real meet and greet gift that little driller sent himself to summon his boss. Chapter 31, Accidentally Robbed a Space Stone. This guaranteed copy didn't provide divine power, and Wang Jin didn't intend to practice any further. His current divine power was 5,087 points. 4913 points are still needed until the Oboist upgrade. With the danger level of the Heaven's Best copy being so high, he naturally needed to make more preparations to feel safe. Wang Jin activated the teleportation device that could leave the copy at any time. A golden light enveloped over Immediately afterward, he appeared in the duplicate reception hall. By this time, it was almost 12 o'clock at night. Without the slightest stop, he left the replica hall. He found another kiosk, bought a bunch of dry food and water, and used Earth to get out of town. That's right, Wang Jin planned to go into the wilderness alone to kill the demon clan, as this was the only way for his divine power to grow. If it was replaced before going down the spider copy, Wang Jin would have to weigh his strength. But after learning the Fuyu exhibition and getting the Pancake Man summoning music, he was emboldened. The big deal was that when the time came, he summoned the 3 great kings to run away on his back. With that speed of 90,000 miles, can the demon race catch up? Can they stop it? Shoo! Wang is really fast. Without realizing it, he was already thousands of kilometers away from the imperial capital. This distance of 1,000 kilometers was exactly the buffer zone for the battle between the demon race and the humans. Further on, it was even entering the demon clan's territory. Although he was bold, Wang Jin was still cautious. He needed to fill his stomach first, and then he would carefully investigate the situation of the demon race and pick the right location and timing to strike. Wang Jin took out some dry food and water and ate it. Just as he finished eating and was about to sneak into the demon race's territory using the Earth escape technique, a demon race team came over in the distance. The demon in the lead should be at the cultivation level of 4th order 40. Because it was obvious that he wasn't walking very naturally, which is what it looks like when you've just been transformed. Demons can fully transform into human form after cultivating to the 4th stage. The remaining 9 were basically all in the 30s of the 3rd order. This was because although they had a human form, they were not actually fully transformed and still retained some demonic features. Hearing that, one of the 3rd-ranked demons said to the demon in the lead, "Big brother, do we still need to continue on? If we go any further, we might run into human experts." That's right, it's all about moving forward. Otherwise, why get those of us who can take human form to do this errand? The next step is to disguise ourselves as humans and send the treasure to a place 400 kilometers away from the human race. That leading demon replied. There's a baby? The opponent triggered the keyword. Wang Jin was instantly energized. "Big brother, what kind of treasure is this? You've been so cautious all the way, not revealing even a single word. Now we have to send another 600 kilometers, I don't want to die without knowing why. There will be human experts who can recognize our disguise appearing over there at any time." This demon clan was obviously afraid of death and didn't want to do it anymore. At this time, Wang Jin walked out. "Since you guys don't want to deliver it, then, I'll do it for you." Who? Hearing someone speak, the group of demons instantly became incredibly vigilant. But when they saw clearly that the visitor was a freshly graduated high school student, they laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, did you ascend? Just dare to come to the demon clan's realm alone to cause trouble? The great king is liking a brat like you to refine medicine, it's just right to capture you back and give you to the great king." That demon said that he was about to make a move on Wang Jin. But when he reached Wang Jin raised his hand and pinched his arm, crushing it directly. "Ah! Big brother, this kid is awesome." This demon startled the other demons with this voice. They all took out their weapons and prepared to make a move against Wang Jin. Shoo! Shiro appeared. It directly transformed into 100 swords. 100 white dews were pierced in a messy manner, and all the 3rd-ranked experts except that 4th-ranked expert were given seconds. "Whose kid are you?" "You?" That 4th-ranked expert was a bit scared. This age, this ability. No human family other than those few great families could produce such a heaven-defying child. He felt quite unlucky. It was not easy for the city lord to send a job, but how did he know that he had actually met a big family boy practicing? Usually, these big family brats were guarded by 5th or even 6th rank experts. And he was only at the 4th rank, he was no match for those guardians. "I'm no one's family, hand over the treasure and I can keep your life." Wang Jin replied. That 4th-ranked expert didn't say anything. There was a pang of suspicion in his heart. He looked around a bit. After determining that the boy in front of him was alone, his mind relaxed. Ha ha ha, since it's not the brats from those families, then die. Boom! The 4th-ranked expert revealed his original form. It turned out to be a black bear. His bear claws suddenly grew larger and covered towards Wang Jin. Boom! The bear's claws fell to the ground. Immediately, a pit over 10 meters deep appeared on the ground. That's all the strength? can't take a hit.
The black bear expressed great disdain for Wang Zhen's strength. He thought he had slapped Wang Zhen to death. But the next second, his back was viciously kicked by Wang Zhen. This kick directly sent the black bear out more than 10 meters away. Before the black bear could react, Wang Zhen had flashed to his side and gave him another hard punch. The punch knocked him out another 10 meters or so. Then Shiro reappeared. With a single sword, he chopped off the black bear's bare paw that was previously ready to crush Wang Zhen. Roar! The black bear was furious. The bare hair around his body turned into steel needles. Swoosh, 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 swoosh shot toward Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen naturally didn't dare to take it hard. Dodge and run. But the steel needle was like a locator. Wherever Wang Zhen flashed to, he chased after him. Whoosh! Wang Zhen directly disappeared into the ground. He then pulled the black bear into the ground as well. When he and the black bear reappear, the black bear's pupils suddenly widened. For he saw that the steel needles which his own bare fur had turned into were piercing through his body one by one. The earth escape technique, good, very good. Before dying, the black bear even praised Wang Zhen. With the last of his strength he pulled out a communication button and pressed it. Demon race, Windbreaker City, Inner City. Dropping. The lord of the city had just fallen asleep when he suddenly heard the alarm. He woke up immediately. Go ahead and check the alarm. Upon seeing that it was the black bear who called the police, he let out an angry cry. Come on, man. Whoosh. 5 or 6 demon race 5th rank experts appeared and bowed to the city lord. My lord. The space stone escorted by the black bear is lost. Gather all the demon generals and chase after them as fast as you can. You must chase the space stone back to me before that person returns to the human city. The city lord commanded. Great king, there are experts on the human race's side watching. Isn't it too eye-catching for our 5th rank experts to go out on a large scale and have to search as fast as possible? An expert worried. This space stone was prepared by the above for the Duke. Do you still want to live or not? The city lord questioned. Yes. I heard it was for the prince. That demon clan didn't dare to say anything more and went down to do his business. Chapter 32, Still Sleeping, Collecting You. Wang Zhen didn't know what he had robbed and how much trouble he had gotten into. He checked the black bear's storage bag. It was found to contain nothing but a dozen or so shiny stones the size of a man's head. However, since the other party said it was a treasure, it must be a treasure. Ask the family disciples when you get back and you'll know what this is. Wang Zhen is a schoolteacher, no doubt, but he learns what's in the textbook. The ones that might be written into the textbooks are very common sci-fi types. Like the really rare good treasure or something, it is said that it will only appear in the official high level and the big family's internal reference. Because those treasures are something that an ordinary transmigrant would never encounter in their lifetime. Even if they came across it, they didn't have the strength to grab it and would only lose their lives for nothing. Therefore, if you want to have a pair of discerning eyes to recognize treasures, you need to work hard to improve your strength. When the cultivation level reaches a certain level, there will naturally be internal references delivered. It was the official fear that those good treasures would stir up the greed of those low-ranked transmuters and thus choose to take big risks that kept them out of the textbooks. 400 years ago, there was an incident where a freshly transferred student went on a treasure hunt, which ultimately led to the tragic collective fall of the geniuses of that session. It was also because of that session's genius fault line that allowed the demon race to strongly occupy such a vast territory as it is now. When we get back, we'll have to find Qian Lei to get some inside information to study. After Wang Zhen finished touching the corpse, he suddenly realized that a demon was approaching in front of him. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, he directly sank into the ground. Within a short time, 25th ranked demon race experts landed beside the black bear. They checked on the black bear's group of demons. After determining that the space stone had been robbed, he flew in the direction of the human city. 25th order? Wang Zhen came out of the underground. You have to reach the 5th rank to fly in the air after transferring. Just like the previous Song Wolf King, who was only at the 3rd rank, he was only staying in the air, with no way to fly. So when he saw that they could fly, Wang Zhen knew that they were 5th order experts. Broken Wind City has a total of 25th order, and now that all of them have been deployed, then there is only one 6th order expert in the entire city, the City Lord? Broken Wind City, one of the 10 main cities of the Dragon Kingdom against the demon race. It's important.
So the textbook is detailed. This king really knows. In that case, Broken Wind City is now an empty city with no 5th rank experts? A 4th order expert, Wangjin didn't bring fear at all. He, as long as we don't provoke the city lord into action, then, isn't it just a matter of harvesting divine power?
Wangjin, who originally just wanted to find some loose demons in the wild to kill, suddenly had a new idea.
Whoosh! He sank back into the ground and headed straight for Broken Wind City. There are 5 units in Broken Wind City.
Piggyback Riders, Rhino Warriors, Mantis Swordsmen, Fiery Eagles, and Earth Dragon Defenders.
The first person Wangjin went to look for was Piggyback Rider. Because Piggyback Riders are some of the more naive beings out there and doze off a lot. It's the middle of the night, and the Piggyback Riders must be sleeping. Whoosh! Wangjin used the Earth Escape technique and quickly found the stationing place of a group of Piggyback Riders. Hey, still sleeping, collect you guys here. The knights were all thinly built demon archers. At the moment, they were cuddling their mounts, the piggies, and sleeping soundly. Ha! The sudden shout startled the knights awake. The knights were sleepy and rubbed their eyes. Then, he saw a flying sword flying towards him. Enemy attack! An archer let out a howl. In the next second, the archer was killed by the flying sword piercing through his throat. Of course, he wasn't the only demon who died. Several of his companions joined him and fell under Wangjin's flying sword. However, his howl alerted the many demons. Holler! The sleeping Piggy was awakened. The knights beside Piggy also hurriedly rolled over and climbed onto Piggy's back. Shoo shoo shoo! Wangjin launched his flying sword once again. However, this time there was not the slightest gain. Because a protective shield lit up on Inuyasha, shielding all the archers. Sure enough, the power of a sword without learned skills is just poor. Wangjin sighed, put away his flying sword, and directly flashed into the ranks of the Pig Riders, using brute force to fight the Pig Riders. Boom! He punched a knight. Boo! He's got a piggyback kick. Piggies are as thick-skinned as the textbooks say, though, and have defense shields. But for a data monster of monsters like Wangjin, no matter what defense an opponent one rank higher than him had, it was as no different as papier-mâché. In just the blink of an eye, Piggy and the knights were down. But even then, the knights could only look on without the slightest movement. Because Wangjin was too fast and was surrounded by their teammates who only knew how to shoot arrows. Shooting arrows, that's just shooting yourself in the foot and not hurting the enemy at all. This was the reason why Wangjin was going to choose to go after Piggyback Rider. They will only fight at long range, they will just scratch their heads at close range. It's a pure gift of experience and divine power. Find a few other teams, none of which are as rewarding as the Piggyback Riders. Hurry up and invite the Rhino Warriors and Mantis Swordsmen, all of you spread out. A demon spoke, the knight commander of this group of Piggyback Riders, a 3rd order level 31 expert. The scene was such a mess that he had to come out and be the conductor. Yes. A demon heard the knight commander's words and went to invite the Rhino Warriors and Mantis Swordsmen. While all the other Piggyback Riders dispersed, Wangjin didn't have as much fun killing them as he did before. However, his eyes fell on the knight commander. Boom! Wangjin jumped up and came at the knight commander. Hello? The knight commander's piggyback is worthy of the 3rd rank. The response is still pretty quick. The pig's snout lengthened, ready to arch Wangjin over and out. At the same time, the knight commander picked up his own bow, ready to give Wangjin a blast of arrows when the pig's snout vaulted him over. A demon and a pig worked very well together and felt that this was a sure thing. But then the accident happened. Wangjin directly casted the rotating exhibition in the air. To the knight commander, Wangjin's body disappeared into thin air. When he saw Wangjin again, he realized that Wangjin had already landed behind Piggy. Wangjin grabbed Piggy's tail and swung Piggy up. Boom! At the end of the day, an archer is an archer and is physically weak and not at all resistant to falling. After a loud bang, the knight commander perished directly. However, Piggy's thick skin could resist a few more blows. But after Wangjin smashed it a few times in a row, the knight commander's piggy bank also went to the west. Run! With the knight commander dead, the entire Piggyback Riders became even more disorganized. They began to flee in all directions, each saving their own lives. Wangjin naturally wouldn't let them off so easily. He exerted his speed and made to chase down the Piggyback Rider. Rumble! Rhino Warriors and Mantis Blades arrived.
the Rhino Demon of the Rhino Warriors hand a large shield. They placed their shields on the ground and formed a shield wall that surrounded Wangjin. Behind the shields were the hungry greatswords of the Mantis swordsmen. The piggyback riders all began to run behind their shields to save their lives when they saw that their protective rhino brother had arrived. "Kid, who are you from? Daring to enter Windbreak City alone, are you tired of living?" The one who spoke was the paladin leader of the piggyback riders. That is, the highest official position of the piggyback riders in Windbreak City. One of the Piggly Wiggly knights below him had been killed by a human, so naturally she had to come out to see it. "Humph, you demon race, you've been bullying the human race for 500 years, you're the ones who are tired of living," Wangjin replied. As he spoke, he was already pulling on the tail of another piggyback. Hoo. He threw the piggyback over his head several times before slamming it towards the shield wall. Chapter 33, Saint Hawkmaster's Breakdown, I'm urinating blood? That piggyback was quite strong with the added power of Wangjin's strength. Rumble. The Rhino Warrior's shield wall was immediately smashed open. The Rhino Warriors had also fallen a large number of times, and several of their shields had cracked. Naturally, the thick-skinned Porky Pig is also credited for this. If you smashed it with an archer, I'm guessing the archer would just color the shield and sprinkle it with a puddle of mustard. Shoo! Wangjin moved, intending to rush straight to the back. Clunk! Those mantises extended their large swords, ready to stop Wangjin. Seeing this, Wangjin did another fold and dodged the large blade. He looked over and grabbed the shield from a Rhino Warrior, swinging his shield to deflect all of the mantis's greatswords. He then took his shield as a weapon. Start banging away at the demon ranks. Good human boy, looking for death. The holy captain of the Rhino Warriors also appeared. Of course, he was accompanied by the holy soldier leader of the Mantis swordsmen. These two demons directly killed into the battle circle and fought with Wangjin. Dang it! The battle was extremely fierce. The surrounding demons all dispersed, leaving a large open space for Wangjin and the two fourth-ranked demons. Wangjin didn't have any defense at all and just attacked. In no time, he fell to the ground at the hands of two fourth-ranked demons and was chopped into meat paste. Humph, with this amount of strength, you still dare to enter Windbreak City alone, you're really tired of living. The Mantis Saint soldier leader showed a strong disdain for Wangjin's strength. This is just a kid who doesn't know what he's doing, he can't last a minute, dismissed. The Rhinoceros Saint captain said, letting the demons present go back to their respective homes as he himself left. Shortly after the crowd of demons left, the pile of Wangjin that had been chopped into meat paste disappeared in place. The one who had just fought was not Wangjin himself at all, but rather Wangjin's mirror image. This was the first time Wangjin had faced the demon race, so naturally, he would not risk his own life, so he used the mirror image to test the waters. In the end, he was also coincidentally killed by two fourth-ranked experts. All of these fourth-order experts are not as powerful as the ground lizards of the guaranteed student examination copies. This was the result Wangjin came up with after trying. Sure enough, the world of genius is different. The difficulty of the monsters killed is also quite a bit higher than normal monsters. It was no wonder that all of these geniuses could hack and slash their way to the back of the demon race. The difficulty of this training copy that you usually play can be much harder than the real battlefield. Also, let's not talk about the guaranteed copies. I think the other copies of Dragon Warrior are also very difficult. Because only by doing so could everyone have a higher survival rate when facing the demon race. Second colleges naturally have second college cards. The lower rank the university, the worse the quality of the copies inside. That's why everyone is going to the big four colleges. This is because from the moment you enter the four major colleges, the increase in strength is completely separated from the rest. In the end, Wangjin also realized how trashy the trial copies were. That thing was meant to give the transmogrifier a boost of confidence, in addition to letting everyone see what a demon looks like and experience what it's really like to face a demon. However, even with this, many of the transients in the town of Sekiguchi had no other copies to play other than the next trial copy. Because the level 15, Ground Cave Poison Demon, just turned can't go there either. That's what's really sad about small town transients. Let's start by taking stock of this harvest. Wangjin opened his data panel. Over 26,000 experience and 195 points of divine power were harvested. This time, 100 demons team of piggyback riders was largely destroyed. Together with those rhino demons and mantis that died, 190 demons were killed in less than 3 minutes, a very good battle record. However, within those 190 demons Piggy Knight contributed over 150, after all, Piggy and Knight count as two demons. His current level was 19, so naturally he wouldn't have as much experience as he did before when he killed another level 20 or so demon. But even then, the experience was 2 or 3 times that of the limited copies of those spiders. The most crucial thing was that there was a harvest of divine power, which was what Wang Jin valued the most.
Go on.
Wang Jin also didn't formulate any new battle plans. He found that the battle pattern he had just used was quite good, and he intended to continue to use it.
However, wait until the other person is asleep again and then kill them by surprise. Wang Jin utilized the earth escape technique and prepared to sneak to another group of piggyback riders' garrison.
After a messy recluse, a group of pangolins appeared in front of him. How could I forget about these guys? This was the other troop of Windbreak City, the Earth Dragon Guards. Piggyback riders are responsible for long-range attacks. The Rhino Warriors are in charge of defense.
The Mantis Bladesmen are in charge of melee combat.
The Fiery Eagle takes charge of the sky. The Earth Dragon Guards are responsible for the underground. This is the most basic, both defensive and offensive, 5D configuration of a city, land, sea and air.
Roar! For all eyes. The pangolins let out a roar.
Wang Jin wasn't ambiguous either. Taking out the White Dew sword, he directly then launched an attack.
Shoo shoo shoo. Boom boom boom.
The battle was extremely fierce. The pangolins lived up to their defender title with extremely high defense. They relied on their high defense and were prepared to fight Wang Jin hard. However, Wang Jin had the White Dew sword in his hand, as well as the weapon's undamaged, 100% penetration natural skill. Under a burst of hard contact, quite a few of the mountain-piercing armors were hacked to pieces by Wang Jin. Blood immediately stained the ground.
Shoo! Pangolins aren't as naive as Piggyback Rider.
Seeing a teammate get killed and having to stand still to watch the fun. Nor dare they run without the Knight Commander's command. When the pangolins saw the tragic death of their teammates, they immediately began to flee in all directions. However, their fleeing speed was not as fast as Wang Jin.
Wang Jin's current agility was 76, and doubling the Earth escape would be 152.
In addition, he has the Fuyu exhibition. Let's not talk about the Fuyu exhibition for a moment. Just his agility after doubling his Earth escape was already comparable to a 4th rank level 49 transmuter without added potential value. This was also the reason why Wang Jin dared to come to Broken Wind City to kill the demons when he saw the 25th rank leaving Broken Wind City. Still, as long as the city lord didn't make a move, he was no threat. Even if the city lord had stepped in, he still had the Fuyu exhibition.
If you can't beat them, there's still no problem escaping.
Swoosh!
Wang Jin chased the pangolins underground and crunched and killed them.
Soon, this team of Earth Dragon Guard 100 demons was cleanly killed by him.
The ground is full of blood.
Even the consecrated blood penetrated the earth and began to soak upwards.
Whoosh! Wang Jin left. Toward the piggyback rider's garrison further down the road.
Because the battle that's going on underground here will soon be discovered. Naturally, he would not put himself in danger.
Shortly after Wang Jin left,
a man with blonde hair came out of the tent.
Those who could strut around in Windbreak City naturally wouldn't be human. Instead, it was a demon in human form.
And this demon with golden hair was the Holy Eagle leader of the Fiery Eagle unit. The Sacred Eagle chief unzipped the waist of his pants and began to let out the water for the first time since he woke up. He was still a bit sleepy when he suddenly realized that the ground was starting to turn red.
I'm pissing blood? Chapter 34, that kid is definitely from the Dragon Kingdom. Chief Saint Eagle looked down at the water he had put in. Clear and translucent with no splitting. There is neither a flash of lack of staying power nor intermittent. The cashews are so good. But then, the ground is just red and getting redder. Chief Saint Eagle winced, lifted his pants, and began to check the ground.
He then realized that much of the land around him was red and there was a faint smell of blood.
Enemy attack.
Where did the Sacred Eagle chief dare to continue to let go of the water? He showed his true form. It was a golden winged eagle with a body length of over 10 meters. He spread his wings and flew into the air and began to look around.
Rumble.
This voice of the Holy Eagle leader immediately drew the attention of the other troops. This time, all 5 forces showed up.
Start searching around. The Flaming Eagles group of eagles flew up into the sky and soon spotted many human transmutants who were fighting wild demons around Windbreak City. Phew! The eagles lowered their altitude and began to spit fiery fire at the human transmogrifters who were fighting the wild demons. How dare you! Those human transmogrifiers had family sons inside them who were practicing. Seeing a family son being attacked by a male eagle, those guardians couldn't stand it, so they went straight for the eagles. The big battle was a hilarious one. As for some of the other feral demon transmutants without guardians, they had all planned to pull out their best escape skills and spread their legs. As a result, when they saw a fifth order expert fighting the eagles, they all stopped again and began to applaud and watch the battle. What's more, some people directly sat on the ground, took out melon seeds and French fries, Coke mineral water, eating and watching. In the city of Broken Wind, the Earth Dragon Guardians sank into the ground. They all couldn't help but let out a roar of rage when they saw a team of Earth Dragon Guards being slaughtered. Then, all the Earth Dragon Guards were summoned by the Holy Guardsmen to vanish and surrounded Windbreak City. Whoosh! This single movement of theirs startled the transmigrators who knew the Earth Escape technique. Those Earth Escape transmuters had wanted to take advantage of the chaos to pick up the pieces. How could I have known that I would be surrounded by the other side before I could make a move? Right now, there was also no choice but to use the Earth Escape technique plus the dodging method to escape. Run from the ground when you encounter a pangolin in the way underground. The ground encounters a rhino warrior and mantis bladesman and immediately burrows back underground. For a time, the entire Windbreak City was in chaos. Dozens of human transmigrants appeared inside and outside the city. They're like gophers, going up 1 minute and down the next. All of them were running furiously towards the location where the human city was located. What's going on out there? In the inner city of Broken Wind City, the city lord heard the commotion outside and was busy opening his mouth to inquire. Reporting to the Great King, some human experts have entered Windbreak City and massacred the Piggy Knights and Earth Dragon Guards. A demon came forward and replied. Oh? A massacre? How many were killed? I can't believe the word, massacre, was used, the city lord expressed his concern. The Earth Dragon Guards were slaughtered out of a squad, and the Piggy Knights were slaughtered out of most of their squad. The demon continued to reply. What? Killed so many? Shoo. After such a big incident, the city lord naturally couldn't afford to be calm. He left the inner city and headed for the outer city. Greetings, my lord. The appearance of the city lord shocked all the troops, and they bowed their heads. Without speaking, the city lord looked around. He then shouted into mid-air, Lin Shutian, come out and talk. Buzz. The space fluctuated slightly, and there was immediately one more person in mid-air. Wind Wolf King, what is it? Lin Shutian asked. The lord of Broken Wind City was also a wolf, only it was a wind wolf. According to the agreement between our cities and your Dragon Kingdom, it is now a state of truce during the period when your Dragon Kingdom's new class of transmigrants are preparing for the entrance exams, right? The Wind Wolf King asked. Yes, you're right. Lin Shutian nodded. Then why did you, Dragon Kingdom genius, enter my Windbreak City at this time and massacre my men? The Wind Wolf King let out a chorus of questions. With the city lord backing him up, the crowd of demons kneeling below to worship him all felt a lot more empowered at this moment. That's right, that genius from the Dragon Kingdom is too hateful. Hey, it can't be stopped at all, it's really a massacre. What is such a powerful guy if he's not a genius? If he's not a genius, how dare he be so reckless? Wait, I'll take a look first. Lin Shutian took out a piece of equipment. After entering his account and password of view, he put the piece of equipment away again. I'm sorry, the geniuses in the agreed list are all in the Dragon Kingdom at the moment, there are none in the vicinity. Lin Shutian said. Oh? The Wind Wolf King laughed. In that case, if I kill this person, it won't be considered a breach of our agreement, no killing of Dragon Kingdom geniuses during the truce period? The Wind Wolf King continued to ask. Lin Shutian didn't answer. Instead, he was in deep thought. He was a little uncertain. Because the Dragon Kingdom didn't just have explicit geniuses, it also had geniuses that were secretly cultivated. What if it was one of those secretly cultivated geniuses who ran to Windbreak City and made such a mess? What to do? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shutian again felt that it was unlikely. Because those geniuses, whether they were explicitly or secretly cultivated, all knew the rules very well.
they are highly trained to know that this time of year is a truce. Because of this, those geniuses on the convention list were all practicing their skills and whatnot in the Dragon Kingdom at this time, rather than running to the Demon Clan to cause trouble.
Lin Chu Tian, you don't dare to answer?
Ha ha ha, so the person coming is from your Dragon Kingdom.
The Wind Wolf King continued to laugh. Or it could be a neighboring country. In the end, Lin Chu Tian gave an ambiguous answer. Since you've said so, let's let that kid come out and see what country he's from. Shoo.
The Wind Wolf King waved his sleeve.
A little whirlwind appeared. That little whirlwind went towards a large tank of water next to a group of piggyback riders' quarters. That's right, Wang Jin is long gone from the underground.
He had burrowed out of the dirt when the Holy Eagle Chief released the water. Dodged to the large water tank, and then used the water escape to hide in the tank. He thought of waiting until these demons didn't find him and let their guard down, then he would go and kill this group of piggyback riders by surprise.
How could I have known that this had actually alarmed the city lord?
He then realized that it was a truce period between the Dragon Kingdom and the demon race.
8 each. Before the little whirlwind could get close to the water tank,
Wang Jin had taken the lead in speaking. Since Lin Chu Tian has said that he might be from a neighboring country,
then naturally, he can't speak Rikoku.
And neighboring countries, in particular, are going to do things like make false accusations.
The first thing that came to Wang Jin's mind was to falsely accuse Sangoku.
It's all a debt that Sang owes us, a debt that can't be repaid by the destruction of the country.
A little goes a long way. Good boy, actually from Sangoku. Boom!
The Wind Wolf King could no longer wait for Little Cyclone to capture Wang Jin, who was hiding in the water tank. He rushed to do it before the little whirlwind blew over the tank. Wanted to grab Wang Jin out of the water tank with his own hands.
But Wang Jin wasn't slow either.
He rushed out of the water tank before the Wind Wolf King could reach out and burrowed straight into the ground. As he drilled into the ground, he said 2 more words about his neighbor.
A fine bar, Tue. Savadika. Stick country? Man?
The Wind Wolf King was a bit confused. But soon, he realized that he had been tricked by the boy. That kid heard himself in Lin Chu Tian, so he deliberately spoke the language of neighboring countries to fool himself.
That kid, he's definitely from the Dragon Kingdom.
In fact, not only did the Wind Wolf King think that Wang Jin was really a Dragon Nation person, Lin Chu Tian also felt the same way. Because the Yetue that Wang Jin added after saying a fine bar is very spiritual.
Chapter 35, the familiar feeling is back.
Buzz. The Wind Wolf King naturally wouldn't let Wang Jin run away just like that. This is his territory. If he let a kid slaughter so many of his men and still managed to run away under his nose, he would lose his face.
He beckoned. The entire Windbreak City lit up with golden light.
It was a city defense magic treasure, like a cage, with a very powerful protective isolation.
As long as the creatures are within the city, they will be isolated. Trying to get out of the city was impossible. Not even the transported man. Of course, the ones outside the city can't get in.
This magic treasure also had a protective effect on the creatures within the city.
As expected, Wang Jin hit a wall at the edge of the broken city.
There was no other way to get him out of the dirt.
Oomph, can't run away, can you?
The Wind Wolf King sneered when he saw Wang Jin's appearance. Then he struck out at Wang Jin once again. Seeing this, Lin Chu Tian, who was in midair outside the city, wanted to lend a hand to save Wang Jin. Because he could see that Wang Jin should be the kind of genius that was secretly cultivated by the great families of the Dragon Kingdom.
Wang Jin knew both water escape and earth escape.
Normally, no transmogrifier would choose that many recluse methods.
The more talented you are, the less likely you are to pick that way.
Because geniuses cherish their skill bits and want to learn better skills to kill their enemies.
So there was only one explanation for this situation, and that was the SS Grade 5 Elements Transportation Technique. And the 5 Elements Transportation Technique is not something you can learn just because you want to.
It required a great master of at least 8th rank 80 to create a skill book with his own consciousness to be able to do so.
Besides, it takes time to cultivate SS rank skills. So, if this kid wasn't a genius secretly cultivated by a big family, how could he have learned the SS Grade 5 Elements Transportation art? And the clearer this became, the more Lin Chu Tian wanted to save Wang Jin. The one he switched to was an S-rank space department. As long as he moves a little bit and gives the kid an opening, the boy will be able to come out. Thinking so, Lin Chu Tian was ready to strike in secret.
But just then, a golden light lit up on Wang Zhen's body.
SS rank space transfer equipment? As an S rank space faculty transfer.
Sensitive to space fluctuations. Lin Shutian naturally recognized the spatial transfer equipment on Wang Zhen. This kid, he's not a small one, he even has this kind of stuff. Lin Shutian put away his hand that was ready to help Wang Zhen.
In the next second, Wang Zhen passed through Broken Wind City's defense spells and appeared outside the city. You think you can run like that? Wind formation. Outside of Windbreak City, an incomparably huge formation was lit up.
This formation was none other than the Wind Wolf King's crushing skill, the Wind Formation.
The Wind Formation covered nearly 10 kilometers outside of Windbreak City. Its purpose was to strangle those experts who had managed to escape from Windbreak City. Hoo.
Hundreds of tornadoes appeared in the Wind Formation. Those tornadoes were one right after the other. It was like a brush on an automatic car wash equipment, rotating at high speed and flying towards Wang Zhen. Shoo! It was only 10 kilometers in the district, and Wang Zhen planned to leave directly with the Rotary exhibition. But soon, he was held back by the tornado.
Ha, kid, you think my wind formation is that easy to penetrate?
These whirlwinds of mine, those are wind walls, like a brick wall, wait for death. The Wind Wolf King said, and gave Lin Shutian a very provocative look. Since you don't recognize him as the genius of your dragon kingdom, I will hang him in front of you.
Strangling him to pieces, strangling his soul.
Not to mention, Lin Shutian really wanted to secretly help Wang Zhen. But the Wind Wolf King was now staring him down too closely, and he had absolutely no chance to strike. Kid, fend for yourself, there's nothing more I can do to help you. Your little life is small compared to the pact of the Dragon Kingdom. If you really want to blame it, blame your trainer, he's the one who didn't make the rules clear to you and put you in danger. Lin Shutian was already planning to give up on Wang Zhen.
But then again, I can't bear to.
Actually, Lin Shutian quite appreciated Wang Zhen.
Nay. I pity.
Lin Shutian shook his head with great regret. Looking at Wang Zhen's side again, when he had just used the rotating exhibition to prepare to break through the whirlwind, an incomparably familiar feeling actually surged up.
This feeling is exactly what he practiced jumping off the cliff. The
feeling of being blown by the wind when practicing the Yifuyo exhibition, that you can fly faster and higher and higher.
Then he had a bold idea.
Shoo! He directly executed the Futsuki exhibition and rushed into the whirlwind. AI, how magnificent to rush when you know it's death.
Wretched! Lin Shutian was moved by Wang Zhen's human attitude of facing death head-on.
At this moment, he really wanted to compose a poem in honor of the occasion.
But then he went on nay. Because he doesn't know Wang Zhen's real name yet. Kid, not dead yet?
The Wind Wolf King didn't think that King was really facing death head-on. He just assumed that Wang Zhen really didn't break through the wind wall the first time, so he wanted to try a second time.
Is it useful? Can this king's wind formation be broken through by a kid like you?
Ha. The Wind Wolf King laughed out loud. But the next second, he froze. The wind formation was his, so it naturally shared certain senses with him. He was also naturally well aware of the situation inside the wind formation.
Inside his senses, that damnable kid was actually rocking upwards with the whirlwind. Trying to escape from above?
The Wind Wolf King looked at the sky.
Needless to say, this is indeed a way out.
After all, tornadoes are known to fling people skyward.
But I'm so fast, tornado, you special meow do not feel dizzy? Could it be that my whirlwind isn't whirlwind enough? Spinning too slow?
The Wind Wolf King began to strike hard. The wall of wind became thicker and thicker. The whirlwind also spun faster and faster. He could already tell that the kid in front of him was not to be trifled with. If we let him escape from inside the wind formation, then this windbreak city of his own would be finished. This method of his escape would have been popularized in the human race.
Then wouldn't the human race come and go as they please in the future in their own Broken Wind City?
Honestly speaking, Broken Wind City had not killed the most human sneak attack experts relying on the city's defense magic treasures. Because everyone knew that Broken Wind City had a city defense spell, they would think of many ways to escape from this spell.
But the wind gusts are different.
Which direction the wind formation was in and how far a range it could cover, that was all something that the Wind Wolf King could control. So those sneak attackers would be strangled by the wind formations outside the city even if they escaped the city defense spells. Therefore, it was the wind formation outside of Windbreak City that killed the most people in Windbreak City. Woohoo! The whirlwinds are growing and spinning faster and faster. But the more this happened, the faster the Wind Wolf King's heart sank. Because he realized that the kid not only didn't run away when he got to the very top of the cyclone, but instead jumped into the cyclone next to him and continued to play. That's right, it's play. That kid is playing me. The Wind Wolf King's eyes were filled with sinister venom. Then he heard Wang Jin come in with, pressure pulse band, pressure pulse band. Aha! The Wind Wolf King heard these words. Lungs exploded with anger. Anyone who knows what they're doing knows. How deep is the water in that statement? Although literally, don't stop. But the thought was, don't stop. Good boy, dare to insult me, give me death. The Wind Wolf King had no more reservations. The controlled wind gusts began to expand. Chapter 36, The Wind Wolf King's Pursuit. 15 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 40. 50 kilometers. It's still going on. What? It's still expanding, I'll go. The wind gusts expand. It scared the hell out of those trannies who were previously eating melon chips and drinking cola mineral water to watch the fun. Because they are old drivers. All know that Windbreak City has a wind formation. Therefore they all only dare to fight wild monsters outside the city. And don't dare go to the city to pick up the slack for a sneak attack. But aren't wind gusts as far as 50 kilometers? Still expanding? That's what freaks them out. Wind Wolf King, you actually still have a hand. The crowd could not even pack the melon chips and cola mineral water, and they performed their body techniques to escape directly. No one knows exactly how far this wind formation can expand. No wonder so many of the ones who go to Windbreak City to play sneak attack only have that kind of super sky to come out alive. Dare I say it, this Wind Wolf King has been just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all along. As for Lin Chutian in mid-air, he'd already thought of a title for the poem. Don't know the kid's real name yet though. Just use, that kid, instead. Would it be better to call it Windbreak City sends that kid into the cyclone? Or is it better to call it Farewell to the City with Broken Wind? Or maybe it's called that kid got wiped out by a whirlwind song? Never mind, keep it simple and call it Give That Kid Away. The name of the poem is thought of. Prepare to conceptualize the first sentence. Then, he also saw the wind gusts begin to expand. Wind gusts expanding? That kid is okay? Lin Chutian was also taken aback. Because a wind gust covering 10 kilometers is already impressive. That kid actually managed to make the wind formation expand? What's that guy's story? Is it that strong? Lin Chutian's heart was filled with curiosity. He couldn't help it. Expanding his divine sense, he began to pay attention to Wang Jin's situation in the whirlwind. He realized that Wang Jin, who was in a whirlwind, was simply like a fish in water. Even the more powerful the whirlwind was, the more he came. No wonder this kid is shouting for a pressure pulse belt. Lin Chutian opened his mouth. After that, he hurriedly looked around again. Seeing that no one heard him, the slight tension was eased by this. Alas, it's better to be young. Free, capricious, lively. He can be so envious of young people. If he were to be shouted at to now go back to watching the wonderful blockbusters that make people grow up fast, it would be too much for the old man. That's youth. Youth is gone. Is this your wind formation? It's nothing more than that. Wang Jin's voice came again. When the Wind Wolf King heard Wang Jin's words, he didn't pay any attention to Wang Jin, but looked at Lin Chutian. Lin Chutian, still saying he's not your Dragon Kingdom genius? He's even speaking Dragon Country. It couldn't be helped that there were only a few simple words in Sangoku that Wang Jin knew. For example, what a cool one, Kamochi, ether, Hanasi stickers, moto motorcycle and so on. Those are specialized words and phrases. The only way to express mockery to the Wind Wolf King was to use the Dragon Kingdom language. That's not necessarily true, people from neighboring countries can also speak Longwa. Lin Chutian continued to reply with ambiguous words. Good, so you won't intervene if I go after this kid next? The Wind Wolf King's face was terribly gloomy. He couldn't wait to pinch Wang Jin to death immediately. But he, like Lin Chutian, was limited by the rules. It's not that easy to get out. I don't care about the 500 kilometers of your demon race's territory, but with your 6th order expert's respect, if you dare to hunt him down in the 500 kilometers of the human race, no matter which country's human race it is, I won't stand idly by. In addition, according to the rules, even in the demon clan's territory you can only hunt down and kill him alone, and you can't make a move against the rest of my dragon kingdom, or else, I can make a move as well.
Lin Chutian said. Good. With your words, then I'm relieved.
The Wind Wolf King said, and with a flash of his body, he appeared directly outside of Broken Sky City. This was the ability of a 6th-ranked expert to accomplish a short space jump. It was also for this reason that both the human and demon races had a tacit understanding. The experts above the 6th rank did not go down easily, otherwise, it would all be doom and gloom for the geniuses below. Without enough life-preserving skills, equipment, and magic treasures, who could outrun a 6th-order expert who could space jump? Of course, with the exception of spatial faculty transmigrators like Lin Chutian who were originally transmigrated. After the Wind Wolf King left the Broken Sky City, he transformed into a gust of wind and drilled into the wind formation. After all, wind gusts cover a large area. And again, wind is his watchword. To catch Wang Jin in the wind formation was even easier for him. Wang Jin naturally wouldn't wait for the Wind Wolf King to capture himself. He's the data monster of monsters. Mental strength is superb. Whether it was the conversation between the Wind Wolf King and Lin Chutian or the Wind Wolf King drilling into the wind formation, they were all completely sensed by him. That's how scary the data monster is. That's why the entire continent, both the human and demon races, were creating data monsters.
Shoo! Wang Jin performed the Yifuyo exhibition, along with the whirlwind, his body rocking upwards. Directly, it rushed up to 500 meters in the air. Such fast speed and impulse caused his body to appear briefly in mid-air. Wow, he's 3rd order. The group of people who were watching earlier had already escaped the range of the wind formation. When they turned back to continue watching the fun, they happened to see the image of Wang Jin staying in the air. The fact that you can stay in the air at the 3rd rank is the most basic common sense that everyone knows. No wonder he can fight against the Wind Wolf King, such a young 3rd rank. It's truly a genius among geniuses. Several people worshipped Wang Jin. Then, they heard Wang Jin begin to put harsh words into the Wind Wolf King. He, big bully dog thing, come catch me if you have the ability. If you can't catch me today, when I see you again next time, I will break your windbreaker city and take your dog's life. Shoo! Finish the conversation. The time for Wang Jin's stay is also up. His body began to fall. Rotary spreads, as long as there is a wind. The faster the descent, the stronger the wind. Thus, Wang Jin made another Fuyo exhibition, and his body scurried out 20 miles forward. After spinning and jumping in the whirlwind for so long, Wang Jin's rotary exhibition has naturally improved a lot. The longest distance a flash before was only 5 kilometers. A flash can now have a maximum distance of 20 kilometers. He was also checking his limits with this extreme flash. Wow, it can fly, he's a 5th rank expert? The guy who had previously guessed that Wang Jin was a 3rd order expert changed his opinion. Harry 5th rank, that one of his is. Well. Transient, definitely transient. It's impossible for such a young 5th rank to be unknown. Some people have given more reliable explanations. Then, the crowd saw Wang Jin running towards them. Holy, he's going to do it to us? The crowd was shocked and prepared to flee in all directions. But Wang Jin had already arrived. Just as Wang Jin arrived, the Wind Wolf King's attack also arrived. However, because Wang Jin was mixed in amongst the group of transmigrators from the Dragon Kingdom who had come out to fight wild demons, the Wind Wolf King was again in the way of the rule restrictions and Lin Chutian's supervision. One can only give up the attack. Hey, keep it coming, dog. Whoosh! Wang Jin laughed and taunted, and disappeared into the ground again. Chapter 37, Summoning the Second Brother, Where is my Chang'e Fairy? Asshole! The Wind Wolf King was furious. Start sensing Wang Jin's location. After spending so much time inside his wind formation, how could he not leave a mark on his body? This was one of the Wind Wolf King's hunting skills. Many geniuses escaped the wind formation, but did not escape the pursuit. That is because the winds of the wind gusts have a marking effect. Once you're tagged, it's up to the sky and down to the earth. Of course, the Wind Wolf King naturally wouldn't do it himself. He'll have his 5th order masters do it. Only, right now, there were no 5th rank experts in his entire Windbreak City. He then had to do it himself. Buzz. Space jumps are cooling down nicely. The Wind Wolf King once again performed a space jump and went after Wang Jin. However, he soon realized something terrible. Wang really has gotten faster. This kid, has he been pretending to be slow before? The Wind Wolf King was filled with doubt. This kid is smart. In midair, Lin Shutian gave Wang Jin mad kudos for what he had just done. He just emphasized the rules with the Wind Wolf King. Wang Jin, however, was already utilizing the rules. He actually knew to run towards the Dragon Nation. That way, the Wind Wolf King would not be able to go on a rampage, and he would naturally have more chances of surviving. I have to follow up and take a look. That kid is not small in his ability to gaslight people. In case the Wind Wolf King can't help but break the rules and wants to kill the others along with him, I can also help out. Just as Lin Shutian was about to cast open space traversal to exercise his supervisory duties. However, the sound of a Suona was heard coming from inside Windbreak City. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. What's that noise? What's that noise? Inside the broken city. The crowd of demons were confused. Start looking for the location where the oboe sound is coming from. It seems to be underground. The holy captain of the Rhino Warriors discovers the secret. Whoosh! The holy guardsman of the Earth Dragon Guards hurriedly burrowed into the ground when he heard the holy captain of the Rhino Warriors say so. Not long after, he burrowed out again with a scared look on his face. Underground, that boy is underground. What? Wasn't he chased by the king and ran far away? Hearing this from the sacred guardian leader, the crowd of demon clans were terrified. Of course, Lin Shutian in mid-air was also terrified. The kid didn't run away? Is the one who escaped a doppelganger? Nope. Not a diversion. The diversion didn't take that long. SS rank mirror image technique. Soon, Lin Shutian came up with an answer. Is it a transfer? Lin Shutian thought of another possibility. He planned not to watch the Wind Wolf King chase Wang Jin for now. Just pay a little attention. In the event of an emergency, it would be too late to travel directly through space to get there yourself. He was now most interested in seeing what kind of arrangements Wang Jin had over here. Lin Shutian was right. Wang Jin is using a tiger to move away from the mountain. If you're here, how can you leave without summoning a big one? It was supposed to be a run for experience and divine power. How could they go back on this when they were only earning so much divine power now? It started from the time Wang Jin drilled out of the ground to the time he left Windbreak City with his SS rank space transfer equipment. And then he cultivated the Fuyo exhibition in the wind formation. And then he provoked the Wind Wolf King to leave after him. This series of events would take 4,000 or 5,000 words to write and would take the author several hours. But it happened as fast as you pretty boys and girls could read those 4,000 or 5,000 words, and it only took 2 minutes. The last minute was naturally reserved for mirror image Wang Jin to summon his second senior brother. That's right, the summoning music played by the mirror image Wang Jin is none other than piggybacking the daughter-in-law. This is another cave in the sky beyond the sky. Like little driller, second brother was sleeping. Then the second brother also had a beautiful dream. In the dream, Chang'e Fairy actually took the initiative to throw herself at him, wanting to tie the knot with him. The second elder brother was naturally overjoyed and agreed with a simple smile. The two were married and sent to the bridal chamber. Everything is so natural and watered down. But just as second senior brother took off his own clothes and was about to start undressing immortal Chang'e, the scene of the cave in front of me suddenly changed. Around it was a group of demons. And the group of demons were very ugly, and had a wary look on their faces, and were pointing weapons at him. Roar! The second brother was furious. A roar was given to the demons. Where is my Chang'e Fairy? Chang'e Fairy? What's that? Is it delicious? A foodie demon inquired. Roar! The second elder brother became even angrier. He took out his 9-toothed nail rake and raked at the demon. Boom! That demon's body was instantly in pieces, blood splattering everywhere. With such a bloody scene, not only were the demons stunned. Even Lin Shutian in mid-air was stunned. This pig demon is so fierce? Lin Shutian was a bit confused.
Then, I heard the second elder brother say again, a bunch of demons actually dare to block my old pig from entering the cave, damn it, all of them deserve to die. Boom! The second elder brother wielded a 9-toothed nail rake and made a killing.
Defend him. The holy captain of the Rhino warriors hurriedly ordered his men,
attempting to stop the second brother with his shield. However, the second brother's power was too reckless. I don't know how many times more reckless than Wang Zhendu. He swung the 9-toothed nail rake in his hand. Those shields then directly cracked as if they were papier-mâché. The rhinoceros demons also died a large number of times.
Dang it!
The mantis swordsman's greatsword arrived.
Unfortunately, second brother's skin and flesh were not something these large knives could hurt.
Several of the large swords broke right off and became scrap metal.
Shoot him with an arrow.
The paladin leader of the mantis blades reminded the paladin leader of the piggyback riders.
The second brother is not like Wang Zhen. He's just pure Mang.
Wang Zhen is not only reckless, he is also fast, so godlike that it is impossible to aim.
But second brother is a better target.
Good. The paladin leader responded, and then he summoned the piggyback riders and began to fire arrows at the second brother. Shoo shoo shoo. The arrows rained down and were extremely powerful. Finally, it exploded around the second brother. But soon, they realized they were wrong.
Because second brother's defense was not an ordinary defense. No matter how many arrows there were, they couldn't hurt a single hair on second brother's body.
But barring that, their maneuvering like this angered the second brother again.
The second brother looked at the naive piggy underneath the knights.
The eyes suddenly began to redden. A bunch of stupid pigs, how dare they assist this group of demons against this marshal? Shoo! A red light flew out of the second brother's eyes. Then scattered and fell into the eyes of those piggies. Piggies at your service, follow this marshal and finish off these demons.
The second elder brother put away the 9-toothed nail rake.
Showed up. It was a large boar over 10 meters tall.
Hello?
When the piggies of the mounts had been controlled by the red light emanating from the eyes of the second brother, they all shook the archers off their bodies after seeing the second brother's original form, and came behind him again.
Them. The second brother gave the order. He himself unleashed an onslaught on the surrounding demons. Boom! The second elder brother in his human form would have been incomparably mangy. Now that it is in its original form, it is naturally more Mang.
Any demon that was impacted by him was basically killed. Some of the demons that were caught in the aftermath of the battle didn't directly die with their lives though. But it's hard to escape the army of piggies behind the second brother.
Moreover, these piggies were already thick-skinned and had amazing defense.
Now boosted by second brother's red light.
The attack is also much more powerful.
The piggy team was thus led by the second senior brother, and ravaged the demon race of Broken Wind City.
Chapter 38, the second brother wants to enter the cave. Windbreak City is miserable right now. Dead demon at all times. And barring that city defense spell was supposed to protect them.
As a result, it is now a cage that traps them. It was impossible for them to escape to the other cities in the rear. There were no more 4th rank experts in the entire Broken Wind City, except for the highest leaders of the 4 units. As such, the 4 4th ranks came together in a pile, ready to take hold of the second elder brother.
Up. The Rhino Warriors Saint Captain initiated the proposal.
Who goes first?
The holy soldier leader of the Mantis swordsmen looked at everyone.
Zhu Zhu goes first.
Zhu Zhu will trap that big boar with a spider web first, and then we'll go on.
The holy guardian leader of the Earth Dragon Guards added.
Good.
Pearl, also known as the paladin leader of the piggyback riders.
Her true form is a spider.
Now, the heaviest losses were her piggyback riders, as all of the pigs had mutinied and the riders were mostly trampled to death.
Who made the knight body the weakest?
The riders are nothing without their piggybacks, and even running is a struggle. And she, as the head paladin of the piggyback riders. It's natural to help avenge your own men.
Whoosh. Pearl did it. An extremely strong and large net was released.
When the other 3 demons saw Zhu Zhu releasing the large net, they all hurriedly moved away from her by almost nearly 20 meters. Because the poison on this spider web of Zhu Zhu is very poisonous and spreads very quickly, if you dip it, you will fall into a deep sleep. In the end, they are either eaten by the beads or outright poisoned.
Boom!
A large net covered the second brother.
Restrict the movement of the second brother. The second elder brother struggled a few times and realized how he couldn't break free. There was even some dizziness. It's working, or Pearl's poison is powerful. When the three demons saw this, they all thought it was a sure thing. A pat on the back for Pearl. The second senior brother naturally heard the words of the three demons. He turned back. But there was only one demon, Zhu, in his eyes. No other three demons could be seen anymore. Under the effect of the toxin, the second brother hallucinated before his eyes. It was as if he was back in the cave, and in front of him was his new bride, the China fairy. "Daughter-in-law, I'm here, let's get married." The second elder brother transformed back into his human form and lunged towards Zhu. Ah! Pearl was originally an archer. Naturally, there's not much running around. Plus, the other three demons were originally far away from her because they were afraid of her spider poison. So it was too late to save her. They then watched as Zhu was pounced upon by her second senior brother. "Who the hell is your daughter-in-law? I'm a spider." Zhu roared without any good humor. "I'm a pig too." The second elder brother yelled and was about to perform the cave-in. Then, both the three demons and Lin Shutian were ready to watch the livestream. Boo! Pearl naturally didn't want to do this in public, especially in broad daylight. She showed her original form straight away. It was a big purple spider. The 8 spider legs were like 8 steel spears as they launched themselves at the second brother. Dang it! Pity! Everything is useless. The second elder brother was a god anyways, and he was summoned only to have his combat power limited to the 4th rank, level 40. The godly defenses can all still be there. This district's 4th order demon, a demon whose cultivation was not even comparable to that of the landlord. How could it possibly break second brother's defense? The second elder brother didn't care at all about Zhu's resistance and attack on himself. He held Pearl down and began to pose. Ha ha ha. The audience watching the live stream got excited. There were even gifts of whips, candles, ropes, and ponies to reward. But just as the demons were preparing to watch the show, the second brother disappeared with a whoosh. The 3 demon smiles came to an abrupt end. I've swiped my gifts and paid for my membership, and this is what you're showing me? Disappearing for me? Come out, go on. The Mantis Blade Soldier Holy Soldier leader shouted into the air. Out you go. Whoosh. A spider web flew out of Zhu's abdomen and covered the Sacred Soldier Chief directly. The Sacred Soldier leader fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, the other 2 demons hurriedly shut their mouths and didn't dare to say half a word again. It was agreed that I would make the first move, but it turns out that you guys meow just know how to watch my old lady? The more Pearl said, the angrier she got, and she was about to make another move on the other 2 demons. Let's go check out the damage. The 2 demons didn't dare to take the move, turned around and ran away. Poof. Jewel transformed back into her human form and began to straighten her clothes that had been torn by her second senior brother. Once her clothes were sorted out, she then realized that all the piggies had returned to their naive appearance. That's what made sure the disaster was over. A heavy sigh of relief. 10 minutes, I can't believe it's only been 10 minutes. In midair, Lin Shutian had a look of regret on his face. He naturally saw that the second brother was summoned by the sound of the oboe. But isn't a summoner summoning a helper for at least 30 minutes? This 10 minutes of yours, isn't that a bit too short? Probably the only person who has experienced this and spectated on it is Pearl, who would find it 10 minutes long. But 10 minutes is enough for such a powerful pig demon, not even to mention 10 minutes, 5 minutes is enough. Otherwise, this broken wind city will really become a broken city. Zhu would have been very relieved if she heard Lin Shutian say that. Lin Shutian understands her. Not to mention 5 minutes, 3 minutes was too long for her when she was pressed by that pig. Strength and time are inversely proportional. The stronger the summoning, the shorter the time. In that case, it makes sense. Lin Shutian nodded in satisfaction as he found self-consistent logic again. With the battle over here, it was time for him to focus on that side. Luckily, nothing untoward happened in those 10 minutes. The Wind Wolf King didn't break the rules and kill people indiscriminately. Then, he heard that kid Wangjin mouth off. You're still chasing me? Not afraid that your Windbreak City will be slaughtered clean? The Wind Wolf King was indeed quite fast. But there was no way for him to catch up with Wang Zhen for a while. But then again, the realm gap is so big.
One was not yet second order, but the other was sixth order. With the speed of the Wind Wolf King, it was only a matter of time before he caught up with Wang Jin. Wang Jin was naturally aware of this. So as soon as he saw any dragon transmigrants appearing on the road, he made a point of rooting around those transmigrants. And at this time, the Wind Wolf King would throw his weight around and be unable to make a move. Then barring that, the Wind Wolf King's speed is required to have an acceleration process. That is, it's slow in the early stages and gets faster in the later stages. It's just like driving a car. You need to warm up the car, then start in first gear, then shift into second. Then third gear, fourth gear, fifth gear. But the King of the Wind Wolves found that every time he shifted to the fifth gear and was ready to open the highway to gallop and wander, the kid just started drilling the crowd. It was like putting a red light on the highway, making him have to stop the car again. Then waited for the light to go green and went back to starting in first gear. It's really too suffocating to drive like this. The Wind Wolf King had never been so suffocated in his entire life. Kid, don't try to use the fact that something happened to Broken Wind City to lure me back. My Broken Wind City is well protected by the city's defense treasures. There shouldn't be any more Dragon Kingdom transmutineers up ahead, so I'll see how you run next. The Wind Wolf King had long since exploded from Wang Jin's anger. But barring that, he also kept reminding himself to keep his mind steady. At the same time, he was ready to deploy. Those fifth-ranked experts he had sent out to look for space stones were right in front of him. As soon as they gather around, how can this kid run away? When the time comes, this kid will die for sure. Wang Jin sniffed and looked up ahead. Indeed, not far ahead was a small desert spanning nearly 200 kilometers. This place is so hot that no demons would exist. Naturally, no transmogrifier would exist. According to the acceleration of the Wind Wolf King, once he entered the desert, he would really have nowhere to run. Hey, I'll go where the people are then. Whoosh. Wang Jin suddenly came to a folding direction, then started to run towards Broken Wind City again. Good boy, looking for death. Seeing that Wang Jin was going to look for those Dragon Country transitioners to seek help again, the Wind Wolf King's mind, which had been under forced control, finally became a little unstable. And barring that, he also realized something abominable: Wang Jin had gotten faster again. Chapter 39, Sawmakers Upgrade Grade C. Wang Jin's speed suddenly became faster, naturally because he had risen to level 20. In addition to the fixed attribute values that would have been increased by upgrading, he also received 8 points of potential value. The potential value that he hadn't used up before, he had completely added all of it to agility as well, otherwise he wouldn't have been so fast. He now had 152 points of agility. This statistic was comparable to a third-ranked unadulterated expert. Coupled with his flexible use of the Earth Escape, the Yufuyo exhibition, and the Dragon Kingdom Transfigurator he met on the way, it really wasn't that easy for the Wind Wolf King to catch him. Ha, dog, you're still too confident in your city defense magic treasures. Since that's the case, then I'll give you an inventory of how many demons have died in your Broken Wind City now. Wang Jin escaped while talking. Piggyback Knight dead 3,821, Piggyback dead 217. Rhino Warriors, Rhino dead 1523. Mantis Swordsman, Mantis dead 2257. Earthen Dragon Guardian, Pangolin dead 613. As for your Flaming Eagles, well, it's fortunate that they're all out of town, otherwise, they'd have lost some of them as well, ha ha ha. Wang Jin finished reporting the data and let out another big laugh. Will the Wind Wolf King believe it? Natural disbelief. He just assumed that everything Wang Jin said about this was all made up and was meant to piss him off. But when he received the news from Zhu Zhu that something had happened in Broken Sky City, his entire face immediately went black. He finally gave up chasing Wang Jin and went back to Broken Sky City. Hey, finally gone. Seeing the Wind Wolf King leave, Wang Jin couldn't help but let out a fierce sigh of relief. He was actually under quite a bit of pressure to escape. The reason why he had left his doppelganger in Broken Wind City in the first place was also because he thought that he could wreak havoc. While earning experience and divine power, you are able to play a hand of Wei Wei Zhao, attacking the enemy to save them. Now it seems that his scheme has finally come to fruition. Next, it's time to accept the results. Shoo. 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 For fear of the Wind Wolf King positioning himself, Wang Jin cast off another Fudo exhibition and scurried out for nearly 50 miles. Then he went underground with a whoosh. He then opened his data panel.
Role, Wangjin. Occupation, oboist. Realm, First Order. Rank, 20.
Experience required for upgrading, 114,6430,300,000.
Power, 152. Spirit, 96. Defense, 80. Agility, 152. Potential value, 0. Skills, Invulnerability Natural Skill, Mirror Image SS Level, 5 Elements Transportation SS Level. Divine Technique, Fukushima Exhibition 0.004%. Occupational Level, D. Current Divine Power, 13,760 points.
Summoning music, the king calls me to the mountain, the 100 ghosts of the misty forest, the king calls the mixed sky, I wish to become an immortal, look at my 72 changes, Porky Pig carrying his daughter-in-law, Pancake Man.
Current divine power to reach the standard of upgrading oboe maker, is it upgrading? After checking the data panel, a dialog box popped up in front of Wangjin. Rise. Isn't that what this trip is all about? Why don't you go up?
It had to be said that what second senior brother had just done in Windbreak City was really quite fierce. It allowed Wangjin to harvest over 1.2 million experience and 8,431 points of divine power. This harvest was completely beyond Wangjin's expectations. He had overshot his plan this time out on this trip. Upgrade successful. Occupation level, C grade can be upgraded to B grade by consuming 50,000 points of divine power. The character is currently a C rank oboist, and the current upper limit of the strength that can be utilized for summoning is 50 levels of the 5th order. The character is currently a C rank oboist, opening up space to summon a human sage. Current divine power, 3,760 points. Oh. See the space that opens up to summon the sages of the human race. Wangjin was a bit surprised. He so wanted to see what sages were inside that space. But the oboe is not on the body. It looks like we'll have to have more Suonas on hand in the future. Wangjin couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Boy, can you come up and talk? After taking stock of his harvest, a voice came to Wangjin's ears. This voice Wangjin recognized, it was Lin Shutian's. Whoosh! Wangjin drilled out of the ground and looked at Lin Shutian in midair. Lin Shutian saw him and with a wave of his hand, Wangjin disappeared with him. This is... Wangjin felt that he was in a marvelous place right now. There was a wind, but no wind noise. Could feel a lot of things passing by, but just couldn't see anything. Intuition told him it was dangerous out there. This is a small space of my own that I opened up inside the spatial turbulence. If we talk here, the Wind Wolf King won't be able to perceive you. Lin Shutian said. Oh? He can sense me? Hearing Lin Shutian say that, Wangjin was surprised. He had run another 50 kilometers, and the Wind Wolf King could still sense it, so powerful? Yes, the whirlwinds of his wind gusts are marked. But anyone who escapes from Windbreak City will basically be marked. This mark lasts for 3 days, and after that, it naturally fades and disappears. However, many people can't escape for 3 days. Lin Shutian explained. By the way, I still don't know what you call yourself. Which family are you from? My name is Wangjin, and I don't have a family. Wangjin replied. Oh? No clan? Then how did you get your SS rank skills? Lin Shutian was surprised. This is a genius who fell out of the sky in broad daylight. If my Lin family can take it for myself, then. I'm a guaranteed student of Lanbu University this year, my SS skill. Although it was the first time he met Lin Shutian. But Wangjin knew that Lin Shutian was good. Because the textbook says so. An existence like Lin Shutian was specifically designed to guard the rules. Such people are straight and upright. Therefore, there was no need for him to tell Lin Shutian a lie. Told him some of the things that had happened to him since he came to the imperial capital. Even so, in order to prove his identity, he even pulled out the acceptance letter and showed it to Lin Shutian. He said that he felt that the experience from the limited copy was too little, which was why he wanted to come to the demon rear to kill monsters and earn more experience. You're actually a bonded student from Sekiguchi, no wonder, no wonder. No wonder your brat is the least bit disciplined. Lin Shutian laughed out loud. What rules? Wangjin asked for guidance. It is now the period of preparation for the entrance examination for our students in the Dragon Kingdom, which is also known as the truce period. At this time, Dragon Kingdom geniuses are not allowed to enter the demon race's rear to kill demons, and demon race spies are not allowed to make a move against our Dragon Kingdom students. As a result, many of the defensive and offensive formations within Windbreak City were also not turned on, and those 5 major forces were recuperating and not as alert as they were during the war. That's exactly what you boys have drilled into me. Otherwise, do you think that Broken Wind City, which has stood here for 400 years, is something that you, a kid who hasn't even risen to the 2nd rank, can break? Lin Shutian continued to laugh. Ha! So that's it. I told you, this Broken Sky City isn't that great. Only then did Wang Jin realize what had happened. He also understood why Broken Sky City had so many guys who knew how to use Earth to hide in the shadows besides him. I guess those were geniuses who weren't on the agreed list, and then knowing that Broken Sky City's guard was now lax, they thought of coming to sneak in and make things happen. Only, one jumped the gun. And made such a big fuss. They naturally have no way to do it. Chapter 40, Wind Wolf King, must kill that pig. Hey, you kids are kind of crooked. However, to be able to survive the pursuit of the Wind Wolf King, you've made a name for yourself in this battle. Lin Shutian laughed again. Wang Jin's heart was also bursting with joy when he heard this. 17 or 18-year-old lad. Just the time to love loading forks. Who doesn't want to be famous? However, this is only temporary. Next, you're going to face the pursuit of 25th Order experts from Broken Wind City. Before Wang Jin could be happy for long, Lin Shutian added. Oh? Why? Wang Jin was a bit puzzled. Our existence is only to restrict 6th Order experts from participating in the battle. 5th Order experts, we don't interfere. That's why many of the family descendants are out there killing demons, and the guardians are all 5th ranked experts. Because a 5th ranked expert is one who can do whatever he wants, with little scruples. Of course, there are some that will bring 6th or even 7th Order experts, and that's just in case, because there are always guys who don't take the rules seriously. In addition, there are also dead soldiers in existence, using a 6th rank whose life or cultivation has come to an end in exchange for a genius who has not yet risen to prominence is quite cost-effective. If you mess up Windbreak City like this, the Windwolf King will definitely not spare you, and will inevitably have the Windbreak City's 5th ranked experts continue to hunt you down. And with no guardians from the big families around you, it's naturally dangerous. This place is 230 kilometers from Windbreak City. 270 kilometers from the buffer zone under the jurisdiction of my Dragon Kingdom. If you can run the 270 kilometers, then, I can guarantee that when you get there, they won't dare to touch you. I'll send a message to Old Man Mo to come pick you up at a location 500 kilometers away. Lin Shutian explained. So it is. Wang Jin nodded. Then he was lost in thought. To say that before he came to Windbreak City, it was right that he was afraid of 5th rank experts. But now, he's a C-rank oboist. The mythological creatures that could be summoned that were capable of reaching level 50 of the 5th Order. Though let's say it's a 5th Order 50. But mythical creatures are mythical creatures. They are all challengeable over the top. As far as these 5th ranked level 59 guys from the Tanyu continent were concerned, they could only take a beating in front of a level 50 mythological creature. As for how the 5th Order mythological creatures fared against the 6th Order, Wang Jin doesn't know it now. That's where the Wind Wolf King went back. Otherwise, definitely give him a try. Gee, too bad. Suddenly, Wang Jin remembered something. He oboe no more. Is that what you want? Lin Shutian pulled out a Suona. Since he knew that his second senior brother was summoned by the oboe, he naturally wouldn't leave the incriminating evidence in Broken Wind City. Oops, yes, thank you Elder Lin. Wang Jin was very happy and put away the Suona. You kid! Lin Shutian was also as fond of Wang Jin as little Drillwind. Alright, what's done is done, I can only help you so far, the rest of the way is up to you. Lin Shutian had duties to attend to after all, so naturally he couldn't stay inside this small space for too long. He took Wang Jin out. After Wang Jin said goodbye to Lin Shutian, he ran towards that small desert. He planned to ambush those 25th ranked demon race experts inside the small desert. Hey, this kid, his guts are too big. Lin Shutian is an old man. He had naturally seen through Wang Jin's mind. Wang Jin hadn't just been contemplating because he was intimidated by 25th Order demon race experts. He was figuring out how to get those 25th Order. 17 years old, freshman bonded student. messed up Broken Wind City's chicken and dogs, and escaped the 6th Order Wind Wolf King's pursuit. If he can still mess up 25th ranks in Broken Wind City, then he is destined to be famous on the continent.
A kid like that needs to be watched closely.
Lin Chutian mumbled to himself before preparing to send a message to Mo Suiphone. But soon, he dismissed his thoughts. That kid's notice cover, but it's from last year.
How can you admit this year's freshers with last year's admission letter? Longwu University, you guys are too perfunctory.
Lin Chutian smiled again and sent the message to his father.
Dragon Kingdom, Imperial Capital. New Martial Arts Academy.
Lin Jiu listened to the song while writing in brushstrokes.
Suddenly, the cell phone on the desk vibrated.
He raised his eyes and saw that it was Lin Chutian who had sent a message.
Because Lin Chutian didn't usually send him many messages.
And once Lin Chutian was able to send a message, it was bound to be of immense importance. He put down his quill and picked up his cell phone, checking his messages.
Wang Zhen? The oboist?
A flash of color flashed in Lin Jiu's eyes.
Rin Su.
He put down his cell phone and yelled out the window.
Great-grandfather.
A very clean-looking, very civilized boy appeared and bowed to Lin Jiu.
Make a trip to the Silent Desert and make sure to bring Wang Zhen back to me. Lin Jiu commanded.
Yes. Lin Xiu replied, and a pair of wings suddenly sprouted from his back. On that pair of wings, there was a hidden aura of wind and thunder flickering. Then, with a flap of those wings, Lin Xiu shot up into the sky and headed for the Silent Desert.
The Wind Wolf King returned to Windbreak City. Seeing the miserable state of Windbreak City, his face was so gloomy that it was dripping water. Miserable, really miserable.
Anyway, since he took over Broken Wind City, when had he ever suffered such a big loss except for the damage during the Great War? Not to mention, the other team has 0 battle losses. To put it mildly, they hadn't even left a hair on someone's head in such a large city.
Report battle damage.
The Wind Wolf King sat on his throne and tried to suppress the anger in his chest. Reporting to the king, since you left, we piggy riders have lost 3,821 archers and 217 piggies. The Rhino Warriors lost 1,523 Rhino Warriors. The Mantis Swordsmen lost 2,257 Mantis Soldiers. The Earth Dragon Guards they were able to hide underground so their losses were minimal, losing 613 guards.
Asshole, what the hell is going on? The Wind Wolf King finally exploded. It was because he realized that the data reported by Zhu Zhu was exactly the same as the data Wang Zhen had told him, not a single one was off.
Great King, you came after a pig demon after you left, and that pig demon can control all the pigs, so the pigs abandoned the archers to rebel and trampled and pounded on us under the control of the pig demon to cause this loss. Then, that pig demon also said that I was his daughter-in-law, and wanted me to cavort with him in public, and he even tore my clothes, and if I didn't show my original form in a hurry, I'm afraid I would have. But that pig was so hateful that he didn't even let me go in my original form. I said I was a spider, and he said he was a pig too.
Pearl continued. Ah.
Asshole, asshole.
Hearing this, the anger in the Wind Wolf King's chest could no longer be held back.
Not only did his own men lose so badly, one of his own troop leaders actually almost got that.
Not even the demon body. How can such humiliation be tolerated?
He stood up and came with a snarl into midair.
The roof of that inner city was directly overturned by his roar.
Good boy, good pig demon, if this king still lets you live today, then there is no need for this king to live.
Chapter 41, It's all Little Sword's fault.
The Wind Wolf King completely exploded, intending to make a move against Wang Zhen and the pig demon without any qualms. He felt the cyclone mark on Wang Zhen's body. It was discovered that Wang Zhen was in the Silent Desert at the moment.
And it seems to have stopped. Is this kid tired of running and wants to rest and run again?
Inform Tiger and the others that the kid who robbed the Space Stone has been found, in the Silent Desert.
No matter what, you have to finish that brat off for me, resolutely not letting him return to the human race alive. The Wind Wolf King said to Zhu Zhu.
Yes.
Pearl answered and went down to make the arrangements.
Black Bear, a 4th Order Master. There were also 9 3rd Order experts accompanying him. As a result, the cargo was robbed by the demon killer. Now, Wang Zhen had become the Wind Wolf King's greatest suspect. It was because the Wind Wolf King knew that the king really had that ability. As for whether or not it was robbed by Wang Zhen or not, it didn't matter.
The important thing was that someone's clan genius took the blame and could just hand it over to the Duke. As for the pig demon, the Wind Wolf King decided to take matters into his own hands. He took out an S-ranked equipment and limited his cultivation to the 5th rank, level 59, and headed for the Silent Desert as well. Imperial Capital. Kokubu University. Qianlei leaned on the couch, eating snacks and swiping his cell phone at the same time. Suddenly, a message popped up on his cell phone. Yue Yang, Lao Qian, I heard that accidental level bosses are good? Yue Yang, a genius ranked 29 on the Young Lin ranking, after Qianlei. That is, the seeded candidates for today's Langwu University's guaranteed student examination. Oh, there's a fish on the hook. Seeing Yue Yang's message, Qianlei's mouth spread into a sinister smile. Yes, it's quite a fight. Basically it's a delivery. With Lao Yu your status as a wind, fire, and ice 3 system mutant magician, it's easy. Qianlei sent the message out with a flourish of typing in the dialogue box. Yue Yang, I'll believe the hell out of you. Yue Yang, if others don't know you, old Qian, don't I know you? You're just an old pussy. Seeing this, Qianlei didn't bother to speak. He opened his Langwu University app account and sent a direct screenshot of the preparatory credits he had earned during his examination. Yeo. Yuichio, it looks like it's time to plan. After this message was sent, no other messages were sent. Oh, old you, with this IQ of yours, you're still fighting with me? Go ahead, go get properly abused by an accidental level boss. Qianlei put down his cell phone and laughed out loud. Ding dong. He hadn't laughed enough. Noticed a push message appear on my phone. Shocker, 17-year-old teenager, picking over the entire Windbreak City with one man's strength. Originally, this kind of news, Qianlei usually does not care. But he was in a good mood today, so he decided to click on it and have some fun. See the article. Qianlei was a bit dumbfounded. 5 elements transportation technique, SS-ranked space transfer equipment. And that series of combat maneuvers. Why does it look so much like Wang Jun? What reinforced his certainty that this person was Wang Jun was the fact that the oboe summoning the pig demon was mentioned later in the article. I'll go, didn't he go to play a limited copy? And ended up running to Windbreak City to mess things up? Qianlei was frightened. It's a truce right now. He had to go and confirm this. He put on his white robe and was about to go out. At that moment, a stocky old man came to the door. Lair, where are you going? Old ancestor. Qianlei sniffed and hurriedly saluted the old man. Old ancestor, what do you want to see me about? After saluting, Qianlei was busy asking. He kept his head down and didn't even look at the old man. This made the old man's heart sigh. Well, I heard that you guys defeated the accidental level boss yesterday, so I came over to ask. The old man said. Qianlei naturally didn't dare to lie to the old man, and told the old man everything about killing the boss and the accidental level boss. Oh? Wang Jun, the one that little sword favors the most? Listening to the entire process, the old man became curious about Wang Jun as well. Yes, it's that Wang Jun that old man Sword Saint has his eyes on. Qianlei replied. Then why didn't he come to Guowu? Instead, he went to Langwu? The old man asked again. I'm not very clear, maybe the Sword Saint old man is clear. Also, old ancestor, look at this. Qianlei said, handing the cell phone to the old man. The older man looked at the push article, and the more he read, his brow furrowed. Then, he took out his communicator and called Lin Chutian. Chutian, Wang Jun went to Windbreak City? Yes, Elder Qian. Lin Chutian knew that this news would leak, he just didn't expect it to leak so quickly. This big brother, who was known as the Dragon Kingdom's #1 warrior, actually knew about it so quickly. Who else did you notify? Mo Suifeng? Qian Bugui continued to ask. Qianlei's old ancestor was the Qin family of the Dragon Kingdom, and could even be said to be the defining pin of the Dragon Kingdom. His name is just Qian Bugui. Once he struck, his opponent would be dead for sure, with no possibility of return. Didn't inform Elder Mo, informed my father. Lin Chutian replied. Ha, good, Xiao Tian, after so many years, you finally know how to be flexible, good, very good. Xiao Tian, cultivation, transmutation, and a person's character, that all accomplish each other.
The reason you're still inching forward at rank 69 of the 6th order after all these years is because you're too shafted. You're a spatial transmogrifier, playing jumpy, free, and spontaneous. How can this cultivation progress if you're not so shafted? The 6th order, a watershed. Above the 6th order, every advancement is not simply piled on experience. Rather, it requires a certain amount of comprehension. That was why there were so few 9th order experts. If it's just stacked with experience, then the human and demon races would have killed each other long ago. And it won't be as antagonistic as it is now. Thank you, Uncle Chen, for teaching me. I know. Little Sky, it had been years since anyone had called themselves that. At this moment, Lin Chutian seemed to have returned to his teenage years. Watching his father and his 3 uncles whine and talk freely in the back of the demon race. They were surrounded by demons and had many experts. But no demon dared to make a move against the 4 of them. It wasn't until the 4 of them left that those demon race experts let out a vicious sigh of relief. Wiped up a sweat. This feeling, he saw it again today in Wangjin. Guess it can't wait long. The feelings of his own father and several uncles back then would be reproduced in that kid Wangjin, right? I just don't know which ones will be eligible to wine and dine in then. Good, little Tian, have a good time with your physical realization and strive to break through the realm soon. After Qian Buchuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He then dialed Sword Saint's number. Little Sword, arrange for experts below the 6th rank to leave the city and go fetch Wangjin back to me. If that kid Wangjin loses a hair on his head, I'll take you to task. Qian Buchuan was angry. Such a good kid, but it's actually cheaper for Dragon Warrior University. It's all Little Sword's fault. So, not even waiting for the Sword Saint to reply or ask a question, Qian Biru then hung up the phone straight away. He then called the information department and told them to block all news related to Wangjin and not to spread it on the internet. How can such an awesome kid be allowed to hang around and be noticed? The internet, it's not exactly clean ground. Not to mention the fact that the human race had enemies within, it was the demon race that would be just as likely to use the human network to learn about human information and analyze human transmutants. Over the years, there have been numerous transmigrants who have been killed because the internet leaked their whereabouts and exposed their strength. Shen Buchuan naturally wouldn't let any of the geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom be in such a perilous position. Chapter 42. Attacking that chicken dumpling. Silent Desert. Shu. 2 5th-ranked demon experts had arrived. They were sensing the whirlwind markings on Wangjin's body. Follow the markers. Kid, why don't you hide? Is there no place to hide? One of the demon race experts asked with a smile. This was a desert, endless, and it was indeed a struggle to find a place to hide. Ch. Wangjin sniffed. I have no intention of hiding at all, just the 2 of you. You want to arrest me? No way. You might as well call the other 18, you 20 together. After all, I'm a male silver that the king of the Windwolves couldn't even catch. Wangjin said, and even pretended in passing. Good boy, big talk. One of the 5th order couldn't stand the idea of someone putting on a show like that. Already ready to make a move on Wangjin. But the next second, Wangjin will whoosh into the sand, disappeared. When Wangjin reappeared, he was in another direction of the desert. Hey, those 2 goods, I've told you that you can't catch me, how about it? Hurry up and call the other 18 to come, you guys together, more demons are more powerful. Wangjin continued to disdainfully say. Hee hee, it's just a mere earth escape technique, let's see me break you. Boo! Another 5th order demon clan showed his true form. It was a turkey bigger than a cow. With sharp pointed beaks and claws. He fluttered his wings a few times. Then he appeared in front of Wangjin with a whoosh. His pointed mouth then became about 10 meters long. It pecked down at where Wangjin was. Attempting to peck Wangjin out in this way. Clank! A dozen spears suddenly emerged from the sand. Aim for the neck of the big turkey. The big turkey dodged out of the way with a burst of heartburn. Good boy, actually set up ambushes, but are these ambushes of yours useful? The big turkey was a little spooked, but not in any danger. These ambushes are probably just 3rd order level 30. It was still difficult to hurt him. Ha ha ha, have you ever heard of a dish called Kung Pao chicken? This time it's an attack on your neck. Next time, just attack. Explode. Your diced chicken. Ah.
Wang Jun's words caused the great turkey's anger to instantly burn throughout the desert. Hoo hoo hoo. The big turkey flapped his wings hard a few times. That flapping was so fast it felt like the chicken wings were on fire. If it was any faster, the chicken wings would have been cooked. This time he impacted faster than before. It pecked towards Wang Jun. However, Wang Jun was faster than him. He was in the sand again before the big turkey could get his mouth on him. Then, as the big turkey pecked into the dirt with his long beak, a spear poked directly at the big turkey's chicken pee-pee. Ah! The big turkey got even angrier. He flew into the sky. Came a violent dive. Boom! Sand and dust fly. A cave-in occurred in a 100-meter radius. That's a tough move. He wanted to use this way to make Wang Jun be pinned down by the collapsing sand and have no way to use his earth escape. But it turned out that he had rooted himself into the sand, leaving only half of his chicken pee-pee exposed. That's it? This counts as a fifth order? Wang Jun looked at the large turkey struggling in the sand and froze a little. This fifth order turkey is too easily impulsive. This mentality is similar to that of a kid who has just transferred, it's just going to fall apart when he says so. Buzz. White dew in hand. Compare and contrast. Stabbed it against the cock pee-pee. Ah! A scream issued. The big turkey got even angrier. The ground shook and the sand kept churning. Wang Jun could also see that this big turkey was going to open wide. He directly made a fugue exhibition and left the range of the churning sand. Buzz! A golden light lit up on the big turkey's body. Then the body began to shrink. He turned into a little turkey. Turned up out of the dirt. Shoo! The turkey that got smaller got faster. But even so, it was impossible to peck Wang Jun. But he won't give up. One man and one chicken just scurried all over the desert, chasing each other everywhere. Pecking blindly everywhere. Every now and then, there were spears sticking out of the desert. This kind of battle, which was similar to a game of whack-a-mole, caused the other fifth-order demon race expert on the side to fall into thought. He didn't even know if he wanted to help, and how. Rumble. Just then, the third demon race fifth-order expert arrived. This third demon clan expert looked like an Earth escape expert at first glance. Because he came straight from the Earth. Wherever he passed, sand flew all the way and a small dune about 50 meters wide was left behind. When his dune was almost close to Wang Jun, a number of silhouettes actually appeared in the flying sand. Each of those figures held a spear in their hands. It's those spears that keep sapping the big turkey. Then, the third fifth-order demon race expert finally showed up. It was a large, shiny black centipede. The large centipede rolled over, changed direction, and proceeded to start creating sand dunes again, arching out the other figures that had been ambushed under the sand. Kill. Those arched out by the big centipede are naturally not people. Instead, Wang Jun had long ago ambushed the Yin soldiers. After the oboe upgrade, the number and level of the Yin soldiers had changed from the original 1000 second order level 20s to the current 2000 third order level 30s. All the Yin soldiers were now arched out by the big centipede. Naturally, they were not idle. Towards that fifth-ranked demon clan expert who had been watching the battle all along, he charged. Dang it! The battle was imminent. Although all of these Yin soldiers individually only had the strength of a third order level 30. However, when they formed a battle formation, it was quite a strength bonus. As such, they were also able to fight fifth-order experts. A group of shady soldiers are honored and destroyed at the same time. That fifth-order expert couldn't take them for a while. Then look at Wang Jun's side. With the help of the big centipede, the pressure on the little turkey plummeted. They were two demons, one on the ground and one in the sand. A siege was launched against Wang Jun. However, Wang Jun relied on his 152 points, and the Earth escape was 304 points of agility. Coupled with the Yi Fuyu exhibition, it will still seem like a tour de force. But when the fourth fifth-order demon race expert and the fifth-order demon race expert arrived, Wang Jun was a bit confused. That fourth demon was a cheetah that specialized in speed. He and Little Turkey worked with each other to keep the sandy surface firmly under control. That fifth demon was an ant. He and Big Centipede worked together to control the sand down, blocking the way under Wang Jun's as well. Wang Jun knew that he couldn't continue to wait for the demon in the same place.
Otherwise, when the demon race's experts become more and more numerous, I'm afraid I'll be rounded up and killed before I have a chance to play the oboe myself.
Shoo! Wang Jin casted the fugue exhibition. This time it's straight to the limit, 20 kilometers.
Then, he dived back into the ground and disappeared toward the front.
Oomph, kid, didn't you say you'd wait for 20 of us to join you? How come it's only 4 and you can't play anymore?
With the help of his companions, the little turkey's fire finally wasn't so bad. As he chased after him, he opened his mouth to taunt Wang Jin. "Ha, I was planning to find a place with a bigger fire, set up a pot, and make a dish out of all of you."
So ants, have you ever heard of ants going up a tree? Throwing you in a hot pan makes you want to get up a tree in a hurry. So leopard, you know the leopard and beaver braised 3 snakes? Heck, I wonder if any of you 20 have cats or snakes or anything like that. You guys could have been company if you had.
As for that big centipede, you can use it for barbecue or to make wine, you choose the same.
Wang Jin ran while arranging the several 5th-ranked demon experts in a clear manner.
Hiss! Just then, a large snake appeared in front of Wang Jin. The large snake opened its mouth wide and spat out its letters. In one bite, he swallowed Wang Jin into his belly.
Chapter 43, Skyless, a cluster of fire, a 5th order master. Old snake? You ate him?
The little turkey came over and expressed his displeasure at Orochi for being so hasty.
Or what, then you catch him.
Big Snake voiced his displeasure with the little turkey. This kid has such a poisonous mouth, it's cheaper to just eat him. You spit him out, I'm going to beat his stinking mouth to a pulp.
The little turkey said. He hated Wang Jin.
Not only does this guy have a foul mouth, he does disgusting things.
It's all underhanded.
Let's not talk about the attack of the exploding chicken, PP is still bleeding.
I let him out? In case it gets away again, you'll catch it? But you can't catch it.
Big Snake gave little turkey a very contemptuous look. The little turkey was just about to retort. Suddenly, a sham was heard coming from underground. Wang Jin was currently in the belly of the big snake. He knew he had been careless after all.
5th order experts, they really weren't that easy to deal with.
Not to mention, one is delusional enough to take out 20 of them together. The mythic creatures you summoned yourself did have what it took to finish them off.
But one's strength is too weak. Couldn't even hold out to get 20 of them together. Still can't be too adventurous, it seems.
Gotta get a good copy and upgrade, and when I level up a bit, I'll make these guys look good. For the melon eaters, a small turkey, a large centipede, a cheetah, an ant, and a large snake, 6 in all.
6 then.
Wang Jin compromised, 20 of them together was indeed a bit too much to hold. A level 20 who hadn't yet risen to the 2nd rank was able to take out 6 5th-ranked demon masters in one go.
Should be able to go down in history as well. Hey! Man, it's ready to go. Wang Jin mentally greeted the mirror image Wang Jin.
Ever since the last time he knew that he could mentally communicate with the summoned mythological creatures, Wang Jin tried to mentally communicate with the mirror image Wang Jin as well.
I didn't realize it was possible.
So this is what led to the sound of the oboe that Big Snake and Little Turkey and the others heard. That kid has a diversion underground, hurry up and find it. The great serpent reacted by burrowing right into the ground and searching. Seeing this, both the large centipede and the ants also burrowed into the ground and began to search for the mirror image Wang Jin.
But, no matter how much they looked, they couldn't find it.
After all, the Mirror King really didn't have a cyclone mark on him.
It wasn't as easy to find as Wang Jin's body. This is why Wang Jin had the mirror image Wang Jin hide underground to play the Suona.
Because he's a living target.
Everywhere you go, you'll be found and hunted. It is simply impossible to settle down to play the oboe. Oh! I smell nasty.
A voice suddenly appeared.
Startled the little turkeys on the sandy surface.
They followed the sound and saw a black lotus rising from under the sand. On the black lotus sat the mirror image of Wang Jin and a man in a black robe. This man was no one else but the mirror image Wang Jin summoned character from the Journey to the West Aftermath Wutian. Needless to say, the man who suddenly appeared was definitely not one of his own. Because his own gang are all demons.
It's a human being on the other side. And he's still with the kid. Kill.
The little turkey was the first to do it. He stretched his pointed beak and pecked towards Wang Jin. You just have that scent I hate. Skyless repeated the words. He raised his hand at the little turkey.
Boom. A purple flame appeared. This was the Black Lotus Sacred Flame of Heavenless. That Black Lotus Sacred Flame wrapped around the little turkey's beak. In just the blink of an eye, the little turkey's beak was melted by that flame. The little turkey was rolling around in pain, trying to scream, but couldn't because his beak was gone. Subsequently, that Black Lotus Sacred Flame spread down the little turkey's neck to the rest of the little turkey's body. The little turkey just went straight to ashes under the Black Lotus Sacred Flame. Run! The other few demon race experts had seen the means of Heavenless. Where else would they dare to oppose him? They each exerted their divine abilities and were about to flee. However, where was their speed as fast as the Black Lotus Sacred Flame's speed? The Black Lotus Sacred Flame only requires a small cluster. It would make them burn right out and disappear completely, just like the little turkeys. There's another big snake underground, but you have to be careful not to burn my real body along with it. Mirror King True said to Heavenless. That big snake was cunning, devious, and patient. That's why he swallowed Wang Jinjin's body before. Now, knowing that the ground is in danger, he has been hiding under the sand and not coming out. The real body? Skyless was a bit surprised. He checked out the Mirror King True. Just like real people. Splitting is so powerful now? When it came to splitting up, Heavenless was very experienced. He took another closer look. Finally saw the end. This diversion of yours, I guess, it's a bit interesting, but not much, and it mainly doesn't last long enough. It's only been 3 minutes and it's over. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Skyless' mouth. I also wonder if he meant something else with this 3 minutes. Shoo! Another cluster of Black Lotus Sacred Flame appeared and fell directly into the ground. Hiss! The great serpent appeared. The body was ablaze with the Black Lotus Sacred Flame. The pain was so great that he kept rolling his massive body. Puff, puff! The sand and dust were flying about and had blocked the Mirror King's true sight. Skyless controlled the Black Lotus to rise into mid-air. It was only then that the Mirror King really got a good look at what was going on down there. That big snake wasn't spared in the slightest. Just like the other few fifth-order demon experts, they were directly burned out by the Black Lotus Sacred Flame. There's not even a crumb left. Of course, Wang Jinjin's body was fine. This was another thing that surprised Skyless. Because his Black Lotus Sacred Flame actually had no way to burn on Wang Jin. Interesting, really interesting. Skyless laughed again. He couldn't do any damage to the kid. Is it because he summoned himself? Kid, come up here and I'll take you to kill them. I smelled a couple more scents I hate. Skyless beckoned to Wang Jinjin's body. Wang Jinjin's real body immediately took off and finally landed on the Black Lotus. And at that point, the Mirror King's real 3 minutes had come and gone. It disappeared with a bang. Buddha, I know you know a better split technique, why don't you teach me? He. Wang Jin walked up to Wu Tian and revealed a simple smile. Hey, what's the point of learning all this? What's the point of fighting and killing all day long? We want to touch everyone with love and fill the whole world with love. Wang Jin heard a second voice coming out of Heavenless' body. Shut up! Before Wang Jin could inquire what was going on. Heavenless, however, was the first to get angry. Then, Wu Tian added to Wang Jin, Kid, it's not that easy to learn my splitting technique. Tell me first, what do you think is good? What is evil? Wang Jin suddenly understood how there were two voices in the body of Heavenless. The one who just spoke should be good thoughts of the Skyless. And now this one in front of his own eyes is the evil thought of Heavenless. And evil thoughts are truly heavenless. So, knowing the intention and mind of the question writer, you know the direction of the answer. Chapter 44, Another Divine Skill Arrives. Split Body Technique. There can't be one good or evil in this heaven and earth. A moment of kindness can lead to the tragic death of a loved one, the extinction of a family, or even a race. A heart of goodness is a kind of hypocrisy, an enabler of evil, and a contributor to the arrogance of the wicked. Ask, if our goodness fuels the evil of others, and others then use their evil against other innocent people, do those innocent people deserve to die? Do they deserve to go to hell? What I consider good, that is good to those I cherish, good to those who cherish me, and good to the innocent. The evil I think of is the evil of the wicked, the evil of injustice, the evil of all double-standardized gestures against me. I don't actively bully people, and people can't bully me. Whoever bullies me, I'll let him know what evil is. When he said the last sentence, Wang Jin's eyes were filled with ruthlessness and dominance. Skyless didn't say anything, but rather, he was somewhat lost in thought. He heard Wang Zhen's words and thought of his own past. Think of your loved ones. Think of the injustice that the Buddhist world has done to him by going back on his word. So, he dispels the good thoughts of the Skyless. Became the evil thought of no heaven. He wanted to change that hypocritical Buddhist world and create an ideal Buddhist world of his own. But in the end, what do you get? The kid's right. One cannot be good or evil all the time. Only when good and evil are intertwined, that is a complete flesh and blood person. It doesn't matter if it's the Buddhist realm, or the earth, or the heavenly court. All should cherish what they should cherish and punish all that should be punished. And at that moment, the voice of the good thought of the Skyless rang out once again. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? I would like to use my good body to ferry all the evil in the world. Shut up! Evil Thoughtless yelled at Good Thoughtless again. Kid, your answer is a bit interesting. I'll pass on this split technique to you. And I'm sure you won't be able to split off into a doppelganger like this nasty fellow. The nasty guy, in Heavenless mouth, naturally referred to Good Thought Heavenless. Shoo! Skyless raised his hand and pointed. A divine sense rushed into Wang Zhen's mind. However, at this time, Wang Zhen didn't have time for physical realization. After all, he was still in danger. Abominable brat of the human race, hand over the space stone, or else, I'll make you suffer. The Black Lotus carried Skyless and Wang Zhen as they flew along, and the demon race experts finally appeared in their sights. That demon race expert didn't recognize Heavenless. But it could sense the cyclone mark on Wang Zhen's body. He determined that Wang Zhen was the one who stole the space stone that the Wind Wolf King had said. He spoke and moved right in. Shoo! Skyless threw out a cluster of Black Lotus sacred flame without slowing down. That demon struggled a few times in the Black Lotus sacred flame, and then directly turned into air in the air. That way. Skyless sensed it. Controlling the Black Lotus, he changed directions. There are actually 3 demons over here. He threw out 3 more clusters of Black Lotus sacred flame. Thus, those 3 5th-ranked demon race experts were burned to death. There are so many more of these scents that I hate, and unfortunately, I don't have the time. Kid, cultivate well. I'll see you next time. I'm going to examine you, and if I'm satisfied, I'll pass on some other things. When Wu Tian finished speaking, he disappeared with the Black Lotus with a whoosh. Nasty scent, meaning the scent on the demons? Skyless kept repeating the words, nasty breath. This caused Wang Zhen to have more doubts in his heart. These demons have done battle with Skyless? Wang Zhen was taken aback by his own guess. A demon that could go against Skyless, what level would it have to be? Anyway, with these 9th-order demons in the Tanyu continent, they were definitely not qualified. Did these demons come from somewhere else? Mythical creatures are fighting them? I read a lot of novels before I was reborn. At this moment, the speculations in Wang Zhen's heart became boundless. He looked up at the sky, wondering what was up there. A war of the gods? Maybe, when you get to that level, you can learn some of the truth. Whoosh! Watching the sky. Wang Zhen suddenly sensed something approaching him. Being in danger. Especially with a previous history of being swallowed by a large snake. Wang Zhen was naturally alert beyond measure. Without even thinking about it, he rushed out with a single, fugue exhibition. And it wasn't until after he dashed out that he was complete with the feeling of claws slicing through him. In short, if he hadn't reacted fast enough, then just now he would have been injured. Boy, you're very alert. A voice came from a black civet cat. I hear you're going to braise 3 snakes with leopard and beaver? The civet's eyes were sharp. Looking Wang Zhen up and down, as if he wanted to see through Wang Zhen completely. Wang Zhen smiled at his words. Yeah, there's this dish, but you're late. If you'd come earlier. If I had come earlier, I would have been burned to death by that Black Lotus sacred flame, right? The civet cat grabbed Wang Zhen's words and said. You. Wang Zhen had a very bad feeling in his heart. This beaver cat. It's not like he's been following him around the whole time, is it? So he knows everything that's going on around him? Even so, he had concealed himself from Heavenless probing. Otherwise, it was impossible for Heavenless to have brought himself this far without discovering him. At this moment, there were too many doubts in Wang Zhen's mind. You guessed right, I've just been following you the whole time. Do you think you can really escape me? Childish. I just don't want to get you with those idiots.
I'm going to ask the Duke alone for the credit of catching you.
Shoo! The beaver moved again. Wang Jin didn't dare to slack off and once again dodged with Fuyo exhibition. Let's see how many times you can use this skill in a row, the civet said, waving a paw.
Wang Jin didn't dare to be careless and directly drilled into the sand, disappearing towards the distance. Whoosh! But when he burrowed out of the sand again, he realized that the civet cat had appeared behind him again.
How did you know I was in this direction? Wang Jin was completely heartbroken. The reason he's burrowing into the ground.
It means that the other person doesn't know in which direction they are fleeing. But now, the other person was able to follow him all the way. This speed, it's too scary. He's this fast.
Faster than the Wind Wolf King?
He had been chased by the Wind Wolf King for so long. There has never been a situation like the one at hand.
Still want to run away? The civet's voice came again.
Humph. Wang Jin snorted coldly and burrowed back into the ground.
He still doesn't believe it.
This time, he earthbound farther. It's also been around the ground a couple of times.
But wait until he burrows out of the ground. The civet cat still appeared behind him.
And this time, the civet was closer to him than last time.
I can give you another chance to escape.
The civet cat was not slow and did not mean to immediately strike out to catch Wang Jin. He just looked at Wang Jin with a chesty look on his face.
No more running, you catch me. Wang Jin didn't move.
Look up at the sky.
The civet was a little speechless. But he didn't move either. Just looking at Wang Jin like that. Whoosh! Wang Jin suddenly burrowed into the ground. Gone.
When he reappears, the civet was really not behind him.
Meow, luckily I read a lot of books and am resourceful enough.
Otherwise, it's really letting this broken civet cat fool the old man.
Wang Jin spat. He finally realized what was going on with the civet. Chapter 45, Sure, you play Princess Hug with me? This civet cat can read minds.
This was Wang Jin's conclusion about the civet. He sees his eyes and reads what is in his heart.
During the second Earth escape, Wang Jin pondered the doubts in his mind. If this civet cat could be as fast as the Wind Wolf King, Wang Jin would not believe it to death. Also, Skyless said, there are so many more of these scents that he hates. This meant that there couldn't be a problem with Skyless senses.
As for the fact that Heavenless could not sense the existence of this civet cat, this was even more impossible. Because he himself was able to dodge the Reavers when they launched their attacks. The difference between himself and the power of Heavenless sensation that could be said to be the difference between a star and the universe. Even he himself could sense the civet cat, there was no way that Heavenless wouldn't be able to sense it.
All sorts of questions intertwined. Finally, it allowed Wang Jin to find a break. The break lies in the Black Lotus Sacred Flame. When Heavenless made a move, he did so directly, and didn't shout out, Black Lotus Sacred Flame, before throwing the fire cluster out. Therefore, other than Wang Jin who recognized this fire, other people were simply unable to name this fire. And that civet can actually call out names. That means he can see into himself.
The two subsequent Earth attacks, one was when Wang Jin tried to get the civet to read his mind.
Know where you're going to burrow out of.
The second time, he looked up at the sky without letting the other man see his eyes. As a result, it ended up eluding the other side. In the end, the other side was indeed fast, but it was limited. It's just that he knew where he was going first, and then ran ahead toward where he'd burrowed out. But even then, he hadn't even caught up with himself yet.
That speed, that's about it.
Wang Jin usually likes to read some wild and strange books.
Knowing that mind-reading demons would exist. It was just that he hadn't thought that a demon who would be capable of such a skill would actually appear in Windbreak City.
And it's out to catch him coming.
Looks like we have to go, otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to get away.
The mind-reading civet cat once again gave Wang Jin a wake-up call. Hell knows what else the other 9 demons are capable of. Therefore, he gave up his intention of continuing to kill the demon and prepared to return there. This time, Skyless had helped him take out 10 of Windbreak City's 5th-ranked demon clan experts.
It's already a good battle. It doesn't have to be all over the place. Otherwise, the Wind Wolf King would easily jump over the wall. That's not good. Wang Jin went earthbound again for several dozen miles. Only then did he take out his oboe and prepare to play. He intended to summon the golden-winged rock eagle and let him take him back.
As for what Lin Chutian said about someone picking him up at 500 kilometers, he actually didn't care at all. Because with a single fugue spread from the golden-winged rock eagle, he would be able to go back. Roar! Just as Wang Jin was about to start playing the Suona, a tiger whistle suddenly came from behind him. Wang Jin raised his eyes and realized that there were tigers approaching him from several directions. He didn't dare to go earthbound again. Hurry up and burrow out of the sand. Prepare to run from the ground. Little did he know that there was a tiger waiting for him on the sandy surface. The tiger opened its mouth wide and bit toward him. As he watched, he was about to fall into the tiger's mouth. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook. There was one more person in front of Wang Jin. The man actually had a pair of wings. Above those wings, there was the sound of whistling wind and the sound of splitting thunder and lightning. Wings of wind and thunder? Wang Jin was a bit surprised. Because he thought of thunderclap. So it's not as if this continent is without its myths. Rather, these guys don't recognize the myth? Wang Jin guessed. Then, he saw the guy with wind and thunder wings in front of him pull out a sledgehammer. It smashed at the tiger's open mouth. Boom! That tiger was directly backed up by a hammer. And lost several teeth. Wang Jin was even more shocked. Thor's hammer. Hammering teeth in the mouth of a tiger. This one's a tough one, too. Bullseye. Wang Jin gave the dude a hard nod. Rinsu, what brings you here? The tiger spoke, full of malice. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time he had dealt with this Lin Xiu. You're here, so the cat should be too. Buzz. Lin Xiu said as a formation lit up on his body. That formation lit up and quickly grew larger. It instantly covered a 10-mile radius. Immediately after that civet cat that had attacked Wang Jin before revealed its whereabouts. And those tigers under the sand that were previously closing in on Wang Jin all disappeared. Turns out, those were just diversions. This one on the sand face is the real one. Phew! The wings of wind and thunder flapped. Lin Xiu held the Thor's hammer and smashed it towards the civet cat. Lin Xiu, how dare you! The tiger was in a hurry. Charged towards Lin Xiu. The two were getting closer. Tiger, no! The civet snapped out a reminder. But the tiger was eager to save the cat and rushed too hard. It was too late to break. Only to see that the Thor's hammer in Lin Xiu's hand struck backhandedly. Boom! Thor's hammer smashed hard on the tiger's head. The tiger's head was then broken and bloodied. 6. This wave of Lin Xiu's maneuvering was clear to Wang Jin. He knew the cat could read minds. So first give the cat a message, I'm going to kill the cat. The tiger was so fond of the cat that he would not leave the cat alone. So the tiger attacked. And at this time, Rinsu was still attacking the cat in one fell swoop. He didn't turn his hand to attack the tiger until it was close enough to realize that it couldn't dodge. And this time, the cat even read Rinsu's mind when he tried to attack the tiger. Neither had enough time to get the message across. Wang Jin suddenly had a feeling of watching Tianlong Beiji. Morongfu Shaolin Temple battle Xiaofeng. Wan Yuyan commanded from the sidelines. However, Xiaofeng fought too fast. Wan Yuyan was too late to give Morongfu the cracking method, and Morongfu already had the feeling of defeat. This is Lin Xiu's battle plan. Of course, it was also Lin Xiu who possessed this fighting ability and seized the moment to counterattack. Once the timing of countering that hammer wasn't right, it wouldn't have been as effective as it is now. Rin Su. Taking two hammers, the tiger got angry. It's starting to kick in. His body shook. It directly split into several diversions. Subsequently, those doppelgangers used different skills. Darting towards Lin Xiu and Wang Jin. Buzz. Underneath Wang Jin. Light up the shields. That shield is red, which means it's S-rated. This shield, naturally, was released by Lin Xiu. Different people release the same level of shields. The strength of the shields will also vary. Lin Xiu did this because she naturally didn't want to be distracted by protecting Wang Jin. Boom boom boom. He fought the tigers. The battle was hard to break up. Rinsu was a real show. Not only are there the wings of wind and thunder, the Thor's hammer, and the formation. He even does magic. And he can do a variety of magic. On top of that, he had quite a bit of S-rank equipment.
The tiger even has many detachments. Nor was he a match for Lin Xiu at all. Because Lin Xiu's battle sense and ability to seize the moment was too strong. The various skills and abilities work well together. The tiger was beaten back and could not get the upper hand at all. Shoo shoo shoo. 3 more demons came. Except for the civet cats, they were 4/5 ranks together against Lin Xiu. But Lin Xiu still played normally. There was not the slightest hint of a posture that was going to fall. This guy, it's a bit scary how strong he is. Lin Xiu, surnamed Lin, Elder Lin called to save me? Wang Jin thought of Lin Chutian. The heart couldn't help but feel a warmth. Lin Chutian said it would be fine if he was allowed to go 500 kilometers over to the human race. He'd been a little dismissive before. But now I realize the importance of having teammates. This favor will definitely be remembered. I will definitely repay in the future as well. Shoo shoo shoo. A few more 5th rank experts of the demon race arrived. They saw Rin Su. The eyes couldn't help but change. I can see that they've all suffered losses at the hands of Lin Xiu. Tiger, we must leave this monster Lin Xiu behind today. The few demons that had just arrived said that they were about to make a move. You guys leave us alone, our mission this time is that kid, go break that shield and finish that kid off. The tiger looked over at Wang Jin's side. The few demons saw this and looked over. Then he walked towards Wang Jin. Shoo shoo shoo. A few more shocks. This time, 10 human experts came. Those few demons saw the incoming human experts. Froze again. Then, a hint of timidity appeared in the eyes of all the demons. Because these 10 human races, if any one of them was thrown to the back of the demon race, it would be able to stir up a bloody storm. Sure, you take Wang Jin away first, these few demons, just leave them to us. Inside those 10 or so human geniuses, a robust man stepped out. Good, rascal, remember to bring back the tiger whip, so you can replenish your body. Lin Xiu also greeted. You're the one who needs a tonic, old man is strong. Also, my name is Lu Mang, not a hooligan. Lu Mang said, already leading the way up. Seeing this, Lin Xiu withdrew from the battlefield. He walked over to Wang Jin and put away his shield, and also crouched down. Here, you come up here. What? Wang Jin was a little hard to read. I'll carry you back. Lin Xiu explained. Why don't you just fly and I'll step on your back? Boys carry boys. Wang Jin was a little bothered. That works too. Lin Xiu thought about it and agreed. Whoosh! Just as Lin Xiu was about to take off, a soft thud came from the rear. Wang Jin instantly sensed a familiar flavor. The Wind Wolf King is here, go! Wang Jin urged. Lin Xiu also reacted quickly. He picked up Wang Jin in a princess hug. With a flap of the wind and thunder wings on his back, he flew directly into the air. I'll be damned, Xiu, you're playing princess hug with me? You're a real show. Chapter 46, Xiu, are you good or not? Where is the Wind Wolf King? After flying into the air, Lin Xiu busily asked Wang Jin. Because he didn't perceive anything. Buzz. Before Wang Jin could answer. A red light then lit up on Lin Xiu's body. That was the S-rank defense equipment on Lin Xiu's body working. Needless to say, the Wind Wolf King had already attacked them. Shoo! Lin Xiu didn't dare to slack off. Accelerating forward. But it didn't take long. The S-rank defense equipment on his body then lit up once again. Wang Jin was somewhat speechless. Sure, are you good or not? You can't outrun the Wind Wolf King? You think anyone can outrun the Wind Wolf King? Questioned by Wang Jin about his ability. Lin Xiu also had a look of displeasure on her face. I can run anyway. Wang Jin rolled his eyes. Lin Xiu was even more furious when she saw him being so Versailles. You're damn near the pervert of perverts, of course you can run. You think anyone can mess with Windbreak City? To be able to navigate inside the Windbreaker City wind formation and fly freely, in 400 years, you are also the first person. Lin Xiu said. On the way, Lin Ju had already sent Wang Jin's information to Lin Xiu. Therefore, Lin Xiu was quite familiar with Wang Jin's glorious deeds. At the very least, it's much more reliable than that internet-breaking push on the internet. After all, Lin Ju's source of information was the only melon eater on the scene, Lin Chutian. Oh? Am I that handsome?
Wang Jin revealed a Neza-like silly smile. At that moment, the defense equipment on Lin Xiu's body lit up once again. Sure, if you can't, just put me down and I'll run by myself. It's only 100 or 10 kilometers past the desert now, I can get there on my own. When Wang Jin saw that another Dragon Kingdom transmogrifier had appeared on the ground, he planned to repeat his trick. It's useless, you can't run away from him this time. Because the Wind Wolf King has compressed his level, he is now at the 5th rank of 59, he can kill at will and won't touch the rules. You're only hurting them by sticking your nose into the crowd again. Rinso said, having stopped. His body floated in the air. It's not moving. What are you doing? Wang Jin was a bit surprised by Lin Xiu's approach. I want you to see now if I can do it or not. Buzz. A formation spread out from Lin Xiu's body. This formation was even tougher than the one that had been used to find civet cats in the desert earlier. Spreads fast enough. The coverage is also extensive. Then, a burst of golden light emerged from the formation. 2 miles away. The Wind Wolf King's figure was revealed. And barring that, he's still in human form to this day. None of it reveals its original form. It was important to realize that all aspects of the attributes of the demon's original form state would be increased. This Wind Wolf King in his human form could even catch up to Lin Xiu's wind and thunder wings. This damn thing wasn't 5th gear anymore. It's definitely a 6th or even 7th gear. And now there was no Lin Shutian, the traffic cop, to give him a ticket for the speed limit. He can drive his car as much as he wants. Wang Jin suddenly felt too lucky. Sure enough, it wasn't without reason that Windbreak City had existed for so long. Also, thanks must go to Little Driller. If he hadn't passed on his Fuyo exhibition and ran to Windbreak City by himself. Had to die there. Rinsu, you've grown again. The Wind Wolf King stepped on the formation. Catching up with Lin Xiu. It's okay, I hope it's in your eyes. Lin Xiu said coldly. Oh, in the eyes of the human race, you are a genius. But in my eyes, you're nothing more than a wretch. Lin Lachi gave birth to you in the first place to use you as an experiment for Lin Ju. That's why you were raised by Lin Ju into the monster-like, inhuman, demonic appearance you have now. The Wind Wolf King said. Enough. The Wind Wolf King's words seemed to poke at Lin Xiu's pain. Lin Xiu couldn't be calm anymore. He had one hand. Another formation appeared. Controlling Wang Jin in midair. He then took out Thor's hammer. Hammered at the Wind Wolf King. Boom. Ka-ching. Thor's hammer is extremely powerful. It even all-triggered heavenly thunder. Of course, it's a sign of Rinsu's anger. However, such a powerful hammer. However, it was caught by the Wind Wolf King with a raised palm. Click, click, click. Thor's hammer suddenly changed. The lightning on the hammer turned to cold. It wrapped around the Wind Wolf King's arm. That cold ice kept bubbling with cold air. The cold air froze again once more. Soon, the Wind Wolf King's body was wrapped in thick cold ice. But next, the Wind Wolf King just casually moved his body. Then the cold ice began to crack. The cracks became denser. All of them eventually turned into broken ice and fell from the air. These little tricks of yours are useful for the 5th rank, but they are completely useless to experts who have crossed over into the ranks of the 6th rank. Although I can only exert 5th rank strength right now, I'm an expert at the 6th rank level, and even if I willingly drop down to the same 5th rank level as you guys, that's still something you 5th rank ants can't compare to in any way. The words of the Wind Wolf King. Wang Jin felt it deeply. He had only ascended once. It would be a feeling of looking down on the trannies and ordinary people. And the more you ascend in the later stages, that feeling of crossing levels will become more and more apparent. So, the 6th order says the 5th order is an ant. It's not unreasonable. Also, the Wind Wolf King was right. Even if he could only exert the strength of the 5th rank right now, there were some things that were integrated with his body that would not change or limit. It's similar to summon mythic creatures, though they are limited in level. It could be just as good as having a godly defense. It was as if Wang Jin was now going back at 1st rank to face those students who had transferred with him. He uses no skills whatsoever, just the most basic of powers. It's what those students can't afford. After the Wind Wolf King finished speaking, he struck out. Boo! He just slapped Rinsu. Lin Xiu then flew straight out nearly 100 meters away.
It was also fortunate that the golden light of the formation gave him a buffer. Otherwise, there's no telling how far we'd have to fly. Shoo! After Lin Xiao stabilized his body and flew back again, he was naturally resigned. Wind up! A very fast whirlwind blew towards the Wind Wolf King. Playing with the wind in front of me? Ridiculous! The Wind Wolf King wasn't the least bit afraid of the whirlwind. He reached out and put his hand into the vortex. As he watched, the whirlwind became slower and slower. There is even a tendency for it to be about to stop. What other small tricks do you have? Use them all. Today this king is happy, so I'll let you see the gap between the 5th and 6th rank. The corners of the Wind Wolf King's mouth hooked into a smile. That represented his strong disdain for Lin Xiao. But soon, his smile froze on his face. Because he suddenly realized he couldn't move. Kid, you have a fixation treasure hidden inside your whirlwind? The Wind Wolf King quickly realized what was going on. Ha! On Lin Xiao's face, a cruel smile raised. Buzz! The Thor's hammer in his hand suddenly grew larger. Then it slammed down hard towards the Wind Wolf King. Chapter 47, Summon the 3 Great Kings of the Lion's Camel Ridge. Boom! This hammer smashed the Wind Wolf King solidly. The Wind Wolf King followed in the tiger's footsteps. Blood flowed from his head. Of course, he was only bleeding profusely. If this were to be any other ordinary 5th-ranked demon race, it would basically be the end of their lives. Good boy, I wanted to play with you, but you actually dared to injure me. In that case, you should savor my methods. Shoo shoo shoo. Countless whirlwinds appeared. It directly covered Lin Xiao's formation. Immediately afterward, Lin Xiao's formation clicked and shattered in the whirlwind. His formation was directly replaced by a wind formation. That's it? This time, it was Lin Xiao's turn to be disdainful. He put Thor's hammer away. Took out a golden stick. Wang Zhen's eyelids jumped hard when he saw the golden stick. This guy. Even this? You know, this is Thundercracker's weapon. So Lin Xiao not only had the wings of wind and thunder, but also the golden stick of wind and thunder? Wang Zhen was still in doubt. Lin Xiao was seen dancing the golden stick in his hand. Rumble. Thunder and lightning clicked and the wind was sharp. As Lin Xiao danced the wind-thunder golden stick faster, the Wind Wolf King's wind formation simply disintegrated in the midst of Lin Xiao's wind-thunder. What kind of weapon is that? The Wind Wolf King was dumbfounded. It was the first time he knew that Lin Xiao had such a weapon in existence. However, Lin Xiao didn't pay any attention to the Wind Wolf King at all and instead looked at Wang Zhen. Boy, can I? Wang Zhen sniffed and once again rolled his eyes speechlessly. I'm just saying it. Why are you so eager to prove to me that you can do it? Besides, you don't have to prove to me if you're good or not. It's none of my business. Lin Xiao saw that Wang Zhen didn't say anything, thinking that Wang Zhen was still not satisfied with his performance. So, he swung his Wind Thunder Golden Baton. An attack was launched against the Wind Wolf King. Ka-ching! Hoo-hoo! Each swing of the Wind and Thunder Golden Baton would bring up gusts of thunder and wind. It would be just as well if it was just thunder and wind. The key was that there was something inside that the Wind Wolf King couldn't understand. This made the Wind Wolf King's heart bottomless, fearing that he would fall for Lin Xiao's trick again. So, he didn't have a good response for a while. The only option is to take your time and wear it out. Lin Xiao naturally didn't want to spend time with him. Of course he wanted a quick fix. 6th rank, huh? Aren't you very proud? Why are you acting like a fallen dog now? The previous Wind Wolf King was towering over Lin Xiao and mocking him. Now, it was Lin Xiao's turn to taunt him. This was how Lin Xiao wanted to disrupt the Wind Wolf King's rhythm and mindset. So that he could venture a bit further, that way, a surprise would be born. Kid, you're looking for death. Do you really think I'm not prepared? As a 6th order expert. All are battle-hardened. Could the Wind Wolf King not understand that Lin Xiao was provoking him? He pulled out a containment shield. Covered him and Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, this isolation cover of mine can shield all descents. So next, you'll see the strength of a true 6th order expert. The Wind Wolf King said, lifting the level restriction, and his cultivation began to climb by degrees. Lin Xiao looked at the Wind Wolf King's climbing cultivation level. The eyes suddenly became incredibly heavy. AI, sure just can't do it, or I have to do it. Wang Jin took out the Suona. Start blowing, Pancake Man.
Rock rises with the wind on a single day, rocking up 90,000 leagues. The three great kings regretted that he was largely responsible for the failure of that battle. If he hadn't been so bent on delaying the best time to retreat, perhaps none of them should have been sealed. Even if some of the gods and Buddhas would be sealed in the end, there would definitely be some that escaped. Like the monkey. That monkey is crafty. As long as he's out there, then at least he won't make everyone wait 2,000 years. 2,000 years, what a long time that is. What's worse, there's no telling how many more years we'll have to keep waiting. He didn't want to be locked inside this tiny cave all the time. Suddenly, the three great kings heard the sound of a Suona. For the sake of tomorrow's light, love and hate must be hidden. Being brave doesn't mean you're not nervous. But you can't disguise your beliefs. I have the power to dream. Resisting eyes that doubt me. I can't take you far away. Though you know my sorrow. This is. After some discernment, the three great kings suddenly came to their senses. Ha 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 ha, this great king can go out for a spin. The three great kings stood up straight when they finished speaking. And he opened his arms. Like they were welcoming something important to come. Whoosh! Not long after, his soul left his body, flying in the direction from which the sound of the oboe came. In the isolation shield, the Wind Wolf King had no worries anymore. An incomparably powerful attack was launched against Lin Xiu. However, he didn't dare to get too close to Lin Xiu. It was because Lin Xiu had also taken out his crushing tactics. That golden stick seemed incomparably dangerous to the Wind Wolf King. That's why he was extremely cautious and chose to attack from a distance. Therefore, although he had risen in rank, he was equally unable to take Lin Xiu for a while. One person and one demon were both very jealous of each other and kept on releasing wind and thunder to look for the 1-2 punch. Soon, all the space inside the barrier was filled with whirlwinds and lightning. Those whirlwinds acted as a good barrier from view. Therefore, Wang Jin couldn't see how the battle was going. However, he knew that Lin Xiu was definitely going to fall to the wayside. To save Lin Xiu, his oboe had to be blown more and more sharply. Kid, you've cultivated this great king's Fuyo exhibition? The three great kings finally appeared and carefully observed Wang Jin for a while. Seeing this, Wang Jin put away the Suona. Yes, my lord, it was little driller who taught me. I have to thank the great king. If it wasn't for the great king's Fuyo exhibition, I would have died long ago. This king's strongest means of attack has actually been used by you as a means of escape, a waste. The three great kings were a little angry. Wang Jin sniffed and his eyes rolled. So well, little Drill Wind still hasn't been able to comprehend the divine essence of the great king's divine technique, which is why I summoned the great king to come out and personally instruct him. By the way, great king, you must save my friend is about to be killed by that demon. Wang Jin pointed to where the isolation shield was located. Oh? Is it that kind of scent? The three great kings looked toward the place where Lin Xiu and the Wind Wolf King were fighting. Then, he waved his hand. A vain attempt to open the barrier with a single swing. But the barrier was very solid and showed no signs of opening at all. Sorry, I forgot that my cultivation was restricted. The three great kings said, having spread their wings. Shoo! Wings flapping. Wang Jin immediately saw a golden blade light fly towards that isolation shield. Ka-ching! Ah! Not only did that blade light cut through the isolation shield, it also slashed the Wind Wolf King's chest. The Wind Wolf King wasn't just bleeding from his head right now. Bleeding from the chest as well. Who are you? When the Wind Wolf King saw the three great kings, he couldn't help but launch an inquiry. Oh, I see, you must be a friend of that pig demon. Before the three great kings could speak, the Wind Wolf King found his own answer. Who is the pig demon? The three kings were a bit confused. Did my second brother gain weight and appear to have a smaller nose and look like a pig? Great king, he's talking about second brother Inuyasha. Wang Jin reminded. Oh, Canopy. That's right, I'm Pig Demon's friend, what's wrong? The three great kings said to the Wind Wolf King. Good, the Pig Demon isn't here, so it's okay to kill one of his friends. The Wind Wolf King began to release whirlwinds at the three great kings again. Because there's no more barrier. His cultivation level had once again been compressed to rank 59 of the 5th order. So that whirlwind, which seemed much less powerful, was directly ignored by the three great kings. Kid, watch this, this is the Fuyu exhibition. The three great kings spread their wings and charged towards the Wind Wolf King. Chapter 48, Get Summoned Music Dogwood. The three great kings directly rushed underneath the Wind Wolf King. Spread your wings again and hover upwards. Shoo! The Wind Wolf King was directly then taken to a height of 10,000 meters by the three great kings. Ah! 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 The Wind Wolf King was confused. There were constant screams coming out of his mouth. However, the three great kings still didn't stop. He changed direction too quickly, and his body constantly rotated around the Wind Wolf King's body at high speed. Wang Jin saw it clearly. Every time he spun, a golden blade struck into the Wind Wolf King's body. And that golden sword was extremely powerful. Because the Wind Wolf King's expression was painful. Finally, he couldn't hold out any longer. He showed his original form. Oh hoo! A low howl issued. The Wind Wolf King's body instantly became 100 feet long. A 6th-ranked expert made a move? The original form came out. The Wind Wolf King's 6th-ranked aura naturally couldn't be concealed. And he's so close to the human zone. So it wasn't just Lin Shutian who sensed his aura. Several other 9th-order bigwigs in the Dragon Kingdom also sensed his aura. Could it be that the Wind Wolf King is going to make a move against Wang Jin? Several bigwigs in Lin Shutian shared a common cognizance. Shoo! None of them dared to delay, and they directly came towards the location where the breath was leaking. Wang Jin sighed. The Wind Wolf King showed his original form though. But it doesn't seem to be working. The three great kings' golden swords were like maggots in their hocks. It kept passing back and forth in the 100-feet body of the Wind Wolf King. Finally, the Wind Wolf King's body began to crack under the many golden blades until it disintegrated. King of the Wind Wolves. Dead? In the air, Lin Xiu looked at the disintegrated Wind Wolf King. A look of disbelief appeared. Wang Jin also froze. He could think that the Wind Wolf King would be abused by the three great kings. But to say he was outright abused by the three kings. King really wouldn't believe it. Isn't this guy a 6th order expert? The three great kings were only at rank 50 of the 5th order. Wang Jin believed that the three great kings had the ability to kill monsters across levels. But to say that the transcendental kill. Wang Jin felt it was still too unbelievable. Could this be the power of the Fuyu exhibition? Wang Zhen had some expectations. The Vifutsuki exhibition, that fights over the ranks, is too strong. But soon, the three great kings began to pour cold water on the two of them. That's just a diversion, it's a good fight. Hearing the words of the three great kings, Lin Xiu and Wang Zhen were both complicated inside. Especially Rin Su. You say the split is good? But I'm halfway through the game and haven't hit it yet. So, I'm weak? And then barring that, it was thought that the king of the Windwolves was Ed. Now you're saying it's just a diversion. Does that mean we might still be hunted by the real one next? Wang Jin, go. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu put his hand into E formation. Ready to princess hug Wang Jin again. Slow down. Wang Jin raised his hand to stop this guy's not so serious idea. He didn't want to play princess hug with this Lin Xiu guy again. Besides, the three great kings are here. Where is the need for Lin Xiu to take himself back? Great king, we're not out of danger yet. Look, is it possible to take us back to the human race? Wang Jin pointed in the direction. It's a small price to pay, I'll take you back to the people first. And then I'm going to look around, and I'm going to see what's become of this place. As the three great kings spoke, they had pulled Wang Jin and Lin Xiu into the sky. When they descended again, Lin Xiu realized that they had already returned to the imperial capital. That fast? In Rinsu's concept. The three great kings just soared up into the sky and then came back down with a sharp drop. It's basically just a breath away. And this is hundreds of kilometers away from the imperial capital? The speed, the explosiveness, it's amazing. So in the future this kid Wang Jin will be so perverted too? Lin Xiu was looking at Wang Jin with increasingly wrong eyes. He also began to understand how Wang Jin was able to escape the Wind Wolf King's pursuit. This guy is no longer the pervert of perverts. Rather, it's a perversion of a perversion of a perversion. 3 perverts. Kid, I just demonstrated to you the Ifuyo exhibition, so cultivate it well and try to carry it forward. I still have things to check, so I'll leave first. After the 3 great kings finished speaking, they directly left without making any stops. The 3 great kings left the imperial capital at the same time. The place where he had single-handedly abused the Wind Wolf King before. Several figures appeared. These people were Broken Wine City manager, Lin Shutian, Dragon Country's first god of war, Shanbuki, Dragon Country's new god, Lin Shuji, and Dragon Country's god of slaying, Mo Suifeng. Xiao Tian, who made the move? Chen Buchuan was the first to ask. Wind Wolf King. It's really him. I knew this guy wouldn't die and had to put Wang Zhen to death. Wait, old money, who are you talking about? Wang Zhen? Mo Suifeng was dumbfounded. That's right, it's Wang Zhen. Old Mo, you want to hide this super genius Wang Zhen from us and cultivate him alone, but unfortunately, you can't hide it. Shenbuki was all smiles, and his smile had quite a flavor of having uncovered Mo Suifeng's plot. Mo Suifeng smiled at his words. Ha, I didn't want to hide it, I just think, it's not time to talk to you guys yet, after all, the guaranteed admission test is not over yet. So why did the Wind Wolf King want to kill Wang Zhen? Mo Suifeng didn't want to continue on the previous topic and pulled it back. Xiao Tian, talk to old Mo. Qianbuj said to Lin Shutian. Lin Shutian nodded. Only then did he recount the entire process with Mo Suifeng. Mo Suifeng listened to Lin Shutian's narration. The more I hear about it, the more alarmed I get. Especially when he heard that Wang Zhen had entered the wind formation, he felt extremely terrified. However, after hearing that Wang Zhen could navigate inside the wind formation and even found a way to break it, he felt relieved again. Not bad for a boy you've had your eye on. Just excellent. It's a shame, now that these 2 guys are onto it. He glanced at Qian Buchuan and Lin Zhu. Feeling prescient again. Early acceptance letter to Wang Zhen. As long as he doesn't let go, that kid goes wherever he goes. All of them had to carry the title of Dragon Martial University student. So the Wind Wolf King is dead? Lin Shutian was the closest to the battlefield amongst the few of them. It was also the first to arrive. He was also the most knowledgeable of the group. It's not dead, what's dead is just a doppelganger. What about Wang Zhen and Lin Xiu? Lin Zhu finally spoke. Both of these juniors were of great concern to him. It was brought back to the imperial capital by that golden-winged rock eagle summoned by Wang Zhen. Lin Shutian had arrived a long time ago, he was just hiding in space and didn't come out. Back to the Empire? Then let's go back too. Qian Buchuan said and was the first to leave. Shoo. Seeing this, Mo Suifeng and Lin Zhu also began to rush towards the imperial capital. Next, it was time for a meeting with the boy. After the 3 kings left, Wang Zhen immediately received a dialogue box. Congratulations to the character who escaped the 6th Order Master and gained the summoning music dogwood. Dog's Tail Grass, character consumes 300 points of divine power to blow this music, which summons a canine divine spirit to assist them for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 36 hours. Oh? Summoning music again? The king was genuinely very happy. Of course, he was happy not just because he got summoning joy. And the fact that he's finally out of danger. It was an experience that was just too dangerous. In the future, it's better to be cautious. Kid, come to the Dragon Martial Pavilion at the Dragon Martial University School. At that moment, a voice came from Wang Zhen's ears. Oh? The voice was so familiar to King. It was from Mo Suifeng's 1,000-mile voice transmission. So he said goodbye to Lin Xiu. Headed for the Dragon Martial Pavilion. Chapter 49, I'm a student of Langu University. Wang Zhen quickly arrived at the Dragon Martial Pavilion. When I went in, I found that there were just 4 people inside. He knew Mo Suifeng. Then he was ready to go up and say hello. But not before he opened his mouth. Qian Buchuan was the first to flash in front of him. Started to touch him all over his body like Mo Suifeng had touched him before. This boy has amazing bones, a good material to be a warrior. Wang Zhen, come to our National Martial University, I'll give you the best cultivation resources, and I'll make sure that you become the next generation of war god. Shoo. Qian Bubu returned his words. Lin Zhu flashed to Wang Zhen's side again. However, he didn't make a move on Wang Jin like Mo Suifeng and Chen Buki did. Instead, he stared at Wang Jin with unblinking eyes. After a good stare, he then spoke. This kid is a wunderkind, especially more in line with the direction of our new martial university, so I've decided to take him as a disciple and cultivate him with all my might. Wang Jin, why don't you come to our Xinwu University, open the conditions as you wish, I will definitely fulfill you. Being treated like this by two old men. Wang Jin couldn't help but be somewhat flattered. But he was a man of principle. Elder Qian, Elder Lin, I've been accepted into Languo University, I'm now a student of Languo University. Though it was the first time he met Qian Bubu Hui and Lin Ju. Still, Wang Jin recognized them at once. He knew Mo Suifeng's identity from Lin Chutian. To be able to stay on this Dragon Martial Pavilion with Mo Suifeng. And they're all old men, too, and there are 4 of them in all. Who else could this be but the 4 Ninth Order of the Dragon Kingdom? And all 4 of these 9th steps had characteristics that were uniquely their own. The one with a strong body is naturally the god of war, Jianbuki. The one who possessed the scroll of bookishness was, naturally, the new god Lin Ju. And that old man over there who had been sitting there without moving, looking plain and unimpressive, the same as an ordinary old man. But it was the existence with the most means within the few of them. Dragon Kingdom Witch God, Yu Qingyu. Ha 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 ha, good boy, old man wasn't wrong about you. Hearing Wang Jin say this, Mo Suifeng was naturally the happiest. Wang Jin, Mo Suifeng is just taking advantage and robbing you, he doesn't actually care about you. You see, when you made such a big commotion and so much trouble in Windbreaker City, I was the one who sent Lin Shou to meet you. Lin Ju smiled and glanced at Mo Suifeng as he continued to dig in. Chen Buke sniffed and added another sentence. Yes, don't be fooled by Mo Suifeng, the acceptance letter he gave you is fake, it's from last year. The moment Chen Buke's words came out, the atmosphere of the scene was a bit awkward. Especially Mo Suifeng, his smile came to an abrupt end and froze on his face. Last year? Kid, show me your acceptance letter. Oh. Wang Jin nodded and took out the acceptance letter. When everyone saw that acceptance notice cover, those present except Mo Suifeng, even Yu Qingyu who hadn't said anything all along laughed. Ha 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 ha, old Mo, you took last year's acceptance letter to admit this year's candidates, ha ha ha, talent, you're really talented. Lin Ju was the first to laugh. In fact, Lin Ju knew about this. It's just that he hasn't had a chance to say it yet. And Qian Bugui knew about this, naturally because of Qian Lei. After all, when that teacher in the replica hall took the admission notice to Wang Jin, Qian Lei was present. The people below, I don't know how they are doing their job, I have to investigate this matter. To do things this way is simply a disgrace to our Languo University. Mo Suifeng's face was becoming more and more unsightly. So well, Wang Jin, this is the SS grade skill book I prepared for you, 18 Changes of the God of War. Xian Biru took out a skill book. Those of you present saw the skill book. The eyelids all made a jump. This money doesn't go back, it's too much blood. It was his own crushing skill then. Old Xian, if you give this to Wang Jin, aren't you afraid that his body won't be able to handle it? Mo Suifeng was a bit worried. The 18 Changes of the God of War, as the name suggests, can be changed 18 times. And with each change, you are doubling your strength. 18 transformations, that is, one can burst out with the strength of 18 times one's own stats. This is very physically demanding. Because if the body of the transmuter practicing this skill wasn't hard enough, he would burst himself. As for Qian Buki himself, he was already a 9th ranked expert, and had only demonstrated 10 transformations at most. But even so, he became the #1 war god of the Dragon Kingdom. One could imagine how terrifying the strength would have to be after the 18 transformations. He'll eat it up, do you really think I meant that bone-crunching remark in a casual way? His bottom he's much better than me. Also, Little Sword has skill books for you. Xian Bubu said and took out another skill book. The same Sword Saint's crushing skill, the return of the 10,000 swords. Hiss. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was obvious that National Martial Arts University really wanted to dig Wang Jin this time. Because the return of the 10,000 swords was even more terrifying than the 18 Changes of the God of War. The changes in the 18 Changes of the God of War also depend on physical fitness. All swords return to heaven, however, is all about the numbers. As long as you have enough mental power and change your sword enough. Then, when these swords are returned to the clan, the damage will naturally increase exponentially. Imagine 10,000 swords poking at the same spot. Even with the highest defense, there will come a time when you will be poked and prodded. In addition, the Warlord's 18 changes is actually a skill that everyone can learn. As for how many variations you can perform, that's up to you. So, the Money family basically does. Of course, the skill isn't that bad. After all, it was SS rank, and there were no 8th order masters to guide with their consciousness input skill books. Give you a bunch of words and you won't be able to practice anything. And a waste of time. And unlike 10,000 swords, there is a threshold for this skill. This was also the reason why the Sword Saint had recommended Wang Zhen to enter the Young Lin ranking in the first place, and even said that he wanted to take Wang Zhen as his disciple. Because Wang Zhen was able to turn 20 swords without transferring, that proved that Wang Zhen had infinite potential in the sword path. Wang Zhen, little Jin Jian asked me to apologize to you on his behalf. Because he was delayed a bit behind the demon race, he didn't have time to catch your transfer ceremony. He said he hopes you don't feel like he's abandoned you and doesn't care about you. Chen Buke said this with incomparably sincere eyes. At this moment, it was as if the Sword Saint was standing beside Wang Zhen and personally apologizing to him. Thank you, Elder Qian and Elder Jin. Wang Zhen was incredibly moved. Reaching out, he took the 2 skill books. Mo Suifeng, who was on the side, saw this and tried to speak out to stop it. But before he could open his mouth, he heard Wang Zhen say, "But I still can't join the National Martial University, I'm a student of the Dragon Martial University." Ha 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 ha. Hearing Wang Zhen say this, those present except for Qian Buchuan, everyone else erupted in laughter. Chapter 50, The Unorthodox 9th Order Master. Shen Buke's face was a bit dark. This kid, he's too dark. What's the point of collecting skill books but not coming to Kakamu? Originally, when I saw the kid's touched look, I thought I had successfully taken it. Results: all gifts and no work? Who did this all learn from? Qian Bugue looked at Mo Suifeng. Ha ha ha, old Qian, I thank you and Little Sword for supporting Wang Zhen. I will definitely train Wang Zhen properly, and will definitely not let your and Little Sword's skills be buried, ensuring that these 2 skills will flourish in Wang Zhen's hands. Ha 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 ha. Mo Suifeng was in a great mood. That's why it's so important to get a head start. Wang Zhen the kid is just fine. Plain. There are principles. Love it so much. Just gloat. Chen Buke glared fiercely at Mo Suifeng. Where was Mo Suifeng remembering favors with that statement? That's stabbing him in the heart. That power, it's comparable to the return of 10,000 swords. Zap his heart to pieces. Elder Qian, I don't want the skill book for nothing, I have a stone on me, if you can see it, consider it as me exchanging it with you for the skill book, if you can't see it, I'll get something good in the future and then honor you. Wang Zhen said and took out a space stone. When Shen Bugue first heard Wang Zhen say that there was a stone on his body, he didn't take it too seriously. However, after seeing Wang Zhen take out the space stone, the entire person froze. It wasn't even just him who was gawking, it was all of the people in the room. Space stone, my ass, such a big one, where did you get it? In the space of speaking, Shen Buke had already put away the space stone the size of a man's head. It was as if they were afraid they would be snatched up by a few people around them. But it's also true. The few people around them saw the head-sized space stone, though not as exaggerated as drooling. But envious eyes nearly fell to the floor, that's for sure. When I went to Windbreaker City, I came across a team of demon race delivering treasures, so I robbed them. So, this is really a space stone. When he was being chased by the 5th-ranked demon race expert, the other party was chattering about making Wang Zhen hand over the space stone. At that time, Wang Zhen had his suspicions. The reason he had to take out a piece was to get confirmation from these guys. Now it seems right. Kid, do you have any more? The old man will trade with you. Lin Ju couldn't calm down anymore. He didn't even call Wang Zhen by his name and directly called the kid. With a movement of his hand, a sword with the word, killing, engraved on its lattice fell into his hand. This is... Wang Zhen's eyelids jumped hard. The Immortal Killing Sword. One of the 4 swords of the Exorcist. The Immortal Execution Sword, the Immortal Killing Sword, the Immortal Trapping Sword, and the Absolute Immortal Sword. For swords plus the Immortal Exorcism formation diagram, that was simply a great killing weapon. Elder Lin, how many do you have?
Wang Jun's words made the atmosphere of the scene a bit awkward once again. Soon, Wang Jun realized that he had said the wrong thing. I mean, how many swords like this do you have? I think this kind of sword is a perfect match for Sword Elder's 10,000 swords. Wang Jun added. Hearing him say that awkward atmosphere just now disappeared. I just have two, one here and one for the little sword. What? There are many of these swords? Lin Ju also became curious. It's not a lot, 4 of them. With a movement of Wang Jun's hand, there was another space stone in his hand. Then the eyes of the crowd widened once again. Wait. How much of this space stone do you have left? This time, even Yu Qingyu, who had been inactive all along, couldn't help himself. It's not much, just 2 pieces. Wang Jun naturally wouldn't tell the truth. Those present were all human beings and naturally knew that what Wang Jun said was not true. Thus, Yu Qingyu also took out a skill book. As soon as this skill book of his came out, the scene was plunged into silence. Because this skill book is SSS ranked. This skill book is a self-summary of my own years of practicing sorcery. It contains the 10 sorceries of space boundary, time tracing, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, poison, wind, and thunder. Trade you for a space stone, what do you say? Yu Qingyu said. Gulp. Hearing Yu Qingyu say so, Wang Jundu couldn't help but swallow hard. So, he had to take out another space stone. This is the last piece I have, haha. Wang Jun emphasized. The 4 remained unconvinced, but they wouldn't poke him. So what started out as a face-to-face digging meeting turned out to be a space stone trade fair. Also because of this incident, the other 3 families were not good enough to dig up Wang Jun. Because everyone could see that this guy didn't need any cultivation resources at all. He's totally self-sufficient. Wang Jun, let's talk about another matter. After the space stones were traded, Chen Buke spoke again. Elder Qian, you say. The secret of your wind-breaking formation, can you disclose it? Qian Bugui didn't lay out anything, and directly opened the door. Of course, it's not like I'm asking you to go public for nothing. If you choose to make it public, we'll arrange for someone from the skills division to come to your home and make your secret into a skill. Skills can be graded from D to S. For every copy sold, you get a 10% commission. Oh? Originally, Wang Jun was still a bit hesitant. That was, after all, one's means of saving one's life, and it wasn't good to make it public just like that. But since there is openly money to be taken, then the situation is different. After all, when the 3 great kings left, they also said that they would let us carry forward the Fuyang exhibition. Yes, the degree of disclosure of the skill is solely under your control. The people at the skill division will handle the grading, you don't need to worry. Qian Biru added. Okay, then I choose to go public. Wang Jun agreed readily. Alright then, that's it for today. This is the student card of our Guowu University. Even though you're not a student of our Guowu, I'll give you the right to enter and exit Guowu as you please. Also, you can play as many copies of Kakamu as you want, and you can go to as many skill halls of Kakamu as you want. After Chen Buki finished saying this, he handed his student card to Wang Jun and left. Wang Jun was a bit puzzled. Although he was not a national martial arts student, he seemed to have the treatment of a national martial arts student. Take it if you're given it, you're welcome. Originally, these copies were prepared for students, and it's the same for whoever plays them. Students from all 4 of our colleges are allowed to play copies for each other. It's just that the experience gained is different between away and home. Mo Suifeng explained. Yes, Wang Jun, don't feel pressured. We all think highly of you and naturally hope that you can be strong enough to fend off the demon race for our human race. This is our Shinwu student card. The treatment is the same. In addition, our Shinwu's girls are very beautiful. There are all kinds of styles, to ensure that you like it. By the way, don't go to Magic Wu to choose your date, because there's no telling what they'll turn into at night, ha. Lin Jiu said and also slipped a student card into Wang Jun's hand and left. Wang Jun was really hard to imagine that such words would come out of the mouth of Lin Jiu, who had a bookish volume. Chapter 51, Build SS-grade teleportation equipment. Don't listen to old Lin's nonsense, my magic martial academy, there are still quite a lot of normal girls. Especially the ones who have switched to water wizards, that one is so watery and super gentle and kawaii. Yu Qingyu handed his student card to Wang Jun and left as well. Only Wang Jun was left petrified in place. What do you mean, watery? You want to talk about Shui Lingling, don't you? You're all 9th ranked. Why don't you feel very proper? Then, a hand rested on Wang Jun's shoulder. Kid, honestly, you really don't have any space stones left? Needless to say, this was definitely Mo Suifeng speaking. No more. Wang Jin shook his head fiercely. Really no more?
Mo Suifeng remained unconvinced.
There really isn't any. Wang Jin added, his tone extremely sincere. That's a shame.
Each of those space stones you traded to them can create at least 100 pieces of that SS-grade space transfer equipment you're wearing. If you still have it, I can find someone to build you a set of SS-ranked teleportation equipment. The distance of the space transfer equipment is 200 meters. The distance of the space teleportation equipment is 1,000 kilometers. That is to say, even if you're in Broken Wind City, you only need to activate the equipment to immediately return outside the imperial capital.
Mo Suifeng added.
Mo Suifeng's words spoke to Wang Jin's heart.
So? Wang Jin faltered again. Can a space stone be used to create a set of space teleportation equipment? Wang Jin inquired. Aha! Mo Suifeng nodded. Then build me 5 sets.
Wang Jin said and took out 5 more space stones.
You boy. Mo Suifeng patted Wang Jin's shoulder fiercely.
He could think that Wang Jin still had space stones, he just didn't expect there to be as many as 5. Now, he believed that Wang Jin really didn't have any space stones on him. And he understood what Wang Jin meant.
1,000 kilometers in one kit. 5 sets, that's 5,000 kilometers to cross. This kid, was he trying to make things happen 4,000 kilometers away from the demon race's rear?
I'll pay for the cost of building the teleportation equipment for you, as a small token of my appreciation for you. After all, unlike old money and the others, I gave you the best weapons and skills.
Mo Suifeng patted Wang Jin's shoulder again.
This time, he was expressing the affection of an elder for a younger one.
Wang Jin could feel it too. That's what he liked about Dragonland.
Everyone he's met since he crossed over has been warm and fuzzy.
The Ninth Order isn't that high up.
Everyone was working for the Dragon Kingdom, for the human race to resist the demon race, without so much selfishness and collusion. Of course, it would be impossible to say that there is no selfishness at all.
But there is nothing wrong with the general direction. As for the few that are going to sin, it was just like what Wang Jin and Wu Tian had said. He does not actively bully people, and they cannot bully him. If anyone bullied him, he would let that person know what evil was. It was impossible for Wang Jin, who had been a human being for 2 lifetimes, to be a saintly mother. By the way, Elder Mo, you see I'm quite reckless this time, all because I don't know the rules. Shouldn't you find someone to teach me? Wang Jin made a condition to Mo Suifeng. A familial upbringing is what he needs right now.
It's like a baby picture book that must be memorized. Lest we go to the back of the demon race in the future and not recognize the treasure.
The demons started out strong. The human race was weak then.
That's why the demon race occupied the best resources and places in the Tianyu continent. If the human race hadn't resisted tenaciously and grown rapidly, I thought that the Tianyu continent had long since become the territory of the demon race.
And humanity is either enslaved or exterminated.
Don't worry, I've already carefully prepared a good teacher for your kid. I was going to wait until you officially entered the university before I let him be your homeroom teacher, but your kid is too capable of messing things up. To save you the trouble, so I'll have him start teaching you now, and for the next 4 months until the start of the school year, you'll be learning from your teacher.
Come in. Mo Suifeng shouted to the outside.
Then a svelte man with glasses walked in. The man and the sword saint look alike.
But only 30 coming up. He walked to Mo Suifeng's side and greeted him, Elder Mo. This is your student, Wang Jin. Wang Jin, hello, I'm Hishu Wan. Just call me Mr. Ho. What? What's your name? Wang Jin was a bit dumbfounded. Mo Suifeng, who was on the side, sniffed and hurriedly held his forehead.
He's been watching Love is Deep, Rain is Lost lately, so he named himself after the male lead.
It's okay, he changes his name all the time, you just get used to it.
I'm so used to it that I don't even remember what he was originally called, I only know that he's a kid from the Little Sword family.
Mo Suifeng explained. Wang Jin was speechless. He looked at Mo Suifeng and gave him a look. What kind of teacher is this? Is this really something you've prepared? Mo Suifeng also winked at Wang Jin. That must be. I had a hell of a time trying to get him to teach you.
Learn well from him.
Learn to be nice to girls.
Wang Jin was once again speechless.
He wants to go to Kakamu University now. Elder Mo, I'm not going to learn from Mr. E first, I have an appointment with Qian Lei to place a copy of Heaven's Best. After a moment of eye contact, Wang Jin spoke. Just the one 400 miles away? Mo Suifeng naturally knew about the Heavenly Providence replica. Right. Wang Jin nodded. Okay, then first you'll take you to level up, then you'll learn the skills and go to the equipment building to choose some applicable equipment, just go with Qian Lei and the others. That. Little tiny sword, you go back first, when this kid comes back from the Tianqi copy, you can teach him again. Mo Suifeng added to Wang Jin's teacher. Elder Mo, my name is Hishuan. Little tiny sword glanced at Mo Suifeng and left. Mo Suifeng didn't bother with him either. Taking Wang Jin with him, he headed for the Ascension Formation inside. The Ascension Formation of the Dragon Martial Pavilion was naturally much more magnificent than the Ascension Formation that Tung Feng had taken Wang Jin to. But Wang Jin had had an ascension after all. So it's kind of a breeze. He walked to the center of the formation. Concentration. The formation then flashed. Wang Jin then felt his consciousness and body pull up once more. Molly. Wang Jin was ascending, and Mo Suifeng suddenly shouted into the air. Boo! Space twist. A woman in tight clothes and pants appeared at Mo Suifeng's side. The woman is as her name suggests. Not just good looking. Skin is still as white as lychee. A copy of Heaven's Providence, the demon race will also send demons to grab it, and they actually send out so many space stones, so it seems like there's a big move. You follow Wang Jin and secretly protect his safety. Yes, old ancestor. Mori nodded before disappearing with another boing. Chapter 52, The King's Truly Invisible Tale. Mo Suifeng arranged for Emoli to secretly protect Wang Jin naturally would not know. At the moment, he was devoting his whole heart to ascending. He could feel his consciousness and body pulling up. Starting at the original 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 6,000 meters. Ha! Wang Jin actually saw Qian Lei. The guy was just at 6,000 meters. And there are dozens more with Qian Lei. This. Wang Jin was a bit confused. Qian Lei is a real second-order awe. Why did he stop there? Could it be that 6,000 meters is the height of the second order? Then why are you still pulling yourself up? Soon, Wang Jin's height reached 9,000. Then he saw another group of people. Within this group of people, there was actually Tang Feng's presence. One must know that Tang Feng was a third-order level 39 expert. So I'm above the height of a third-order expert? Wang Jin had some more speculations in his mind. He hadn't paid too much attention to this when he had risen to the first rank before. All he knew was that the unascended and untransformed ones were like ants. He hadn't even bothered to notice how far off their heights were from his own. Now ascending to the second rank brought him a different experience. Could it be that this ascension is also a manifestation of talent? Does the level of ascension mean the level of talent? The idea took hold. Wang Jin's heart was both elated and nervous. Rejoice in the fact that he is too powerful. All those geniuses were trampled under his feet. Not bad for taking the protagonist's crossover script. The oboist is just awesome. Nervous because he didn't know if his guess was right or not. Because 9,000 up, it's pitch black again and you can't see anything. There were no more silhouettes around either. He was afraid that he would keep flying like this and keep flying and eventually not be able to stop. Does that mean the soul is out of the body and completely dead? Wang Jin carried this extremely complicated mood. Finally, he stopped at an altitude of 10,000 meters. He breathed a sharp sigh of relief. The process was thrilling, but there was nothing wrong with it, and the ascension was complete. 10,000 meters, that's the height of his second rank. It's a height that many third order can't reach. Time to work on skills. After ascending, it's time to move on to learning skills. However, Wang Jin did not take out a skill book. He had a bold idea. If one learns Skyless Split Technique, and then fuses Mirror Image and Split Technique, will one be able to empty a skill bit out? So, does that make it possible to learn all three skills together? When you have an idea, you have to practice it. Wang Jin directly entered the consciousness and found where Tianlis was. That lawless was the same as the one he had seen before. Two voices inside one body. One is a good thought without heaven, and the other is an evil thought without heaven.
That good thoughts of Heavenless was like the Tang monk in The Great Story of the West, who kept on chattering endlessly.
It is said that the evil thoughts of the skyless should be sensitized with dharma and love. Evil thoughts of Heavenless couldn't take it anymore.
And so it was intended to separate the good thoughts of the skyless from the inside of the body.
At this point, the split art cultivation had officially begun. Seeing this, Wang Jin hurriedly followed the example of Tianless.
He learned this for 3 years.
3 years later, the diversion became a reality. A dialogue box appeared before Wang Jin's eyes.
Congratulations to the character's successful cultivation of the divine skill diversion, found that the character has a similar skill, and now begins to merge. The fusion is successful, and the mirror art change function has been added to the character separation art. Divine skill, splitting current progress is 0.0002%, the character can split into 2 splits that can be changed at will at this stage, existence time is half an hour.
Ooh. Ha 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 ha.
Seeing the effects of this divine skill split,
Wang Jin laughed out loud with joy. That's going from 3 minutes to half an hour. That's powerful. Let's see if Lawless still dares to say that he didn't last long enough to finish after only 3 minutes?
The old man is now 30 minutes.
Wahahaha.
The more Wang Jin thought about it, the more pleased he became.
Kid, what are you giggling about? It took 3 hours to raise a second rank? Why don't you hurry up and learn the skills? Wang Jin could still be happy, but Mo Suifeng couldn't wait any longer. He's a busy man. Can't keep wasting time with this kid here. Oh. Wang Jin nodded.
Took out the 18 changes of the God of War. This, 18 changes of the God of War, is very good to learn. It was the Qin Bugui in his consciousness that taught Wang Jin some methods on how to use his body muscles and special meridians. After checking Wang Jin's body again, he let Wang Jin start to change. Wang Jin came straight to a triple change. It allowed him to explode with an attack power of 3 times his own strength.
Then, Xian Buchuan called out to him.
Said he was a little aggressive.
However, Wang Jin knew that his body hadn't reached its limit and could still perform the 4th transformation.
Next, Wang Jin took out the 10,000 swords returning to the palace. Mo Suifeng, who was outside, saw Wang Jin take out the 10,000 swords returning to the palace and was busy voicing a reminder. Kid, I suggest you learn the old one, and wait for the 3rd rank for this one. However, Wang Jin couldn't listen to advice at all. He directly entered the Sword Saint's consciousness and learned the 10,000 swords. 10,000 swords returning to the soul seemed even simpler to Wang Jin.
It's about separating the swords and then launching them at a point. As for the overlays and variations therein,
the Sword Saint only had to mention the key points, and Wang Jin could instantly comprehend them. His understanding of the way of the sword was something that even the Sword Saint greatly admired. Therefore, Wang Jin had thoroughly mastered it after only 1 day of learning. And a day inside his consciousness is 10 seconds in the real world. This 10 seconds was the same amount of time it took Mo Suifeng to complain about Wang Jin's sentence. This kid, he really doesn't listen to advice, old use tactics are the most suitable for the lower ranked you. As soon as Mo Suifeng's words fell, he saw Wang Jin take out a 3rd skill book and cultivate it.
What's the situation? Mo Suifeng was completely dumbfounded.
Because what Wang Jin was doing at the moment completely subverted the common sense of the system that had been in place for 500 years since the transfer.
Isn't it true that you can only learn 2 skills when you move up a rank?
Then, Mo Suifeng saw Wang Jin immersed in the skill.
Is this the special existence of the oboist?
Mo Suifeng's eyes were getting sharper and sharper as he looked at Wang Jin. This kid, he's not to be missed. Molia, you have to protect him with your life. When he grows up, our human race should be able to completely annihilate the demon race.
Wang Jin was only at the 2nd rank and was so surprised.
It was hard for Mo Suifeng to imagine what kind of surprises he would bring when he rose to the 3rd, 4th, 5th, or 6th rank.
Got it, elder ancestor. Mo Li's voice came, but no one was to be seen. Her stealth is just too strong. And just because Mo Suifeng knew she was nearby.
Otherwise, anyone else would not have known where Mo Li was.
An hour later, Wang Jin finally finished learning the skill. He stood up and looked at Mo Suifeng. Alright, it's been quite a long delay.
Hurry up and go pick out your equipment, and when you're done, get a good night's rest.
Let's go back down to the heavenly copy tomorrow.
That Heaven's Gift copy has existed for quite a long time, and quite a few people have died in it, but none of them have made it to the end.
So, you have to be careful. Mo Suifeng instructed Wang Jin and left.
Wang Jin was an obedient person, especially after experiencing the Broken Wind City. He knew that being careful was the best thing to do. Therefore, he left the Dragon Martial Pavilion and headed for the equipment building. What he didn't know was that from the moment he left the Dragon Martial Pavilion, there was an invisible tail behind him. Chapter 53, Wings of Wind Soaring and Armor of Devouring. Cigar, I really like you, can you be my girlfriend? Wang Jin came to the equipment building and found a boy lying on the reception desk in the hall, confessing his love to the girl in charge of reception inside the reception desk. No, people aren't ready for that. Just listen, the girl called Little Eggplant squirmed. It's been almost a year and you're not even ready, so how much longer? The boy also became squirmy and even wiggled that somewhat obese waist. Anyway, I'm not ready yet. If you think chasing me for too long is fruitless, you can chase another girl. Only to hear, Little Cigar added. How could I possibly go after other girls, Cigar, you know, I only like you. The boy's loins twisted even more. I don't believe you, you must have talked to a lot of girls about what you said to me. Little Eggplant raised his head. Even so, she didn't even see Wang Jin enter the equipment building. Instead, they've been indulging in sweet talk with the boys. A face of happiness and arrogance. Tisk, tsk, 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 ah yeah. Wang really couldn't stand these two goods anymore and just felt goosebumps all over his body. This goon, the girls are like this, and you're still asking questions. Why don't you just get the room, call her, and be done with it? Despise this kind of people who only have meaty love words and dare not have actual actions. Wang Jin snorted coldly and walked into the equipment display area on his own. The equipment display area has 3 levels. S-class equipment and SS-class equipment are on the top floor, and A-class equipment is on the second floor. The grades B, C, and D are on one level. Wang Jin couldn't even look at the A grade and below, so he went straight up to the 3rd level. Just after going up to the 3rd floor, Wang Jin was attracted by a pair of golden wings placed in the center. Wings of Wind Soaring, net weight 5g, can briefly fly 10 kilometers. Grade, SS. Plus 20% agility when worn. Plus 30% 50% agility when windy. PS, Wind Wizard and Wind Sorcery effects are doubled. Price, 50,000 credits or 100 million dragon coins. Ooh, good stuff, no wonder it's in the most prominent place. There are no physical items on site for S and SS rated equipment. But it can be experienced virtually. This thing is similar to VR equipment, wear it on your body, enter a specific scene, and you'll be able to truly experience the performance of the equipment. Wang Jin naturally wanted to experience it. He picked up the device for experiencing the wind soaring wings and put it on his body. Immediately a cliff-like scene appeared before his eyes. Shoo! Wang Jin jumped straight up. With a spread of the wind soaring wings behind him, he flew out. Wang Jin's current agility was 152, adding 20% agility was 180. It's a lot faster. Just then the wind picked up. With the wind blowing, Wang Jin became faster again. The wind grew stronger after that. The wind didn't stop until the agility increase had reached 50%. But this was simply not something that Wang Jin could satisfy. He's a wind sorcerer. So he put a little wind in his sails. Shoo! The increase went straight to plus 100%. Now that he counted, Wang Jin's speed on the ground without using the Yifuyo exhibition was the same as that of an earthen recluse. It's really good stuff, so if I can accomplish that, I'll buy it. The thing that Wang Jin was talking about was naturally referring to the kind of fugue exhibition that he had tried to perform to take out the Wind Wolf King's detachment by the 3 great kings. So he went back to the cliff. Started practicing the Fuyu exhibition of the 3 great kings. Shoo shoo shoo. Wang Jin finally felt a bit of a doorway after testing it a few times. Rotary plus wind blade. Keep slashing at an item. Although the power wasn't as strong as when the 3 great kings cast it. But it kind of works. This wind soaring wings, it's simply tailor-made for me, hee hee hee. Wang Jin was very joyful and continued to look at the other equipment. He wanted to pick another defense class equipment. Because his previous potential value added strength, added mental strength, added agility, just not defense. Though he's the stats monster of monsters. But his goal was never to fight the same rank. Besides, many perverts existed within the same rank. He just hasn't encountered it yet. It's like the guys who didn't take the bailout test and just bailed out, they must all be perverts.
It's not always possible to beat them, so defense equipment is a necessity.
After looking at it for half a day, in the end, Wang Jin was attracted to the devouring armor in the corner. Armor of devouring, 10G net weight, can devour power equal to the wearer's own stats.
Grade, SS. Price, 100,000 credits or 200 million dragon coins.
PS, the devouring armor needs to be experienced for at least half an hour, otherwise, it is not eligible for purchase.
Oh.
Seeing this PS, Wang Jin picked up the devouring armor experience device and experienced it.
Boo.
Wang Jin felt like he had turned into a fish and was swimming in the sea.
He was surrounded by many small fish that were swimming as cozily as he was. But suddenly, a suction force was born in Wang Jin's body.
The small fish around him were instantly sucked in by that suction and merged into his body.
The next thing he knew, he felt bigger and heavier.
How is this experience like a kunju growth game, where one goes from a small fish and eventually evolves into a kunju? As Wang Jin thought so, his body once again gave birth to suction.
This time, the suction was greater than before.
More fish were being sucked into him all around.
That's right, that's what it feels like.
In order to evolve into a kunai, Wang Jin had stopped waiting for the suction to be generated automatically. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the fish around him as hard as he could. So much so that he became bigger and bigger and his body heavier and heavier.
The action became slower and slower.
But Wang Jin didn't care at all, because he had water escape and Fuyo exhibition. Especially when he performed the Fuyo exhibition, he could clearly feel that his body was much, much lighter. Koen Pang, this devouring armor, paired with the wind soaring wings, shouldn't have a strange effect.
Wang Jin had some guesses in his mind.
Regardless, he'd have to complete a half hour before he was eligible to buy it. So, Wang Jin continued to eat the fish. It wasn't until half an hour later that he received a device beep. Congratulations on completing the purchase quest and being able to purchase the devouring armor. However, Wang Jin didn't stop at all as he continued to eat the fish. Because he had a feeling he was about to turn pang.
So he was going to keep eating.
So much for another half hour. His fins turned into a pair of wings. The body left the ocean directly and flew into the sky.
Suck. A suction force was born in his body. Swallows a lot of wind. Phew. Those winds transformed back into wing power.
With a spread of his wings, he went straight up into the sky.
Holy, is this the real Fuyu exhibition?
With the devouring armor, Wang Jin had finally experienced the essence of the rotary exhibition.
Buy it.
Wang Jin put down the experience equipment, printed out a experience 1 hour proof sheet, and headed for the reception desk. The reception desk, where the boy was still lying on his back, continued to talk to the little cigar about love.
Wang Jin said he was convinced, this has been meat for more than an hour, but still can continue?
Just listen, that boy said, little cigar, don't you like wind soaring wings?
In this case, I'll buy you the wind soaring wings, and you'll agree to be my girlfriend, so what?
When he heard the words, wings of wind soaring, little eggplant's eyes immediately changed.
Oh? That's 50,000 credits, do you have it?
Just because I don't have it now doesn't mean I won't have it in the future.
50,000 credits. I'll just earn it slowly. The boy said.
You'll have to be quick then, that thing was just on display this morning, and I'm told that soon some seniors will be bringing their girlfriends to buy it.
Little Cigar said. Huh? That fast?
The boys were a bit deflated.
The little eggplant laughed out loud at the sight of the boy's defeat.
At this time, Wang Jin walked over.
Hello, I'd like to buy the wind soaring wings and the devouring armor.
Chapter 54, Senior, you're going to help me try out the equipment?
Huh? What do you want to buy?
Little Eggplant was a little surprised to hear Wang Jin's words. He also looked behind Wang Jin, just one guy without his girlfriend.
Was the intel wrong? Didn't you say the senior brought his girlfriend to buy it? Wasn't the information about this senior? I'm going to buy the wind soaring wings and the devouring armor. Wang Jin repeated. This senior? The devouring armor is something that needs to be experienced for more than half an hour.
Little Cigar said. I experienced it for an hour, and here's the proof sheet. Wang Jin handed over his experience 1 hour proof sheet. This time, not only Koga was surprised, but also the boy who had been courting her.
Dude, an hour, you're a little tough. I couldn't last 2 minutes.
That's because you're not getting the rhythm right. You need to go slower at first, and if you feel like you're getting close to the top, try taking a break or switching to a different position. Wang Jin kindly passed on the experience. What he didn't notice was that the little cigar next to him was looking black.
What are you two talking about?
Eat fish.
The boy replied. Yeah, eat fish. Wang Jin had a sincere face. It was little eggplant's turn to be speechless. Make it sound like she's the only one who's impure and thinking the wrong way. Student, show your student card. Little Cigar didn't want to break up with these two guys over the issue of eating fish. It was better to get down to business. Oh. Wang Jin took out his guaranteed student card. When Little Eggplant saw this student card, his expression immediately became incredibly grave. Because she knows the gold of this student card all too well. Anyone who can have a card like that is a tough guy. And barring that, the two outfits cost 150,000 credits. It's nice to have that kind of card with 150,000 credits on it. That's even more of the ruthless of the ruthless. Because few normal people have that many credits on their cards. After all, credits are earned to be spent, and who has nothing better to do than save them? Unless the credits don't work out, just wait for it to exist there. Drop. Little Cigar swiped his card. Saw the credits on the card, 170217. Hiss. More than expected. Little Eggplant sucked in a cold breath. That's quite a credit to use up. Once she got a good look at the name of the student card holder, it all made sense. Wang Jin. The most famous person at Longwu University right now. One man picked Windbreak City. The bull couldn't be more bullish. No wonder he can have 170,000 credits. He's Wang Jin, and it all makes perfect sense. Schoolboy, wait a moment, I'll fetch your equipment. Earlier, when I heard that Wang Jin was going to buy these two equipments, Little Eggplant only thought that Wang Jin was a senior. Because only seniors get that many credits. But now that she knew that the person in front of her was Wang Jin, she knew that Wang Jin was a schoolmate. That's why the title changed from senior to junior. Hey man, pretty much, you can even buy these too. Ask around, how did you earn these credits? Teach me. Boys are interested in credits. Because there's credits for having Little Cigar as his girlfriend. It's simple, you go walk around Windbreak City and come back alive, you'll have 150,000 credits. Of Wang Jin's 170,000 credits, 150,000 of them were earned from this round in Windbreak City. It included the natural credits for killing demons, as well as the credits specially rewarded by Mo Suifeng. Ha, coming back alive from Broken Wind City, you think you're Wang Jin? The boy laughed and shook his head. At that moment, Little Cigar returned with his gear. She couldn't help but shake her head at the boy's words, and cursed the cutie. She then said to Wang Jin, Senior brother Wang Jin, this is the equipment you want, take it. Also, this is your student card, take it as well. What? Senior Wang Jin? You are really Wang Jin? The boys looked like they'd seen a ghost and their jaws dropped. That's right, I'm Wang Jin. Senior, sister, goodbye, I wish you 100 years of happiness. Wang Jin smiled at the two of them, waved his hand, and left. My god, Wang Jin. He's actually Wang Jin, that doesn't look impressive. Wang Jin went out of the door of the equipment building before the boys came back to their senses. Then go and challenge him, and if you win, I'll be your girlfriend. Little Cigar said without a trace of anger. Ha, Little Cigar, you'd better change your terms, how about, let's change the equipment that we can buy. The boy snorted. Just as the Little Cigar was about to squeeze the boys a little, a man and woman holding hands appeared in the doorway. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They all had long blonde hair. Handsome men and beautiful women who look very well matched. Hello, I'd like to buy the windswept wings. The boy walked over to the reception desk and addressed the Little Cigar. As he spoke, he also looked at the girl on the side with a smirk on his face. The girl returned his nice smile. I'm sorry, the wind-soaring wings were just bought by Wang Jin. Little Eggplant replied. What? The boy's demeanor changed when they heard it had been bought. You said just now, so that means he hasn't gone far? The blonde boy suddenly thought again. Just out the door. The boy who liked the Little Eggplant added. Shoo. The blonde boy sniffed and left the equipment building in a flash. Soon, he saw Wang Jin who was walking towards the skills pavilion. Schoolboy, could you let me have the wind soaring wings? The blonde boy directly blocked Wang Jun's way.
Senior, I'm sorry, this wind soaring wing is my necessary equipment and I can't let you have it.
Wang Jun replied.
Since senior brother isn't willing to let go, then don't blame senior me for being rude.
Buzz.
The blonde boy waved his hand.
An S-class isolation shield appeared, covering him and Wang Jun. Wow, someone's going to fight.
As soon as this isolation cover came out, it immediately attracted the gazes of the surrounding people.
This was an unwritten rule at Longwu University. As soon as the barrier appears, it's the equivalent of a ring contest. It's basically a non-comparable kind of thing. So many people gathered around, ready to watch the fun. Wow, it's Rory Senpai, yeah, that kid's going to have bad luck. Someone soon recognized the blonde boy.
Who is that kid? How did he get into trouble with Mr. Luo Rue? Mr. Luo Rue has such a gentle personality.
He is Wang Jun. The boy who liked Little Eggplant showed up and gave the crowd an answer. Who? Who do you think he is? Hearing Wang Jun's name, many people couldn't help but be startled.
This Longwu University's most popular person in the past 2 days.
I can't believe it's him. That's something to see, and I don't know who's going to win.
Someone rubbed their palms together in anticipation.
Senpai, are you trying to force the issue? Wang Jun was not aware of the unwritten rules of Longwu University. However, when the other party bullied him, he naturally wouldn't back down. School brother, today is little Foam's birthday, and I just wanted to buy the wind soaring wings as a birthday gift for her.
When the next time the wind soaring wings appear again, I will definitely help my school brother to get it, and then I will give my school brother a 10% discount, how about it? Luo Rue lived up to his reputation of being a gentle person. Wang Jun was obviously a little upset, but he was not impatient, and talked to Wang Jun very seriously.
Schoolboy, if you're willing, then I'll take this isolation shield and we'll make friends.
If you don't want to, then consider me offended by the senior and have to fight you.
Luo Rue added.
Since the senior has said so, I'll try this outfit. Wang Jun said and took out the wind soaring wings and devouring armor and put them on. When the surrounding crowd saw Wang Jun take out these two pieces of equipment, they immediately exploded.
Chapter 55, Senior, help me test my skills again. Is that the wind soaring wings? It's so pretty, wow, love it. No wonder Mr. Luo Rue wanted to buy it for Ms. Mo Shima. What girl wouldn't love such a good-looking and practical equipment?
It's just a pair of wings, what's so rare? It's still that armor that's powerful. You know, that armor has been sitting in the equipment building for 5 years now, and not a single person who could hold it for half an hour is even qualified to buy it. I didn't think that I would let Wang Jun buy it now.
Hey, you guys don't know, Wang Jun didn't just hold out for half an hour, he held out for an hour. What? An hour, that's how old it is. Boys and girls have completely different concerns.
The girls are concerned with good-looking windswept wings. Instead, the boys focus on the devouring armor, which has a very high purchase threshold.
Wait, classmate, who did you say was that person who fought against Luo Rue? Wang Jun? Is that the Wang Jun who came back from Broken Wind City? Mayor Xiao Mo also came out to watch the battle.
When he heard the crowd murmur, he had a bad feeling in his heart.
Dare I say that neither of you were listening carefully when Little Cigar was talking at the reception desk just now?
The person that Silhouette had asked was the same boy who had pursued Little Eggplant. Previously, Little Cigar has clearly said that the wind soaring wings were bought by Wang Jun, but as a result, these two goods did not remember the name of one of them? Sure enough, people who fall in love are lowering their IQs. The boys showed impatience with Mo.
Oh, well, thanks. Silhouette could see the boy's patience and stepped back.
However, she was silently praying for Rory.
If it was that Wang Jun, then Luo Rue would be in bad luck. Senpai, you may begin. Wang Jun had already put on his equipment and waited for Rory's attack. However, Rory's body was gradually becoming transparent until it disappeared.
Hokage, it actually started when I took out the barrier. Rory's voice came through, but there was no telling where the others were. It's as if he could be in any position in the barrier. Then, the scene before Wang Jun's eyes changed. He wasn't in a containment shield, he was on top of a big glacier. The glacier was cold, and the chill began to rise up from the soles of his feet, and his body was soon frozen on.
Illusion? Above the glacier, Wang Jun opened his mouth and asked. Yes, Hokage, that's what I can do, Hokage, I'm an S-rank illusion maker. Rory's voice came again. Yeah, steady. Outside the isolation shield, Mare Xiaoemo gently waved her small fists. A cute smile appeared. Wang Jin could escape the Wind Wolf King's pursuit, that meant he was fast. She was afraid that Luo Rui would be directly KO'd by Wang Jin before he could release his illusion. Now that the illusion had become a reality, then Wang Jin would have no chance of turning the tables. Because illusion is only one of the things, its purpose is to control the opponent. When his opponent was completely controlled, it was time for Rory to unleash the killing move that would decide the winner. Schoolboy, I'll ask you once more, are you willing to let me have the wind-soaring wings? I'll even give you a 15% raise, how's that? Rory's voice sounded again. This made the people watching outside feel much better about Rory. Senior Luo Rui is so nice, always giving Wang Jin a chance, wow, great. If he hadn't chosen Little Miss Foam, I would have married him. Many of the schoolgirls in the room were all florid. Only those who know Lori are awake. Hee, those who can be a demon in Longwu are not benign, he is merely delaying Glacier Frozen Wang Jin. When Wang Jin is completely frozen, then the battle will be over. Wang Jin naturally couldn't hear the words outside the isolation shield. However, what they understood, how could Wang Jin not understand? Wang Jin naturally knew that Luo Rui was stalling for time. But he didn't care. This was because he discovered that the devouring armor was actually devouring the cold chi. Sure enough, this armor swallows everything. It's just that this elemental type of devouring is not as intuitive as a direct defense attack. Senior Luo Rui, there's actually one thing I didn't understand and would like to ask for advice. Wang Jin asked. Please tell me, Senior, I will know everything. Wang Jin took the initiative to stall for time, which was naturally something Luo Rui was happy to see. Actually, even if you beat me, you won't be able to get the wind-soaring wings, will you? Wang Jin asked. The other guy just said a fight, not a bet or anything. There is also no such thing as saying you have to lose windswept wings if you lose. This kind of schoolboy-like bet, Wang Jin believed that it would not appear inside a university like Guowu. Especially since this was an SS-ranked piece of equipment. There's only one way to get someone's SS-rated gear. That's killing each other. Ha 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 ha, school brother, if you are willing to let me have the wind-soaring wings, then all will be happy. If you won't let me have it, then I'll beat you, and that'll be a deal-breaker for Foamy, won't it? Moreover, there's another layer of meaning here. If you take a good equipment and you can't beat people just the same, it means that the equipment is just so-so, right, so there's no need to have the obsession of having to get it. Luo Rui explained patiently. Thank you for clearing up the confusion, when you put it that way, I understand. Then next, I'll let the seniors see the power of this wind-soaring wings, and I'll make this obsession stay in your hearts forever. Sorcery, back in time. Wang Jin suddenly spoke. Then the glacier that had been on the verge of freezing him to death began to melt. That's not called melting, exactly. Instead, the cold state returned to before freezing Wang Jin. As if that wasn't enough, that glacier faded away. Finally, Rory shows up. Even the containment shield has disappeared. You. Luo Rui looked at Wang Jin as if he had seen a very terrifying existence. He didn't expect that Wang Jin would actually possess such a terrifying ability. Senior, I was going to ask you to help me test the devouring armor's devouring ability, but alas, you have a special ability that doesn't have a straightforward means of attack. Then, you'll help me test my skills again. Witchcraft, wind. Phew. For no apparent reason, a gale was blowing through the grounds. Then, Wang Jin unfolded his wind-soaring wings. Took Rory straight up into the sky. Ah! This sudden sense of vacillation and weightlessness. Scared, Lori let out a scream of fear. But that's not all. Shoo shoo shoo. Wind blades appear. A wind blade was like a sharp knife. A hard jab to Rory's body. Buzz. 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 3 red lights lit up on Rory's body. Those were the 3 pieces of S-ranked defense equipment on him. However, those 3 red lights soon gradually shattered in the wind blades. Finally, the wind blades cut through Rory's body one more time. At first, Luo Rui was still able to have a miserable scream emitted, but in the end, his entire body froze in the air, and he didn't even shout anymore. Chapter 56, Wang Jin, I'm also considered a summoning faculty. Silence, total silence. From the moment Wang Jin shouted, sorcery, back in time. It began. The audience watching the scene had been completely dumbfounded. After that, they then see Rory being taken into the air.
Wang Jin was seen circling around Luo Rui at a high speed again and continuously sending out wind blades at him. All of this, unresolved. There was no one present who had that confidence that they could be spared from this set of attacks by Wang Jin.
Is that how he escaped the wind formation? A question was raised.
Yes, but barring that, he's even more vicious at this point than he was then. There were old six inside the crowd that were thinking the same as Wang Jin. I wanted to take advantage of the truce to sneak up on Windbreak. But then Wang Jin messed up and this old six ran away in the dirt. However, he saw how Wang Jin really escaped the wind formation. It was a shocking scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life.
So there's more to this wind soaring wing than just looking good, right? A boy said. Nonsense, just looking good is worthy of SS grade? SS ranked equipment, is any of it easy?
The boy was immediately disliked by a group of girls.
So the king is really a converted wizard? Another asked. No, I heard it was a swordsman. No, it's a warrior.
You guys don't know about Wang Jin and Qianlei's battle against the examination copy accidental level boss. Wang Jin is definitely a warrior.
How come I heard he switched to oboist? Che, uneducated, have you ever seen any oboist so powerful?
The group argued about Wang Jin's career. And at the same time, at Guowu University, Qianlei's cell phone rang. Yue Yang, Qianlei, you despicable, shameless, insidious villain, pitbull, old, IXXUXX.
Yue Yang, meow, accidental level bosses good to fight? Accidental bosses give away credits? Yue Yang, don't you dare say that to me again.
Yue Yang, Qianlei, you bastard, come out and fight one-on-one. I want to beat you to the point that your horse doesn't even recognize you in order to vent my heart's hatred. Yue Yang, I'm telling you, I'm not the only one. Lao Mo and the others are waiting for you, saying they'll throw you in the lake and feed you to the fish.
At the Magic Martial University, Yue Yang was frantically outputting into his cell phone. He was going to take out all his displeasure on Qianlei.
They went down to the assessment copy today, 30 people, collectively fighting the accidental level boss, and as a result, they were abused into a dog. Been enduring the ravages of the ground lizard for half an hour for those 10,000 credits.
Hell, I don't know how they lasted.
And barring that, that ground lizard was madly despising them, saying that they weren't as strong as those 4 boys from yesterday.
Pissed them off.
One genius insisted for another half hour in order to fight for his breath and to prove that he was better than Qianlei.
1 hour in total, abused by that earth lizard. The last 30 people finally ran out of strength and had to end their copies. Boo! While Yue Yang was trying to vent his emotions, a dialogue box popped up at the top of his phone.
This dialogue box came from the seated candidate who was going to participate in the Languo University examination tomorrow, Mo Duan.
Mo Dust, old you, I heard that accidental level bosses are good to fight? Seeing this message from Mo Dust, Yue Yang was even more speechless. He was about to spit out Qianlei's excessive behavior with Mo Chuan when he suddenly had a bright idea.
Yes, it's quite a good fight, it's basically a delivery, with old Mo's your 3 shadow assassins' natural ability, it's a breeze. Also, don't blame me for not telling you in advance, stick it out for an hour and a half and there are even more surprises.
Mo Dust, okay, that guy Qianlei can't be trusted, so I asked you about it, or your old you is reliable, thank you Lao Yu. Ha 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 ha.
Seeing Mo Chuan's reply, Yue Yang felt in a good mood and no longer continued his emotional output on Qianlei.
The feud between Yue Yang and Qianlei and Mo Duan was just a small episode. Wang Jin sighed. The airborne Rory was no longer moving. It looks about as good as dead.
At this time, Mo Xiaoma's voice came, Senior, let him go, we are all classmates, don't hurt the peace. Senior sister, if I didn't want to let him go, he wouldn't just be passed out right now, he would have been a corpse long ago. Murmur's plea still works. At least, Wang Jin stopped continuing to release the wind blades. And Luo Rui, as Wang Jin said, had completely fainted. So dizzy that he didn't even react a bit to the wind blade cutting his flesh. You can see how dizzy he was. Whoosh. Rory's body began to fall. It's fast. When the crowd saw this, they were afraid that Luo Rui would smash himself, and one by one, they all backed away in a hurry. Phew. A whirlwind appeared. That's from Silhouette. Cyclone caught Rory and brought Rory to Mo's side. Mo Xiaoma took out the elixir and fed it into Luo Rui's mouth. Rory came to his senses then. It's not worthy of you, schoolmate, I admit defeat, this wind-soaring wing should belong to you. After waking up, Luo Rui was the first to admit defeat to Wang Jin.
This is the quality of the students of Longwu University. Winning is about winning fair and square. If you lose fair and square. They are all strong and will also meet their opponents with a positive mindset. As long as their opponent's behavior isn't too egregious, they leave each other a line in the sand. This was also the reason why Wang Jin asked the sentence, actually, even if you beat me, you won't be able to get the wind soaring wings, right? The reason for that. Once Luo Rui's answer was not the answer Wang Jin wanted at that time, then Wang Jin would really come down hard. Understood. Wang Jin didn't say much as he arched his hand at Luo Rui and proceeded to the skill pavilion. Seeing that the main character had left, the surrounding crowd didn't stay long and quickly dispersed. After all, everyone is busy either working on their skills or practicing. This is the world of genius. Carving is their daily routine. Watching a little hilarity is even the greatest pastime and relaxation in their lives. At the scene, only Luo Rui and Mo Xioma remained. Luo Rui was the first to apologize to Mo Xioma. "Fomi, I'm sorry, I didn't get the wind soaring wings. Actually, I think a candlelight dinner is also good." Mo Xioma looked at Luo Rui and laughed. There was still some concern in the smile. "Okay, then we'll go for a candlelight dinner." Luo Rui smiled back, and then he took Mo Xioma's hand, and the two of them walked together towards the cafeteria outside the school. Wang Jin quickly arrived at the skills pavilion. This time, he was still aiming for the assassin's zone. It was because the split technique had previously fused with the mirror image technique. It couldn't help but open his mind. He was going to try to see if he could fuse the other recluse arts together. That would be like having some extra means of saving your life. "You must be Wang Jin, follow me." Wang Jin entered the door of the skill pavilion and headed upstairs to the assassin's area. But as he was passing the second level, he was stopped by a beautiful woman who looked to be only about 30 years old. The beautiful woman also didn't care if Wang Jin was not a promise. After saying her words, she directly turned around and walked towards the door. Wang Jin looked at the sign at the entrance, which read, Summoning Department Skill Area. "Well, I'm kind of in the summoning department." Wang Jin spread his hands and walked into the door of the summoning department skill area. Chapter 57, Obtaining the Fusion Divine Skill 10,000 Escape Technique. My name is Roy Lin, I'm the head of the summoning department at Dragon Warrior University. I heard you were summoned by the oboe? The summoning skill area is not large. There's a toffee chair inside. Roy Lin naturally leaned back in his toffee chair. Cross your legs. The champagne-colored high-heeled slippers looked interesting as they swayed with her right leg. Yes, Director Rowe. There was nothing to hide, Wang Jin directly admitted it. There are generally 3 types of our summoning faculty transmutations. One is spell summoning, one is mind contract summoning, and one is extremely rare, but none of them are geniuses, and that is instrument summoning. But then, there's a big downside to instrumental summoning. First, the summoning takes a long time, and it's not as timely as mind contract summoning or spell summoning. Secondly, when the instrument rings, it will startle the enemy. Especially enemies who know you will make preparations against you in advance, and then, your summoning will fail. In addition, instrument summoning is also prone to exposing your location. Once your opponent finds where your location is, then you may perish. We, the Dragon Kingdom, have had many instrument summoners perish. With that said, Roy Lin picked up a glass of red wine and slowly sipped it. Then, Roy Lin stopped talking and looked out at a spot. Wang Jin didn't say anything either, and just slowly waited for her to sip her red wine. It wasn't until the glass of red wine, which hadn't been much, was half gone that Roy Lin spoke. For years, I've been studying silent instrument summoning. Quite productive enough to pass on to you. The words stopped again. Then Roy Lin went on to continue tasting the red wine. She stopped talking for the next long time. Even when the glass of red wine has been tasted. She put down her glass of red wine and propped her head on her hand, leaning back in her toffee chair. Nor was there any intention of continuing to speak. Wang Jin finally couldn't stay up. Director Luo, you do have some conditions, right? The other side said they could pass it, but then they didn't. There must be a reason. Since the other party didn't take the initiative to speak up, the only thing left was to speak up himself. I want you to help me kill the Ghost Demon King. The 3 words, Ghost Demon King, Roy Lin was biting his lip as he said them. Maybe it was because the hate was so deep that her lip was bitten. The light red lips were stained crimson with blood, and it looked a little scary and oozy. What rank is the Ghost Demon King and how many levels? Wang Jin asked again. He needs to know about his opponents.
20 years ago it was rank 81 of the 8th order, now it might be rank 89 of the 8th order, or it might be the 9th order.
Luo Yi said.
Gulp.
Wang Jin swallowed hard.
Then he laughed. Director Luo, you seem to think a little too highly of me.
I can't even beat a 6th ranked Wind Wolf King right now.
It was only Wang Jin who dared to say this here. If this had been said by any other 2nd ranked genius, Roylin would definitely have slapped that person.
The 2nd rank wants to beat the 6th rank, it hasn't woken up yet.
It's not for you to kill him now, but later, as long as you can kill him, then I haven't passed on this skill for nothing. Roylin said, with an extra skill book in his hand. She then handed the skill book to Wang Jin.
Alright, since Director Luo looks up to me, I'll say yes.
Wang Jin put the skill book away.
There's an SS grade oboe in the inner room with a special effect that shortens the length of the summoning. Take it and use it, count it as a gift from me.
Roylin finished his words and stopped ignoring Wang Jin. She got up from her toffee chair and left the skills hall straight away.
Oh. Wang Jin still answered to the air before walking into the inner room.
In the room, there were a number of musical instruments. There are shao, drums, zither, falusi, etc., etc. The most conspicuous of these was a jade flute. That jade flute looked like it had been polished often. Because of the instruments in the entire inner room, only the jade flute was spotless. Wang Jin looked around and then saw the dusty Suona sitting in the corner. He picked up the oboe and wiped it seriously before storing it in his storage ring and leaving.
After that, Wang Jin went directly to the assassin's area upstairs.
The young lady on duty saw Wang Jin coming over and was busy coming forward to greet him.
Student, what kind of skills do you need?
I need the transported man. Bring me all the transported men and I'll take my pick. Wang Jin directly stated his needs.
Good.
The young lady said, pulling out a tablet. All skills are categorized. The young lady found the column of recluse techniques and handed it to Wang Jin for him to see for himself. Wang Jin took this look, but it was a big deal. The transported man is quite a lot.
For example, a single recluse such as thunder recluse, wind recluse, light recluse.
There are also double vanishes such as the fire and light vanish and the water and wood vanish.
On top of that, there are 3 and 4 reclamations.
And the 5 elements transportation technique is the only one that has 5 types of transportation techniques. It can be seen that the more recluse techniques there are, the higher the demand for talent.
Let's start with a thunderbolt. Wang Jin pointed at the thunderclap.
Okay, 5,000 credits. The young sister extended her hand to Wang Jin. Seeing this, Wang Jin took out his student card. Same with the little cigar that was in the equipment building earlier. The young lady was a bit surprised when she saw Wang Jin's student card. Then when she swiped her card to deduct the credits and then saw Wang Jin's name, the level of surprise was even greater.
You are Wang Jin?
Hello, schoolteacher. Wang Jin nodded to the young lady with a bright smile. Many of the positions in both the skills hall and the equipment building are filled by part-time Longwood students. So, basically, if you see a young lady, you can call her a schoolteacher.
Ah, Senior Wang Jin, go for it.
The young lady smiled at Wang Jin and handed the S-rank thunder escape technique to Wang Jin. The skill gallery is with a practice room. After all, Wang Jin wanted to test his conjecture, so he didn't think to take the skill book away. In case the conjecture works, continue practicing here and avoid going back and forth. Wang Jin took the skill book, found a cultivation room and sat down, and began to cultivate the thunder escape technique.
Don't say it, he could actually cultivate.
And soon after he practiced, he received a dialogue box. Congratulations to the character for obtaining the Fusion Divine skill, 10,000 escapes. The secret of 10,000 evasions, it can accommodate all evasive techniques in order to achieve the realm where nothing is evasive.
Ha, cool.
The suspicion was confirmed, and Wang Jinka was so happy. So, he walked out of the cultivation room and found the young lady on duty. Senior sister, give me another wind escape, light escape, formation escape, and space escape. Wang Jin handed over his student card and ordered 4 recluse techniques in one breath.
The
young lady originally saw that Wang Jin was quite polite and liked to smile, and was quite fond of him.
But what's this kid going to do now? Wholesale recluse? School brother, school sister will give you a suggestion. Don't learn all the skills of recluse, let's learn some powerful attacks, okay?
The young lady was very sincere in her advice to Wang Jin. Thank you for your concern, senior sister, I have my plans, just do as I say. Wang Jin smiled again and said to the young lady.
As the saying goes, reach for the stars. People are like that. The young lady couldn't say anything more. She picked up Wang Jin's student card and prepared to swipe it. All I heard was a beep. 4 large words appeared on the screen. Insufficient balance. Chapter 58, Heavenly Copy, Misty Skeleton. Excuse me for a moment. Wang Jin took out his phone and called Tang Feng. Teacher Tang, I want to buy a few skills, can you lend me some more credits? What? When Tang Feng heard Wang Jin's words on the phone, he thought for a moment that he had misheard them. Didn't you kid just get 150,000 credits? You spent it all? I bought 2 SS ranked equipment and spent it all. Wang Jin said with a bit of embarrassment. So what are you going to buy now? Tang Feng continued to ask, calculating whether his little credits would be enough to spend on this kid. Prepare to buy S-rank skills and A-rank skills. Hearing Wang Jin say so, Tang Feng let out a vicious sigh of relief. It's just an S-rank and a rank skill, and it doesn't cost much. Okay, meet me at the skills hall. Tang Feng hung up the phone and headed towards the skills pavilion. Within a short time, he found Wang Jin and handed his teacher's card to the young lady on duty. The lady on duty swiped her card and saw the name of the cardholder. Shocked again. You are Tang Feng? The young lady's surname is M.O., and her name is M.O.ing. She clearly remembered that the last time her grandpa said that he had met a very interesting kid. Then he inquired about the skill exchange list, and that was Tang Feng. This Tang Feng is the kid that grandpa ancestor said was very interesting? M.O.ing really couldn't figure it out. You're almost 30 years old and you're still called a kid? What? Tang Feng looked at M.O.ing and was also a bit surprised. He remembered that he hadn't messed with this little girl, right? Why did he feel that the way she looked at him wasn't quite right? Nothing much, just confirming the teacher card holder. M.O.ing said, preparing to swipe her card to settle the bill. At that moment, Wang Jin called out to her. Sister, wait a little longer, this one, and this one. Wang Jin tapped up on his tablet. A mouthful of more than a dozen reclamations were ordered off. Tang Feng and M.O.ing were directly dumbfounded when they saw him do this. Kid, where's your wholesale recluse act? Tang Feng was upset. This kid, treating himself like an ATM? That. Teacher Tang, don't worry, these recluse techniques will definitely not be spread out when they reach me. When I earn credits next time, I'll pay you back first. Senior sister, please, slightly faster, I'm in a hurry. Wang Jin urged M.O.ing again. M.O.ing glanced at Tang Feng and saw that Tang Feng didn't have a problem with it before she started to settle the bill. Suddenly, her mind clicked. Looking toward Wang Jin. The kid Grandpa Zhu said, he can't be referring to this kid, right? She looked at Wang Jin with increasing curiosity. The mind is also growing more and more certain. I think that last time, Wang Jin's skill chain should have also swiped Tang Feng's card to settle the bill. What's wrong, school teacher? Wang Jin didn't understand why M.O.ing kept staring at himself. Not much. M.O.ing handed the teacher's card back to Tang Feng. Tang Feng's flesh hurts. This kid, this one swiped almost 50,000 credits from him. Mind you, his credits total just a little over 60,000, too. I have over 10,000 left and I can't buy anything. I thought he was only going to buy one S-rated book and one A-rated book, but what do I know, he bought a bunch of them. Looks like you'll have to find a way to earn credits yourself. Tang Feng took the teacher's card, gave Wang Jin an unfavorable look, and left. Thank you, sister. Wang Jin took the skill book from M.O.ing's hands and went back into the cultivation room to continue cultivating. This time, the practice lasted for several hours. He didn't come out until the skills hall was about to close its doors. He then said goodbye to M.O.ing. Found a place to simply eat. Then he returned to the dormitory M.O. Suifeng had arranged for him and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Wang Jin woke up on time and went to the cafeteria to have a serious breakfast. Not long after, he received a message from Chen Lei, gather at the Langu gate. Wang Jin didn't delay and went directly from the cafeteria to the Langu gate. At the door, there were 4 men and a large eagle. Chen Lei was still in a white robe. Hands clasped over his chest, he stood next to the large statue and posed. Wang Jin saw this and called out a pity. If Chen Lei had broken another hand, it would have been a better match for the big eagle. And 3 others. A man dressed as an assassin crouched on a stone pier at the gate.
The other held a nearly 3-meter staff in his hand and looked like a magician. The last one was leaning against the side of the gate reading a book with a bookish look on his face.
Wang Jin, come here.
Qianlei saw Wang Jin and waved at him.
Let me introduce you to the Mo family, Mo Wufei.
Yu family, Yu Ming. Lin family, Lin Zhongshu.
Sure enough, it's someone from the 4 great families. The big families really only play with the big families. Wang Jin. When Qianlei finished his introduction, Wang Jin also made a self-introduction.
Hey, I heard you're good.
Want to pick?
Mo Wao Xiao walked up to Wang Jin, and as soon as he did, he wrapped his arm around Wang Jin's shoulders.
Invincible, that's enough of you, don't see a strong person and challenge them.
When we get off the copy, you guys can just compare who has more credits.
Qianlei rushed out to persuade the fight. That'll work too, heh. Mo Wuxi laughed and went back to squatting on the stone pier.
The 3 of them were the only ones who seemed to be more active, namely Mo Wufei. Yu Ming and Lin Zhongshu just nodded and smiled at Wang Jin, counting it as a greeting.
Go! Qianlei said and took the lead in jumping onto the big eagle.
The other 3 saw this and jumped on.
Wait for Wang Jin to jump on the big eagle again.
With a spread of its wings, that big eagle flew directly into the air, heading towards the copy of Tianqi outside the city.
The big eagle was fast, and it only took an hour to reach its destination.
The 5 jumped off the big eagle. Seeing the entrance to the replica suspended in mid-air, he dove in headfirst.
The copy was full of thick mist. The visibility was horribly low. All 5, even if they entered together, could not see each other and could only hear talking. The wind comes.
Yu Ming waved the staff in his hand. A super whirlwind appeared.
In this way he wanted to blow the fog away in order to see the way. However, the fog was extremely thick, and no matter how much the cyclone blew, it could not disperse a bit.
Shoo! Just then, Wang Jin felt something approaching him.
Boom!
Without saying a word, he raised his hand and punched. Immediately afterward, the crowd heard a sound of bones breaking.
The crowd could tell intuitively that the attack king was really a skeleton.
Click, click, click. More and more skeletal sounds resounded through the mists. Although the 5 could not see well, they could probably tell that they had been surrounded by an army of skeletons.
Yo, looks like there's a skeleton summoner up ahead. We've only just entered the copy and we're being watched? Qianlei laughed.
Wang Jin, let's compare then who killed more skeletons.
Mo Wuxi is a militant.
As the words fell, he took the lead and rushed into the fog, battling the skeletons.
Isn't he an assassin? Why does he look like a warrior?
Wang Jin was a little curious when he saw Mo Wufei's appearance. He was originally a warrior, so he went to the National Martial Arts University.
Qianlei explained. Then why is he dressed like an assassin? Wang Jin asked again. That's how the bastard likes to dress, saying he can confuse his opponents.
Hey, hurry up and start, you can't really kill him if you don't start.
Qianlei finished speaking and was the second to rush into the mist. Wang Jin didn't move.
Because he knew that it was useless to kill these skeletons. Not only does it give pitifully little experience, it doesn't have godly powers, and it doesn't even give credits. What's the point of going to all that trouble when there's nothing there? Whoosh! Wang Jin directly cast Mist Escape. He intended to find out that summoner.
Chapter 59, Have Divine Power? Armor of Devouring, Suck Me. It was about 800 meters away from Wang Jin and their misty place. There was a guy shrouded in a black robe, sitting in an immense formation.
And he kept applying seals to the formation.
Hundreds of skeletons would appear with each strike of that seal as it landed in the formation. After those skeletons appeared, they surrounded towards Qianlei and the others.
Then, he made another seal, ready to continue applying seals. He was fast in making and applying seals. At least, it was faster than Qianlei and the others killing skeletons.
Boom!
Suddenly, the guy felt a heavy punch in the face. The body directly flew out.
Who?
The sudden punch scared the guy. But the surroundings were full of mist, and he couldn't see where his opponent's position was. For the sake of his own safety, he hurriedly applied several defensive seals to his body. But those defense marks proved to be useless, and his body was once again smashed out by a fist. Then this time, not even waiting for his body to land, he received another punch and his body flew up for the third time. Who the hell is it?
Come out. The guy's in a hurry. prepare to make a move. But Wang Jin didn't give him a chance at all.
Wang Jin grabbed his wrist and twisted it.
Ah!
A miserable scream was emitted, and that guy's wrist was directly broken by Wang Jin, so he could no longer make a seal. Click, click, click. The surrounding skeletons actually had the sense of protecting their masters.
They gave up on besieging Qian Lei and the others. Towards Wang Jin, he surrounded. Boom! Another Wang Jin came out. That was Wang Jin's doppelganger.
A massacre was then unleashed on the skeletons.
Good boy, you're lucky to have found me, but do you think you can kill these skeletons? Ha ha ha.
Although his wrist was broken by Wang Jin, this guy was not afraid at all and even spoke out to mock him. It was also when he spoke out to ridicule that there was an accident on the scene. Those skeletons that had been shattered by the divergent King Jin began to reorganize again, turning into skeletons of harder strength.
What about these skeletons? Wang Jin's eyes were glazed over. If we don't get to the root of these skeletons,
then all they're doing is futile, just a waste of time. However, that guy just smiled at Wang Jin and didn't say another word.
Ha!
Wang Jin also laughed. Then, there was more viciousness and cruelty in his eyes. The hand gripping the wrist went harder.
The guy then let out another scream. Say no. If you don't say anything, I will crush the bones in your body one by one. Wang Jin said viciously.
Crush it, ha, you're just going to crush me into bone dust and I won't say a word, ha 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 ha.
The guy let out a loud laugh. Good, then I'll see how hard your bones are.
Wang Jin did what he said he would do and began to pinch the bones in his body. With each squeeze, the guy let out a scream. But after screaming miserably, he continued to taunt Wang Jin and laughed again. So, Wang Jin continued to pinch his other bones.
But as he pinched and squeezed, Wang Jin realized that something was wrong.
The strength with which he crushed each bone was different.
And the pain is different for different bones in the body.
But this guy screams like hell every time.
Could he be faking it? It's a grotesque and bizarre thought. But once it's there, it never goes away.
Wang Jin grabbed his other wrist.
Fingers hard. However, this time Wang Jin didn't really pinch down.
But the guy still let out a killer scream.
Eh?
After screaming miserably, he also realized that Wang Jin was not a real pinch.
It was a bit awkward. So, you're not human at all. Wang Jin's suspicions were confirmed. Shoo!
Just then, a fluorescent light emitted from under the black robe. That fluorescent light went straight to Wang Jin's eyes. But just when the fluorescent light was almost close to Wang Jin's eyes, a small vortex suddenly appeared on Wang Jin's body, swallowing the fluorescent light directly. Then, Wang Jin saw a dialogue box.
Divine power plus 10.
Oh! This divine power plus 10 surprised Wang Jin.
What's more, this was even when he hadn't killed any monsters. Good fellow, there's actually this good thing, ha!
Wang Jin laughed out loud. He reached down and uncovered the black robe. Under the black robe was a faceless body. And the corpse's face was full of the kind of fluorescent light that had attacked him earlier. Come on, armor of devouring, suck me in.
Wang Jin's mind moved.
A vortex appeared on the devouring armor. The suction of that vortex wasn't great, but it was enough to suck those fluorescent lights into the armor.
Ah!
I say. Finally, the guy compromised.
Say it.
Wang Jin made the vortex stop. The mists were made by my companion, and the mists contain reorganization and coma marks.
Reorganization is for the skeletons to reorganize, and coma is for you to be in a coma. If you stay in the mist for more than 3 minutes, you will fall into a coma. Good tactics.
Wang Jin had to compliment these two guys. If he hadn't realized that the guy was faking his scream, really crushing his bones one by one, those 3 minutes would have been up long ago.
This stalling is good, it's good. Shoo! Wang Jin split another bilocation out. You go find his companion. Wang Jin instructed the doppelganger. Aha! The doppelganger nodded and went off to find another fluorescent light using the fog vanish.
And for the fluorescent, in front of you.
Armor of devouring, continue. Woohoo! The vortex continued to spin.
Luminescence then let out another scream.
Ah! Kid, I've said everything, won't you leave me alone? Luminescence couldn't stand the pain and launched a question to Wang Jin. When did I ever say I was going to leave you alone? Wang Jin looked at the fluorescent light and sneered. Besides, even if I said I would spare you before, so what? Before is before, and now is now. Wang Jin added. This is divine power in its purest form. You don't have to kill monsters to get it. And God's power abounds. It's a wonder he ever gave up. Despicable human boy, you shall not die. Luminescence could see that Wang Jin had to get him killed. Couldn't help but swear at Wang Jin. You guys, you're just taking advantage of the goodness of humans and then sneaking up on them, aren't you despicable? To tell you the truth, my king is really kind and divided into situations. If I meet a despicable guy, no matter if he's human or not, then he has to die for me. Wang Jin said as the suction of the vortex became bigger and bigger. Finally, the fluorescent light was completely absorbed, and Wang Jin received 490 points of divine power. Adding the previous 10 points makes it exactly 500 points. It's worthy of being a copy of Heaven's Gift. Look at this Heaven's Gift of divine power. How many monsters does this have to kill? Wang Jin was very satisfied with the divine power provided by the fluorescent light. Found it? Just then, Wang Jin received a message from the bilocation Wang Jin. Whoosh! He cast Misty Escape and headed for the split. Chapter 60, The Gospel of Fatty, Here Comes My True Brother. Wang Jin quickly arrived at the location where the doppelganger Wang Jin was. Moreover, the doppelganger Wang Jin had already restrained that guy and was only waiting for Wang Jin to come over and devour the divine power. How do you lift this mist? Wang Jin walked up to the guy and asked. Don't dream if you want me to lift the mist. This guy also likes to laugh as much as the guy before him. Wang Jin didn't bull with him. Straight away, he removed his black robe. Then the suction of the devouring armor was unleashed. I say. Sure enough, it's better to really step on the pain before the other side will be honest. Wang Jin brought the vortex to a halt. Just destroy the formation. The guy said. The doppelganger Wang Jin, who was at the side, sniffed and hurriedly walked over. Start destroying the formation. Wait for the formation to break down. The doppelganger Wang Jin released another gust of wind. For once, the wind had an effect. The mist began to thin until it was blown away. How's it going over there? Wang Jin inquired in his consciousness to Wang Jin, the doppelganger who was killing the skeleton over there. The skeleton no longer reorganizes. The killing skeleton's doppelganger, Wang Jin, quickly gave an answer. Seems like you're pretty honest. Tell me, how many more fluorescents are there like you? Luminescence is the power of God. Wang Jin naturally wanted the more the better. It's just the 2 of us on this floor, and 10 more on the 3 floors below. This fluorescence replied. 10, that's 5,000 divine power. Add these 2 to the mix and you've made 6,000 divine power in this wave. That's awesome. Wang Jin was excited just thinking about it. If this Heaven's Gift copy was full of such fluorescent light, that's not a dream to be upgraded to a BOBO maker. Also, if every copy of Heaven's Best was like this, then there's no need to worry about godly power at all in the later stages. Wang Jin is liking the heavenly copy more and more. Okay, I have nothing more to ask, you can die. Phew. The devouring vortex continued to spin. Soon, the fluorescent light was completely devoured by Wang Jin. Just like the fluorescent light from before, Wang Jin's divine power directly increased by 500 points. Let's go and meet up with them. Wang Jin said to the doppelganger beside him, Wang Jin. The 2 Wang Jin then began to release the wind and started blowing the mists. Finally, the fog cleared. Wang Jin could finally see the scene in Shanlei and the others who were still killing skeletons. The ground, full of bodies. These corpses were both human and demonic. They were sprawled out on the ground, looking to have died peacefully. But Wang Jin knew that if they were alive in heaven, they would all definitely be dumbfounded, and one by one, they would have absolutely no idea how they died. Finally, the skeletons were killed. Shanlei and the others walked over and met up with Wang Jin. Mo Wufei was a bit surprised to see 3 Wang Jin. 3 kings really? SS-ranked mirror image technique, you're an assassin who works as an assassin, you wouldn't be unaware of it, right? Shanlei snickered. Nonsense, of course I knew, I just didn't think he would. Hasn't he only been transferred for 2 days? Learning SS-ranked skills so quickly? Mo Wuxi had been dumbfounded. Wang Jin, this guy, learned skills so fierce? Then, Shanlei's words hit Mo Wuxi hard again. He also knows the 5 elements of transportation. Wuxi was a bit speechless.
Transferring 2 days to learn 2 SS level skills, such a demon still participate in what guaranteed student assessment ah.
He should have just bailed out like those demons. No, those few demons who directly bailed out weren't this demonic.
Wangjin, this competition doesn't count, I kill alone, you 3 Wangjin kill, surely you have more than me. After knowing what kind of demon the king really was, Wuxi began to play tricks on him.
Whatever. Wangjin didn't bother to say anything more. He didn't really even think about comparing.
Moreover, killing the skeleton's detached king really might not be more than Wuxi had killed.
But none of that matters. Anyway, Wuxi didn't dare to compare. Some of the people in here look like they've been dead for many years.
Yuming said as he examined the bodies on the ground.
What? Many years? It shouldn't be. Didn't this Heaven's Gift copy only appear in the past few days?
Hearing Yuming's words, Xianlei was extremely surprised. These are only the ones that have died in the last few days, those over there, at least 10 years or more. Especially this faceless corpse, it's at least 100 years old. Yuming pointed at a corpse without a face and said. Wangjin raised his eyes and looked at them.
That body, isn't it the same one used for fluorescence?
Shoo.
Wangjin laughed. It wasn't long before he was back again, holding a body in his hand. What about this one?
So is this one, at least 100 years old?
Yuming nodded with certainty. Go to the next level.
Wang really regretted killing that guy too early.
The only way to find out what the situation is to go to the next level and ask the other fluorescents. What? There's a next level? Wangjin, what do you know? Share it with us. Qianlei opened his mouth.
There's still 3 more floors down there, kill them slowly.
Wangjin replied and began to patiently search for the entrance to the next floor.
Finally, he realized that the entrance was blocked by a mountain of corpses.
And the corpses on Corpse Hill are all brand new. That's not right, these bodies shouldn't be here.
Yuming was a bit confused.
By all rights, these people shouldn't be able to come to this entrance. Because those skeletons are hard to kill. This can only mean one thing, the misty skeleton appeared later. Wangjin said. Makes sense.
Yuming nodded. He then set a fire, intending to burn all the bodies at the entrance. It was also when Yuming was setting fire to the bodies.
On the next level, it was already a mess.
There are wild boars, bulls, elephants, hippos, rhinos, etc. in there.
Of course, there are people.
And barring that, there were also Wangjin's acquaintances, the Sun True Flame Bei Xiaobei who had teamed up with him during the guaranteed student examination, and the fat man by Muyang who possessed the Xuanwu Void. Besides the 2 of them, there was another person, the daughter of the Yu City Lord, Yu Kurson. The 3 of them found a place to hide. Watching the large animals outside go crazy chasing people.
So many people have been trampled or bitten to death. The death was gruesome.
Yu Kurson shivered as she watched.
Kuxian, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have brought you to this copy of Heaven's Bounty. Bei Xiaobei was heartbroken for Yu Kurson.
Taking her into his arms.
Bei, this has nothing to do with you, I want to come myself, I also want to improve myself and get into Longwu's genius class with my own efforts.
In fact, with their skills, they would have no problem getting into Longwu.
But Longwu is also divided into genius classes and ordinary classes.
After seeing Wangjin's strength, who wouldn't want to be in the same class as him? Hey, there are actually many ways for us to improve ourselves, there's no need to have to come to the heavenly copy.
Bei still blames herself. Xiaobei, it's really not your fault. Yu Kurson was busy saying. Blame me, just blame me. No, don't blame you. Blame me. Bev, I won't allow you to say that. Yu Kurson's fingers pressed on Bei Xiaobei's lips. Bei Xiaobei then never spoke again.
His eyes gradually pulled at Yu Kurson.
The 2 men's heads unconsciously moved toward the center. That's enough out of you guys, I'm still here, how's the recovery going? Fatty finally couldn't help himself. Had to speak up.
He was afraid that if he didn't open his mouth and it went any further, he'd have to charge for later episodes.
It hasn't recovered yet, Fatty, wait a little longer.
The mood was interrupted, and Bei was a little embarrassed.
Yu Kurson also hurriedly removed the finger pressing on Bei Xiaobei's lips. Wait for the hairline, do you guys really think that my Fatty's passive skills are infinite?
Fatty, my body, also needs food, and when Fatty is hungry, there will be no passivity.
Hurry up, go find a girl to feed me, otherwise, let Coxan feed me, let you guys special me out to spread dog food, make Fatty me hungry. Fatty said in a bad mood, even getting angrier the more he said it. Fatty, don't go too far. Let you Curson feed Fatty. Of course Bei Xiaobei didn't agree. You Curson hadn't fed him anything yet. Hey, the main thing is that my real brother isn't here. If my real brother was here, we wouldn't have to stay in this place and not be able to move.
Fatty finally stopped joking around and began to miss the days when he and Wangjin had played examination copies together. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure appear at the entrance. True brother, I'm going, my true brother is here.
Jin, I'm here. Fatty no longer cared about Bei Xiaobei and Yu Curson.
Spreading his feet, he ran towards Wangjin.
Fatty, Naya.
Seeing the best defense fat man running away, Bei Xiaobei was busy pulling Yu Curson ready to follow.
But then an elephant blocked their way.
And swung his long nose and rolled toward them.
Chapter 61, Wangjin knows the 18 changes of the God of War?
Wangjin's 5 men waited for the corpses to finish burning, then jumped into the entrance. Just after entering the second level, Wangjin was shocked by the scene in front of him.
The scenery is so beautiful.
There are meadows, mountains, rivers, and forests in the distance. However, the big spoiler was a field full of large beasts running wild. The ground was littered with limbs. Several beasts of prey were bowing their heads and gnawing on the entrails of those who had died. Some of the transmigrants were still stubbornly launching attacks on the rampaging beasts, but the attacks were limited. In the end, they had to fall at the feet of those fierce beasts and became their snacks and food. Shoo! Just as Wangjin dodged to avoid a boar,
preparing to launch an attack on the boar,
a familiar voice was heard.
Jin, I'm here.
Wangjin followed the sound and saw a fat man running towards him excitedly. Along the way, whenever a fierce beast was about to attack him, his body would light up with a Xuanwu shadow, blocking all those attacks.
White. Why are you here?
Bai Muyan, Wangjin called him Xiaobai.
The main thing is that it's convenient and easy to remember.
But every time Bai Muyan heard Wangjin call him that, he always felt that Wangjin's eyes were not quite right when he looked at him.
It feels like I'm looking at a pet dog. I came with Bei Xiaobei and Yuko Xin, they're over there.
Fatty pointed to where Bei Xiaobei's duo was and realized that there were several fierce beasts surrounding the duo. Although Bei Xiaobei had the sun true flame, it was because he had consumed too much before, resulting in the fire he was releasing now not covering as much area and not being as hot. And Yu Curson's condition was similar to Bei Xiaobei's, although she could still release explosive arrows. But those arrows were placed on those beasts, but they could only blow off some fur. The difference in power is too great. Those beasts are not stupid, they just surround these two, and do not attack, just waiting for these two no longer have the strength, and then divide it and eat.
True, did you guys come down from up there? Can you get out from up there? Fatty asked Wangjin.
But at this time, Wangjin was too late to say more to him. He reached Bei Xiaobei's side with a single, fugue exhibition, and then swung his fist and launched an attack towards an elephant.
Boom!
Wangjin's power counts for a lot, and it comes with 100% penetration. But this elephant was actually just knocked back and didn't even suffer a single injury.
Ha ha ha, Wangjin, let's start comparing now.
On the other side of the entrance, Mo Wao Xia was happy to see Wangjin suffer defeat. He cast his doubling skill and charged into the beasts and battled. Because of the attack of Wangjin as a test, the multiplication of Mo's invincibility is very effective. A rhinoceros was directly smashed by him and broke its horn, falling to the ground and dying.
One only, ha ha ha. Mo Wuxi let out a loud laugh and launched another attack on another boar. Let's get on it too.
Lin Zhongshu, who had been speaking very little, spoke up. He took out his book, turned to the first page, and chanted.
In the name of goodness, I redeem these people in their affliction.
In the name of evil, I punish these beasts that trample on men. Buzz! As Lin Zhongshu's words fell, 2 circles of light flew out of the book. The first golden circle of light enveloped all those who were fighting, and their bodies were instantly restored.
Fighting power instantly becomes stronger.
The second black aura enveloped the wildly running beasts, causing them to run slower, their defenses to weaken, and their eyes to become much clearer.
Then, like a warrior, he too rushed into the beasts to kill them. Go on, Yu Ming.
Xianlei also stopped waiting and also rushed into the battle circle and killed. Yu Ming, on the other hand, shook the staff in his hand.
fire, thunder, wind. The 3 spells were sent out at the same time, striking the beast with precision and misery. Then look at Wang Jin's side. He had been all set to perform the 18 changes of the God of War. Because although these monsters didn't have powerful skill attacks, each one of them had extremely high defense, hitting their bodies as if they were hitting steel. Hard as hell. But at that moment, Lin Zhongshu's aperture arrived. Wang Jin felt refreshed, and the various data of his body doubled. What was even more amazing was that this kind of enhancement was different from the 18 changes of the God of Battle, as there was no burden on the body, it just simply felt strong. Good guy, group doubling assist, strong as hell. Boom! Wang Jin raised his hand and gave the elephant that had been knocked back earlier a punch. This time, the elephant let out a mournful cry and fell to the ground. A dialogue box immediately popped up in front of Wang Jin's eyes. Slaying an elephant that has been empowered by divine power gives plus 150 experience and plus 1 divine power. Oh? With divine power? Wang Jinka liked it too much. Shoo! The doppelganger Wang Jin reappeared, then launched a frenzied beating on the surrounding monsters. Jin, don't worry about killing, I'll help you collect the monster materials. Defense of such a high beast, the material can certainly sell for a good price. When the money is sold, I'll give it all to you. Fatty guarantees not to take a penny from you, hee hee hee. Originally, Wang Jin was still looking to wait for the doppelganger Wang Jin to kill monsters. He's well here on his own to gather these materials. After all, it would be a shame for him not to take such a good material lying here and have it taken by someone else. But now with Fatty's words, then what did he have to worry about? Shoo! The immortal killing sword appeared. Buzz! The immortal slaying sword changed and directly turned into 200 swords. An attack was launched against the rampaging beasts. If one sword doesn't pierce, then another. If 2 swords can't pierce it, let's have 3. In short, the monster had to be impaled and stabbed to death. Don't hold back. Wang Jin gave another order to the 2 doppelgangers. The 2 doppelgangers sniffed, and one of them directly executed the 4th change of the 18 changes of the God of Battle, power stacking x4. Boom! This time, with just one punch, a beast was sent flying. Then that beast flew out and couldn't stop, and continued to fly after crashing into other beasts, and in the end, several beasts perished directly under the impact of this power. The wind comes. The other doppelganger launched a direct sorcery attack. The whirlwind is biting. As if it were a meat grinder, it strangled at the beast. Ray, come on. Ka-ching. The beast that was strangled by the wind was struck by lightning again and came straight to the outside. It made the fat man who had been crying out for hunger drool. Qianlei, are you sure that guy learned the 5 elements transportation technique and the mirror image technique? Then how do you explain his sorcery and the 18 changes of the God of War, as well as the return of the 10,000 swords? He's a 2nd rank, learning 5 skills? The 3 kings really went on a killing spree. It naturally caught Mo Wufei's attention. After all, Mo Wufei was competing against Wang Jin, so he had to pay attention to Wang Jin's situation. At first he was quite happy, after all, he killed quickly and in large numbers. But after seeing that all 3 Wang Jin were opening up, he became nonplussed. What 18 changes of the God of War? Do you know what you're talking about? The 18 transformations of the God of War, that was an untold secret of the Qian family. How could Wang Jin be? Qianlei killed himself and did not believe it. Take a good look at that Wang Jin. If what he's using isn't the 18 transformations of the God of War, I'll chop my head off and give it to you to kick as a ball. Mo Wao Xia said. Qianlei sniffed and looked over towards that Wang Jin. It was seen that Wang Jin's whole body was bulging with muscles. Explosive power is revealed all over. Then, those explosive forces were retransmitted through his arms and legs to the beasts. The beast was then hit hard. This is really the 18 changes of the God of War. Qianlei looked at it for a while, his eyes gradually dimming. Because he had turned from the Qian family's former most valued genius into an outcast. Therefore, he was not qualified to cultivate the 18 changes of the war god at all. Chapter 62, Sorcery, Space Boundary. Old Qian, are you saying that Wang Jin really isn't the illegitimate son of your Qian family? Mo Wufei didn't seem to notice the change in Qianlei's eyes. He touched Qianlei with his arm and asked nosily. Qianlei was originally in a pretty low mood. Hearing this unexplained sentence from Mo Wao Xia, his heart became even more upset. I'm going to you, he's the bastard son of your Mo family, don't you know that your Qian ancestor treats him very well? He's the one that your MO family's old ancestor directly turned from a guaranteed student test into an accepted student. Qianlei said. Ha, that can't be. If he's the bastard son of our MO family, then why wouldn't he know our old ancestors' assassination skills? Right? Mo Wufei continued to laugh.
Qianlei didn't speak and didn't fight the monsters, he just watched Wang Jin kill the monsters. Next to him, Mo Wuxi also stopped killing monsters.
He just stayed with Qianlei and watched Wang Jin kill the monsters.
At that moment, a 5-meter-tall bull came before Wang Jin's body.
That bull is running fast.
The wind in his path was capable of blowing the other beasts around him off their feet, showing how much impact he had.
However, Wang Jin was not false at all. He clenched his fists and took a swing at Bullseye.
Only heard a boom sound, the bull was directly smashed to the ground.
Holy, he's actually cultivated all the way to the 4th change? Qianlei's dull eyes suddenly became light. What? What did you say? Hearing Qianlei say this, Mo Wuxi's eyes widened.
For a moment he suspected he had heard wrong.
4 changes, he changed 4 times, you know?
I don't know if it was because the mood was too depressing, or if he was afraid that Mo Wufei couldn't hear him.
Qianlei tugged on Mo Wuxi's ear and roared loudly. I hear you. Mo Wuxi rubbed his ears. Blankly, Qianlei did the same.
In fact, body muscle expansion was not the main criterion for judging the 18 transformations of the God of War. Its main criterion is the meridians that are driven when the force is generated.
Different meridians represent different variables.
Just now, when Wang Jin was swinging his fist at the bull, Qianlei saw Wang Jin use the 4 transformations of the meridians. Old Qian, I think that Wang Jin is not only the illegitimate son of your Qian family, perhaps, or your half-brother, counting, you have to call him brother.
Mo's invincible brainchild is at it again. Mo Wufei, do you want to fight me?
Qianlei a little bit cannot stand this bastard's brain, actually dared to make up his own father like this, have to beat this guy up. Old Qian, think about it, Wang Jin is a Suona maker, but this fighting strength is comparable to a warrior. And then, the 18 transformations of the God of War is your Qian family's untold secret, and barring that, he's already cultivated to the 4th transformation.
Old Qian, you know better than I do what the 4 changes actually represent. In the Qian family, other than the first-line descendants, who else can cultivate to the 4th transformation at this age? Mo Wufei added. Qianlei actually thought seriously when he heard Mo Wuxi's words.
War got 18 changes, the Qian family children in order to be able to cultivate this skill, that all started practicing strength and refining their bodies from a young age. So there's no shortage of muscle men in the Money family. But even so, all of the Qian family's non-direct lineage juniors were indeed only 3 changes at this age. As for the 4th change, after so many years, there was really no one but the first family. However, he, a direct descendant, was deprived of the right to cultivate the 18 transformations of the war god by his old ancestor.
No. Qianlei suddenly thought of someone.
That guy who had taken over his identity as an important disciple of the Qian family and turned himself into an outcast of the Qian family. That guy should have 4 transformations, or even more than 4. Otherwise, how could he possibly qualify to replace himself?
What's wrong? Mo Wufei asked again.
It's nothing, I'm suddenly looking forward to the Qilin ranking competition.
Qianlei said. Kirin list?
Hearing Qianlei mention the Qilin ranking, Mo Wufei was a bit surprised.
It's not like that list has anything to do with us.
Mo Wuxi skimmed his mouth and expressed his disdain for the Qilin ranking. Kirin ranking, that was a list of the Dragon Kingdom's Young Lin ranking, Genius Advancement rankings. The Young Lin list, geniuses participating in the Kirin list, are level 30-40 and the tournament is at the end of their freshman year.
Although Mo Wuxi and Qianlei were also qualified to compete.
But they all know very well that they are just playing the game. Because, Kirin's list, people will only focus on the top 5. The top 5 places were basically taken by the 5 great families, the Qian family, the Mo family, the Yu family, the Lin family, and the Sword family. And Mo Wuxi, as one of the 5 great families, naturally knew how ferocious their 5 guaranteed students of this session of the Qilin ranking were. To put it mildly, these 5 have arguably the best first bowlers in years this time around. This term's Qilin ranking competition would also be the most brutal, far surpassing all previous terms. It's nothing to do with us, but I also want to see them get beaten, especially the one from our Qian family. I would love for him to lose, very, very much. As a way of proving that old ancestor was wrong to give me up. Xianlei finished and stopped watching the play. His mood seemed to be getting more and more depressed. He needed to vent, hard. So he killed the beast again. And barring that, this time it's a no-holds-barred kill. They were defeated? It's a joke. Manhwa shook his head, naturally not believing it. After he saw Wang Jin smashing down a 6-meter-tall bull once again, he suddenly understood what Xianlei meant. Hey, I'm suddenly looking forward to it too. Manhwa couldn't empathize with Xianlei at all. He just wanted to watch the fun. Because he's not a Mo family outcast. He was well aware from the start that he was not an important disciple in the Mo family. Rumble. Just as Manhwa was also preparing to kill the battle circle, the ground suddenly shook. Everyone stop killing, the boss is coming. This sudden vibration was all too familiar to Manhwa. So he let go of his voice and shouted to the crowd. Shoo! Those who were still alive, whether they had heard Manhwa's words or not, began to look for a place to hide. Because people do go down a lot of copies. Naturally, he knew that this movement meant that the boss was coming. This time, however, everyone had somewhat underestimated the movement of this boss's appearance. Because the hiding spot everyone thought was safe was actually still within range of the commotion. The ground suddenly cracked and caved in. Hot lava flowed out of the cracks in the ground. Several people either fell into cracks in the ground or were engulfed in lava. Very tragic. Come here. Wang Jin looked at where Fatty and Bei Xiaobei were located. Guess they're not safe at that location either. A busy greeting. Oh. Fatty is the one who listens to Wang Jin the most. Since Wang Jin had called them all over, he naturally had to go over there. Boom. No sooner had the Fatty trio left than the place they were hiding in earlier began to cave in. Then the ground caved in the whole way they ran. Even they couldn't outrun the collapse speed. The collapse soon appeared in front of them, a huge crack in the ground blocking their way. Click, click, click. Just as Fatty and the others were about to fall into a crack in the ground, a tree suddenly appeared in front of me. That tree grows fast. The branches wrapped around the three of them and sent them to Wang Jin. Rumble. The rumbling continued. The place where Wang Jin and the others were also began to collapse. The crowd looked up and saw that there was no longer a bit of good ground around them. The entire second floor seemed to be plunged into lava. Hurry up. Xianlei said, preparing to run towards the entrance. Take it easy. Witchcraft, space boundary. As Wang Jin's words fell, a space void lit up outside of them. That spatial imaginary image was isolated from the outside world in general, regardless of whether the outside world was collapsing or lava flowing horizontally. None of it has the slightest thing to do with them. Chapter 63, Yuan Hong vs. King Bull Demon. Wang Jin, are you sure your last name is really Wan? In the spatial shadow, Manhwa opened his mouth. What? Wang Jin didn't comprehend Manhwa's brain circuits. But Xianlei is understood. He wants to ask if you're the bastard son of the Yu family. Xianlei said. Yu's illegitimate son? Wang Jin was even more puzzled. What are they talking about? You even know the spatial boundary, and you're still saying that you're not the Yu family's illegitimate son? This is Yu Lao's crushing treasure, Yu family's own juniors may not even pass it on. Manhwa said. I traded that for a space stone. Wang Jin also blankly glanced at Manhwa before explaining. What? A space stone? Where did you get the space stone? Hearing the three words space stone, everyone present was dumbfounded. Does this guy even have this kind of treasure? I grabbed it outside of windbreak. Hiss. Hearing Wang Jin's reply, the crowd all viciously sucked in a breath of cold air. Suddenly, he understood why the Wind Wolf King was desperately chasing this guy. Even they felt that the Wind Wolf King was still too conservative. If they were in their place, what do they care about the rules? Straight away, he opened the 6th rank and killed Wang Jin on the spot before. I'll have to hurry up and call Shanzu and ask him to leave me a small share. Yu Ming, who was on the side, heard Wang Jin's words and hurriedly took out his cell phone to contact Yu Qingyu. So that's how you got your War God 18 transformations as well? Xianlei asked again. Yeah, not only do I have the 18 transformations of the God of War, I also have the 10,000 swords returning to the Father, and the immortal slaying sword, which Elder Lin replaced. Wang Jin said without reservation.
Then, Xianlei and Lin Zhongshu also went to call for their shares. My Zhenzhou didn't change? Mo Wufei was a little upset. No, Elder Mo said he could give me the whole space teleportation equipment at his expense. Thus, Mo Wufei went to make a phone call as well. He was going to question his family's Shin ancestor. Was that what assassination skill so important? Can't spare it for a space stone? It was estimated that in the future, he would be the only one in this small group of friends who didn't have a space stone. Then he's a little too miserable. Ha ha ha, good boy, actually killed so many of my men, where are you hiding? Take your life. Boom. As the voice fell, two bull horns suddenly appeared underground. The horns of that bull were like two iron towers. The ground went right over the top. Then, an incomparably huge bull's head appeared, exhaling continuously at the entire second floor. As he watched, the spatial shadow was about to shatter under the bull head's spitting breath. Holy, what kind of boss is this, so ruthless? Xianlei was stunned. He had never seen such a powerful opponent. I feel like this guy is at least level 70. Yu Ming said. Tei Miao, this Heaven's Gift copy is so pitiful? Isn't it only for those below level 30? Then how do we fight this boss? Not to mention level 30, level 50s coming in would be just giving away food. Mo Wao Xia heard Yu Ming's judgment and busily spat out. Wangjin, where's your oboe? Take it out and play a song. Summon Brother Kid. I think Brother Kid can defeat this bullhead. Xianlei was beginning to miss Neza as well. That's really fierce. I can't beat it, Jia is too small. If it's the Lotus version of Jia, I should be able to beat it. Wangjin weighed the strength of demon pill little Neza and shook his head. Ha? Then are there any others that can be summoned? Xianlei continued to ask. Old drill wine ancestor shouldn't be able to beat it. Second brother still needs to wait for time. The rest of it. Ha? Wangjin suddenly thought of a guy he had never cared much about, Yuan Hong. That's a guy who can go toe-to-toe with Erlangshen. Get him out of there. Should be no problem. So he took out his oboe and played it. And this time, he was playing a silent oboe. Mostly, they were afraid that Bullseye would hear them and find out where they were located. All Bullseye knew so far was that they were still on the second floor, but hadn't found the exact location. So in a constant circle and exhale. Trying to force them out. Holy, silent blowing, isn't that Director Luo's new skill? He knows it too? Could it be that this was also traded for space stones? Mo Wuxi became even more sour. This kid's space stone exchange everywhere, just did not give us Mo family ancestor exchange. Our Mo's ancestor is the best to you. Boom! With the oboe playing. A white ape suddenly appeared on the magma floor. That white ape was 100 feet tall. Holding a large iron rod in his hand. It looks extremely powerful and dominant. Who is this? Xianlei asked. Before Wangjin could reply, the huge bull's head saw the white ape appear and swung its head around. That iron tower like bull's horn then toppled towards the white ape. The white ape was no slouch either. Roar! He yelled at the bull. Waving the large iron rod in his hand, he smashed it towards the bull's horn. Boom! A loud bang came out. The bullhorn snapped right off. The big iron bar bounced back. That rebound force caused the white ape's body to storm back. It didn't stop until it hit a large mountain in the distance. Rumble! The ground shook again. This time, it was even stronger than before. The ground rumbled and mountains fell. The river was cut off directly by the debris that fell from the collapsing peaks. Turns out, it was the old cow that was planning to stand up. Boom! His legs alone were 150 feet long. Stepping on the ground, that's a huge crater. Several short mountain peaks were directly shattered under his stomping. The old bull walked over to the white ape and prepared to pick him up. Because he was just too tall, the 100-foot white ape only reached his thighs. Roar! The white ape was naturally not willing to be bullied like this. His body also began to grow larger. Eventually it became as tall as a bull's head. Of course, the iron rod in his hand was getting bigger along with it. He then swung the iron bar towards the old man. Buzz! At some point, Bullseye had a steel fork in his hand. A loud bang was heard. The steel fork deflected the iron bar.
I go, this weapon collision sound is so ear-piercing. These two in the end, what monster, how so fierce? Mo Wuxi couldn't take it anymore and had long ago covered his ears with his hands. That white ape is called Yuan Hong, and this bull head is the bull demon king.
Yes, that's the king bull. Because Wang Jin remembered it clearly.
In Big Little Lies, the monkey king used this fork to roast chicken wings.
This combat power, it's not level 70 at all. At that moment, Yu Ming spoke again. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Wang Jin was also a bit confused.
He was now a C-rank oboist, and the strength of the summoned divine soul was at most level 50.
Even if you can cross the bar.
Level 60 tops out. But now, looking at Yuan Hong's battle, it wasn't level 60 at all.
Boom! It was also this opening where Mo Wufei spat, Yu Ming answered, and Wang Jin guessed.
Yuan Hong and King Bull Demon fought a few more rounds. The great battle between the two of them could really be described as a landslide. It was supposed to be a mountainous grassland forested river suitable for all kinds of animals. Under the battle between these two, it was directly turned into a plain of rubble. If we let these two goods go to the Western development, to build highways and high-speed trains, it's simply not too good. Wang Jin, I think this white ape still isn't enough to fight, you'd better summon Brother Kid to help.
Qian Lei once again proposed summoning Neza.
Okay.
Without knowing that this was the Bull Demon King, Wang Jin wasn't sure if summoning Neza would work.
But after realizing that this one is the Bull Demon King, then summoning Neza is the right thing to do.
Because Neza's Qiankuan circle is a heavenly gram against the King Bull Demon. Chapter 64, The Most Precious Treasure, the Mountain River and Jigaku Map.
Wang Jin took out his Suona and played the king called Mixed Sky.
Not long after, Neza appeared.
Kids.
Ha! Qian Lei and Neza were also considered acquaintances.
After all, there was a shuttlecock friendship. Then he was ready to initiate a greeting. However, before the kid brother was called out, Qian Lei immediately froze. Wang Jin summoned out, where is what kid brother? This is clearly and they are almost the same age. Where's kid brother?
Qian Lei asked Wang Jin Dao.
This is Xia, only it's the lotus root version of Xia. Wang Jin actually knew before that summoning the lotus root version of Neza would definitely be able to defeat Ox Head. It was just that he didn't know how to summon the lotus root version of Neza.
I didn't realize that this one was actually crooked.
If I had known it was like this, I wouldn't have wasted 300 points of divine power to summon Yuan Hong.
How did this mountain and river map become like this?
After Neza appeared, he didn't join the battle at first, but looked at his surroundings. When Wang Jin heard Neza's words, he immediately felt his heart skip a beat.
What? Brother Xia, where do you think this is? Mountain, river, and Jigaku map. Neza repeated. This is the mountain, river, and Jigaku map? Get an accurate reply from Neza.
The level of shock in Wang Jin's heart was beyond compare.
Mommy, yeah. The Nuwa Supreme Treasure was actually right in front of his eyes, alive and well. And then one doesn't even know it.
Luckily, Xia was summoned out. This would have summoned a few others out. I'm afraid they won't even recognize what this realm is. AI, after all, it's because this mountain, river and Jigong diagram is not powerful enough, otherwise, I could exert even more power.
Neza clenched his fists, feeling it out.
His words shocked Wang Jin again.
This mountain, river, and Jigaku map is actually fed by divine power? But soon, Wang Jin understood the reason for this. Mana and equipment, those were two conceptual things. The equipment just takes out and works, nothing major to consume. This is different from a magic treasure, which requires the consumption of a certain amount of stored energy.
And much more powerful than the equipment. Legend has it that there is heaven and earth within the mountain, river and Jigji diagram, which nourishes the celestial beings and can bring forth all things.
What do the celestials take for nourishment? How is everything transformed? There has to be energy to back it up. And this energy, how can it be ordinary energy? It's not God's power.
At the same time, he understood how those two outside could have broken out into a battle that exceeded level 70, or even level 80.
Because this place is a mountain and a river.
It has its own set of rules. This set of rules is not the same as outside, so the ceiling of strength of the mythic creatures summoned is different. That's why it's possible to summon a lotus version of Neza. Because his power cap is no longer level 50.
Brother Xia, then how do we collect this mountain, river and Jigaku diagram?
These words, Wang Jin asked from the bottom of his heart. Because after all, There were outsiders present, he couldn't afford to let so many people know that he had obtained the supreme treasure.
It's easy, just find the pointing pen, that's in here. I'll take down that cow, then I'll take you to the pointing pen.
After Neza finished speaking, he stepped on his wind and fire wheel and flew towards the king bull demon.
Dang! Neza's gun arrived before he arrived.
The fire-tipped gun came to blows with the old bull's pitchfork. Like Yuan Han's iron rod, the fire-tipped gun could not hurt the iron fork at all. But this fire-tipped gun is not the same as an iron rod. Because the front end of a fire-tipped gun is capable of breathing fire.
Phew!
Samadhi fire erupted from the tip of the gun and sprayed directly onto the old bull's face. The old ox only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and then he couldn't see anything. Yuan Hong, who was on the side, could not let go of this opportunity. With a twist of his arm, the iron rod danced from the ground into the air before slamming down hard on the Bull Demon King.
Boom! Bull Demon King's mountainous body collapsed. Collapsed quite a bit of forest. Seeing this, Neza hurriedly took out the mixed sky eye and tied up the Bull Demon King. Moo! King Bull Demon let out a roar. Then the body began to change. He went from his human form to a real cow. Then he used his brute force to disintegrate the mixed sky eye straight away. It's becoming just right. Neza bellowed and waved the Qiankuan circle in his hand. Dang! That dry circle hit the bull's nose squarely. Immediately after that, the Ox Demon King's massive body began to change. Finally, it turned into a baby calf. Boom! Yuan Hong took the opportunity to follow up and ended the calf's life with a single stick. Boo! The dead calf's body exploded into a cloud of fluorescent light. It turned out that this wasn't the real Bull Demon King at all, but rather, it was changed by the divine power inside the mountain river in Jigaku diagram. Whoosh! Wang Jun arrived in front of the fluorescent light with a flash. He then turned on the devouring power of the devouring armor and began to devour the fluorescent light. Divine power plus 5,000. I didn't expect that this clump of fluorescent light added 5,000 divine power. This result made Wang Jun very satisfied. Go, next level, grab that pen. Neza said, stepping on his wind and fire wheel to take the lead and set off for the next level. Shoo! Yuan Hong was the second to follow, heading to the next level with Neza. Let's go too. Wang Jun greeted Qian Lei and the others and followed Yuan Hong's pace. Qian Lei and the others sniffed and all went to the next floor as well. The view from the third level is even more beautiful than the second. For the second level is merely grasslands, mountains, rivers, and forests, which are found on the earth. And the view from the third level, that's all in the sky. The clouds rolled in and the haze filled the sky. Cranes fly around the fairy palace. Spirit deer running in the forest. Spirit fish play in the water. The crowd just breathed in a few more mouthfuls of this place's aura and could feel their bodies being improved and their souls being washed. Go! Neza said and took the lead as he flew towards the palace. Yuan Hong continued to follow. Wang Jun and the others followed close behind. When the group arrived at the entrance to the palace, they saw two bronze babies with battle axes standing at the entrance to the palace. These two bronze babies Wang Jun recognized. Who is this if not the Junction Beast? And inside the palace, there was a sound of music and dance. Who is the visitor? Dare to trespass the heavenly palace, don't you want to live? Seeing someone coming over, the boundary beasts immediately took out their weapons and wanted to make a move. See who I am and get the hell out of here. Neza yelled at the two Junction Beasts. The two Junction Beasts rubbed their eyes carefully and recognized Neza's identity. Okay. They responded and went on their way to stand guard very obediently. As for Neza and the others, they both acted as if they hadn't seen it at all. What's going on here? Qian Lei was a bit confused. Hey, the setting is different, it's set according to the movie. Wang Jun explained. A movie? What movie? Qian Lei was a bit confused. What you haven't seen, Zha's movie. Wang Jun said. The group passed through a number of palaces led by Neza. From afar, a person in the image of the Jade Emperor could be seen sitting on top of the main hall. And in the center, a number of coolly dressed fairy eagles were dancing a hot and powerful dance. Especially the fairy eagle in the middle, no matter her face, body or temperament, it was one of the best. The dance is enchanting and the eyes are especially seductive. Looking at Fatty and the others, their eyes went straight. No wonder the upper floor is so miserable, this one is quite enjoyable.
Concentrating divine power to this level, and cosplaying the Jade Emperor, and having a Chang'e come out to do a Winx dance.
Neza was all pissed off.
Chapter 65, The Heaven's Gift Copy is a Demon Race Scam.
Oh? That's Chang'e?
Wang Jin's eyes twitched as he remembered his second senior brother, Piggy.
Yes, that's Chang'e. Neza gave Wang Jin an affirmative answer. Chang'e doing a charming dance, interesting. Wang Jin seemed to be interested as well. He pondered how second brother would look if he saw such a Chang'e. Look at the time again, 24 hours have come and gone.
But unfortunately, he couldn't summon his second senior brother out for the time being.
That was one of the few usable combatants he had on hand right now.
How can you just summon it to watch the show? However, one can take a picture of it first, and then show it to the second elder brother afterwards, and perhaps, one can trick the divine technique from the second elder brother's hands. Thinking so, Wang Jin picked up his cell phone and took a picture. Neza glanced at Wang Jin and the others and saw that this group of people were all acting as if they had never seen the world before. Shaking his head, he walked alone towards the Jade Emperor, on the main hall. Soon, his figure fell into the eyes of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor opened his mouth with a smile as his eyes rolled back in his head.
Jair, you're back. You're really good at pretending to be a penman. Did you call Jair that?
Shoo. Neza threw his fire-tipped spear. Phew. The fire-tipped gun released quite a lot of samsara fire along the way. Those dancing immortal eagles then turned into luminescence under the burning of the samadhi flame. Shoo. The Jade Emperor appeared in his original form, and it was indeed a huge brush made of green emerald. He rushed to move a few times before the fire-tipped lance stabbed him.
A high mountain suddenly appeared within the hall.
Boom! The fire-tipped spear was rooted on top of the high mountain and kept spewing fire.
Then the quill moved again. Painted a bagua furnace. The bagua furnace wrapped the entire mountain in the fire-tipped gun, allowing that samadhi flame to calcinate inside the bagua furnace. Roar! Yuan Hong is out.
The iron rod in his hand became as thick as a pillar, and he smashed down at the bagua furnace. Fake is fake after all, and the bagua furnace directly shattered. The fire-tipped spear inside returned to Neza's hand. The samadhi flame, on the other hand, went everywhere, setting the entire heavenly palace on fire.
Shoo! If it was just one Neza, the pointing pan would still be able to fight a bit. But there's an extra Yuan Hong over here, and the pointing pan is a bit intimidating.
The body of the pan left the celestial palace directly and ran outside.
After them. Neza grabbed the lead and chased after him. Yuan Hong hurriedly followed.
Immediately, a rumbling sound resounded outside the heavenly palace. Then when Wang Jin collected the divine power left behind by the immortal eagles. When he ran outside the heavenly palace with the crowd, he found that apart from the two junction beasts standing guard at the entrance,
everything has changed. The clouds are gone. The haze is gone too.
The entire heaven and earth looked gloomy, without a bit of life, as if it had entered the end of the world. The cranes are dead too. The spirit deer is also dead. The spirit fish all turned over their bellies, and even emitted a foul odor that made people constantly nauseous.
Wang Jin had never thought that all of this was actually true because it hadn't been transformed into divine fluorescence.
It seems that pen has limited divine power and can't draw everything. Then, the two naughty beasts were heard chatting.
The Jade Emperor is in trouble, shall we help or not?
Just then I heard another junction beast reply, help what help, we'll just stand our guard.
Well, that makes sense.
Then the two naughty beasts stood upright outside the burning heavenly palace as if nothing had happened.
And look at the battle in the distance.
The pointing pen ran all the way, while Neza and Yuan Hong chased after it all the way. That pen drew mountains, trees, rivers, etc. every now and then to block the man and the ape.
But the man and the ape didn't care.
It's all about straightening up mountains, cutting down trees, and flowing rivers. They were in hot pursuit of the pointing pen and had to catch the bastard.
Wang Jin, is this a god-level battle? Is that so simple and crude? Qian Lei and the others looked dumbfounded. Neza and Yuan Hong's strength was simply not humanly achievable in their opinion.
That's why they have transfers and have to learn skills.
God level? That's it? Not even close. Wang Jin opened his mouth. Then what is this for them? This is much tougher than the Xian ancestors. Qianlei was sure that none of Qian Bugui's and their battles were this shocking. It's not even that destructive. Not godlike, anyway. Go, hurry over, Brother Jia is greeting us. Wang Jin said, unfurling his wind-soaring wings towards Neza's side.
Seeing this, Qianlei and the others were envious. But there was no way around it, they had to run with their legs.
Who made them unable to fly? He ran to the next level. This next level has power restrictions set up, I can't get in, the rest is up to you. When Wang Jin flew in front of Neza, Neza was busy saying. Can I hold him then? This finger pen is so powerful.
Wang Jin was not sure in his heart that he could hold it. By running all the way and consuming divine power against us all the way, he's cutting down his own realm and lowering his own power so that he can move on to the next level. Otherwise, there's no need for him to even block us, just go straight to the next floor and hide.
Neza explained again. Hearing Neza say this, Wang Jin then realized that this was the case.
This one seems to have become a spirit, or is this combat IQ still a pen?
A clear-cut battle goblin. It was because he expected Neza and the others to not be able to get down that he ran below.
Okay, I know, don't worry, I'll definitely be able to take down the pointing pen and collect the mountain river and Jigaku diagram.
Wang Jin nodded to Neza. Whoosh! In the next second, Neza disappeared. And since Yuan Hong was summoned earlier than Neza,
as a result, he had disappeared on his way to hunt down the fingershine pen. Wang Jin didn't act alone, but planned to wait until Qianlei and the others joined him.
Not long after, Qianlei and the others appeared in Wang Jin's line of sight. Where's Jia? Qianlei really likes Neza.
Seeing that Wang Jin was the only one here, he began to ask where Neza had gone.
Jia went back, that pen went to the next level, the entrance has a level restriction, so Jia couldn't get down, the rest, we have to rely on ourselves. Wang Jin said. Go. Qianlei is not verbose. Be the first to jump into the entrance to the next level. The others saw this and jumped in after them. Wang Jinza became the last one. This fourth level, things are different again. Like a maze. They were inside a tunnel, all surrounded by high walls. The crowd walked in great circles, but couldn't get out. What about this? The crowd was stumped. Is it Qianlei? Help! Help! Just as Qianlei's words fell, a voice appeared in front of him, calling out Qianlei's name. That's the sound of the Ling formation. Qianlei looked around and finally saw Lingjin, who was lying on the ground covered in blood, at the end of the tunnel. Holy, old Ling, what's wrong with you? Qianlei hurriedly walked over and helped Lingjin up. And fed him several pills. Lingjin didn't say anything and gazed at the air. When the elixir had been completely digested, his complexion was then better. A scam, this heaven's gift copy is a scam by the demon race. Lingjin opened his mouth and said. What? Hearing Ling Lin say this, all the people present were stunned. Chapter 66 The Top 6 in the Young Lin Rankings. There is too much at stake to be hasty. Old Ling, what's going on here? Take your time to elaborate. After a moment of surprise, Qianlei was busy pacifying Lingjin. We came in after the celebration, and everything was fine when we came in, and the monsters were pretty good. There are indeed a lot of materials for building equipment and weapons along the way, and everyone can be said to be picking up materials until their hands go limp. A lot of people even joked that it was worthy of a heavenly replica, God is too good to us. With these equipment and materials, everyone can perform better in the subsequent examinations. As word of this spread, more and more human transmigrants came in to pick up materials, leading to more and more people. But when we got to the fourth floor, things changed. As the words came out, some tears welled up in Lingjin's eyes. He was strong, though, and wasn't so sad that he cried in pain. He wiped the tears from his eyes and continued. Inside this labyrinth, it's full of demons. And the strengths are all above the fourth order, and there are even fifth order ones. A group of us of less than the third rank, or even mostly the second rank, were slaughtered by their madness inside the labyrinth. 18 came from our group of guaranteed student examination group, all of them died except me, even Woody died. What? Hearing this, whether it was Wang Zhen or Qianlei, or Fatty, Bei Xiaobei, or Yu Kursen, they were all stunned by this statement from Lingjin. There were 30 people in that group of their guaranteed student test. In addition to the 6 now present, there were 24 others. 24 people. 17 are actually dead. In other words, only 13 of their group of 30 were still alive. Especially since even a SS rank transferring, young Lin ranking, genius like Woody was dead. It was evident how terrifying this fourth layer was. Reach out to them and see what's wrong with them. Mo Wao Xia thought of the geniuses who participated in the guaranteed student examination with them.
Yu Ming and Lin Zhongshu beside him sniffed.
Take out your cell phone too. Preparing to contact the young Lin ranking geniuses who were participating in the examination with their group.
But in the end, it turned out that the phone didn't work at all. The entire fourth level is in a state of signal blocking.
Looks like there's no way to get the word out here.
There will still be a steady stream of geniuses coming in from outside. I think there might still be geniuses who are going to participate in the guaranteed student examination in the next few days who came in early, and the major colleges and universities probably can't get together a group of 30 for the guaranteed student examination in the next few days.
Putting away the phone, Yu Ming hastily added. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard this. This heavenly copy is really a huge conspiracy.
This was a massacre by the demon race against the geniuses of the human race.
It was then that we realized something was wrong on the second level and were ready to return.
But anyone who returns from the passage is dead.
The first level is full of mists, there's no way to get out of them.
That mist is poisonous and is going to spread to the second level.
We on the second level are preventing the mists from spreading by blocking the passage with corpses in order to survive.
Bei Xiaobei's voice rang out, briefly recounting what had happened to them. Xiaobei, it's fortunate that I came with you guys. If I had come with my teammates who took the test with me, come to think of it, I would have already died.
Yu Kerson also said.
Her teammates have invited her too.
Only she didn't come with her teammates after promising Bei Xiaobei at the celebration first.
And her two teammates had set off before them, and should have caught up with the batch of Lingjin and the others who had come into the fourth floor.
Because they themselves came in yesterday afternoon. It was also fortunate that it was yesterday afternoon.
But where they had come yesterday morning, they shouldn't have been able to drag Wang Jin and the others to the second level to rescue them.
These demon clans, damn them, all of them.
Wang Jin had become enraged. Especially thinking of the people who took the guaranteed student test with him. Though many of them he had never met and couldn't even name. But when people have been in a replica together, the emotions are not the same as strangers who don't know each other.
Everyone has fought a common enemy. Having plopped down in the same pit.
That would be considered a comrade in arms. Especially when you think that Woody is actually dead. And there's probably a lot more dead geniuses like Woody. He couldn't help the anger burning in his chest. Buzz. The immortal killing sword was held in Wang Jin's hand.
As if sensing Wang Jin's emotions.
The immortal killing sword kept pulsing.
Glowing red with excitement. Wang Jin.
Lingjin called out to Wang Jin. A chart stained red with blood was handed over.
This is a map of the labyrinth I made.
This map was made by the many transmigrators of our dragon kingdom who walked out with their lives in blood. Now I'll hand him over to you, and if you can, please avenge them by decapitating all the demon races here.
Good.
Wang Jin was thrilled to receive the map. With this map, then let's just follow it and kill it.
Fatty. Wang Jin called out to Bai Muyang. Jin, I'm coming.
Without even needing Wang Jin's command, Fatty carried Lingjin on his back. He has passive defense and is the best person to protect the injured.
Go.
Wang Jin glanced at the map, picked a direction and walked over.
Put. Walking.
Wang Jin suddenly stabbed a sword towards the maze wall. A scream was heard coming from the wall.
A goat-headed monster then fell out of the wall. Already dead.
Wang Jin didn't stop for a second and continued to walk forward. Not much later, he jabbed further into the ground. A centipede with green blood then died under his sword. Shoo shoo shoo. Ahead, a number of arrows appeared.
Those arrows were extremely powerful and flew towards Wang Jin.
But Wang Jin was not avoiding it.
It even met the arrows head-on.
As he watched, those arrows were about to lodge on Wang Jin. At this time, a small vortex appeared on Wang Jin's body. Swallowed all those arrows. Shoo. Wang Jin had already reached the side of the demon race that shot the arrows. Only a flick of his wrist was seen.
Put.
The immortal slaying sword directly pierced through the demon race's heart.
That demon clan didn't even let out a scream before he died. Rumble. Deep in the tunnel, a group of demon clansmen with long weapons appeared. These demon clansmen, they were all 4th-ranked experts. Especially the one in the center who commanded with a sword looked like he was on the verge of breaking through the 5th rank. Kill! The sword-wielding demon clan initiated the command to charge. As a result, those long-weapon demon clans rushed towards Wang Jin. Ha! Wang Jin sneered. With his sword, he rushed into the group of demons. Shoo! The sword in his hand danced. It was as if those demons' long weapons were glued to his immortal slaying sword. All swung away from him. Then, Wang Jin turned his wrist back. The body came to a dazzlingly exaggerated twist. The immortal killing sword in his hand dragged again. A number of demons have been cut off in this way. Wang Jin then withdrew his steps once more. The sword in his hand seemed to pull a sword flower. His body came back with an extremely exaggerated twist. Some more demon clansmen fell to the ground, blood flowing from their abdomens. I go, Wang Jin, this sword dance is too beautiful. Worthy of being the 5th ranked guy on the Young Lin ranking, Jian Wuxiu actually dares to be unconvinced? Mo Wuxiu said. The sword is not repaired. The best contemporary disciple of the sword family. The guy ranked 6th on the Young Lin list. The top 5 of the Young Lin ranking were the demon of the Qian family, the demon of the Mo family, the demon of the Lin family, the demon of the Yu family, and Wang Jin. Originally, according to the previous rankings, the genius of the sword family should have been able to enter the top 5. But the old man sword saint strongly protects Wang Jin 5th. Ranking his own family's genius, Jian Wuxiu, 6th. This was also the reason why Jian Wuxiu was not convinced of Wang Jin, or even the sword saint. Chapter 67, Summoning in Soldiers, Nemesis of the Ghost and Demon Race. Chirp chirp. The sword-wielding demon commander saw his men being slaughtered. There's some urgency. He showed his prototype. Turns out it was a bat. He flew into mid-air and kept disturbing Wang Jin with his screams. His screaming waves are a presence that can have an effect on a person's consciousness and brainwaves. The attack is strong. But he miscalculated. The armor of devouring is all-encompassing protection. In the event that the opponent's strength could not cause a complete crush on Wang Jin, any attack can be said to be ineffective. And with Wang Jin's current strength, trying to crush him on all fronts, that would all have to be at least 5th order level 55 or higher. Shoo! Wang Jin also moved. Tackled the thief. Also, while the screeching waves of the bat didn't affect him much, it was annoying and loud to hear too much of it. He unfolded his wind-soaring wings. Came under the bat. Then, Fuyu exhibition, goes up again. Hoo hoo hoo. Wind blades appear. That bat's flesh was too weak, and after only taking 5 wind blades, its body simply disintegrated. Unbearable. Wang Jin landed on the ground. A great deal of contempt was shown for the strength of the bats. The main reason was that I really hadn't seen such a weak fast 5th ranked demon race. It was worse than the black bear he had robbed of the space stone. Afterwards, he took out his immortal slaying sword again and continued to unleash a massacre on those long weapon demon race. After a day's absence, why does it feel like my true brother has gotten stronger again? Fatty couldn't help but speak up as well. The opposite side were all 4th ranked experts, but under Wang Jin's sword they were like paper mache. Wang Jin just casually slashed his sword, and a demon fell to the ground. This kind of cleanliness can be so much more powerful than in the test copy. Hey, your circle is too low, so there are some things you don't know. This guy, yesterday, he was an existence that broke into Broken Wind City alone, and escaped the Wind Wolf King's pursuit. Qianlei said. What? Hearing Qianlei's words, Fatty as well as the Lingjin and several people were completely dumbfounded. He broke into Windbreak City alone, and escaped the Wind Wolf King's pursuit. These are things that are unimaginable to them, completely out of this world. No wonder you guys were talking about Windbreaker City before, space stones and all, dare I say, there's still such a thing. It dawned on the fat man. Before, when everyone on the 2nd level stayed in the space void, Wang Jin and Qianlei, a few people just chatted a lot. What's with the Xianzu, the space stone and all? Listening to the fat man, a few people in the clouds, and did not dare to open their mouths to ask more questions. It was only now that I realized that Wang Jin had such glorious deeds. Qianlei is right, although they are also the son of the county lord and the son of the city lord. It counts as the son of a gatekeeper. But their gates are just a little better than average. Compared to Qianlei and these super overlords, their circle was really low, pitifully low, low to the dust.
This was also the reason why no one was willing to team up with them when they participated in the examination copy.
In fact, to put it bluntly, it's the difference between a family of gatekeepers.
The others simply looked down on Fatty, a guy from a small county. That's why Fatty thought that he himself was the lowest gatekeeper in the entire examination group, and that's why he looked for Wang Jin to form a team. But in the end, I realized that Wang Jin was even lower. He was just an ordinary person from a small town. But it's just this small town average guy. I can't believe I've gotten right into the circle of top families.
That's a lot of energy. I have to admire that.
For a while, Fatty, Bei Xiaobei, and you Curson all wanted to work even harder to get into the genius class. Because they knew very well that only by following Wang Jin's group could they truly go farther and climb higher.
Next direction, continue.
Just in the gap between a few people chatting, the demon race on this side of the tunnel had already been killed by Wang Jin.
Wang Jin had nothing extra to say.
He looked at the map, picked a direction, and continued on his way.
The journey forward was smooth and without incident.
There was some discrepancy between this and Ling Jin's map. But when they turned another corner, they realized that there was no longer a tunnel in front of them, but an open field. On the open ground, there were nearly 200 demon clans floating. These demon clans were shaped like ghosts, their bodies looked illusory, and their eyes emitted a greenish light that was very creepy. They just floated there, as if they were deliberately waiting for Wang Jin and the others to arrive. At the same time, the tunnel that Wang Jin and the others had come from had also changed.
The tunnel became another open field. Another 200 ghostly demon clansmen appeared and surrounded the 9 of them.
Wang Jin, it's them, these ghost demon clan guys, hiding in the labyrinth, killed many of our Dragon Kingdom's geniuses. It would have taken a few more canals to encounter these guys. I didn't expect these guys to come out early.
And it's clustered. It seems that the next step is a battle of life and death. Oh, they are the Ghost Demon Clan, and that Ghost Demon King, is their king?
Ghost Demon King, the Demon King that Roilin named for Wang Jin to kill.
Shatter.
Good boy, originally we felt sorry to see you escape, but we didn't expect that you actually came back and brought us a few more human geniuses. Not bad, not bad.
You're on the ball, kid.
Up. The 5th-ranked Ghost Demon Clan in the lead commanded in a cold voice. Thus, the 400 Ghost Demon race soldiers charged towards the crowd with their weapons raised.
Buzz. Wang Jin moved. While moving, it also split into 2 doppelgangers. One of those 2 doppelgangers killed the enemy and the other held the oboe and blew it. Kill. So many opponents. It's also all 4th order.
Xian Lei and the others naturally wouldn't let Wang Jin fight alone. He and Mo Wao Xie also killed the enemy camp and fought frantically.
Bev, we're on 2.
Fatty has actually always been quite afraid of death. He was afraid that his passive defense would be broken and that would be the end of it. But I guess I've been pretty irritated by Wang Jin in the past 2 days. So he also decided to go out on a limb and do it. It's just the 4th order.
If Shin can do it, so can I. Shoo. Fatty killed the battle circle with Ling Jun on his back. Dang it.
Several 2 attacks landed on the fat man.
Buzz.
The Xuanwu shadow appeared. But it stabilized on the edge of being shattered. Ha 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 ha, the 4th rank is nothing more than that, it can't even break my defense. Feeling so strong in his defense,
Fatty couldn't help but let out a big, smug laugh. Boom. Bei Xiaobei came to Fatty's side and released a fireball.
That fireball was extremely hot and had a huge range. Several Ghost Demon Clan soldiers directly vaporized in place.
It couldn't help but make the fat man look away. Bev, are you this strong too?
Come on, if it wasn't for People's Ling Formation's formation and Lin Zhongshu's assistance, it would be weird if you could carry it.
Of course, I owe my fireballs to them as well. Bei Xiaobei explained.
The fat man sniffed, and then realized that he was covered with an auxiliary formation and a golden circle of light.
Ha, assisted or not, Fatso I carried it anyway, go on.
With the previous experience, Fatty was even more fearless.
Killing deeper into the Ghost Demon Clan's camp.
I don't believe that the 9 of you can still turn the tables.
That commander of the Ghost Demon Clan had a calm face.
Although the 9 people in front of him were strong. But he wasn't the least bit afraid.
They have a lot of demons anyway.
These human novices had little experience in long-lasting battles, and would only a little harder at first, and would soon weaken. We'll still be at the mercy of them.
Whoosh. just as the Ghost Demon clan commanded peacefully. 2,000 more soldiers on the ground out of nowhere. Those soldiers held ghostly spears in each hand. The spear looked very dangerous. It made him extremely jealous. Chapter 68, Ghost and Demon Clan Purgatory Morrow Labyrinth. The summoning music played by the doppelganger Wang Jin was naturally 100 Ghosts in Misty Forest. When the oboist is upgraded to C rank, by consuming 300 points of divine power, he can summon 2000 third order, level 13 soldiers from hell to assist him for 10 minutes. Cooling time is 8 hours. With so many Ghost Demon race soldiers on the other side, it was naturally suitable for a large group battle. So Wang Jin's best way to fight was to summon Yin soldiers. Kill. Wang Jin gave battle orders to the Yin soldiers. Rumble. The Undertakers came out of nowhere. So the location is pretty random. They raised the spears in their hands, stabbing towards those Ghost Demon Clan soldiers around him. The Ghost Demon Clan soldiers were all 4th ranked though, 1 rank higher than the Yin soldiers. However, the spears of the Yin soldiers were additional damage to Ghost-type enemies. Therefore, before those spears could stab in front of the Ghost Demon Clan soldiers, the bodies of those Ghost Demon race soldiers would involuntarily tremble. Wait again for the spear to approach. They would then feel a suction force born out of the spear, pulling their souls away from their bodies. It's even scarier. The number of Yin soldiers was much greater than the Ghost Demon Clan soldiers. So every Ghost Demon Clan soldier was facing 5 or even more spears. Undertaker vs Ghost Demon, complete victory. Undertaker vs Ghost Demon, Tinker. As soon as the battle began, many Ghost Demon race soldiers were directly stabbed to death by the Yin soldiers' spears, their souls then absorbed by the spears. I'll see how good you guys can be. With such a terrifying opponent, the Ghost Demon Clan commander's face finally became a bit ugly. However, he wouldn't stop there. A whimper escaped his lips. Within a short time, a few more teams of 400 Ghost Demons came over. Buzz. The Ling formation on Fatty's back moved. He forced himself to endure his injuries and carved a formation that could hold 2,000 Yin soldiers. When the formation landed, the strength of the Yin soldiers was instantly boosted. Actually, this would have been in the past. The level of the Yin soldier is going to be limited to 30 levels straight out of the 3rd order. But this is the mountain and the river. As long as the conditions are adequate, their combat effectiveness can keep rising. Shu. Lin Zhongshu's aid arrived as well. And so, the strength of the Undertaker rose again. It had directly reached the 45th level of the 4th order. Rumble. The strength of a 4th order, level 45 Yin soldier was much different from a 3rd order, level 30 Yin soldier. At the very least, the spears in their hands had more suppressive power over the Ghost Demons. And the suction on the soul is getting stronger. They no longer had to stab several spears at a single Ghost Demon Clan soldier. They were now just 1v1 against the Ghost Demon Clan soldiers, all of which seemed more than enough. The fighting is getting more and more intense. Wang Jin and the others had withdrawn from the battle to watch the Yin soldiers perform. After all, they're human beings, and they all have limited physical strength. A little bit of saving is a little bit of saving. Put. Put. The battle was one-sided. Soon, the soldiers of the Ghost Demon race were completely killed off. However, that Ghost Demon race commander didn't have the slightest intention of giving up the fight. He continued to send out signals and summon more Ghost Demon Clan soldiers over. Wang Jin, I've realized that something is wrong with the situation. On the fatty's back, Ling Jin spoke after taking a few more pills. The formation just now was already considered his unreserved release. What? Wang Jin asked. We keep killing and the other side keeps sending them to their deaths. This behavior is a bit off. Also, look at all this blood on the ground, it's all flowing, and it's flowing very regularly. With my understanding of formations, I suspect that there is a very large formation underneath this ground that requires the blood of their Ghost Demon Clan to activate. Ling Formation said. Oh? Hearing Ling Jin's words, Wang Jin also observed carefully. Sure enough, all of that Ghost Demon race blood was indeed flowing, and in a very regular manner, and towards a specific place. Shoo! Wang Jin moved. Along the way, he also seized the spears in the hands of 3 Yin soldiers. He then began to split again. The 3 Wang Jin each had a spear and launched an attack on that Ghost Demon race commander. By all accounts, that Ghost Demon Clan commander was already a 5th order expert. It shouldn't be afraid of Wang Jin, the 2nd rank. However, he didn't even fight against Wang Jin. Instead, they just chose to run.
It even continued to give instructions to the rest of the team while running. All Yin soldiers follow the order, no more killing them, just control them. There must be something wrong if the other side is acting like this. Wang Jin sped up to catch up with the Ghost Demon Race's commander while giving new orders to the Yin soldiers. Thus, the Yin soldiers no longer continue to kill those Ghost Demon Race soldiers. Instead, they are knocked to the ground and controlled. Wang Jin's side naturally caught up with that command. And into the Great War. However, Wang Jin quickly discovered the anomaly. This Ghost Demon Clan fellow in front of him didn't seem to be trying to defeat himself, but was only bent on death. "Ha, kid, you finally realized the problem?" But alas, it's too late, our grand formation, it's almost complete. The Ghost Demon Clan commander's words had just fallen. Those Ghost Demon Race soldiers who were controlled by the Yin soldiers actually all picked up their weapons and stabbed through their chests. Chose to kill himself. Their blood continues to flow. It finally came together. Buzz. The originally red blood suddenly turned a light golden color. At this same time, an incomparably complex and huge formation lit up. Shoo! That Ghost Demon Race commander flew directly over the formation. Then stabbed himself through the chest with his sword. The blood from his chest flowed down the hilt of the sword into the formation. The formation became brighter and more dazzling. "Ha, what an unexpected actually managed to catch such a big fish as you, just don't know if your surname is M.O.U. or Sword." The Ghost Demon Clan commander is still alive. He looked at Wang Jin with a smug smile. He wouldn't have the slightest doubt that Wang was really surnamed Qian or Lin. Because the last name of money is all muscle. People with the last name Lin are nerds. A guy like Wang Jin who is so belligerent and also so ruthless. Either the last name is M.O. or U. In addition, Wang Jin's swordsmanship was extremely superior. The last name Sword is also a possibility. "What if my last name is M.O.?" Wang Jin replied. "Haha, no difference, as long as you're a kid from one of those families. I've heard that the brats of your 5 families in this generation are all very powerful, all possessing the strength to kill 5th rank experts. I didn't die in vain when I was able to attract one over this time, ha ha." That Ghost Demon Race commander continued to laugh. "Then you're destined to be disappointed. I'm not from any of the 5 families, my surname is Wang, my name is Wang Jin." Wang Jin replied. He didn't care to impersonate the descendants of several other families. "Wang Jin? You are Wang Jin?" Unbeknownst to him, that Ghost Demon Race commander became even more abnormally maniacal after hearing Wang Jin's name. "Ha, so you're the Wang Jin that the Wind Wolf King is talking about, making a fortune. I've really made a fortune this time." The commanding officer pulled out the sword that was stabbed in his chest. Stabbed himself hard in the heart a few more times. Blood spurted wildly. The formation became brighter and brighter. Finally, the maze wall changed. Several Ghost Demon Clan ghostly shadows appeared on the originally flat wall. Those ghostly shadows kept roaring at them, and also reached out their hands, grabbing towards a few of them. Seeing this, the surrounding Yin soldiers hurriedly raised their spears and stabbed at those ghostly shadows to protect Wang Jin and the others. This is the Ghost Demon Clan's Purgatory Moral Labyrinth. Lin Zhongshu quickly recognized exactly what this labyrinth was. Chapter 69, Second Eldest Brother Exerts the Law of Heaven and Earth. Moral Labyrinth? This time, even Yu Ming became an ignoramus. Yes, Ghost Demon Clan Purgatory. The Ghost Demon race is a special demon race that specializes in soul cultivation and soul attacks, as well as soul devouring. Soul devouring can make them stronger and stronger. That's why when Ghost Demon Clan disciples make a mistake, they're thrown in purgatory so that they can kill and devour each other. As the 400 years progressed and the souls of the clansmen devoured by the Ghost Demon Clan grew, the Ghost Demon King refined this purgatory into a magic treasure, the Moral Labyrinth, which can devour souls. I didn't expect that this Moral Labyrinth would actually appear here. It seems that the Ghost Demon Clan has great intentions for this Heaven's Gift copy, otherwise, the Ghost Demon King wouldn't have even taken out the Sanluo maze and placed it in this place. Lin Zhongshu explained. Ha, not bad, worthy of being a Lin family's boy, his knowledge is broad. Boys, I'm not afraid to tell you that the place you've come in is a fake. This is a killing field, and whoever comes in will be killed. Starting with your second order ones, kill them one by one, up to the 5th order, up to the 6th. Ha ha ha. I, a sinner of the Ghost Demon race, can finally do something for the Ghost Demon race this time.
That ghost demon race commander was still alive, and he continued.
When he finished speaking, he stabbed several more swords into his chest.
That's why it's completely dead.
This labyrinth is activated and will only get stronger, we'll never be able to get out again. Lin Zhongshu regretted.
It's not a big deal if we die, the key is that the news won't get out either, and there will only be more and more human geniuses coming in behind us to die.
Since the Morrow Labyrinth was a magic treasure, it naturally needed the appropriate energy to function. And his running energy is life and blood. The human geniuses who had come in earlier to pick up materials, they had all become part of the energy of the Morrow Labyrinth. Those who come in after that will continue to be killed, then continue to be part of the energy, and continue to kill, again in such a vicious cycle. The crowd already knew they were going to die. But they didn't have the slightest fear of death. They cared more about the future of the human race, and only wanted to pass back and inform the human race about the situation here.
Can't get out, how can I not get out? Don't you forget, there's a pen here. Although this is the Morrow Labyrinth.
But this is more of a mountain and river map. Since it was the mountain and river map, it was natural to go out as long as you found the pointing pen.
Wang Jin took out the Suona again and played it.
This time, he blew on piggybacking the daughter-in-law. It wasn't long before the second brother appeared.
Who's looking for me? Disturbing my old pig's beauty sleep.
The second elder brother was really sleepy and was sleeping again. I just don't know who I dreamed about this time.
None of that matters, though. Second senior brother, I'm Wang Jin, it's me looking for you. Wang Jin walked up to his second senior brother and said. Second senior brother? Second senior brother is also what you call him? Piggyback looked Wang Jin up and down, dissatisfied with the title.
Oops, second senior brother, that's not the point is this. Wang Jin said and took out his cell phone. Afterward, he clicked on the video of Chang'e Swing's dance that he had recorded earlier. When second brother first saw that the person dancing in the video was Chang'e, his eyes instantly turned peachy. But when he took another look at Chang'e's seductive eyes and the various pleasing dance moves, a wave of anger rushed to his head. Impossible, my Chang'e fairy would never be like this.
The second elder brother said, waving the rake in his hand. All I heard was a boom. The labyrinth wall of that Shinra labyrinth collapsed a large portion directly under the rake's swing.
Whoosh! The souls in that labyrinth wall were ready to fly around without the constraints of the labyrinth wall. But at that moment, those souls inside the other labyrinth walls opened their mouths and sucked in, devouring all those souls that were ready to fly around. Second senior brother, I believe in Chang'e's sister-in-law's character and naturally know that she wouldn't be like this, all of this, it's this pen that's doing this. The video just happened to play to the state where Nezha beat the Yi Jade Emperor, who was transformed into a pen by the pointing pen, into a pen. So, the second senior brother kind of knew who the culprit was. Second senior brother, this doing so is simply blasphemy against Chang'e's sister-in-law, it's tolerable. I'm looking for you this time to do justice to Chang'e's sister-in-law, the pen, which is hiding inside this labyrinth.
Wang Jin pointed at the surrounding Morrow labyrinth.
The undertakers have disappeared when it's time to summon them. Those souls on the labyrinth wall were flailing and trying to devour Wang Jin and their souls. Good, you've done a good job in this matter, you senior brother, old pig I recognize. I'll settle with him when I find that pen. The second brother said, waving the rake in his hand. Then there was a loud bang. Another chunk of this maze wall has collapsed.
That silly pen that spoiled my Chang'e fairy's reputation, don't hide and not show up. I know you're inside the maze.
Humph, if you don't come out, when my old pig finds you, I'll pull out your hairs one by one and make you bald. The second elder brother said as his body began to suddenly grow larger. His getting bigger was different from Yuan Hon's getting bigger before. Yuan Hon's getting bigger that was just a simple multiplication technique. Multiplication doesn't work up to a certain point. And the second elder brother's change in size was directly with his head in the sky and his feet on the ground. As high as the sky is, he can grow. As thick as the ground is, so deep can his feet go. This is exactly the legendary heavenly law that amazes the world. One should know that this skill had only been demonstrated once or twice by the second elder brother in the entire journey to fetch the scriptures. And now, in order to find a pen, the spell was actually used directly. You can see how angry he was. Boom! That pen sure held back. It hasn't shown up until now. The second elder brother is also grumpy. Built right into the maze with a rake. The labyrinth collapsed in a big way right away. I go, this head.
Cough, the second elder brother so fierce? This is a match for Jia.
Xian Lei worships the strong. I used to worship Neza, but now I'm starting to worship the second brother.
Wang Jun, you guys are too exaggerated, how can you always summon fierce people? Right, and that white monkey, that's the most powerful monkey I've ever seen. Xian Lei added. That's not the greatest monkey ever. Wang Jun refuted Xian Lei's words. Oh? There are more powerful monkeys? This time, not only Qian Lei, even Mo Wuxi's curiosity was mobilized. Nonsense, that monkey well. He. If I get the chance, I'll be sure to show you guys around. Wang Jun sold out. Boom.
As second senior brother was close to completely smashing through the moral labyrinth, the finger-pointing pen was finally forced out. Only a swoosh sound could be heard, and he was about to run towards the passageway leading to the third floor.
Chapter 70, Second Eldest Brothers Pass Down Technique, the Method of Fierce Battle. Want to run? Can you run away? The second elder brother naturally saw the pointing pen. That pen would have been all but drilled into the channel. But the second senior brother just stomped his foot and shook him out of the passageway. Wow! The pointing pen is pulled with one stroke. A celestial river suddenly appeared in midair. He dodged into the heavenly river while letting the water of the heavenly river flow horizontally and rolled towards his second senior brother. Ha 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 ha, actually presuming the entire fake heavenly river to deal with my old pig, let me tell you, every stone and grain of sand in the heavenly river, my old pig is incredibly familiar with. The second elder brother said, waving the rake in his hand. Shoo! The incoming water from the sky river came to an abrupt end. Then there was also a rewind. Shuffle, shuffle. Oh, shuck and jive. The water of the heavenly river washed continuously against the pointing pen. Soon, that pointing pen was thrown out by the heavenly river water. Huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. As the second brother said. Every grain of sand in this heavenly river was familiar to him. He controlled the sand to form a sandfall. Once again, the pointing pen is given a supreme baptism. Whoosh! A stone flew up from the river of heaven and hit the pen squarely. The pen swooned and fell to the ground. Phew! Second brother's body began to shrink. The last rake jammed the pointing pen. Humph, how dare you insult Sister Chang'e, I'll pluck you into baldness. The second elder brother said, already acting. He squeezed the pointing pen and began to pluck the bristles in earnest. Ah! With each pull of his hair, the pointing pen let out a scream. Finally, it was so painful that he was too busy begging for mercy. Marshal, I was wrong, spare me. However, the second elder brother didn't listen to him at all, and just kept pulling his hair out there. Until there were only 3 bristles left in that quill. And gave him a whole centerfold, which stopped it. That makes it look good. The second brother picked up his pen and admired with great satisfaction the work of Tony, which he had manipulated himself. He then looked at Wang Jun. You're a good boy, you can have this little thing. After saying his words, second senior brother threw the pointing pen with a center comb in his hand to Wang Jun. Thank you, second brother, hey. Wang Jun was very joyful and took the pen and thanked him. However, this sum was only one of his main purposes. He had a more important purpose. Second senior brother, that. I appreciate your fighting valor just now, do you see if you have any skills you want to pass on to me? It's not like divine techniques take up skill positions, but they also increase strength, and more is better. Oh? You kid want to learn my skills? Let me see. The second senior brother looked Wang Jun up and down. A very satisfied nod. Not bad, you know quite a lot. It's been a long time since I've seen a junior who still has such talent, so the old pig will pass on some of your skills. But although your kid has learned quite a lot, his battle sustaining power is still too weak. In this way, the method of violent battle will be passed on to you, how about it? Second senior brother laughed. This method of fierce battle of mine will allow you to take on 100 beautiful women by yourself without losing, keeping your fighting power lasting and getting more and more courageous. This method of fierce battle was really known to Wang Jun. A super strong royal woman's skill. But he doesn't run a harem. It doesn't seem to do any good to have this thing. Besides, he was pretty confident in his own kung fu in that area. Second senior brother, is it okay to change it? For example, Dharma heaven and earth? Wang Jun looked at Fa Tianxian Di. Oh? You kid is quite ambitious. The second brother was clearly not happy. How is it so simple to use Dharma heaven and earth? You're too weak now, let's talk about it later. The law of fierce battle, take that. Also, I'll teach you another pen control method, just feed him 1 point of divine power a day to keep him, and let him be your little pet. Second senior brother said, raising his hand to Wang Zhen's brow. This accomplished, the second brother disappeared. Seeing the disappearing second senior brother, Wang Zhen was a bit tearful. I didn't get what I wanted, but I can't not learn this method of fierce battle. Because listening to the tone of the second elder brother, he would have the opportunity to learn Dharma heaven and earth with him in the future. If he didn't learn the method of fierce battle, what if the next time he met his second senior brother, he would think that he didn't look up to him and wouldn't give himself the chance to learn the method of heavenly palace? Thus, Wang Zhen meditated and began to comprehend this fierce battle method divine skill. It did not take him long to realize this, as the method of fierce battle did not require any special techniques. Just need to find the rhythm of the fight yourself. So he learned quickly. Divine skill, the law of fierce battle. This law comes with the Vajra body special skill. Body of Vajra, the host's body can withstand attacks that are 5 times its own defense. See this introduction to the divine technique. Wang Zhen was instantly overjoyed. To withstand an attack that was 5 times your own defense, how powerful would that have to be? Wang Zhen hurriedly tapped on his attribute panel. Role, Wang Zhen. Occupation, oboist C rank. Experience, 242-5970-300,000. Realm, second order. Rank, 20. Power, 152. Spirit, 96. Defense, 80 by 5. Agility, 152. Potential value, 0. 400 defense? Hiss. Wang Zhen himself couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Normally, 400 defense, not counting equipment and plus potential values. This would already be equivalent to the stats of a 71st ranked expert of the 7th order. Hey, invincible, so invincible. Now, even if they encountered the Wind Wolf King, they didn't have to be afraid. Big deal when you can't run, you take a hit or two. He can't kill us anyway. After all, the armor of devouring could still help you devour 480's power. One more thing, he's still pressing the grade right now. Once he upgraded, both his defense and the power that the devouring armor could devour would have a great increase. The method of fierce battle, which was initially disliked by Wang Zhen, was now too fragrant. Wang Zhen looked at his divine power again. It has reached 58,415 points. Wang Zhen really didn't expect to earn more than 50,000 divine power inside this mountain river in Jigong diagram. Ha. Wang really is getting excited. This is because it takes 50,000 divine power to upgrade from a C rank oboist to a B rank oboist. He had thought that this 50,000 divine power would take a long time to save up. I didn't realize that I had saved enough for this wave. It's just too good. Cluck. While Wang Zhen was checking his panel's data, the pointing pen actually made a sound. It turns out that this one actually tried to run. Where are you going? Come back here. Wang Zhen grabbed the pointing pen in his hand. Do you believe that I will devour you clean? Wang Zhen threatened. Just you? The pointing pen is naturally unbelievable. Ha! Wang Zhen sneered and executed the pen control method taught to him by his second senior brother. Woohoo! An overcast wind blew. A fluorescent glow began to emerge from the quill. I believe it. Seeing that the divine power in his body was rapidly depleting, the pointing pen immediately wimped out. Chapter 71, The Correct Way to Open a Copy of Heavenly Providence. I have a feeling you still don't believe me. Wang Zhen didn't go soft and continued to blow out the divine power inside the body of the pointing pen. He didn't stop until there was only 1 point of divine power left in his pointing pen. Anyway, the second elder brother said that it was only necessary to feed him 1 point of divine power per day to raise him. That way, it saves the bastard from making more trouble. Subsequently, Wang Zhen opened the devouring power of the devouring armor and sucked all those divine powers obtained from inside the pointing pen into his body. Boy, you're tough, you're real tough. Being messed up like this by Wang Zhen, pointing pen is really convinced. Anyway, he hasn't been this miserable in over 2,000 years. If you're honest, what about from now on, I'll feed you 1 point of divine power every day to keep you alive. Otherwise, I'll suck you clean and bury you in the 9 springs, so you'll never be able to see the light of day again. Wang Jin added. Honest, I must be honest, from now on you're my boss. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. If you tell me to beat the dog, I'll never shoe the chicken, everything at your command. The pointing pen knew very well in his heart that the guy in front of him was a super ruthless person. Definitely does what it says on the tin. He can't afford to mess with that. Alright, then take us out. Wang Jin commanded. Okay. The pointing pen lifted the only 3 remaining hairs and pulled them into the air. A crack immediately appeared in that place that he had scratched. Qianlei, go. Wang Jin waved at Qianlei and the others, who were some distance away from him, and then took the lead in jumping towards the outside of the crack. Then when Qianlei and the others jumped out of the crack closed automatically. A scroll then fell into Wang Jin's hands. Immediately after, Wang Jin received the dialogue box. Congratulations to your character for acquiring the treasure Mountain River and Jigaku map and unlocking the first time acquiring a treasure achievement. The Mountain River and Jigaku map is a supreme level magic treasure, and the character receives a special bonus. The character can set a summoning music of his own to summon a specified divine soul, and the first summoning requires the consumption of 1000 points of divine power. Congratulations to the character for obtaining the magic treasure, Moral Labyrinth, and obtaining the summoning music Prison Sins. Prison Sins, characters consume 300 points of divine power to blow this music, which summons Zhong Kuei to assist them for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. P.S. Zhong Kuei has an attribute bonus effect on Yin soldiers, and you can summon Zhong Kuei and Yin soldiers together. Oh. Seeing these 2 rewards, Wang Jin was pleasantly surprised. First of all, this particular reward is interesting. Set a summoning piece of music to summon a specified divine soul. It would have to be Yuna Mieshuanin plus Great Sage. Other than this, Wang Jin really couldn't think of any other summoning music or summoning divine souls. As for the second reward, summoning the bellhop. Zhong Kuei, that's one of the 4 judges of the underworld, the judge of the Department of Punishment and Evil. In the future, if you meet the Ghost and Demon Clan guys again, you will use Zhong Kuei to deal with them, and that is absolutely heavenly grams, just don't be too cool. In addition, Zhong Kuei has an attribute bonus effect on Yin soldiers. In the future, he would summon the Yin soldiers again that would not be a group of dragons without a leader. In fact, so far, Wang Jin had summoned the Yin soldiers 3 times, basically relying on the Yin soldiers' individual abilities to fight in a messy manner. Once they have Zhong Kuei to give them command, at the very least, they must have a battle formation. Add in the coordination of the battle formation and it's not a 1+1 effect. Instead, it's 1 by 1. Achui. It's a 1 by 10 or even a 1 by 100 or 1 by 1000 effect. 1 glory for all, 1 ruin for all. That's what makes battle formations so powerful. The key shadows are ruined when they're ruined. It can also be resummoned after 8 hours. Hey, cool, so cool. Wang Jin opened his attribute panel again, wanting to take a look at the situation of the magic treasure. Then. And he was dumbfounded. Mountain River and Mountain Map. This magic treasure needs to be infused with divine power, which is greater than 50,000 before it can be activated, and the more divine power, the more powerful this magic treasure is. Currently, the treasure's divine power is 0. Put. Wang Jin nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood when he saw the message from the Mountain River and Jigong diagram. Now that's a real waste of time. All of that divine power that one had absorbed inside the Mountain River and Jigaku diagram would eventually have to be spat out. Otherwise, the map is a dead map, not useful at all. No wonder all the gods and monsters in the Mountain River and the Jigaku can exert super strength. That's all in exchange for divine power. Moral Labyrinth 95% damaged. This magic treasure cannot be used for the time being. It needs to be repaired by absorbing the souls of ghost and demon clans, and can absorb the souls of the dead after repair. P.S. There are 2 types of souls within the Moral Labyrinth. One is evil and is used to devour or attack enemies. The second is the good type, which can be used to resurrect the dead. Hiss. If anything, reading the introduction to the Mountain and River map was exasperating plus depressing. Then after seeing what the Moral Labyrinth could do, Wang Jin's heart was all shock. In that case, in the future, one could rely on this Moral Labyrinth to save many human geniuses? For a moment, Wang Jin thought of Woody again. That guy is really quite a shame. If he had obtained this magic treasure earlier, wouldn't he have had a chance to be resurrected? Wang Jin, this isn't where we entered the copy, didn't we come out? Wang Jin viewed the dialogue boxes, data panels, and a series of thoughts actually quickly. So by the time Qian Lei's voice sounded, he had already finished learning all the information he needed to know. This is the real copy of Heaven's Providence, the one before that was all a fake made by the mountain river and Jigaku diagram, the purpose of which was to trap you guys, so that there was no way for you to enter the real copy. The pointing pen gave a quick response. Then who was the one who messed up with the mountain and river map? Do you know this?
Wang Jin opened his mouth and asked, wanting to know who the culprit was who was messing with the ghost.
Of course I know, it's the Ghost Demon King of the Ghost Demon Clan. That Ghost Demon King wants to take me in and make me do things for him. Ha, naive, I'm pointing out the pen of the river and mountain. How can I be the one doing things for the Demon Clan?
When it came to the Ghost Demon King, Pointing Pen had a look of contempt on his face.
Since he didn't subdue you, how did he activate the mountain river and Jigaku diagram?
Wang Jin had one more question in his mind.
Neza made it very clear. This mountain and river map is controlled by the pointing pen.
That guy is also ruthless enough, he sacrificed 100,000 clan demons to bring little Tutu and I back to life. After that, he used a formation to control little Tutu, separating little Tutu from me. You see, inside the entire mountain river and Jigaku map, only the third layer where I am is not in danger, the other 3 layers, that's all done by the Ghost Demon King controlling little Tutu. However, now that you've finished draining little Tutu's divine power, he and the Ghost Demon King have sort of lost contact.
The pointing pen added.
Wang Jin heard the words and realized the truth of the matter. In that case, he had absorbed the 50,000 divine power of the mountain river and Jigaku diagram, but instead, he had also rescued him from the Ghost Demon King.
Yoshi, Rokoku? Wang Jin and the others were still at the entrance without making a move. A group of people were seen coming out from inside the replica.
The group was dressed in tights, and the man at the head spoke Sangunian.
Are you guys from the Sang Kingdom?
Wang Jin asked with a cold face.
Ha ha ha, the Dragon Kingdom has finally come, we've been waiting for you for half a day.
Whoosh. As soon as the Sangoku man in the lead spoke, he threw out a hand sword towards Wang Jin and the others.
Chapter 72, Yukursen's Anger, Lao Zi Shu Dao Shan. Boom. Before that shuriken could hit the ground, it suddenly exploded.
The crowd only felt an extremely pungent odor drilling into their noses, and instantly, tears and snot flowed from their eyes at the same time. Careful, they'll sneak up on you in the smoke.
Yu Ming's voice came.
At the same time, the sound of weapons clashing rang out.
Someone has already suffered a sneak attack. Nothing happened to the guy, though.
But the next second, the man was pulled straight into the ground.
The earth escape technique, Wang Jin was too familiar with it.
With a whoosh, he dug into the ground and scooped up the fat man. It turned out that it was Fatty who had just been attacked by a sneak attack.
The one that could block the opponent's sneak attack was naturally Fatty's Xuanwu Void. However, that Xuanwu Shadow could only defend against attacks. But it can't prevent the others. It was so that Fatty was directly taken underground by the earth escape technique. After this, the scene was quiet. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing on the scene, except for a few of them.
Can't even see a ghostly shadow.
Where are those Sangeks? Qian Lei said angrily.
In this battle, he didn't play at all and got very depressed.
Looking for me?
The sanguine man who was in the lead reappeared.
Shoo!
Qian Lei rushed up and attacked the Nizanian. But before his fist could land on the Sangunian, he found himself falling into the Sangunian's circle. Whoosh! All sorts of spells were thrown towards Qian Lei.
It left him a little overwhelmed.
However, he also turned on his tempered skill and got into a vicious battle.
Up!
Seeing this, Wang Jin and the others were ready to move forward to support them. But at that moment, a tiger demon appeared above his head at some point.
Opening their bloody mouths, they bit towards them.
Scatter! The crowd hurriedly dispersed. That tiger demon then landed directly between them and Qian Lei,
blocking their way to support Qian Lei.
We're not going to get hit on all sides, are we? Lin Zhongshu's voice rang out.
Rumble!
A lot of iron fences suddenly appeared on the ground.
It really did isolate them all one by one.
Then a tiger appeared inside each iron fence and attacked them.
Fight! Wang Jin gave an order, preempting the attack on the tiger in the cage he was in.
I have to say, the tiger is pretty weak. Wang Jin simply punched the tiger directly to death. But a strange thing happened, the tiger actually came back to life and continued to attack Wang Jin.
Ah! Wang Jin was not far away. It's the iron fence that holds Yu Kursen.
Yu Kursen was an archer, a long-range archer. She was naturally weaker. So how could she be a match for the tiger in a one-on-one situation with him?
It was soon wounded. Kagome, are you okay?
Next to Yu Kursen was Bei Xiaobei. Although Bei Xiaobei was a magician, her body was just as weak. But his true fire of the sun wasn't a vegetarian. So under every release, then the tiger will just burn out.
I'm fine.
Yu Kursen naturally had something to do, but she didn't want to cause trouble for everyone. After all, we all had our own tigers to kill and could not be distracted, so we planned to suffer alone. How could she hide this thought from Bei Xiaobei? Bei Xiaobei had a worried look on her face.
Then, a Yu Kursen appeared beside him. Kagome, you.
Bei Xiaobei looked at Yu Kursen, who was in the same cage as herself and standing beside her. Another look at Yu Kursen, who was still being torn by the tiger in the other cage. Some giggles. Immediately afterward, he heard Yu Kursen beside him say, "Xiaobei, come on, let's get started here, hurry up and take off your clothes." That Yu Kursen said, and even took the initiative to get her hands up, ready to help Bei Xiaobei undress.
Holy, that powerful?
On the other side of Bibi is Fatty.
Fatty has passive defense. Naturally, you don't have to fight.
Anyway, that tiger kept biting there, and the Xuanwu void on Fatty kept flashing. Instead, he himself was sitting back and watching the show.
The result was a good show between Yu Kursen and Bei Xiaobei.
Then again, Fatty was surrounded by a dozen more beautiful women.
Those beautiful women are all famous educators in the Sangunion. Some of them were dressed in maids' outfits, some in nurses' outfits, and some in sailor suits.
There were also beautiful women from work waiting for buses on the side of the road. Because she literally had bus signs on her side.
I'll be damned, Jin, this is really what you think it is. Fatty immediately spotted the Wa point. What?
Wang Jin looked at Fatty's side, lively, too lively. So many people, they're bursting through the bars.
And look at Bei's side.
Inside the iron fence, Yu Kursen was very active, and Bei Xiaobei had been stubbornly resisting.
As I watched, Bei was nearing the end of her tenacity.
It's almost too much to resist.
Psychic illusions? Wang Zhen guessed. Who thought of the tiger and the iron fence? Remove it for me. Wang Zhen yelled.
Oh. Lin Zhongshu's voice rang out.
In the next second, all the tigers and iron fences disappeared. The Sang people who came up with this? Wang Zhen continued to ask. Sorry, it's me.
Yu Ming smiled busily.
The next second, the Sangoku disappeared as well.
Thus, the danger on Xian Lei's side was lifted. Only Fatty and Bei Xiaobei's side remained.
Ha! The fat man let out a laugh as well.
All the educators around him disappeared. Only Bei Xiaobei was left, still resisting. Until he saw Yu Kursen walking towards him. It was only then that he hurriedly stopped, imagining that Yu Kursen, who was desperately trying to undress him, disappeared.
Bev, what are you thinking?
Yu Kursen's face was furious, living like a tigress as she launched herself at Bei Xiaobei.
Kagome, I. Bei Xiaobei's face suddenly turned red.
His thoughts were too ridiculous to even speak of. I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't say it, then don't say it for the rest of your life.
1. Yu Kursen began to count. As a Furching person, the 5 words, lousy counts to 3, that are genetically intimidating. At times like this, even if you are reluctant, embarrassed, or awkward, you have to be honest and hand over your questions. What I'm thinking is, I haven't had a chance to talk to you yet.
You're about to get bitten by a tiger, that's too bad.
Ha 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 ha.
As men, though, we all guessed that Bei was of such a mind. But when the idea actually had to be spoken by Bei Xiaobei herself, everyone still couldn't help but let out bursts of laughter.
Yu Kursen didn't laugh. Anger was written all over her face. I'll go to hell. The angry Yu Kursen was furious. She took out her bow and arrow. An arrow came at Bei Xiaobei. Boom! This arrow was extremely powerful. Bei Xiaobei was directly shot away. The shoulder was blown right off.
At this moment, all laughter stopped.
Everyone didn't know what to do next. A brief silence fell over the scene.
Even Bei Xiaobei didn't move, he just dragged his blasted shoulder and lowered his head in shame, waiting for Yu Kursen to continue unleashing his punishment on him.
Why don't you hurry up and take the elixir? Waiting to die?
After a short silence, it was Yu Kursen's voice that sounded first. She walked over to Bei Xiaobei's side again and violently fed an elixir into Bei Xiaobei's mouth. In the future, if you dare to fool around with me again, I'll just chop off your lifeblood. At this moment, Wang Jin remembered Feng Yirun. Chapter 73, Lin Zhongshu's Book of Prophecy. After the vignette, the crowd moved on. Not long after, a number of demon clans appeared in front of them again. A few people were able to determine after exchanging a few words that none of these demons were a figment of their imagination. And so, everyone was caught up in the fight. None of these demons are very strong. The battle was soon over. They continued on again, but after only a few dozen short meters, another demon race appeared. The crowd had to get into another tussle. But soon they realized that this time the demons were a figment of their own imagination. The road after that, one part true, one part false. Sometimes several paragraphs of truth, sometimes several paragraphs of falsehood. True or false, there is no pattern. The crowd was confused for a moment. Wang really wanted them to stop imagining things, but it simply wasn't possible. For the place seemed to have a seductive power that was luring them to think out of the box. All that thinking gets processed to the point where, later on, it becomes increasingly indistinguishable from the truth. This Thai place is just so sad. Fatty was so tired that he couldn't help but launch into a whine. Everyone else was a little stretched. Only Wang Jin, because he had learned the method of fierce battle, was instead unable to see a tendency to get tired. I'll take the front next, you guys follow me. I rely on my thoughts to tell you whether they are true or false. Wang Jin walked to the front of the line. There was also a deliberate effort to keep a distance from the crowd behind them. It didn't take long for the line to appear in front of him, a handsome teenager playing basketball in a pair of backpack pants. The crowd in the back saw the teenager. Somewhat froze. But Wang Jin then spoke, fake. Eh? The crowd was amazed. I admire Wang Jin's imagination. But that's just the beginning. The subsequent imagery of Wang Jin was even more eye-opening for them. For example, a black man riding a 2x4 pulling bananas. Another example is a man with a knife trimming the hooves of a donkey. Or maybe it's a mouthful of wilderness survivalists who end up with a backpack full of hot pot wine and big plates of chicken and other goodies. It made the fat man hungry. No, isn't this place where we can be seduced into thinking? True brother, what is all this nonsense? This is not like being seduced at all. Ah. Fatty was shocked. He's mentally powerful and can't be lured. Lin Zhongshu explained. Oh. The fat man sniffed. A big brother who could change 100 swords was indeed powerful in spirit. Ha! What's with the monkey? As soon as the fat man's words were out of his mouth, he saw the flashpoint again. This time, what appeared in front of Wang Jin was no longer the sights that made people feel strange and out of place. Instead, it was a monkey wearing golden armor and carrying a large iron rod on its shoulder. This monkey looked much more menacing than the white ape that Wang Jin had summoned earlier. Especially his big iron rod with gold hoops at both ends. Even more so, the crowd reached a level of terror that made them feel palpitations just by looking at it. Then again, more people appeared behind the monkey. Inside these people, there were also fat people they knew. For example, Neza, the second brother. And a guy with 3 eyes and a dog on a leash. It looks mean, too. And many, many more. Barefoot with a bushel fan. There was also an old white-haired man on crutches. And a limp on crutches. There are many more that look precious and solemn. It's too much to look at. Sorcery, time tracing. The crowd hadn't quite gotten a good look at those people yet. Wang Jin's voice was heard. In the next second, the crowd was back to the wilderness survival guy eating hot pot. Wang Jin, you still say you're not surnamed you? Mo Wao Xia looked at Wang Jin with a super unkind expression. What? Wang Jin was astonished. Spatial boundaries you know, time tracing you know, and it seems like you know a bit of everything else. With all this sorcery, there's only one explanation, your last name is Yu, right, Yu Ming. Mo Wufei looked at Yu Ming next to him. That Xian ancestor's skill of fusing the 10 major sorceress arts, which have been passed down to you, it's not something that can be exchanged for a single space stone at all. Yu Ming explained. When Wang Jin heard this, he understood the painstaking efforts of the several ninth-order bigwigs. It turned out that they were still using the name of exchanging space stones to pass on their skills to themselves.
They are really looking at themselves. We'll talk about all that later, let's just deal with the situation at hand.
The further back I go, the harder the road gets, and I have no control over myself. Wang Jin said quite frankly.
Wang Jin, I want to confirm one thing, as far as the ones you encountered before you used time retrieval, were they imagined by you or were they real?
That group of people gave Qian Lei a great shock.
If Wang Jin imagined it, it's fine. But if it's real in the illusion, then they're screwed.
No matter how confident he was in Wang Jin, neither thought they could beat that bunch.
Of course I imagined it.
Wang Jin's reply made Qian Lei let out a fierce sigh of relief. But how can I say this, they are also real.
Wang Jin added.
Thus, the breath that Qian Lei had originally loosened lifted up again.
Real existences? Then where are they? Qian Lei is concerned about this.
But before Wang Jin could give a reply, he found the answer on his own.
I see, they're all ones you can summon, right? Because Jia is in there too.
Qian Lei now finally knew to what extent Wang Jin was perverted. The feeling he got from that group of people was that any one of them had the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth.
If that bunch were all summoned, it wouldn't knock over the entire universe?
With this amount of strength in the demon race, it wasn't even enough for the people inside to fight.
By the way, you said there's a more powerful monkey, it can't be that one. Qian Lei thought of the monkey wearing golden armor and holding a weapon again. Yes, that's him. Wang Jin nodded.
I'll show you guys sometime. This time, Wang Jin spoke these words with great confidence. Then, Jin, you summoned him out, and this hole can surely be passed.
The fat man also came to life.
It's a waste to use a character like him in this place. If the Ghost Demon King appeared, summoning him would be more like it.
Wang Jin said. It wasn't that he didn't summon monkey, he wanted to. Only the summoning time is limited.
And there's no telling how long the cooldown is. Summoning monkey was now his greatest dependence. Nature cannot be summoned at will.
Wang Jin, are you sure he'll be able to over the Ghost Demon King?
Lin Zhongshu spoke up. Nonsense, a mere Ghost Demon King is nothing, as long as there's enough time, he's a lord who can level the demon race.
Are you kidding? That's the monkey who made a big mess.
Well, since you put it that way, I'll take it from here. Lin Zhongshu said, taking out his book and turning to the second page. I foretell with all my data that the illusion in front of me shatters in 1 minute and can never be cast again.
Buzz. A purple light spread out.
Lin Zhongshu's entire essence was instantly drained, and he collapsed to the side into Mo Wuxi's arms.
Chapter 74, The Sang people have become the dogs of the demon race. This. Fatty looked at Lin Zhongshu who had collapsed in Mo Wufei's arms like a little daughter-in-law. It's all about jaws dropping. Instead, Mo Wuxi was not surprised.
It's okay, let him rest for an hour or so and he'll be able to walk on his own.
Just being able to walk? Fatty was curious. Or what? You think this prophecy stuff is so easy to get?
The more powerful the ability, the greater the cost, sometimes it will cost lives and souls.
Mo Wuxi explained. Okay. The fat man nodded. Still feel good about my passive skills. At least it doesn't hurt. The minute passed quickly.
The crowd only heard a boing sound, and the scene in front of them changed. The original spacious and bright avenue disappeared as if the ice had melted. What appeared before them was an eerie, dark path. Then, a Sangunian just dropped out of the air without warning and appeared in front of the crowd.
That's the guy who's up to no good, him.
Qian Lei was the first to rush up. The guy saw that the illusion he created was broken.
Then he wanted to create another one.
But soon, he realized that his ability to create illusions was failing. And by this time, Qian Lei's fist had arrived. The guy was sent flying by a punch and his body kept falling back.
Whoosh! A demon race has appeared. It was a wolf demon. But that wolf demon didn't make a move on that Sangoku man. Instead, the Sangunian was picked up. You have defected to the demon race? Seeing one person and one demon in such harmony. Qian Lei's face became a bit ugly. We can't call this defection, it's called going undercover.
Another 10 or so Sangwa people appeared, and the leader gave Qian Lei a reply.
Don't you Dragon Nation people talk about, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will not be in danger in 100 battles?
We're just going to penetrate into the demon race, then understand them, and then finally seize the weaknesses to dry them out. That Sang countryman in the lead continued. Hey, they're gonna you guys over, you hear me? Qianlei smiled at his words and turned his head to ask the wolf demon again. He wondered what the wolf demon thought. Ha ha. The wolf demon smiled back. You have a dog in your house, would you think the dog could replace you as the master of that house? Hey, you hear that? They treat you like dogs. Qianlei said again to the Sangunian. That Sangwa man was incomparably angry at his words. How dare you insult us as dogs, kill these Dragon Nation people for me. Qianlei was somewhat speechless. The demon scolded him to his face and he had to smile and be grateful. And you're going to yell at me for just paraphrasing? This group of Sang people is human traitors, betraying the human race is really thorough enough. Kill. Qianlei was also angry. He cast out his skills and battled with the Sanguine who was at the head of the group. All the other Sangs have found their opponents as well. The entire eerie, dark pathway was instantly transformed into a battlefield. Shoo! The Sangunian skills are pretty ruthless. A taijutsu appeared out of thin air in midair. That taijutsu consists of wind. It comes with a cutting effect when it falls. Although Qianlei had the tempered skill, his arm was still left with the slightest trace of blood when he carried the taijutsu hard. You're not third order. Qianlei was shocked. He had always thought that the Sangoku man in front of him was a third order expert. This is because the Heaven's Gift copy limit is a maximum of level 30, which is the third rank. Humph, stupid Dragon Nation, hearing people say that the copy limit is third rank, do you really think it's third rank? For your information, I am of the fifth order. Die. The taijutsu appeared again. This one was even more powerful than before. Before the blade arrived, a strong wind restrained Qianlei's body. If Qianlei wanted to avoid the taijutsu, he would have to go through the strong wind. But the strong wind unleashed by this fifth-ranked expert was too fierce, with many additional attributes attached to it. Once you get hurt, it's going to be bad. But if you don't enter the strong wind to escape. If you were hit by this taijutsu, then you might not even have half a life. For the first time, Qianlei felt the dreadfulness of the power of a fifth-rank expert. It wasn't even something he could fight against. After all, he's only at the second rank. His current highest battle record was that he had fought against an average expert of the fourth rank. That's already 2 orders over. It's genius, right? Shoo! Just when Qianlei was ready to go out of his way and take the risk of drilling into the strong wind, Wang Jin appeared. Wang Jin saw that Qianlei was in danger after taking out a few Sangwa people. Then he came straight to earth and jumped into the air again. He took that taijutsu hard with his physical body. The taijutsu struck him as if it had struck an iron plate. There was a crunching sound. In the end, that taijutsu directly shattered and turned into many small whirlwinds. What was most depressing to the Nazan countryman was that those small whirlwinds were also swallowed up by the small vortex that appeared on Wang Jin's body. Shibuchiro Watanabe, I wonder what your name is? Seeing that Wang Jin was so powerful, the man at the head of the Sang kingdom began to introduce himself. This showed that he looked up to Wang Jin. No one from the Sangoku, especially the Sangoku who serves as a dog to the demon race, deserves to know my name. Wang Jin landed on the ground and then walked towards Shibuchiro Watanabe. As he walked, the muscles in his body were starting to bulge. Anyone who knows what they're doing knows. He was opening the 18 transformations of the God of War. Zip, zip, zip. Shibuchiro Watanabe's arm rings with thunder and lightning. He used thunder as a sword and slashed towards Wang Jin. However, Wang Jin was not afraid in the slightest. He just raised his arm, and he directly dry shattered that lightning blade. You're sixth order? Shibuchiro Watanabe's eyes changed. His pupils were constantly trembling. It was evident how scared he was at the moment. No, I'm second order. Wang Jin replied, continuing to approach towards Shibuchiro Watanabe. Impossible, how could the second rank have such a strong defense and attack? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You guys come back. It doesn't matter if the king really isn't second order. At this moment, Shibuchiro Watanabe all but realized the seriousness of the problem. If he doesn't call those companions back, then he'll be killed by the kid in front of him. Yeah, boy. That's a brat. It looks young. So,
He might actually be second order.
In Wang Jin's group, the only ones with strong combat strength were Wang Jin, Qianlei, and Mo Xia. But Wang Jin and Qianlei are both on Shibuchiro Watanabe's side, and Mo Wufei has to be distracted from his little daughter-in-law. It was so that people took the initiative not to fight, and Fatty and the others didn't want to continue. Shoo! Those Sangakis all gave up fighting and returned to Shibuchiro Watanabe's side. Shibuchiro Watanabe has Shibuchiro Watanabe under guard. You guys came back just in time for me to finish you off in one wave. Gulp! The muscles on Wang Jin's body bulged once again. This time, he directly executed to the 5th variation of the 18 variations of the war god. The Vajra body of the method of fierce battle made his body's ability to endure stronger. It was so that he could easily reach the 5th transformation. Chapter 75, The Dragon Kingdom's 9th Order's Anger. Good boy, you really think you're something. Shibuchiro Watanabe felt a lot safer with a group of people protecting him. It actually had the guts to look down on Wang Jin. He seemed to have forgotten that he was a 5th-ranked expert, while his opponent was only a 2nd-ranked one. Ha! At the corner of Wang Jin's mouth, a cold smile emerged. Shoo! He moved. The target is directly at Shibuchiro Watanabe. Rumble! The bodyguards around Shibuchiro Watanabe saw this. All of them stood in front of Watanabe's body, then each released their respective skills. An attempt to block Wang Jin. However, all of their skills were ineffective against Wang Jin. Either Wang Jin used brute force to break free. Either that or Wang Jin directly resisted. Or maybe it was swallowed by the devouring armor. Anyway, a dozen skills were thrown down. Wang Jindu was unharmed. Soon, Wang Jin rushed in front of them. Then Wang Jin raised his hand and punched. Just one punch. The wind of the punch sent the bodyguards flying. And the lucky dog who was in the middle of the punch bled directly from the mouth and nose and died. I'll go for the 5th change. Behind Wang Jin, Qianlei let out an exclamation of surprise. What? He can even change 5 times? When Mo Wuxi heard Qianlei's words, he hurriedly hugged his little daughter-in-law to Qianlei's side and began to watch the battle. Wang Jin can actually perform the 5th change, it's too terrifying. Qianlei nodded fiercely. It was also the empty moment when Qianlei and Mo Wufei were talking. Wang Jin had extended his hand to Shibuchiro Watanabe. But then, a golden light lit up Watanabe's body. In the next second, his body appeared beside those Sangoku dogs that had been sent flying. Oh? SS-class space transfer equipment? On Wang Jin's face, a hint of interest surfaced. It seems that your master treats you well, even rewarding you with spatial transfer equipment. Wang Jin added. Kid, you really think I'll be afraid of you? You have the guts to come over and hit me again. They were called dogs by Qianlei before. Watanabe then got angry. Now Wang Jin said the same thing. He was even more furious. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. Wang Jin once again launched himself at Watanabe. But this time, it wouldn't be as smooth as the one before. A formation lit up beneath Watanabe's feet. That formation kept rotating. In a blink of an eye, the data of all the Sangoku in the formation was then focused on Watanabe alone. Boo! Watanabe just straight up grabbed Wang Jin's smashed fist. Oh boy, you're still too young, do you really think I'm angry? I'm just getting angry on purpose to lure you over here to die. Watanabe had a smug look on his face. Next, it's time for you to die. Watanabe said and was about to rip off Wang Jin's arm. Yes? Buzz. A space void appeared around Watanabe's body. This was exactly when Wang Jin unleashed his sorcery, Spatial Boundary. This spatial boundary completely isolated Watanabe from the other Sangoku dogs. So, his stats have changed back to what they were before him. He tried to rip off Wang Jin's arm, but found that his strength was completely insufficient. You are the Yu family's boy? Watanabe naturally recognized what the space void was. He loosened his grip on Wang Jin's hand. The gallant retreated to the corner of the not now. Space Junction. The representative skill of Yu Qingyu, the witch god of the Dragon Kingdom. This kid in front of me actually knows how to do it, so he must be surnamed Yu without a doubt. How could Watanabe not have thought that he had actually messed with the Yu family's boy? And looking at this fighting strength, this guy in front of him should be the most powerful contemporary of the Yu family.
It was no wonder that he was able to take on him, a 5th-ranked person, with his 2nd-ranked cultivation. As I said, the Sengoku people, especially the Sengoku people who work as dogs for the demon race, have no right to know my name. Wang Jin had walked up to Watanabe's body. Then it clenched its fists. Boom! The punch landed hard on Watanabe's chest. Watanabe didn't call out. Because he really doesn't have a voice. All he could feel was his heart stopping, even as it was in tatters. He opened his mouth wide to say something. But scarlet blood kept spilling out of his mouth. You are from the Qian family. Finally, he uttered his last words. Because of this strength, and this big muscle. Only a child of the money family can have it. Buzz. Wang Jin didn't say anything. Instead, they unlocked the space boundary. His body landed in the middle of the formation. Those Sengoku dogs in the formation had been in a state of stupor due to Watanabe's death. But they were seeing Wang Jin, the god of killing, fall into the formation. And with a swoosh, it dispersed. Run away? 2 doppelganger kings really appeared. The 3 Wang Jin split into 3 directions and launched a frantic pursuit of this group of Sangwa dogs. This group of Sangwa dogs had been scared out of their wits by Wang Jin. Except for the playful running. Not even a single resistance skill was released. In the end, none of these Sangwa dogs escaped and all died under Wang Jin's fists. Fierce, Wang Jin, you are truly fierce, I'm convinced, I, Mo Wufei, am truly convinced. Mo Wao Xie arrived in front of Wang Jin and gave him a thumbs up. Earlier, he had wanted to compete with Wang Jin. Now that he saw this perverted growth of Wang Jin, the heart of that competition could no longer be raised. You guys see if you can get in touch with Mo and the others, it's time to brief them on what's going on over here. Wang Jin spoke to the crowd, then first walked over to Watanabe's side. Start searching Watanabe's storage gear. When he killed the demon race before, Wang Jin hadn't searched their storage equipment along the way. The main reason was that none of them had anything to show for it, so Wang Jin naturally couldn't look at it. Watanabe, on the other hand, had just actually used an SS-rank space transfer equipment, which was naturally of interest to him. Good. Mo Wao says few people sniffed and took out their phones, contacting their family's Shin ancestors. As for the Ling formation, he called out to Fatty to carry him to that formation. He was going to study this formation that could centralize everyone's data into one person. Once he's studied it thoroughly, then that's really something for them as a team. Originally, Wang Jin was perverted enough. If they were to add in the stats of the 8 of them, then I really don't know how perverted Wang Jin would become. I'm looking forward to it. Xian Lei and the others were calling their family Xuanzu. On the imperial capital side, the 4 major colleges and universities had also discovered the problem. Because it was now time for the guaranteed test copy to open. But the number of people who came to take the test was pitifully small. In particular, several geniuses on the Young Lin ranking did not appear. This had to get the copy keeper on board. So, after a while of contacting students with no results, they reported the matter. The Big Four took this matter seriously, and at their initiation, all the major schools did a focus on their bonded students. The result, crowds of colleges and universities are finding that they can't reach many of their bonded students today and for the next 2 days. When things came to this point, the 4 Ninth Order experts had to be alarmed. The 4 Ninth Order masters were talking freely after some conference calls. Except for Linjiu, all of them received calls from disciples of various families. What? The Heaven's Gift replica is a conspiracy of the demon race? This copy can be played by a 5th-ranked expert? The Sengoku actually gave the demon race a dog? The Ninth Order of the Dragon Kingdom was enraged. Someone, notify all the 4th and 5th rank experts in the bright side to go to the Heaven's Bounty replica. But whenever you encounter a demon race, kill without pardon. Notify the secretly cultivated, Sengoku-speaking 5th Order experts, all of them to go to the demon race's rear to cause trouble, the bigger the better. Shoo shoo shoo. In an instant, a large number of 4th and 5th rank experts appeared in the sky of the Dragon Kingdom, all running towards the Heavenly Providence replica. And on the ground in the Dragon Kingdom, more 5th Order experts set off. These, all of them, speak Sangunyan. Chapter 76, The Evil Lord Wolf, Everyone Should Be Killed. Inside the copy of Heaven's Providence, Wang Jin had long since finished touching the corpses. He looked at Watanabe's body and couldn't help but be a little dazed. Yesterday he was being chased by a group of 5th Orders.
It was actually possible to go head-to-head with the 5th rank today. This growth rate was incomparably terrifying even to himself.
Hey, I guess I didn't embarrass the traveling public. Wang Jin thought so and looked at the others.
Aside from Lingjun, who was studying formations, everyone else was exhausted and were trying to rest and recover. After all, after tossing and turning for so long in the mountain, river and earth map, it wasn't like they had really rested completely.
It's time to get some rest and relaxation.
It had to be said that Lingjun was a super genius in the formation category. It only took him a mere bell to work through that complicated formation.
He even set up a formation for Wang Jin to try. Not to mention, it works pretty well.
Wang Jinjin could feel his stats rising, and the power of his fists became much greater again.
Next, the crowd continued to rest. It wasn't long before Mo Wufei's little daughter-in-law woke up.
Over? The first thing he did when he woke up, Lin Zhongshu was concerned about whether everyone had passed the illusionary realm. Passed, a 5th-order sanguine traitorous dog is causing trouble.
Mo Wuxi replied. 5th order? How did that pass? Hearing that the opponent was of the 5th rank, Lin Zhongshu's pupils were quaking.
That pervert Wang Jin passed directly with his fists. From now on, I won't even call Mo Wuji, I'll call myself Wuji under Jin, invincible under Wang Jin.
Mo Wao Xia replied.
Thus, Lin Zhongshu's eyes changed once again when he looked at Wang Jin.
This guy, he can even beat the 5th rank.
It's almost as sick as that pervert from the Lin family. No, that pervert from the Lin family shouldn't even be as perverted as him.
By the way, what was that you said about the Sangwa people raping the dogs?
Lin Zhongshu continued to ask.
Oh, this thing, yeah.
So, Mo Wao Xia told him again about the Sang people being dogs for the demon race. It's a pity that wolf demon ran away at the very beginning of the battle, otherwise, if we catch him, we might be able to get the list of Sang's human traitors from his mouth.
Mo Wufei felt very sorry about the wolf demon running away. A traitor had appeared within the human race, and if not dealt with in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shoo! Just as Mo Wufei's words fell, a figure appeared in front of the passageway. The figure was fast. It almost collided with Wang Jin and the others. I'm sorry. The man rushed to apologize. Yo, Dragon Nation, there's actually a Dragon Nation in there. When Tianqi's copy met the people of the Dragon Kingdom, it was considered a meeting of old friends in a different country. After all, there were quite a few Dragon Kingdom geniuses who had been killed inside the mountain and river map before. It was so that Wang Jin and the others suspected that there were no Dragon Kingdom people inside this copy. Dude, what are you running so fast for? The fat man climbed onto the figure's shoulders in a self-satisfied manner.
It was an extremely small guy.
Doesn't look very old.
But the eyes were darting about. A little wit at first sight. The little wit had only started when the conversation was cut short. Ha, so it was you kid who stole our treasure. Hand over the treasure, and we'll leave you in one piece. If you don't hand it over, I'll hammer you to pieces.
5 more dragons appeared, aged around 25 or 26.
A chubby guy walking in front of him was holding a huge wolfsbane in his hand.
Said to the little wit.
Bah, that treasure was clearly obtained by our captain first. It was you who sneaked up on our squad, killed our squad members, and tried to rob us of our treasure. Fat brother, you're an expert when I see you. Save me. When I get into college in a month and earn credits, I'll compensate you with an S-rank skill. The little wit pinned his hope of survival on the fat man, because when the fat man climbed onto his shoulders, it made him feel that the fat man was very nice. Oh? To be able to compensate me with an S-rank skill, I'm suddenly curious as to what kind of treasure this is.
Fatty said.
Whoosh. The little witches are alert. Before the fat man's words fell, he dodged and pulled away from the fat man. Then, his body transformed into a fist-sized shadow, and he was about to run towards the back of the passage.
Want to go? Boom!
Chubby had known for a long time that the little witches could turn into shadows. He threw the wolfsbane in his hand in front of him. That wolfsbane immediately blocked the shadow's path. Rumble! 4 walls of earth appeared around the shadow, trapping it completely. Fatty, how about you save me and I'll give you that treasure? The little witches took human form again and used the fat man as a lifesaver. His gaze toward Fatty was full of pleading. It looks extremely pathetic. Humph, you're all dead in the water and still want to make a dying struggle? Kid, learn a good lesson in your next life. Be your sheep when you should be inside the school.
don't think of coming out to society to reap the benefits. We, Lord Wolves, love sheep the most. Especially freshly transitioned sheep like you who haven't even entered college yet. We, Lord Wolves, see one, eat one. Chubby picked up the wolfsbane and raised it above his head. He licked his lips and gave a cruel smile. Shoo! Just as Chubby swung his wolfsbane, preparing to hammer that little wit to death with the wolfsbane, Wang Jin moved. With a flash, he arrived in front of the little witches and grabbed the falling wolfsbane in his hands. You! Chubby was a little surprised. He had paid attention to Wang Jin's position. It was the furthest from this shadow in the group. As a result, he was able to come over so quickly, and was also able to catch his nearly full swing of the wolf tooth bat with one hand. This kid is not simple. Ah. Are you guys from Lord Wolf? Wang Jin asked in a deep voice. Lords and Wolves, a notorious evil organization. Most of the members of the organization are dark-minded and always feel that society is unfair. They are especially dominated by the killing of students. This was because they felt that students should not take up most of the cultivation resources without any effort. They believe that students are given resources that they create and are deprived of. So it's only right that they take resources from students. This organization has been struck down by the Dragon Kingdom 7 or 8 times in 400 years. It's all over the place every time. But the purpose of their organization lives on and can influence many people. As soon as an ambitious person comes along, the organization will be resurrected. It had only been 10 years since the Dragon Kingdom had last struck the Lord Wolf, and Wang Jin hadn't expected an ambitious person to appear so soon. What, Lord Wolf? Don't listen to his nonsense. How could we be that evil? The captain of the 5-man team spoke up. The captain, the one who had released 4 walls of earth, trapping the shadow completely. He was smiling and looked gentle and very kind. And what about the sheep? How could Wang Jin let the other party off the hook just because of his words? Lords and Wolves, members, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom has to kill them, especially since they themselves are students who have just transferred and have yet to enroll in school. It was the Lord Wolf members who focused on hunting. Chapter 77, Shadow Follows the Wind's Treasure, Concealment Talisman. Kid, you want to mind your own business? Wang Jin continuously asked questions, and that captain couldn't pretend anymore and revealed his true colors. Ha! Wang Jin sneered, snatching the wolfsbane from Chubby's hand. A hard blow from the bat to Chubby's head. All I heard was a bang. Brains burst. Chubby was dead straight away. Kill. Wang Jin moved. Qianlei naturally will not be an exception. We are all transients, none of us are saints. Kingpin Wolf, this kind of social tumor, to kill one of them is for the benefit of mankind. Not to mention that there are still several here. Rumble. That captain's reaction that was pretty quick. At the same time Wang Jin made his move, he had already released several tall earthen walls that blocked Qianlei's route to strike them. Qianlei might be worse against the 5th rank. But to deal with these 2nd and 3rd ranks of the Lord Wolf, it was like chopping a melon and cutting a vegetable. He directly instilled his power within his fist and smashed those earthen walls with a single punch. But behind the earthen wall was empty, not a soul. Running that fast? Behind the earthen wall is a turning point. Behind the inflection point is a straight road. Qianlei had already run to the corner and realized that the back was also empty. But he didn't believe that his opponent could run so fast. They have talismans on them that allow them to teleport short distances. The shadow's voice rang out. Talisman? What talisman? Now, even Lin Zhongshu, a nerd, had touched a knowledge-blind spot. That's the kind of charm. Shadow took out a talisman seal. This is... Everyone except Wang Jin came together. Began to study the talisman in the shadow's hand. What's the point of this thing? Qianlei took the talisman and shone it into the air. I don't know what's drawn on it, but I can't read it anyway. So not sure what the point is. The words and symbols on it are much more complicated than the formation, so it's impossible to read them without a specialized textbook to correspond to them. Ling Jin said. He searched for the fact that since this thing could teleport, it was most likely different from a formation. So this can be used as a magic treasure? Yu Ming said busily. Yes, it's equivalent to a magic treasure, they're chasing me for this, and this one in my hand, it's a concealment talisman. It's just that I'm not very well hidden. Shadow said.
It turned out that the reason he could turn into a cloud of shadows was all because of this talisman.
Where did you get this talisman? How many more are there? Wuxi came to be interested. Got it from a dog.
There were so many dogs in there, each with a charm like this, and the captain led us to kill one of them and take the charm. Then the group from Lord Wolf attacked us and killed the captain and all of them.
If I didn't have this talisman, I wouldn't have been able to escape here.
But thanks to you guys, if I hadn't met you, I'd be dead too.
Shadow added. One of your teams is all students? Wang Jin asked the key point.
Yes, we are 5 students from the same class who came out to practice together, and the captain is the brother of one of our classmates, a freshman at Longwu University.
Unexpected.
At this point, Shadow's eyes had filled with tears. Asshole. When they heard that they were Longwu students, the crowd was furious. I really regret letting that guy get away, I should have just punched him to death.
Qian Lei was beyond regret.
If you take us to the place where the dogs were killed, I'm sure they'll go on to grab those talismans.
Wang Jin said. Good.
The shadow nodded. This big brother, this concealment talisman is for you, thank you for saving me just now. The shadow handed the talisman to Wang Jin. He knew very well that if Wang Jin hadn't been fast enough, he would have been smashed to death by Fatty's wolfsbane.
What do you call it?
Wang Jin was also not polite.
Put the concealment talisman away. Shadow follows the wind.
The shadow was embarrassed at the mention of his name. Yo, actually daring to have the same name as Xian ancestor, your kid doesn't have a lot of guts.
Wuxi was the first to step forward. Xuanzu? Are you? Shadow follower's eyes suddenly widened. Xia, the Xian grandson of the god of slaughter. Xia introduced himself.
Shadow follower sniffed and felt a little dizzy. Then Qian Lei walked up.
Qian Lei, the god of war's grandson. Shadow follower fainted even more, and even breathing became difficult.
Yu Ming and Lin Zhongshu also came up.
Yu Ming, the witch god's grandson. Lin Zhongshu, the Shinshin's metaphysical grandson.
Shadow follower sniffed and felt his soul fly away in fear. This group of people with this identity, it's horrible. He dropped his gaze on Fatty and the others, waiting for them to continue blowing him up with their identities. We're just ordinary people, my name is Bai Muyang, his name is Bai Xiaobei, and over here is Lingjin, you person.
Fatty introduced the remaining people one by one.
Shadow follower sniffed, which was slightly better, and stood still.
At that moment, Wang Jin spoke. My name is Wang Jin. Wang Jin? Is it that Wang Jin who was chased by the Wind Wolf King? Shadow follower's body, which had just stabilized, fainted once again.
Ever since the meeting with that classmate's brother has been talking about Wang Jin. Therefore, the name Wang Jin, this person, had already established an extremely tall image in his mind.
It's me. Wang Jin nodded. And shadow followers cried again. Jin, avenge my classmates, make sure to kill those evil people of the Lords and Wolves.
It was really that Wang Jin, and Shadow with the Wind felt like he saw the hope of revenge. Let's go, lead the way in front, let's go find those dogs.
Wang Jin said. Shadow Suifeng nodded and led Wang Jin as they walked towards the front. Bad Dog Ridge. Whoosh!
The 4 people from Lord Wolf suddenly appeared here and all let out a fierce sigh of relief. Those guys just now, their strength is too terrifying, they are not ordinary students at all.
The only female among the 4 said.
The more terrifying their strength is, it means that they have gotten more benefits and have more good treasures on them.
So by killing them, we can also get more benefits.
A person with extremely sinister eyes among the 4 said.
Kill them? How can it be that easy, unless we can get the talisman on that dog? The captain spoke up. The target was aimed straight at a 3-headed giant dog at the bottom of the Evil Dog Ridge.
And surrounding that 3-headed giant dog was a group of schoolgirls.
You want charms, I want schoolgirls.
The one of the 4 who hadn't said anything spoke up. He licked his pointed tongue and looked at the schoolgirl with eyes that glowed with an evil light.
It's better to be a student, fine skin and oil.
Especially their shouts as they kill the dogs, petulant with anger, tsk, tisk.
That flavor is much more pleasurable than spring red.
Don't come to my mom when you're ing capable of thinking about it in the future. The only woman among the 4 was not happy when she heard the man's words. Who misses old bacon when there's tender meat to eat? The man called Chaiki didn't care about Chunhong's words at all,
and looked at the lead female student with an increasingly evil gaze. That three-headed giant dog, why isn't he dead yet? At the moment, Chaiki wanted the three-headed giant dog dead even more than any of the schoolgirls did. Chapter 78, Death of the Lord Wolf Squad. Sister Luo, these three giant dogs are too hard to fight, why don't we just switch to a smaller one? Under the evil dog ridge, the group of schoolgirls had been surrounding this three-headed giant dog for a long time. Yet, it was not the least bit dominant. So, there were female students who wanted to give up. The little one is naturally good at fighting, but the talisman isn't much stronger. And the talismans on these three giant dogs are golden talismans, that obviously doesn't have only one effect. Sweetness, let's hold on a little longer, these three giant dogs shouldn't be able to hold on much longer. The person known as Sister Luo responded. It wasn't actually that they couldn't beat this three-headed giant dog. Luo Yue was very strong, except that her purpose for this trip was not to practice leveling by herself. Instead, they brought this girl named Sugar out to grow and experience. That was why she had chosen the safer approach of rounding up and killing. Because she wanted to retain more strength to face the complexity of the situation. After all, girls are out there, even in groups. It's not as safe as one might think, either. Okay. The girl named Sugar was very obedient. Because Luo Yue was the family servant who grew up with her, the soulful big sister. If it wasn't for that, her parents wouldn't have been relieved to have her come out with Luo Yue. Aha! Luo Yue nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, they continued to round up those three giant dogs. After a hard battle, those three giant dogs finally fell to the ground. Sister Luo, we did it! With a look of excitement on her face, Sugar was about to go over and get the talisman. Luo Yue, however, pulled her back. Easy, he's faking it. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the three giant dogs stood up again. His body then began to grow larger. Until the explosion. Fortunately, Luo Yue was experienced in fighting, and seeing that the situation was not right, she had long ago led the group of female students to retreat far away. That's how none of them got hurt. Sugar, go for it. Luo Yue said to Sugar. Aha! Sugar gave Luo Yue a sweet smile. Ran towards the golden amulet that had fallen to the ground. Shoo! Just as Sweetness was about to pick up the golden talisman, there was suddenly an extra person in front of her. This guy looked scary. Because he was grinning impishly at himself. Ah! Before Sugar could turn around and run, the man grabbed her. Sugar! Luo Yue naturally saw Chai Ji. And she could read Chaiki's eyes. This is a colorful and hungry man, and Sugar falls into his hands with a lot of bad luck. However, Luo Yue soon realized that she was wrong. Because Chaiki didn't make a move on Sugar, but looked at her with interest. I see you've been good to her, so here's the deal, you switch her. I like you with a spicy flavor, a simple almost stupid little girl like her probably wouldn't even be able to grunt. Chaiki said to Luo Yue. Okay, I'll replace her. Luo Yue agreed without hesitation. She then walked towards Chaiki alone. In his heart, he was calculating how to kill this dog with a sword. Only to hear, Chaiki spoke again, slow down, I certainly didn't mean for you to come over like this. You take off your clothes and walk over here with your hands tied. That way, you won't play tricks on me. Sister Luo, don't listen to him, let's fight him. Some schoolgirls couldn't take it anymore. Full of rage. It's bound to be a fish out of water. However, Chaiki was not at all afraid. Hey, not bad. I just love a feisty personality because that's what I know how to enjoy and work with. The more anxious you are, the more I like it, and when I've played with her for a while, it'll be your turn. You. The girl was angry and furious. Trying to make a move, he was once again stopped by Luo Yue. Shoo, don't be impulsive. I'll take it off. The last words, Luo Yue said to Chaiki. Sister Luo, don't. I'd rather die than have you insulted like this. Sugar is a simple girl though. But the bones are rigid. At this moment, she was truly intent on dying. So her sword flew up and aimed at her chest. Dang! Sugar had closed her eyes and was ready to die. But suddenly the sound of a sword hitting the ground was heard. She opened her eyes in shock. It was discovered that her sword was sent flying to the ground by Chaiki. Humph, I didn't let you die, how could you? But I like the determined look you just gave me. So I changed my mind, I've decided to tune you up first. Don't worry, knowing you're a fledgling, I'll be gentle. Chaiki said, his hand already reaching for Sugar's face. I'll do it, I'll take it off. Luo Yue's voice sounded again. Sugar was following her out, it was the main family's trust in her, she naturally couldn't let anything happen to Sugar. So she really started to undress. But since it was the first time she had done this in public and she was a girl who had never been in a relationship, she was naturally shy. So the movement is slow. Chaiki is a veteran driver, so naturally he can't wait a bit. Can you hurry up? Spoil my fun so slowly, I can't wait. Chaiki's hand was already on Sugar's shirt. He's making it clear, if you don't take it off faster, I'm going to take hers off. Sister Luo, don't, go back and tell my father to avenge me. When Sugar finished, she bit her tongue. She'd read in a book that people could bite their tongues. So she tried to bite her tongue. She came down hard, ready to bite her tongue. But Chaiki was faster, and cupped her mouth directly in her hand. Thus, all she could do with her little tongue was swirl it around in her mouth and she couldn't bite down at all. Hey, that's a nice tongue, I like it. Chaiki rose to the occasion and kissed his way towards Sweetie's mouth. Buzz. Just then, a sword appeared between Chaiki and Sugar's mouth. The sword was very sharp and pulled at Chaiki's mouth. Chaiki's mouth was instantly bloodied. Who? The few Lord Wolf members who were originally hiding on the sidelines to watch the show were on guard when they saw that Chaiki was injured. They looked around. The figure of Wang Jun's group fell into their eyes. A bunch of beasts, die. This time, Qianlei didn't miss another opportunity. He sprinted right into Chaiki's path and gave him a jab. The punch was so hard that half of Chaiki's face collapsed. Ah! Chaiki was in pain. Had to fight back. But the more he resisted, the worse he got instead. Because in front of Qianlei, all of his resistance seemed so pale and powerless, like scratching an itch. Go! That teleportation charm is on the captain. And it can only teleport teammates within 10 meters of the captain's perimeter. Chaiki was too far away from the captain to naturally teleport with him and the others. Therefore, the captain had to abandon Chaiki to escape on his own. Buzz! The teleportation charm takes effect. Took the three captains and left. But when the three of them appeared in the new place, they still saw Wang Jun. Wang Jun's appearance naturally startled the three of them. Wang Jun can be unambiguous. Straight away, they raised their fists and slammed them towards the trio. Rumble. Earthen wall reproduction. It was the captain's greatest defense to fall back on. Moreover, he knew that Wang Jun was powerful, so he did his best to thicken the earth wall. It was probably the strongest defense against the thickest wall of earth he'd ever seen in his life. However, it was like tofu under Wang Jun's fist and shattered directly. In the end, Wang Jun's fist landed on the three, and the three were directly killed. Chapter 79, The Golden Talisman is a Good Treasure. The one who killed the three members of the Lord Wolf squad with a single punch was naturally not Wang Jun's original body, but rather a doppelganger. When Wang Jun and the others arrived at the Evil Dog Ridge, they checked the Lord Wolf squad's trajectory. Calculated the teleportation distance of the teleportation talisman. After that, he then picked the two best escape routes and split two doppelgangers to crouch. As expected, he was given a squat. This was the reason why the Lord Wolf squad could encounter Wang Jun as soon as they teleported here. The Split King really searched the storage equipment of the three people. In the end, it turned out that apart from that one teleportation talisman that was useful, the others were all garbage. From this, it could also be seen that this group of people did not have a high status in Lord Wolf. Or maybe, Lord Wolf hadn't grown enough, so it couldn't take anything good to these members. Wang Jun though loves money and is a miser. But he doesn't collect garbage either. So after the doppelganger Wang Jun took the teleportation talisman, he went to join Wang Jun. On Qianlei's side, Chaiki is really a rookie. After throwing a few punches against Qianlei, he completely lost his strength. In the end, he was smashed to death by Qianlei's fist. So trashy and disgusting, it's cheap to die so easily. Qianlei actually wanted to torture this guy a bit. So except for the first punch, he tucked in for the subsequent punches. But his opponent was so uncaring that he completely gagged after just a few punches. This talisman should be a good one. After drying up Chai Ji, Qianlei picked up the golden talisman on the ground at the first opportunity. Meng Yue and Sweetie on the side didn't stop them when they saw this. When you come out to experience, the first thing you need to do is learn to be smart. If you don't have that ability to have a good baby, then you don't have to fight for it. Otherwise, one would have to fight for it knowing the disparity in strength. Then you'll end up losing not only good treasure, but you'll add your own life to the mix. How does this thing work? Qianlei walked up to Shadow Follower and asked. He'd already tried that, and it didn't work with consciousness. First drop blood to recognize the owner, then communicate with divine sense. Shadow Suifeng said. Oh. Qianlei sniffed and dropped a drop of blood onto the golden talisman paper. Shoo! A ray of golden light drilled into Qianlei's head. Qianlei's eyes instantly lit up. Holy, great guy, 5 times the power, life-preserving double, and spot teleportation within 5 kilometers. A good talisman for the trinity of offense, defense, and escape. Knowing the effect of the golden talisman, Qianlei was even happier. This talisman, it could be too good for him to use. He was the war god's direct grandson, but he didn't learn the war god's 18 changes. This 5-fold force, in a sense, was considered to make up for his lack of cultivating the 18 transformations of the war god. And this one is equivalent to 5 changes. How could he not be happy? What about 5 times the force? That's not something you can achieve by learning skills. Lei Zi, you've sent it then. Congratulations, congratulations. Mo Wuxi came up and said. But this talisman also has a flaw. If the spiritual power is not enough, it will easily self-destruct. Qianlei explained again. When Luo Yue and Sweetie and the others in the distance heard Qianlei's words, they realized why the 3 giant dogs had exploded themselves. Dare I say it was because he tried to invoke this golden talisman to escape, but failed in the end. Also, when other families kill their dogs, the dogs use charm magic. And this 3-headed giant dog of theirs hadn't been using the golden talisman rune art to fight against them, because the odds were that his divine sense was too poor to activate the golden talisman. That last time he blew himself up, I think he chose to go for broke after faking his own death unsuccessfully. In that case, it was quite lucky that they were able to lure this 3-headed giant dog out to kill it. Because if it were any other dog with a gold charm, they wouldn't be able to fight it so easily. I wonder if there are any more charms like this. I want them too. On Qianlei's side, Mo Wuxi revealed an envious look. Yu Ming, Lin Zhongshu and the others didn't say the same thing, but they also meant the same thing. This golden talisman, it's a real treasure. It's the outskirts of Bad Dog Ridge, and they were luring the dogs out to kill them. There's a cave down there full of vicious dogs, and there's also a golden talisman. There are also a lot of people in there who kill dogs, and a lot of people who want to fish for them. Shadow Follows the Wind's voice rang out. Go! Mo Xia was the first to hold back when he heard this. Others meant the same thing. So, the group of them headed towards the caves under the evil dog ridge. And since the beginning, Wang Zhen and his group didn't even look at Luo Yue and Tian Tian. Sister Luo, should we follow them? They look awesome. Looking at Wang Zhen and their backs, Tang Tianyi couldn't help but make a request. It's still not safe enough for them to be a group of girls together. With their team, they still need some boys. Although the boys hadn't said a word to them, she thought they were all very nice. Because they just saved themselves. And the sword that saved his life would have been from the boy who hadn't said a word the whole time. They're more than awesome, they're just awesome. Inside are the descendants of 4 Ninth Order Masters. Luo Yue said with a smile. She recognized Qianlei's 4 from the start. Ha! That's so. Can we have them protect us then? After knowing the identity of Qianlei and the others, Tang Tianyi's eyes became much more intimate as she looked at Qianlei and the others. Farewell, sugar, I think we can go back. The rest of the copy should not be ours to explore. They've been in the copy for 3 days. Sort of the first ones in. The girls were careful along the way. But after experiencing what happened to Chai Ji, and knowing that the 3 giant dogs were consumed by them by a fluke, Luo Yue decided to quit. Okay, Sister Luo, let's go home. Don Sweet is a child who was well protected by her family. It was her first time away from home. She had grown a lot along the way. It was fun, too. She wanted to continue though, and was very reluctant to go home on this. But still chose to listen to Luo Yue. Because she believed in Luo Yue. And don't want incidents like the one before to happen again. Go. Luo Yue nodded and prepared to leave with a group of female students. But at that moment, an angry roar of a vicious dog came from the evil dog ridge. That roar was so great that the entire evil dog ridge trembled at that roar. The growl was followed by the sound of a vicious dog whimpering whimper, whimper, whimper. The whimpering was extremely hard to hear, with a raw headache. Luo Yue and her team, some of the little sisters with low mental strength, directly began to bleed from their 7 orifices in the sound of the evil dog whimpering. And then there was a frantic barking coming out of the cave. A group of transmigrants ran out of the cave. Flee in all directions. Holy, what's going on here? Wang Jin and the others hadn't even gotten to the entrance of the cave yet. But there were just too many people rushing out from inside. These people are not just from the Dragon Kingdom. There's also the Sang and the Stick. There were even blondes with blue eyes and white skin. There are thousands of them in all. They were all running away while cursing was said. Woof woof woof. After the trannies had fled, a pack of dogs rushed out of the cave. A rough estimate. There's about 3,000 dogs. And there are charms on every dog. 10 or so of the other dogs had gold charms on them. Misty, we're rich. Mo Wuxi's eyes glowed gold when he saw this. The first one rushed up. Chapter 80, Did you kill my child? Buzz. Shoo shoo shoo. Mo Wuxi was charging up, but he didn't get the slightest advantage. The runes on those dogs flashed. And basically with a flash effect. The end result was that Mo Wuxi didn't hit a single dog and was surrounded by dogs. Qianlei naturally wouldn't let Mo Wufei get into trouble alone. He also acted. And to try out the golden talisman, he moved straight to 5 times the force. Click, click, click. 5 times the force. Together with Qianlei's own, tempered, skill. The combat effect was unusually remarkable. Those dogs attacked him and he didn't defend himself, he just countered with his fists. In just 10 seconds or so, he killed a number of dogs. Xiaobei, watch Lingjin and the others, I should get to work. Fatty made his move too. However, instead of engaging in combat, he was picking up rune paper. The talisman paper on those dogs that were killed by Qianlei were all put into the storage equipment by Fatty. Are these angry dogs so good to kill? The trannies who had already fled noticed the situation over here. All stopped thinking about running away. By definition, an angry dog is like a red-blooded monster in a game. There should be a small high period where the fight will explode. How come these dogs don't seem to have one? So thinking, the group gathered around again and continued to observe. And Wang Jin on their side. Aside from the 4 of them, Lingjin, Lin Zhongshu, Shadow Following the Wind, and Bei Xiaobei, everyone else had already moved their hands. After all, 3 of the 4 of them were wounded, and 1 was responsible for guarding the wounded. Wang Jin was naturally needless to say. He was the 3rd to do it after Qianlei. And barring that, he couldn't look at ordinary rune seals, he went straight to the golden rune dog. Yu Ming moved in as well. All sorts of witchcraft put about. Of course, this disorganization is someone else's perspective. Yu Ming himself didn't think so. It was because he was looking at the effects of the dog's sigil before targeting the release of the sorcery. To achieve the purpose of Tinker, Yu Kursen naturally kept releasing arrows. She was the only girl on the team. Doesn't want to be taken care of all the time. So having regained some of her physical strength, it was time to work on her values. These dogs don't really seem to have red blood. The guys who were watching watched for a while longer. It was found that these dogs really didn't get any better. Especially seeing that fat man constantly picking up charms. One went red-eyed. The bold ones have already rushed on. Continued to join the fray. The slightly less daring observed for a while longer. In the end it turned out that there were indeed no surprises. That's when they joined the fight again and continued to kill the dogs. Sister Lo, are we going? Outside the battle circle, Luo Yue and her group of female students were inactive. However, now I see a bunch of trannies killing a bunch of dogs. There were also female students who moved. Come all the way. It seemed a bit unreasonable not to return with a talisman seal. Obviously the baby is right in front of you, but you're afraid to go up to it. Where's an ounce of transmogrifier blood in that? If everyone wants to be a flower in a hothouse, there's no point in coming out to practice. These schoolgirls' minds, Luo Yue could naturally understand. So, it had come to this, and there was nothing she could do to stop everyone. Alright, go ahead. But you have to be careful, not only for the dogs, but also for the trannies, be careful of getting backstabbed. Luo Yue said. Good. A group of schoolgirls were very happy to hear that. Killed towards the dog. Sugar, you follow me. Luo Yue called out to Tang Tang. Oh. Tang Dang nodded and followed Luo Yue. In the circle of battle,
Wang Jin was surrounded by 5 golden rune dogs.
Needless to say, these dogs are real dogs. And the gold amulet is pretty sick.
Flash, teleport, invincible golem, invincible golden body, etc., etc., etc. In short, all defense and escape effects, none of the combat effects at all. And those dogs don't even fight him head on. All play sneak attack. Run after the sneak attack, and invincible defense if you can't run. It made Wang Jin very passive and difficult. Buzz. Thus, Wang Jin detached a doppelganger and had the doppelganger fight against these golden rune dogs. His own real body then killed the ordinary dogs. He planned to wait for the doppelganger to consume almost all of the talisman seals on these dogs and then come back to wrap things up. And those golden talisman dogs didn't take the initiative to find Wang Jin again after he left. They didn't even bother to fight the detached Wang Jin. The 5 dogs tacitly abandoned the Wang Jin detachment and headed towards Qianlei and Mo Wuxi. On Mo Wuxi's side, the battle was already a bit stretched. He could be too envious of Qianlei right now. Because Qianlei had 5 times the power, it was like a tiger with wings. The guy was laughing loud and at the moment. I could tell he was having a good time killing it. But the more he kills, the better. The more depressed Mo Wuxi became. Old me will also take the golden talisman and become even more powerful. My name is True Under Invincible, but not True Lei Under Invincible. With this in mind, Mo Wuxi wanted to find the golden rune dog to fight. Then he noticed 2 golden rune dogs running towards him. It's so true that when you doze off, you get a pillow. Mo Wufei that excited. Prepare to make a move on the golden rune dog. However, the 2 golden rune dogs turned their heads and left after looking at him. Come back, and battle it out. Ignored by the dog. Mo Wuxi was even more upset. He yelled at the golden rune dog. But that golden rune dog just looked back at him and gave him a contemptuous look. Then, before Mo Wuxi could break into tears, he was surrounded by other dogs. Qianlei's side. The 5 golden talisman dogs that had previously besieged Wang Jin had gathered. They surrounded Qianlei, heads bowed, low hissing noises coming from their mouths. 5? Come on. Qianlei didn't care in the slightest. 5 times the force, it's awesome. Woof. A dog moved. Very fast. The target is Qianlei's neck. Qianlei naturally couldn't let the dog have its way. He swung his fist and slammed it against the dog. But the dog suddenly disappeared. When that dog reappears, it was already behind him. Qianlei is ready to swing his fist at the dog. Only to find that the other 4 dogs had appeared around them as well. And to top it off, one of the dogs was even ready to bite him on the bottom. How can you not dodge this? Qianlei didn't hesitate at all. Directly used the second effect of the golden charm, life-preserving substitute. Buzz. Qianlei's real body disappeared. In place was a double just like Qianlei. That double transformed into a bit of starlight after being bitten by the 5 golden talisman dogs and simply disappeared. Woof woof woof. The 5 dogs didn't attack Qianlei again. They let out a bark at Bad Dog Ridge. Woof. Woof. Another roar plus a whimper. The evil dog ridge shook once again. This time the shaking was even worse than before. It was as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. All of those dog-killing trannies were shaken to the ground and kept rolling over. So it was you who killed my child and took my child's golden talisman. In the evil dog ridge, a 3-headed giant dog that was 100 meters tall appeared. As that 3-headed giant dog spoke, the talisman seals on those dogs on the ground all automatically fell off and flew up. It all ended up plastered to his body. Chapter 81, Precious Fixation Charm. The appearance of this large 3-headed giant dog made several transmutants scared out of their wits. After all, most of the people here were some 2nd and 3rd order transmutants. Thinking of coming into the copy to pick up a few bargains and make a few bucks. Where had they seen such a tough monster? Then someone tried to run. But those that tried to run were only a few steps out. He was slapped to death by the big paw of the giant 3-headed giant dog that had suddenly appeared on the road in front of him. None of the humans who are here today will leave, and you will all be buried with my children. That giant three-headed gigantic dog said, and a number of talisman seals lit up on its body. Those rune seals are all space-related. Finally, one by one, the talisman seals formed a large spatial boundary that surrounded everyone. It's over, this time it's dead. This is a common perception in the minds of many. So many of them thought they should have just run, instead of staying to kill the dog and grab the talisman. Now, it's even a life. Sister Luo, what do we do? On Luo Yue's side, the schoolgirls gathered together again. Everyone's faces were full of worry at the moment. There was no longer the happy look he had earlier when he saw the talisman seal. Because they had heard the commotion. It turned out that the three-headed giant dog with the golden rune that they had killed. It's this three-headed giant dog's pup. So at the end of the day, they are the ones who made this mess. They are afraid of being confessed. That would be the end of them. Before Luo Yue could reply, the three-headed giant dog spoke again. His eyes fell on Qianlei. Kid, did you kill my kid? The test just now had already yielded results, the golden talisman was on this kid. However, don't rule out the possibility of him picking up the slack. That's right, it was my kill, a three-headed monster is just a monster, dead is dead. The golden amulet is nice, I like it. Qianlei didn't give up Luo Yue and the others. Instead, it's a pretty bold admission. Then he also gave Luo Yue a wink. That means, I'll take the blame for this, don't come out and take the blame. At this moment, Luo Yue's heart was shaken fiercely. She had seen a lot of teenagers who acted like Qianlei. But she gets extremely disgusted when others pretend. Because that's pretending for the sake of pretending. Or maybe it's pretending to get her attention. Preferring the person in front of her to pretend to be a fork made her feel secure in her heart. Because she knew the man wasn't pretending for the sake of pretending, but for the sake of the heart. No, not him. A voice rang out from Luo Yue's side. As soon as that voice came out, Luo Yue knew it was going to be the end. He had just been slightly distracted and let this simple and cute little girl cause trouble. Oh? It wasn't her, was it you? The three giant dogs looked toward Tang Tianyi. What a pure little girl, it's great to use it as a cauldron. As the three-headed giant dog spoke, its large claws had already grabbed towards Tang Tianyi. Tripod. What a long-lost word. And the lines and behavior of the three giant dogs at the moment. It was too similar to when Wang Jin encountered the Song Wolf King inside the trial copy. But that time, Wang Jin still needed to summon Little Drill Wind. Does he need it this time? The answer is no. Shoo. Futsuki exhibition is launched. Wang Jin's body flashed under the big claw. Then hover up with the wind. The descending momentum of that large claw came to an abrupt halt. And as Wang Jin's rising body was blown into the sky by the wind. Shoo shoo shoo. Wind blades appear. Constantly launching attacks against the large claw. It's not even close. Wang Jin also detached the split. The doppelganger was still holding the immortal killing sword in his hand. Buzz. That immortal killing sword is divided into 180. All of them ended up poking towards the dog's paws. Shoo 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 shoo. 10,000 swords returned is activated. 180 immortal slaying swords were poking at the same spot of the three giant dogs' paws. Directly poked a big hole in the big claw. Blood spilled from inside the large hole. It was like a rain of blood, drenching Tang Tianyi and those female students. It's him again, it's the second time he's saved me. Moreover, he can actually transform into 180 swords, it's too powerful. This is what Dawn Sweet had in mind. She was a sword cultivator, so she naturally knew what transforming 180 swords represented. As for Qianlei and Mo Wuxi, the two of them were also shocked though about the fact that Wang Jin could transform 180 swords. But this is not the time for them to be shocked. The two of them launched even as Wang Jin poked through the claws of the giant three-headed giant dog. One man took another shot at the wound. The blood rain in the sky suddenly changed from a drizzle to a light rain. Mo Wufei and Qianlei didn't stop there, but prepared to continuously throw a second punch. Buzz. The three giant dogs' bodies lit up with rune seals. His body then disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he was already in the other direction of the space boundary. Good boy, what an underestimation of you.
The three-headed giant dog was furious. It had been a long time since he had been so badly injured. Buzz off! Another series of talismans lit up. Explosive thunder suddenly appeared around Wang Jin and the others. That blast of thunder was extremely powerful. Blasted a good number of people straight up. Then, smoke and dust. Qianlei and Mo Wuxi then realized that they couldn't see anything. At the same time, a three-headed giant dog appeared behind them all, biting towards them with their mouths wide open. Split, the three-headed giant dog actually used a split talisman. This is the moment when the family's strengths become apparent. Qianlei felt the crisis at the first moment. Directly activating his spatial shift skill to escape this unknown and dangerous zone. Mo Wuxi didn't have a spatial transfer skill. But don't forget, he's a descendant of the Mo family. Assassins out of Mo's house. They grew up with whatever kind of natural environment they experienced. So the more the situation was unknown, the better Mo Wuxi's judgment was. He went straight into one flash after another. It flashed several times in a row before it stopped. In the end, he then saw several transmutants around him being swallowed by those three giant dogs. As for Wang Jin, he's got wind-soaring wings. As such, he had already unfurled his wind-soaring wings and flew into the air when the explosion sounded. Then, there was another Fuyu exhibition. He appeared underneath the three-headed giant dog's true body again. Prepare to take another swipe at the three-headed giant dog's large, punctured paw. Same attack. It was simply useless in front of a battle-experienced veteran driver like the three-headed giant dog. Buzz! A golden amulet on the three-headed giant dog lit up. That's a fixer-upper. Therefore, in the next second, Wang Jin's body was just frozen in the air. No longer able to move. Boom! The three-headed giant dog extended its other large paw, covering Wang Jin's body directly from the air towards the ground. The people on the ground had long since seen this action of the three-headed giant dog. So all of them are doing their best to spread out. Finally, his large claws covered the ground with a large crater. Wang Jin was also ruthlessly covered under the big claws. It looks dead on arrival. Wasting my most precious fixation talisman once, this brat is worth dying for. Your turn. Ah! Just as the three giant dogs were about to launch an attack on Qianlei and the others, the large claw that covered Wang Jin was pierced through by the immortal slaying sword again. Buzz! The teleportation charm lights up. The three giant dogs appeared again in the other direction. Chapter 82, The Three-Headed Giant Dog is a Ghost Demon Clan? This time, the three-headed giant dog said nothing more. His face became extremely gloomy as he looked at Wang Jin. The one on his left moved his head. That head opened its mouth wide and began to spit out a steady stream of breath. With each of his exhales, a magical element appeared. It started with a cyclone, then earth, then ice, then gold, etc., etc. Those elements such as earth, ice, and gold were interspersed inside several whirlwinds, causing the damage of the whirlwinds to be amplified. Whoosh! Finally, the concealment talisman on the three giant dogs lit up. He concealed himself into the wind and controlled it to launch an attack on Wang Jin. Ling formation, can that formation of yours be used on me? This passive defense of mine is a bit too much to carry. The power of the wind became immense. Fatty's Xuanwu void-shattering sensation was heavy, and it looked like it would not be able to hold on. In fact, when the space boundary was formed, Fatty has then returned to his old ways. Use his passive defense to protect teammates who aren't in the fight. But his limited strength led to his limited defense. The three giant dogs hadn't moved for real before, so the aftermath of the battle was still manageable for Fatty. Now that these three giant dogs had seen Wang Jin's strength, they obviously got serious and wanted to get real. That's why Fatty's passive defense shield wasn't enough. No problem. The reason why Ling Jin was able to get a walk, it was because he possessed the ability to reserve formations, without having to carve the formation now. As a result, that data overlay formation came straight out of the gate. All of them also found their corresponding positions in their formations to overlay data for Fatty. Buzz! Fatty's passive defense is increased. The defense shield had directly changed from the original 10 meters in a circle to 50 meters in a circle. This is the first time Fatty has been so powerful. He was deeply shocked by the effects of this formation. Come on, let's go over there too.
Luo Yue was not a pretentious person. Seeing that Fatty was so powerful, she naturally sought refuge. So straight away, he led a group of female students to the fat man's side and sat down.
Come on, let's go over there too. The transmigrators within the space boundary saw that Fatty did not reject Luo Yue and the girls. All of them hit on the fat man. So everyone sat down around the fat man for a chance to live. Wang Jin was naturally within Fatty's defense shield. But then, he wouldn't really let those whirlwinds blow over. The Ling Formation's formation could increase Fatty's stats. But it's also just data. A difference in realm is a difference in realm. Cultivation could not reach that level, and no amount of data would result in a qualitative change. It was as if back in the silent desert, Wang Jin's stats were already comparable to a 5th-ranked expert. However, there were still significant limitations when actually facing the 5th order. So for the sake of Fatty and their safety, Wang Jin moved. He unleashed the 10,000 escape technique, and with a flash, he entered the whirlwind initiated by the 3-headed giant dog. The 10,000 escape technique deserves to be called the 10,000 escape technique. It can be a 10,000 recluse, not to mention seamless and switchable. So no matter what elements were inside the wind, Wang Jin could move freely. He just vanished from one whirlwind to another. Look around for the 3 giant dogs hiding. Finally, the 3 giant dogs were found by him. Futsuki exhibition is launched. The 3 giant dogs were taken directly into the air. Shiro appeared. Stabbed at the 3 giant dogs. Ha! The 3-headed giant dog laughed. This guy, still trying to get himself hurt? Buzz. The teleportation charm lit up. The 3 giant dogs directly disappeared the moment Bai Lu stabbed them. He tried to hide himself into the whirlwind again. But he had only just entered the whirlwind when he was smashed out with a punch. It turned out that there was a Wang Jin hiding in the whirlwind. The 3 giant dogs quickly realized that it was a diversion. Because he knew that Wang Jin had the ability to split. And so, another teleportation charm lit up. The 3 giant dogs teleported themselves into another whirlwind. And this time, he became extremely careful, on guard against whether there was still a Wang Jin doppelganger in the whirlwind. However, something unexpected happened to him. The whirlwind suddenly disappeared. Or to be precise, it was the whirlwind that turned into Wang Jin. Moreover, Wang Jin raised the immortal killing sword and chopped down at the left side of his head. This kid can actually turn into the wind? The 3-headed giant dog was very shocked at Wang Jin's ability. But by this time, it was too late for him to be shocked. Because Wang Jin swung his sword too fast and was still close. Again, due to the close proximity. He also felt the terrifying nature of the immortal slaying sword even more. There seemed to be some kind of magic power on that sword that directly locked him in place. He was even feeling his head leaning towards that sword of its own accord. Shoo! At this critical moment, the instincts of the 3 giant dogs came out. 2 white lights flew out of the eyes of his head on the right side. That white light drilled directly into Wang Jin's eyes. Wang Jin's swinging of the sword came to an abrupt halt. The body began to fall to the ground. However, the 3-headed giant dog did not intend to let Wang Jin go, but continued to attack Wang Jin. Boom! Wang Jin's body slammed hard onto the ground and was held down by the 3rd paw of the 3-headed giant dog. It seemed to be afraid that Wang Jin was still alive and then poked his claws at him one more time. The force multiplier charm lit up on him again. The deep pit that had already been pressed out by his claw became deeper once again under the effect of the force doubling talisman. He believed that this time Wang Jin was too dead to die. Is he dead? Beside Luo Yue, Tang Tianyi revealed an incredulous look. She couldn't believe that such a powerful boy had just died. How can he die? His doppelganger is still around. Xianlei, who was on the other side of Luo Yue, opened his mouth, and his gaze went to that Wang Jin who was holding Bai Lu in his hand. When Tang Tianyi sniffed, she let out a sigh of relief. Yeah, that one should be the real one, the dead one is just the doppelganger. Tang Tianyi said, rather like a feeling of having survived a robbery. So your 3rd head is a soul attack? Wang Jin, who was holding White Dew in his hand, opened his mouth and asked. Yes, that's right. You're a very powerful fellow, I can't really beat you without using soul attacks. The 3-headed giant dog said. In that case, you are also of the ghost demon race? Wang Jin continued to ask. Soul attack, one of the special techniques of the ghost demon race. Ha ha, that's right, I am the ghost demon clan. I was transformed by our great king according to the image of a three-headed giant dog in an ancient book. Is it that only you human races can transform transmutants, and we demon races can't transform demon races? Kid, let's show you the power of our demon reformers. Buzz. The stasis charm on the three giant dogs lit up again. Immediately afterward, Wang Zhen's body was immobilized. Then, the right side of the three-headed giant dog's head once again launched a soul attack on Wang Zhen. That wasn't all, he rushed to Wang Zhen's body again. Opening his large mouth, he bit towards Wang Zhen. Shoo! At this critical juncture, the immortal killing sword that had fallen to the ground flew up and darted towards the three-headed giant dog. A mere sword, the three giant dogs didn't give it a second thought, because he just assumed that it was just Wang Zhen's dying struggle. But what's the point of this struggle? Trying to get yourself to give up devouring? Boy, that's naive. The three giant dogs were determined to devour Wang Zhen. However, accidents happen. When the immortal killing sword was almost close to the three giant dogs, another Wang Zhen actually appeared in the air. That Wang Zhen held the immortal slaying sword and slashed at the dog's head that could send out soul attacks. Chapter 83, The Tragic Price of Taking Out the Three-Headed Giant Dog. Put. This time, King really got his way. He traded the price of his detachment being devoured for one of the three giant dog heads. Moreover, that was still one of the hardest dog heads to defend against with the three giant dog attacks. Extreme 1-for-1. Wang Zhen made a fortune with this one. So this is the real body, this guy, he's too good at deceiving people. Beside Fatty, Mo Wuxi couldn't help but launch into a tirade. His mouth was spiteful, but in his heart he was extremely impressed. Wang Zhen is too stable for this fight. Who could tell he was only a few days into his transition? When Shiro's doppelganger appeared, everyone thought it was the real one. But it turned out that his real body had been hiding in the whirlwind and hadn't come out. Then again, this Wang Zhen guy is too cocky. One of his doppelgangers had long since turned into a whirlwind, waiting for the three giant dogs to throw themselves into the whirlwind and hide. Throughout the entire battle, no one, whether it was the three-headed giant dog or the people watching from below, had noticed that there was one more in the number of whirlwinds. That battle IQ, it's horrible. He had set everything up early on and had been trying to decapitate the dog's head. That three-headed giant dog dodged once or twice, but not the third time. Good boy, you've angered me, you've angered me. This time, the three-headed giant dog was completely enraged. Hisses. A number of small snakes appeared on him. Those little snakes spat out their letters with a sinister glint in their eyes. Ha! That's... Wang Zhen observed carefully. It was discovered that the little snake had no eyes at all. That grim feeling wasn't the gaze either, but the fact that dozens or hundreds of souls were sealed in the body of the little snake. Then those little snakes turned into a big snake, also known as the tail of a three-headed giant dog. And the souls sealed in the bodies of those little snakes arrived to reorganize. It transformed into a 100-foot serpent made entirely of souls. I will devour your soul so that my head may be reborn. Swallow. The three giant dogs gave a command. The 100-foot serpent then opened its mouth and sucked towards Wang Zhen. That soul serpent had great suction power. In just a moment, Wang Zhen felt that his soul was about to leave his body. Little Pen, come out. Wang Zhen stabilized his body and gave his orders as well. Boss, I'm coming. The pointing pen appeared. It also brought out the mountain and river map. He made a scratch and pull at the mountain and river map. A suction force was also born inside the mountain, river and Jigoku diagram, and it began to fight against the suction force of that soul serpent. How did you get this, baby? The moment I saw the mountain and river map, the pupils of the three giant dogs were quaking. This is the king's treasure, how come it's in this kid's hands? Since you recognize this treasure, then you should know about your ghost demon clan's Moro labyrinth. Your great snake would be a great tonic for the maze of Moro. This was the reason why Wang Zhen had to summon the pointing pen. How could you pass up such a great opportunity to fix the Moro labyrinth? Kid, don't you dare. How terrifying the Senluo labyrinth was, as the three-headed giant dog of the ghost demon race, he naturally knew very well. He naturally didn't want his savings of so many years to become part of the Moro labyrinth. So, he really intends to fight for his life. Shoo shoo shoo.
A portion of the runic seal on his body fell off and formed a runic three-headed giant dog.
Buzz off!
That rune seal three-headed giant dog could be much more powerful than the three-headed giant dog itself. It was because he was unreserved when he utilized the rune seals. So all sorts of skills were flipping around, and Wang Jin was having a good time battling with him. Wang Jin was strong in his own right, with the method of epic battle, and the 18 changes of the god of war, and the armor of devouring, and the data monster. The battle had developed to this stage, and it had finally entered a white heat. Because the other party had all their cards and had no reservations, Wang Jin had no worries. Let loose a battle. The battle was a good one. It's just that he was a little heartbroken about those talisman seals, because one use was one less. After it was used up, the talisman seal would be completely shattered and would no longer serve any purpose. Boss, give me 500 divine power and I'll help you finish that guy off. Wang Jin's side and the rune seal three-headed giant dog were fighting incomparably fiercely. On the side of the mountain river in Jigaku map, it was a tug of war. At first the three-headed giant dog was afraid of the Morrow labyrinth. But after pulling for a while, he realized that the maze of Morrow wasn't much stronger. So they became ambitious and planned to take over the mountain river in Jigaku map. This bit of his mind naturally could not be hidden from the pointing pen. The pointing pen then made a request to Wang Jin. Shoo! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Jin raised his hand and gave the pointing pen 500 points of divine power. Hey! The pointing pen is very exciting. Drill down inside the mountain and river map. The suction force of the mountain river in Jigaku diagram became large all of a sudden. The tug of war has changed as a result. The great soul serpent began to move quickly towards the mountain river in Jigaku diagram side. Buzz! The three-headed giant dog naturally wouldn't let the soul serpent be devoured like this. He hurriedly lit up the rune as a way to help him win the tug of war. But in the end his efforts proved futile. The devouring power of that mountain river in Jigong diagram was getting bigger and bigger. That soul serpent was directly sucked in. And at this time, he couldn't even break up the soul serpent if he wanted to, and make him into a smaller serpent again. Because the soul serpent was completely out of his control. Asshole! The great soul serpent could be said to be the root of a ghost demon clan. As such, the three-headed giant dog that had lost its soul serpent had reached the point of breaking down. He no longer had any reservations either, and began to abuse the runes like the rune seal three-headed giant dog in a frenzy. I want to use this to take over the mountain river in Jigaku map. But all his actions were in vain. Even the Morrow labyrinth inside the mountain river in Jigaku diagram took aim at his soul, wanting to devour his soul along with it. This was because the Morrow labyrinth, after being nourished by the soul serpent, had been repaired to 30%, reaching the point where it could be activated. To this extent, to the level of the three-headed giant dog, that was completely Tianka, crushing. If you don't want me to live, then no one should live. The three giant dogs were completely frantic. He summoned back the talismanic three-headed giant dog that had fought against Wang Jin. Those talisman seals began to flash at the same time after they were affixed to him. Not good, he's going to blow himself up. The three-headed giant dog this behavior. Luo Yue had seen it before. Busy voicing a reminder. And just as she reminded, an explosion went off. Rumble. The explosion was continuous. I didn't count exactly how many rings. I couldn't count the rattles because they were so dense. The explosion was pretty powerful anyway. Because not only was Fatty Xuanwu Void blown apart, even the spatial boundary laid down by the three giant dogs earlier was blown apart. Put. Fatty is the initiator of the Xuanwu Void. Naturally, he was also seriously injured. And the teammates in the formation who provided him with data were also implicated. One by one, they were spitting blood from their mouths. Then especially the formation initiator, Ling Jin, and Lin Zhongshu, who had been injured before. These two went straight into a coma. Chapter 84, Evil Souls Should Be Devoured. And look at Wang Jin. He was lifted into the air by the blast wave. Blown to a bloody pulp. He stood unmoving in the air, all propped up by his wind-soaring wings, constantly gasping for air. It was evident that this self-detonation of the three-headed giant dog had also caused him a great deal of damage. Claptrap. Quite a few unused talisman seals fell from mid-air. Lift and sprinkle. It felt as if dragon coins were falling from the sky. Wow, rune seals, and rune seals.
The only ones who were actually injured by the three giant dogs' self-destruction were actually Wang Jin's squad.
Instead, those who seek the blessing of the fat man are fine. Therefore, when the crowd saw the talisman seal, they were ready to grab it. At that moment, Tang Tianyi spoke up. Don't you guys grab them, these talisman seals, they all belong to them. Because they're the ones who killed the three giant dogs.
Tang Tianyi's words immediately caused the crowd to look sideways.
The crowd glanced at Tang Tianyi, and seeing that it was a silly, sweet-like little girl, they no longer bothered with her. Continue to start grabbing talisman seals.
Don't you guys grab it, don't grab it. Dawn Sweet was a little anxious. Intend to step in and stop it.
But she was also really striking out. Instead of out of the sword. She raised her hand to pull back a person beside her who was about to pile into the crowd to grab the talisman. That person was already lagging behind the large group of people grabbing the talisman seals. And then being pulled by Tang Tianyi like this, he was even more behind.
So he's in a hurry too. Little girl, you can be a saintly mother if you want to, I'm not going to spoil you. Off.
The man punched Dawn Sweet straight in the face.
And the punch was still directly directed at Tang Tianan's face.
Luckily, Luo Yue came over.
Blocked the man's arm away. Dawn Sweet's face was saved by this.
Yo, there's something to it. You're not bad for a girl. The man was in his 40s, and his eyes were beaming with evil light as he looked at Luo Yue. Sugar, let's go.
Luo Yue didn't want to bother with this person and pulled Tang Tianyi to leave. But the other side didn't want her to go.
Only to see that the man had an additional leather whip in his hand. He swung his whip with a snap, blocking Luo Yue's path.
Hey, you guys delayed me from grabbing the talisman seals, and you want to leave just like that?
You guys can either compensate me for the talisman seals, or you can accompany me for a few nights, your choice.
Beast. Luo Yue cursed and was about to make a move. But before Luo Yue could make a move,
Qian Lei, however, struck first. He punched the man away, then spoke, she's right, these talismans, they're all ours, you'd better not move.
Qian Lei's words once again caused the crowd to look sideways. The crowd looked at Qian Lei and then at each other. Toward Qian Lei surrounded. Kids, aren't you guys being a little greedy? So many talisman seals, can you guys use them all? Someone spoke up. Most of the people in here are social transients. They're not the same as the student transitioners the school selects. School selection that has age and talent limits. And there is no age talent limit for social transmutants. As long as you're willing to spend the money, you can go to the transfer division and apply for a transfer.
As a result, several people are in their 30s or even 40s before they make the switch.
However, the older the age of transfer, the more limited the achievement.
It was so that many transmigrators in the society were in their 40s and 50s, and they were only at the level of the first two orders.
But transmutants just aren't like normal people. Even with only 1 or 2 orders of cultivation, their lives were vastly different from ordinary people.
That's why a lot of people have to switch. They didn't seek high achievements, they didn't seek to kill the demon clan to build their success, they only sought to live better and more comfortably than ordinary people. Whether we can use it all up or not, that's our business, but these talisman seals should be ours, so you won't be able to take any of them away.
Qian Lei said. When the crowd heard Qian Lei's words, they surrounded him more tightly.
That's simple, if we kill you guys, these talisman seals will be unowned, so that all of us can snatch them at will. Only to hear, another person spoke up. The man's words kind of spoke to everyone's heart. The men immediately split into several groups, surrounding Qian Lei, Fatty, Ling Jin, and all of them.
And be ready to do it at any time.
You guys are so hateful.
Dawn Sweet spoke again.
When the 3 giant dogs tried to kill you before, you were all relying on others to protect you. Now that people are injured, you guys are going to kill them to take the talisman seals. To cross the river like this and to be so gracious, you are too shameless.
Tang Tianyi's heart was also filled with anger.
For the first time she had seen that people could be so shameless.
You want to take their side, little girl? Then, go to hell.
The moment the word, death, exited, the man had already launched an attack on Tang Tianyi. He had an extra hook like a scorpion's tail in his hand.
And it was directly towards Tang Tianyi's neck.
It was obvious that this person had struck out very viciously.
He was trying to take Tang Tianyi's life in one blow. Boom!
A silhouette appeared in front of Tang Tianyi.
That's Wang Jin.
Instead, the man with the scorpion tail hook in his hand was directly stomped on the head by Wang Jin.
Too dead to die. After all that deep breathing,
Wang Jin had recovered a bit. So now it's his turn to come out and stabilize the situation.
I'll only give you 10 seconds to make your choice.
Those who are willing to give up their rune seals, then they can leave now. Those who want to kill us and rob us of our talismanic seals, then, can die. Wang Jin said, his tone grim.
Ha ha ha, you guys are just at the end of your strength, what's there to be cross about?
We don't just want the talismans on you, we also want the equipment and weapons on you, that sword of yours, I quite like it.
Did you guys see that, when he fought the three-headed giant dog just now, he used the Ghost Demon Clan's soul-devouring skill?
So, he should be of the Ghost Demon Clan as well, and if we kill him, then we are killing the Demon Clan.
Yes, those companions of his, those are human traitors who collude with the demon race, everyone should be punished. Another person said.
Yes, yes, yes.
Some strong words from this man. It was immediately echoed by the crowd.
So in just a few short sentences, Wang Jin and the others went directly from heroes who saved everyone to human scum and traitors who colluded with the demon race.
Ah, good, very good. Hearing the words of the crowd, Wang Jin let out a cruel laugh.
I knew you guys were realistic, but I didn't think you'd be this realistic.
I knew you guys were evil, but I didn't realize you could be evil like this.
In that case, I don't have to wait 10 seconds for you all to die.
Buzz. A golden light lit up on Wang Jin's body. That's when his SS-rated containment shield was activated. The containment shield covered everyone. Didn't spare anyone. Witchcraft, space boundary. Wang Jin unleashed the spatial boundary again,
protecting him and his teammates all together.
Little Pen, release the Morrow Labyrinth and swallow them. Evil souls deserve to be devoured.
I want all of them to die, not a single one left behind.
Wang Jin said coldly. Roger that, boss. The pointing pen has reappeared.
A scratch and pull at the mountain and river map.
An extremely large suction force was immediately born in that mountain river and Goddess of Mercy diagram. Chapter 85, Eagle Nation? Then die first. Ah!
There were screams and screams. In just an instant, hundreds of people with low cultivation were directly sucked out of their souls and turned into corpses.
Kill. Inside Wang Jin's space boundary.
In addition to Wang Jin and his teammates, there were also some transmutants who were loaded in together. Seeing that the people outside were dead, and knowing that they had no chance of surviving, those transmigrators were ready to take action against Fatty and the others. How could Wang Jin let such a thing happen?
Click, click, click. A large tree appeared steeply, its human-thick and ponderous root system protecting Fatty and the others.
Then, all the branches of the tree turned into sharp objects.
Cave in all those evil people within the space boundary.
And hung them one by one from a tree, waiting for the Morrow Labyrinth to come and suck out their souls.
Whoosh!
Things have deteriorated to such a point that someone has finally come to their senses.
They realized that the man in front of them, though he looked badly injured, was actually fine as.
They chose to vanish and leave the isolation shield range.
However, Wang Jin also appeared.
He didn't just appear, he branched out. Together, the three Wang Jin launched a chase against those who had vanished.
Not long after, those people were all carried by Wang Jin, bloody and bony.
It was thrown back into the containment enclosure.
Devil, you are a devil. Some people were upset and yelled at Wang Jin. Where is this guy in front of me, a little kid, middle schooler? This is clearly a murderous devil, a butcher.
Tough, too tough. This level of ruthlessness chilled all of them, the social transmigrators. You were given a chance, but you're no good. Wang Jin said, and once again returned to within the spatial boundary. As the space boundary initiator, he was able to enter and exit the space boundary at will.
Everyone join forces to break this isolation shield and space boundary and fight them. Some, big smart, spoke up.
It was a vain attempt to come to an end with Wang Jin and the others.
Good. Big Smart's words were immediately echoed.
Those who could still move began to power up, combining their efforts to launch an attack on the isolation shield and space boundary.
Collect.
The greater the range of the barrier, the thinner it will naturally be.
Wang Jin contracted the isolation shield, making it more defensive.
Of course, he had another purpose. That's convenient for him to initiate a massacre.
Buzz.
Bai Lu and the immortal killing sword appeared at the same time. Then they were all one-eyes 200. A total of 400 swords stopped in the air. Kill! Wang Jin shouted in a cold voice. The 400 swords then moved. Brush it off! Flying swords flew about. Blood splattered everywhere. Of course, Wang Jin didn't kill them, but just made them lose the power to act. It's too cheap to kill them. Having them serve as sustenance for the maze of Morrow is the best option. Thus, the entire containment area was turned directly into a killing field. The sword rain tumbled. There was a series of screams. The crowd of frightened schoolgirls looked away. Don't dare look at it again. Sugar, are you okay? Beside Tang Tianyi, Luo Yue was a bit uncomfortable. She had been in a lot of battles, but those were only one-on-one, or group-on-group. It was the first time she had ever seen a one-sided massacre with one man like the one in front of her. Especially since this massacre was still human on human, so she was also a bit intolerant. But she realized that Tang Tianyi beside her was not even blinking, staring blankly out at those being slaughtered. She was really afraid that this little white flower-like girl wouldn't be able to take the shock of the carnage images and thus become stupid. Sister Luo, I'm fine, they all deserve to die, don't they? Tang Tianyi said. Luo Yue's eyes suddenly became complicated when she looked at Tang Tianyi. The always innocent little white flower also hides a little devil in her heart? Sister Luo, I've just experienced less and seen less, it's not like I'm stupid. If they don't die, it will be him and us who die. And some of them have a nasty look in their eyes, just like the guy who made you take off your clothes before. What would be the consequences if we didn't have him to protect us? So they all deserve to die. While speaking, Tang Tianyi also looked at Wang Jin in the distance. Those cold eyes, the angular face. It's really pretty nah. Everything he did was right, and there was not the slightest thing that could be questioned. Done. Seeing Tang Tian looking at Wang Jin, Luo Yue just couldn't help but hold her forehead. Our little white flower is going to be abducted by yellow hair. How can she explain to her master's family when she goes back? This is going to be big. Little brother, we're wrong, we know we're wrong, let us go, all the talismans are yours, including the ones on us. When things got to this point, everyone on Earth came to their senses and lay on the ground begging for mercy over and over again. It turns out that people don't have what they call any kind of a strong arm at all. Even if he was covered in wounds, this fighting strength was not something that their ragtag group could contend with. That's collegiate genius with a lot of tricks up his sleeve. To kill them, they don't even have to have direct contact with them at all. The snap of a finger is the consequence of 100 swords through the body. It wasn't until then that the crowd realized how big the gap between themselves and Wang Jin was. It's not even an overstatement to compare the river with a small aqueduct. Even if the river is throttled, blocked, and the flow becomes smaller. But when people leak a little bit of water, it's not something they can fit in these small drains. Where you know you're wrong, you just know you're going to die. I'm sure you won't spare me if I spare you today. Even if you know you're no match for me, you'll still hold a grudge against me and look for an opportunity to finish me off. Naturally, I don't want to be in the thoughts of you evil people all the time. Also, about the talismanic seal that you guys are talking about. When you die, everything on you is mine, not just the runes. Wang Jin was not the least bit soft-hearted towards the crowd's pleas for mercy. He even had the pointing pen control the mountain river in Jigaku diagram to increase the intensity of devouring souls. Kid, we're from the Eagle Kingdom, if you let us die in the Dragon Kingdom's territory, your Dragon Kingdom won't be able to deliver to the Eagle Kingdom. Some blonde, blue-eyed, white-skinned tranny spoke up. As soon as he opened his mouth, there were several national transfigurationists chiming in. That's right, and so are we in the upside-down country. And we have Zhu. And our cosmically invincible stick country. These people are clearly lambs to the slaughter, but they put on their high horse. So Wang Jin took care of them first. Times are different, not to mention your eagle, subversive, Zhu, and stick countries. Even if you come from outer space, when you arrive in the Dragon Kingdom, you'll all have to lie down on your backs for me. Whoosh! The mountains and rivers snatched the souls of these international warriors of questionable intelligence. Subsequently, Wang Jin also stopped stalling for time. The suction force of the mountain river and Jigaku diagram became bigger and bigger. More and more souls were being sucked right out of it. The screams inside the containment shield became fewer and fewer. Until there was no more sound at all. What had been a slaughterhouse turned directly into a morgue. Thousands of corpses lay here, some hanging from trees, and it was creepy to watch. Chapter 86, Tang Sweet is an SSS ranked sword immortal. Wow. Finally a female student couldn't stand it anymore. Step aside and vomit furiously. It's like this stuff is contagious. Once it starts, it spreads fast. As a result, more and more female students stepped aside and vomited furiously. Wang Jin didn't have time to bother with these schoolgirls as he began to touch the corpse. He put away all the storage equipment on the corpse. Set another fire. The temperature of that fire was not as hot as Bei Xiaobei's sun true flame though. But it's also hotter than a regular fire. So all those bodies ended up in ashes. Buzz. Wang Jin put away the isolation shield. Witchcraft, wind. A gust of wind blew through. All the ashes were dispersed in the wind and nothing was left at the scene. It looked as if nothing had happened. Little Pen, come here. After finishing, Wang Jin summoned the pointing pen over. Boss, what's up? The pointing pen can be happy. He helped the boss get a big credit today. If it wasn't for his suggestion, how could the boss have ed the 3 giant dogs so quickly? Is the boss going to reward me? The more you think about the pointing pen, the happier you get. Pay back. Wang Jin grabbed the pointing pen. Start sucking the divine power from his pen. The pointing pen saw this and was in a state of shock. Boss, you can't kill me, I've gotten credit today. How dare you claim credit? It's just a 3-headed giant dog, how dare you ask me for 500 divine powers? It only takes 300 for even an old man to summon a divine soul out to fight. Wang Jin said as he sucked. Hearing Wang Jin say this, the pointing pen immediately wimped out. He didn't expect that Wang Jin had actually seen through him. So, he doesn't resist. Allowing Wang Jin to suck the divine power from his body. Only when there was only 1 point left at the end did Wang Jin stop. Dare to count me, stop your divine power for the next week. After sucking in divine power, Wang Jin added. Boss, you can't do this to me. Pointing pen sniffed and couldn't help but cry. Not only did he not get any benefits this time, he lost the credit and ended up being punished. He's so aggravated, he's lost a lot of money. Alright, then stop your divine power for 7 days. Wang Jin added. Pointing pen sniffed and cried even harder. Isn't that 7 days in a week, one and the same? Wang Jin didn't bother with the pointing pen anymore. He walked over to Fatty and the others, ready to care about Fatty's injuries. At that moment, Mo Wuxi spoke. Wang Jin, there's a message from Xian Ancestor. Said what? Xian Ancestor said that this heavenly copy is basically occupied by the Ghost Demon clan, and he's already sent 5th ranked experts to fight the copy, so let's hurry back, it's too dangerous inside. Oh? The Ghost Demon clan has taken over. Mo Suweifeng's words, let them go back, were directly filtered out by Wang Jin. His mind was filled with the words, Ghost Demon clan occupation. The moral labyrinth was now 31% repaired, and if all the Ghost Demon clans inside this copy were taken out. Isn't it possible to fix the moral labyrinth completely? Originally, Wang Jin was still worrying about how to go to the Ghost Demon raceland to devour more Ghost Demon race souls. Now it seems that there is no need to worry. How are your injuries? Can you still continue? Wang Jin looked at Fatty's few people and opened his mouth to ask. He couldn't wait to finish off those Ghost Demon clans. What? What did you say? Mo Wuxi thought that he had misheard when he heard Wang Jin's words about continuing. Xuanzu said for us to go back. He emphasized Mo Suweifeng's words again. Jin, I'm fine already. Fatty was the first to speak, with a smug look on his face. Haha, and as a result of the disaster, my defense seems to have become stronger. I'm fine too. Xian Lei also spoke up. We're better too. Bei Xiaobei and Yu Kursen said in unison. I'm fine. Yuming followed. I'm fine too. Shadow Follows the Wind was the last to say. This team of theirs. Apart from Ling Jin and Lin Zhongshu, who were in a coma, there was also Mo Wuxi, who was very obedient to Xian Ancestor. Everyone else made the decision to continue. Hey, are you guys not hearing this? It's dangerous down there, only 5th rank experts can go down there. Mo Wuxi was still discouraging everyone. Mo, look at you, always saying you're invincible.
But then, how are you invincible when you're not even willing to take the slightest risk and keep living in your comfort zone? Comparing invincibility to someone in a lower realm than you? Xianlei very unmercifully mocked Mo Wao Xia. Mo Wao Xia was a bit speechless when he heard Xianlei's words. Xianlei seems to be quite right. But then, Zhenzhou's words had merit. It's really dangerous down there. You can slowly cultivate yourself, and one day you can become very powerful. There is no need to risk your life with them. Make up your mind, we'll go first. If we don't leave, when the Fifth Order ones come, the demon race will be beaten by them. Wang Jin saw Mo Wufei's hesitation, so he didn't intend to waste any more time waiting. He didn't want those ghost demon clan demons to be taken out by the 5th rank. That way, he wouldn't be able to fix the Morrow Labyrinth. Yes, we, the Second Order, are going to make a name for ourselves and have a better battle record than the Fifth Order. Fatty was the second most excited besides Wang Jin because he could really feel himself getting stronger. He also wanted to try to see just how much stronger he had gotten and how far he would continue to get stronger. Fatty vaguely felt that his path to becoming stronger was to be beaten. So, he wants to keep getting beat up. Fatty is just afraid of dying, not of getting beaten up. Just don't die and feel free to take a beating. Invincible, think again, we're leaving. Xianlei patted Mo Wuxi's shoulder. I'd like to go with you guys too, is that okay? At that moment, another voice came. The voice was immediately dissuaded by another. Sugar, don't talk nonsense. Sorry, she was joking, heh. Although Luo Yue admitted that Wang Jin was strong. She also admired Wang Jin. However, the levels below were all levels that only 5th Order experts could go to. Naturally, she didn't want Tang Tian to follow Wang Jin and the others and risk her life. Sister Luo, I'm not kidding, I'm going with them. You see. Shoo. As Tang Tiani spoke, a sword suddenly flew out of her storage ring. Then there was a buzz. That sword went straight to 80. Stopped in the air. Don't worry guys, I definitely won't hold you back. Tang Tiani said confidently. Hiss. As soon as her words fell, all the people present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Even Luo Yue was no exception. Because she didn't even know that Tang Tiani could actually transform so many swords. How many levels are you? Wang Jin asked. Level 20. Hearing Wang Jin ask this, Tang Tiani's heart was very happy. Because she knew that by asking, the other person was basically saying that they agreed for her to go. Sure enough, he saw Wang Jin nod. Okay, you can come with us. At level 20, 80 swords are transformed. Wang Jintai knew what this meant. This girl, the one who transferred, should be the SSS rank sword immortal that he had given up on in the first place. Chapter 87, A Copy of Heavenly Providence is the Epitome of Hell? SSS level transfers are very strict. And in extremely limited quantities. There are basically only so many SSS ranks or 2 per profession. That was why the entire school was so surprised when Wang Jin gave up his SSS rank sword immortal. He chose the D-oboist, and that's why the principal was so angry. Currently, there was only one known SSS rank sword immortal in the Dragon Kingdom, and that was Jian Lantian, who was still known as the Sword Saint. When Jian Lantian broke through the 9th rank, then he would no longer be a sword saint, but a sword immortal. And the Tang Tiani in front of him was the second SSS rank sword immortal. So what Wang Jin could be certain of was that this SSS rank sword immortal was the one he had given up on in the first place. Therefore, when he looked at Tang Tiani again now, he would feel differently than when he saw her before. How can I say this feeling? It's like she took the path she didn't choose. Myself, I'd like to see just how far she can go as well. It's natural to feel much closer. Okay, let's go then. Hearing Wang Jin say so, Tang Tiani smiled and walked towards him. Luo Yue in the back sees this. Wait, I'm going too. Luo Yue couldn't let Tang Tiani be abducted by Wang Jin, this yellow hair. She had to keep up. You might as well forget it, you're too weak. Wang Jin nonchalantly rejected Luo Yue's request to join their team. You. Luo Yue was so angry. Shoo. She followed Don Sweet's example. Let his sword fly. Then, her sword directly transformed into 60. It's not as many as this one, but 60 of them, that's still quite a lot. Xianlei opened his mouth and interceded for Luo Yue. You don't ask her how many levels she is.
Wang Jin said without a trace of anger.
How many levels are you? Xian Lei immediately asked. 26. Luo Yue replied. S-rank transmutation, it's still dangerous to be with us.
Wang Jin was busy saying.
Hearing Wang Jin say this, Xian Lei didn't know what to say. But men. Usually goofy, childish, and a bit two-dimensional.
But when they want to fall in love with a girl, their IQ will just explode.
It's okay, I can protect her, and Fatty's gotten stronger too, hasn't he?
Then again, we have 2 more comatose ones that need girl care as well.
I have to say, Xian Lei made a good excuse. Wang Jinjin gave it some serious thought. Sister Luo is still quite good at taking care of people. Tang Tianyi also spoke up. Luo Yue.
I was taking care of you, because I'm a servant in your house and you're a girl.
Now I'm asked to take care of boys.
I'll be damned if I can.
In her heart, she thought so, but Luo Yue didn't dare to say so. She saw it too. Wang Jin is one of those Sigma men. Attitudes towards men and women are the same. There's no way you'll be treated special just because you're a woman. She suddenly felt some heartache for Tang Tianyi. You like this kid, you'll get it later.
Alright, then you come with us and help take care of Ling Jin and Lin Zhongshu.
Wang Jin finally nodded in agreement. Sister Luo, then we. At this point, the remaining female students spoke up. Luo Yue couldn't help but hold her forehead again.
I can't believe she forgot about these students.
We can't take them all with us.
With the way Wang Jin, a Sigma man, acted.
Definitely not a yes. Of course, in fact, Luo Yue knew it very well in her heart. These girls, they'll just be a liability. Not a bit of help at all. I'll walk them out. At that moment, Mo Wuxi spoke. Once his words came out, Xian Lei and the others understood his choice. He had finally become an obedient and good boy for the Mo family's oldest ancestor. Okay, then, please.
Luo Yue was busy expressing her gratitude to Mo Wufei.
As for reassurance, she didn't even think about it.
She recognized the identities of the Mo Wufei few from the start.
Mo's family, can there be anyone you can't trust? No need to be polite. Mo Wuxi also laughed. Go. Personnel are properly organized.
Without the slightest delay, Wang Jin led the crowd towards the Evil Dog Ridge.
There's nothing left inside Bad Dog Ridge.
There wasn't even one of those puppies that had previously been labeled with charms. It was thought that when the 3 giant dogs took away the talismanic seals, all those dogs dispersed. A group of 11 people crossed the Bad Dog Ridge. 2 paths immediately appeared before his eyes. For a while, the crowd didn't know which way to go. Only to hear Shadow Follow the Wind spoke. I heard the captain say that these 2 paths, one is to the Ghost Demon Clan maze, and the other is to the SSS rank skill book.
What, an SSS rank skill book? And this good stuff? It's a lie.
Xian Lei was the first to question it.
There aren't many SSS grade skill books in all of the Dragon Kingdom. Can you give me a copy of this book? If it were before, Xian Lei would still believe it. After all, heaven's gift, it's possible to give anything good. But this copy has been down for so long that it's basically the pits. Xian Lei then had to question it. I don't know if it's true, but that's what the captain said anyway. Shadow Follower said. In fact, he didn't believe it. But barring that, his captain did say that. He just said what the captain said as it was. This way, then. Wang Jin pointed out a path very casually. What's over here? SSS grade skill books? Xian Lei asked. I don't know, anyway, just go forward. If it's a Ghost Demon Clan, then kill the Ghost Demon Clan. If it's a skill book, then take the skill book. Wang Jin said. Ha 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 ha. Wang Jin's nonsense immediately amused the crowd. Then go. In the midst of all this hilarity, the crowd stepped onto the path that Wang Jin pointed out. After traveling for a short while, they came to the mouth of a valley. They walked into the valley and were immediately stunned by the sight inside. Only to see that the inside of the valley was all filled with large roosters emitting tricolored light. I'll be damned, it's really an SSS ranked skill book. The crowd could see it clearly. That tricolored light wasn't coming from the chicken itself at all. Instead, it's a skill book with tricolored light glued to the chicken. Tri-colored light, which means SSS grade. Up. Xian Lei was so excited. It's about to rush up. However, Wang Jin pulled him back. Hold your horses, you've got to find the right chicken for you. Wang Jinka could see it more clearly than Xian Lei and the others. That skill book, it's still got portraits on it. And those statues were exactly the same as the statues inside the unknown space that he had seen when he played the oboe. Wang Jin made a bold guess. These skill books stuck to the chickens should be some of the skills passed down from those gods. Moreover, he also had some guesses about this heaven's best copy. A copy of this so-called heavenly gift. It's probably a small hellhole. First the dog, then the chicken. This had to make Wang Jin think of the evil Dog Ridge and Golden Rooster Mountain among the 13 stations of hell. Moreover, this copy, it still looked like the Ghost Demon clan was bound and determined to get it. Combined with the Ghost Demon race's characteristics of devouring souls and launching attacks with them, Wang Jin felt more and more that this was a scaled-down version of hell without a doubt. Chapter 88, SSS Skill, Inheritance of Mythical Creatures. So which one do I choose? Xian Lei still listens to Wang Jin. And was very open to advice. Pick that one. Wang Jin pointed at one of the roosters. What's the word? There's a story here about an old man whose door was blocked by 2 big hills. So the old man mobilized his whole family to dig up the mountain. When the old Wang next door saw it, he laughed at the old man, saying that the mountain was so big, how could you, an old man who was almost in his coffin, dig it? Then the old man said, I'm not a bachelor like you. If I can't dig, there's still my son. If my son can't dig, there's still my grandson. If my grandson can't dig, there's still my great-grandson. If my great-grandson can't dig, there's still my great-grandson, and the children and grandchildren are endless. And this mountain is just so big, there will be a day when it's dug up. The old man's words moved the heavenly emperor, who then sent 2 great gods to come to help him have a son? Xian Lei added. When Xian Lei said this, the atmosphere of the scene was awkward. I think the god of heaven to help him give birth to a son. The son has the power of God, digging mountains faster, ha, ha, ha. Xian Lei also laughed awkwardly. But his laugh did nothing to lighten the mood. Is the heavenly emperor that stupid? Of course he's just going to help the old man move the mountain. And the skills on that chicken came from the father of those 2 great gods of moving mountain, the Kwa clan. According to the logic you just used, if the son can move mountains, think about how awesome the old man should be? Wang Jin said. Sure enough, after listening to Wang Jin's story, Xian Lei's eyes shone straight. Vigorously, that's what he's after. So, he took direct aim at the chicken and made his move. Boom! Soon, Xian Lei was stomped to the mountain wall by that chicken. Powerful, I like it. The harder the opponent resisted, the more excited Xian Lei became. He used on the rigidify skill and continued on. True, what about me? What about me? Fatty came up. A face of anticipation. SSS level skills, he wanted them too. You make it easy, see that chicken? The skill book with the snake turtle in it would suit you just fine, but I'm warning you, don't call him a snake turtle. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. You have to call him Lord Xuanwu, got it? Wang Jin said to the fatty. Lord Xuanwu. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. The fat man repeated, walking towards the chicken. Wang Jin, what about me? Yu Ming came up. You have to decide on a sorcery you like before I can give you advice, because there are no ones in here who know all around sorcery, they all only have one type of sorcery. Wang Jin said. Water then, I still like water. Yu Ming said. Okay, that one, the human-headed, red-haired, snake-bodied one. Remember, his name is Gong Gong Great God. Wang Jin said to Ming. Good. Yu Ming nodded and walked into the valley. Wang Jin, is it okay if I choose Zhao? Bei took the initiative to speak up. Are you sure? Wang Jin asked rhetorically. Okay. Bei nodded fiercely. Samadhi fire, he wants it too. Zha is not that easy to choose, but if you want to try, then try, and if you really can't, don't force yourself. See that 3-legged bird? That's called the 3-legged golden crow, also known as the sunbird. If you can't get Brother Zha's skill book, look for him, since the one you're transferring to is also Sun True Flame anyway, it's just right. Wang Jin said to Bei Xiaobei. Good. Bei Xiaobei nodded and looked at Yu Kursen again, heading towards Neza's skill book. Yu Kursen, you go find that one, the one who shoots arrows is called the E.
Legend has it that there were 10 suns in the sky, shining so brightly that the people suffered so much that the used his bow and arrow to shoot away 9 of them, so now there is only 1 sun in the sky. Good, if Bei Xiaobei ever dares to think ill of me again, I'll shoot his son. Just as Wang Jin finished speaking, Yu Kerson walked into the valley. I could tell she was still angry about that. However, this had nothing to do with Wang Jin. He just does his thing. Shadow, what are you good at? Shadow follows the wind is tiny. Wang Jin thought it was very apt to be called Little Shadow. I want to be an assassin as powerful as the god of kill. Shadow follows the wind replied. So? Wang Jin looked hard. Neither saw fit. Eventually, his eyes landed on a skill book that depicted a human-faced dragon with a candle in its mouth. Tell you what, you pick him. When his eyes are open, it's morning. When your eyes are closed, it's dark. You want to be an assassin, I think this, please close your eyes when it's dark, ability is still very helpful to you, provided you can get it. Wang Jin said. Good. Mo Suifeng nodded and entered the valley. Sugar, come here. Wang Jin teen waking people are arranged. He then greeted Don Sweet. Can I do the same? Don Sweet was a bit incredulous. After all, she and Wang Jin had just met, and she didn't expect Wang Jin to treat her well. Of course, you picked that one, Lord Tontian. Wang Jin pointed to the larger of all the chickens. This girl is an SSS-ranked sword fairy. Naturally, you can't waste your talent, you have to pick a tough one. Good. Don nodded sweetly and got ready to go on. Don't worry, there are still options, if you really can't beat them, choose the one that carries a sword, Lu Dongbin. Wang Jin pointed to another chicken. Talent is talent. But little white flowers are still little white flowers. Wang Jin gave her a backup option. Lest she return empty-handed. Aha! I'm sure I can. It was like he was resentful that Wang Jin had given the alternate option, and it was like he was cheering himself up. Tang Tianyi took out her sword and entered the valley. Sister Luo, just pick anyone with a sword to fight, maybe there will be some gains. Only Luo Yue is left. Wang Jin didn't even assign her an inheritance. Let her just hit whatever she wants. Luo Yue was depressed, she always had the feeling that Wang Jin was targeting her. But then again, she has no proof. Sister Luo, I don't mean anything else, this thing called inheritance really depends on talent, the ones that are too powerful, I don't think you can get them. Wang Jin seemed to have read Luo Yue's thoughts and added. Then I'll try a few more to see which one I can get. Luo Yue spoke her own thoughts. Sister Luo, you think you're in a relationship and you can change your date whenever you want? You underestimate these legacies. It also underestimates the people behind these legacies. They all have their own pride and arrogance, and their own criteria for testing the inheritors. If you want to try them one by one, I'll make sure that you end up getting nothing, and you'll even be cut out of the game, which is why I let them choose. The first and foremost of inheritance is to be sincere and single-minded. Wang Jin said very seriously. Luo Yue didn't say anything. She wouldn't listen to Wang Jin either. She saw that Tang Tian had chosen sect leader Tong Tian. He himself ran towards LV Dongbin. She wanted to prove to Wang Jin with practical actions. She had the right idea. Wang Jin saw this and shook his head. That being said, the road is each person's own, choose what you like. Chapter 89, Wang Jin, the demon race's most wanted. Now, only Lin Zhongshu and Ling Jin were left by Wang Jin's side. He walked over to the duo and crouched down beside them, trying to wake them up so that they could go find an SSS rank skill book to learn as well. However, these two were really hurt more. Wang Jin not only couldn't wake them up by shouting, but also punched and kicked at them. But they still don't show signs of wanting to wake up. Thus, Wang Jin had to give up. It seems that these two goods have nothing to do with the legacy. He didn't go into the valley either, because he had to guard the two loads. Otherwise, once a demon race appears, these two lying here will not be finished. So, he started going from play to play. The most miserable person is naturally Chen Lei. His little skills were not enough in front of the Kuai's. Every time he rushes up, he gets stomped back. That guy's pretty tough though. The more you get beaten, the more excited you get. The next worse off is Luo Yue. You know, these can be the legacy of mythical creatures. And this inheritance thing is most about talent and chance. Who doesn't want their heritage to be carried forward?
Who wants their legacy to fall into the hands of weaklings and end up being obliterated? So Wang Jin saw it correctly. Luo Yue was not suitable for LV Dongbin at all. The most harmonious in this is the fat man. He basically didn't play much. It went straight to the stage of physical realization. Mostly, it's just too right. Xuanwu to Xuanwu, that feeling of blood connection. Who else but Fatty's old man? Finally, the fat man became.
Very excitedly, he ran towards Wang Jin.
Jin, I'm done, you go, I'll watch them. Well, over to you. Wang Jin nodded to Fatty and flashed into the valley with a swoosh.
He didn't just pick a particular chicken when he entered the valley. Because he's more ambitious. According to the setting of the copy, each level should have a boss present. So, he aimed for the boss. Needless to say, the skill books on the bosses are definitely the most dominant. As for how to make the boss appear, it's simple: get things going. It is not right to make this place a chicken head. The boss chicken should show up then. So Wang Jin did only one thing after entering the valley, and that was to pull monsters. He went up and did 2 punches on all the chickens except for the skill chickens he assigned to Qianlei and the others. Soon he was being chased all over the valley by a flock of chickens. That's it? A guy who can't even beat a chicken and still doesn't look at me. Luo Yue saw Wang Jin like this. Can't help but spit. It was obvious that she was really quite upset with Wang. But soon, she was dumbfounded. Because he saw those king chasers really chickens change. Shadows appeared behind each chicken. Those vapors were exactly the same as the drawings in the skill book. There are hands with sledgehammers. There are hands with borders. There are hands on the torta. There was even one with a 3-pointed, 2-bladed sword in his hand. Blah blah blah. All the shadows brandished their weapons and smashed towards Wang Jin. For a moment, rumbles resounded everywhere in the valley. And look at Wang Jin. That guy's too good at hiding. So many attacks, one missed. It even seems to be swimming. So, what are we killing chickens for here? We haven't even hit the vapors yet. Luo Yue finally saw the gap between her and Wang Jin in terms of talent. Then she looked at the others. In the end, it turned out that except for Tang Tianyi, no one else had gotten their vapors out yet. Is this girl that good? Luo Yue found herself getting to know Tang Tianyi all over again. Ha 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 ha. In the distance, there was the sound of Qianlei's laughter. Luo Yue raised her eyes and saw that a virtual shadow had also appeared on Qianlei's side. She knew it was time for her to step it up. You can't really let that kid underestimate you. With this thought in her heart, Luo Yue couldn't help but make the sword strokes in her hand a few points heavier. Then she realized that the chicken had gotten awesome too. It didn't take long for her to get a chicken wing right off. However, she didn't give up on it. Instead, he continued to rush on. And then slapped away again. On Wang Jin's side, he had already blown up the valley. There are a lot of chickens with vapors behind them, too. But barring that, the boss shows absolutely no sign of showing up. Was it not enough screwing around? Wang Jin thought so. So, he started to attack the chickens as well. Trying to fry the head of a chicken. Anyway, he'd made up his mind to just not get the skill book. As a result, the battle in the Golden Cockerel Valley became very intense. Wang Jin could be said to have no reservations and used all the tricks he could. Luo Yue realized it when she saw it. It turned out that Wang Jin hadn't even tried his best when he hit the 3-headed giant dog. What made her feel even more surprised was that Wang Jin was like a perpetual motion machine that didn't know how to get tired. There was no intention of weakening in either speed or power. This guy, it's horrible. Luo Yue suddenly felt that Wang Jin was a monster. Scary? That's just where it's at. After Fatty, Yu Ming was the second to finish. When he passed by Luo Yue, he heard Luo Yue's words and was too busy to resist chiming in. You mean he hasn't shown his full strength yet? Luo Yue was completely shocked. Full strength? That's nothing. Yu Ming stopped nagging Luo Yue. After saying this, he headed over to Fatty. Then look at Wang Jin's side. The ground was about to be turned over 3 feet by him. A good number of chickens were on the verge of breaking for him. But the chicken head still showed no sign of coming out. No boss in this level? Wang Jin made another guess. But soon he dismissed his suspicions.
These chickens are clearly organized and disciplined. There's got to be a big man hiding back there. Just what will it take for the big guy to come out? Could it be that you are messing things up in the wrong way? Suddenly, Wang Jin remembered Mo Suifeng's words. This copy of Tianqi has been occupied by the Ghost Demon Clan. But this Golden Rooster Valley, why has it not been occupied by the Ghost Demon tribe? Could it be that the Ghost Demon Clan that came to occupy the area were all killed by Chicken Head? Wang Jin had a bold guess in his head. Shoo! He left the battle ring and headed out of the valley. He was going to test his suspicions. Jin, Lingjin has woken up. Just as we reached the mouth of the valley, Fatty came up to report the news. Immediately afterward, Wang Jin saw the Ling formation that was filled with golden light. Needless to say, Fatty had already told Ling Lin about the SSS skill book. You woke up just in time, can you release an illusion type formation? Wang Jin asked Ling formation. Can. Ling Jin nodded. Afterward, Wang Jin looked at Yu Ming again. Yu Ming, let me ask you something, do you know who the human transmogrifier that the Demon Clan wants to kill the most right now is? Of course, excluding your Xuanzu and their kind of masters, it's mainly the kind below the 6th rank. You're asking who the demon race's most wanted criminal against the human race is right now, aren't you? Yu Ming summarized Wang Jin's question. Yes, that's what I wanted to ask. Wang Jin affirmed. Okay, then listen up. The Demon Clan's most wanted criminal below the 6th rank right now is you. Chapter 90, Inheritance of the Boss Golden Rooster, Pangu. Me? Wang Jin was shocked. The answer was completely unexpected to him. How could it be me? It's only been a few days since I transferred. Wang Jin questioned. Yu Ming sniffed and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Listen, is this the word of a man? Yeah, you were transferred not more than a few days ago, yet you made Broken Wind City unlikable and made the Wind Wolf King furious. Do you know whose ministry the Wind Wolf King is? It's the Ghost Demon King's men. And then barring that, the matter of you robbing the Space Stones was revealed, and those Space Stones, they were for the Ghost Demon King's 13th prince. The Ghost Demon King's 13th son, rumored to be the most talented of all the Ghost Demon King's children. His Space Stone was robbed. How could the Wind Wolf King not report this matter to the Ghost Demon King? And the Ghost Demon King's status in the demon race is the same as the Sword Saint's status in our human race. To summarize, you then become the demon race's current most wanted criminal below the 6th rank. Do you remember that Ghost Demon Clan commander we encountered in the Morrow Labyrinth? Why was he so happy to know that your name is Wang Jin, just because you're the newcomer of the human race that the Ghost Demon King named to be killed? He may be a sin demon, but by killing you, he can let his descendants off the hook, understand? That's why he ended up using his heart's blood to trigger the formation, just so he could finish you off completely. Yu Ming explained. Oh, so that's it. After listening to Yu Ming's explanation, Wang Jin realized that he had now been missed by the Ghost Demon King to such an extent. Therefore, even if Roilin didn't allow him to kill the Ghost Demon King, he still had to find a way to take out the Ghost Demon King. Still, he didn't want to be missed. Wang Jin, Xian Ancestor told me that the Ghost Demon King's 13 males are inside this Heaven's Bounty copy. So be careful, don't ever meet him, that guy, he's evil. Yu Ming added. Oh? How many orders is he? Wang Jin asked. It's less than the 6th rank, but it's much more powerful than Lin Xiao and the others. Ancestor Xian said that if Lin Xiao and the others encountered him, they would most likely get a second from a single move. Yu Ming added. Good. Wang Jin nodded. Though the mouth says it knows. But Yu Ming could see that Wang Jin didn't take it to heart at all. And looking at his expression, he was clearly calculating how to get that 13th prince killed in this copy. Yu Ming's guess was correct. Wang Jin did think so. Morrow Labyrinth was repaired by 31%, of which the 3 giant dogs alone contributed 25%. Although there are a lot of ghost and demon clans in this copy, I don't know if it's enough to fix the Morrow Labyrinth. After all, not every ghost demon clan could be compared to a 3-headed giant dog. Anyways, the 3-headed giant dog was also a species transformed by the Ghost Demon King. It's only right to give more souls. But it's different with the 13th prince. That's definitely a super fish. Maybe one of his demons can get the Morrow Labyrinth repaired. That was the most gifted existence of all the Ghost Demon King's children. There might even be a little maze on it. Ling formation, I have a plan. I'm going to go lure some Ghost Demon Clan guys over to kill them, but barring that, They probably won't enter this valley, so I need you to set up a psychedelic formation at the mouth of the valley. What do you say? Knowing who the demon race's most wanted criminal was, next, Wang Jin was going to start executing his plan. Okay, no problem.
Ling Jin nodded very seriously.
However, when it's done, you have to pick an SSS skill for me. Ling Jin added.
That's natural, I'm sure I won't treat you poorly, it's just that you weren't awake before when you were in a coma, that's why I didn't choose one for you. If you can find a way to wake up Lin Jiangshu, I'll choose one for him all the same.
Wang Jin said. Good. Ling Jin was satisfied and agreed. So Wang Jin left.
He returned to the same intersection as before, chose the other side of the Ghost Demon Clan's maze, and walked in. Not long after, he came across a group of Ghost Demon Clan soldiers.
Hey, do you guys know who I am?
Wang Jin asked to the group of Ghost Demon Race soldiers.
The Ghost Demon Race soldiers sniffed and looked at each other. They then burst out laughing. Only to hear that Ghost Demon Race captain said, "I'll go, are all the human children so crazy now? Even our Ghost Demon Clan dares to provoke? Ha, human children are so retarded, it's all the result of their captivity. The way I see it, at this rate, the humans themselves will perish without us even attacking them." The vice captain responded. Ha 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 ha.
Thus, the other Ghost Demon Clan soldiers all laughed along with them.
Listen up guys, I'm Wang Jin. Wang Jin added. Ha ha ha, Wang Jin? Who is Wang Jin? Is it famous?
Those few Ghost Demon Clan soldiers thought they hadn't heard such a funny joke in a long time.
Made to laugh.
However, their captain and co-captain were mulling it over.
Wang Jin, are you the Wang Jin that the Wind Wolf King said?
The captain and co-captain had taken out their weapons,
just waiting for Wang Jin to give an affirmative answer. They're about to go on the offensive. Yes, that's right, I'm the Wang Jin that the Wind Wolf King spoke of.
A bunch of stupid birds, if you can, come and get me.
Shoo.
After saying his words, Wang Jin ran away in a flash.
He's Wang Jin, kill.
Such a good chance to make a mark in front of His Majesty the King.
How can you give up?
At the captain's command, this group of demons chased down towards Wang Jin's escape route.
There are 3 scenes like this one.
One was Wang Jin's real body, and the remaining 2 were Wang Jin's detachments.
The 3 kings were really messing around in the maze. Lure monsters everywhere.
Finally, after the number of demons came up to 1,000, Wang Jin led them towards the Golden Rooster Valley.
Rumble. Sure enough, Wang Jin's suspicions were confirmed. Demons entering the Golden Rooster Valley could indeed invoke the head of a chicken. However, the number seems to be low.
Because the rumbling soon stopped. Thus, Wang Jin once again drilled into the Ghost Demon Race maze and got another 1,000 Ghost Demon Race soldiers over.
However, there were still a few rumbles and then nothing. I'll be damned, how much does it take? Are there enough soldiers inside that maze?
Wang Jin was somewhat speechless. The last wave he went over, it took him a long time to gather enough for 1,000 demons. But there was nothing he could do to see the chicken head.
Keep pulling monsters.
Finally, when the 3,000 Ghost Demon Clans were gathered together, there was finally a big movement in Golden Rooster Valley. This time, there was not only a rumbling sound, but also several colorful haze and golden light. Then, I heard someone say, "Bold extra-dimensional demon race, how dare you covet my domain myth inheritance, looking for death?"
Rumble. Landslide. A 50-meter-tall golden chicken appeared. Glued to this golden chicken is a book that constantly glows with haze.
As for who was drawn in the book, Wang Jin didn't even need to look at it. Because when this golden chicken appeared, he was carrying a shadow behind him.
That silhouette held up an extremely ancient and heavy axe,
strongly slashing towards those 3,000 Ghost Demon Race. Therefore, the answer to the skill book on the boss chicken has been revealed. Discord. How could Wang Jin not expect that it was actually this one? He had even guessed if it was the first Heavenly Father.
Hey! This one is super profitable and earns a lot of money.
Chapter 91, Immortal Execution Sword Formation activated, kill the Ghost Demon Race.
Ah! This is actually Golden Rooster Valley, go, hurry up.
In fact, the moment Panga's voice rang out, the crowd of demons had then reacted. They knew all too well how treacherous this place was. So both intend to escape at the first opportunity. However, their escape was useless. Because there's a psychedelic formation at the mouth of the valley. No matter how they escaped,
they were still circling around inside the Golden Rooster Valley. Rumble. Pango's Shadow's axe carried a supreme aura. The axe hadn't even fallen yet, and the might had already arrived. The valley shook and the ground cracked. Demons run amok. Even Qianlei and the others were so frightened that they were ready to flee. But the might of that axe was like it was loaded with face recognition. The crowd of demons were all pressed to the ground by the might, unable to move. The human race, however, had nothing to do with it and were still free to move about. Finally, the axe fell. Those demon clans that were struck by the axe were directly pulverized and their souls flew away. But those souls can't escape either. It was because Wang Jin had already instructed the pointing pen to be ready long ago. Those souls were directly swallowed up by the moral labyrinth inside the mountain river in Jigaku diagram as they flew up. Look, that's the king's magic weapon, the king wants to kill us. The deeper the copy is, the closer these people are to the ghost demon king. Someone recognized the mountain and river map. Couldn't help but let out a yell. Just as this demon's yell fell, he was immediately slapped hard on the head by the demon next to him. Idiot, how could this be the king in control? It's clearly someone else's clan that broke through the fake copy set up by the 13th prince and took this magic treasure. We must bring this important news out and tell the king. The demon next to him said. But how are we going to get out? Entering this golden cockerel valley, one's absolute soul will be scattered. The demon that yelled before said. Don't be afraid, this axe only attacks 3 times, and they're all fixed attack positions. As long as we don't hit it 3 times, we'll be able to go back alive. These are the lessons learned by the seniors who escaped to the mouth of the valley. The demon next to him spoke. While the 2 demons were conversing, Pango's second axe arrived. This time, he switched directions. A precise slash was made at the demon on the other side. After that, he changed their direction again. The third time, the demon race was struck with precision. Wow, we get to live. That demon clan was filled with joy when he saw that the truth was exactly the same as what the big brother next to him who patted his own head said. But the jubilation had just gone up, and was immediately crushed back down. Because in the Golden Rooster Valley, a large formation suddenly lit up. That large formation was extremely complex, with 4 gates. The east and south gates were empty. A sword with the word, trapped, engraved on the scabbard hangs on the west door. A sword with the word, Jedi, engraved on the scabbard hangs on the north door. Trap immortal sword, Jedi immortal sword? Wang Jin immediately recognized the 2 swords. Therefore, the formation in front of us was definitely the immortal execution formation. Buzz. Killing sword and white do in hand. And were thrown by Wang Jin towards the south and east gates respectively. The killing sword was fine, it was hung directly on the south gate. However, that white dew was directly shattered as it flew towards the east gate. After all, Bai Lu was still too low in level and was simply not qualified to hang in the immortal execution sword formation. Try this one on me. Tang Tianyi walked over and handed over her sword. Wang Jin looked at her sword and his pupils couldn't stop contracting. It was because her sword had the word, punish, engraved on its lattice. Punisher's sword? Soon, Wang Jin discovered something wrong again. The sword looked like the Punisher's sword, but it was completely wrong. It's a handful of fakes. Quality and the Punisher's sword are simply 2 different things. This was built by my father with top quality materials, try it. Tang Tianyi added. Okay. Wang Jin received the immortal Punisher's sword and threw it towards the east gate. Soon, the sword made a cackling sound as it was about to break. Luckily, though, the sword didn't just shatter like Shiro did. In the end, it was hung above the east gate. Buzz. When the sword arrives, the formation is formed. The immortal execution formation was in operation. All sorts of formation runes flashed, and Lingjin, who was controlling the illusion formation at the mouth of the valley, fell into a state of obsession as he watched. However, with the immortal execution sword becoming a reality, there was no need for Lingjin to control the illusion formation anymore. Because the Ghost Demon Clan soldiers inside the Golden Rooster Valley had absolutely no way to run anymore. Buzz buzz buzz. The 4 swords hanging on the 4 gates of the sword formation all lit up. One by one, the swords all began to diverge. Divided into as many as 10,000 handles. Shoo shoo shoo. Tens of thousands of swords were strangled against the Ghost Demon Clan within the Golden Rooster Valley. None of those demon clans that hadn't been struck by the axe were spared. Of course, these swords still avoided Qianlei and the others. Didn't you say there were only 3 axes? What the hell is this sword formation now?
That ghost demon race soldier who had recognized the mountain river in Jigaku diagram earlier let out another yell.
I don't build it, the previous seniors didn't say there was a sword formation. The one next to him said. As a result, just as he finished building it, hundreds of swords pierced holes through it. I'll believe the hell out of you.
Those words about being able to survive by dodging 3 axes are definitely falsehoods spread by those humans who want to frame us.
Right, it's Wang Zhen, it must be Wang Zhen, that's the guy who lured us here.
This ghost demon clan soldier had finally grown a brain.
However, his newly grown brain was immediately pierced by the flying sword.
Suck it, hurry up. In mid-air, the pointing pen can be too happy.
The boss is so 6 in this operation.
Suck these guys through and the Marl maze will be repaired to 38%.
Sure enough, it still had to be the ghost demon race, this repair ratio, it could be far too powerful compared to the previous time when they devoured human souls.
Finally, the 3,000 soldiers of the ghost demon race were massacred.
That immortal execution formation was ready to disappear.
At that moment, Wang Zhen moved.
He directly separated into 2 doppelgangers.
His true self retrieved the immortal killing sword with one hand, and Tang Tiany's fake immortal execution sword with the other. The 2 doppelgangers, on the other hand, directly ran towards the immortal trap sword and the absolute immortal sword.
A cultivator of my domain?
When that Pango silhouette saw Wang Zhen, there was a change in his complexion that had remained unchanged all this time.
Too weak. Let you grow and grow. Rumble.
The Panga shadow raised his axe and slashed towards Wang Zhen's doppelganger.
This axe is too powerful.
Cracks like cobwebs appeared directly on the body of the doppelganger, threatening to shatter directly at any time.
6 changes of the god of war. Wang Zhen's real body let out a loud cry. What the hell? God of war? 6 changes? Luo Yue was confused. Isn't this the unique technique of the war god Qian family? He will too? Isn't his last name Wang? Luo Yue was not the only one who was confused, there was also Qianlei.
Previously, when Wang Zhen had fought against Shibuchiro Watanabe, he had executed the 5 transformations of the god of war. Qianlei thought that was when Wang Zhen was at his strongest.
But now, 6 changes? Is this guy that sick?
Qianlei was certain that the demon from the Qian clan who had replaced himself would definitely not be able to do 6 transformations. While these 2 were dazed, Wang Zhen, whose muscles were bulging high, had already appeared underneath the axe. He was prepared to take the axe hard. Because of that trapped immortal sword and Jedi immortal sword, he was bound to get them. That's why he couldn't let the split shatter. He had to use his main body to harden the might of the axe in order for the bilocation to suffer less.
Shoo! Wang Zhen had a good idea.
The split soon-to-be broken body was indeed stabilized. And picked both swords at the same time. Wang Zhen's original body, on the other hand, was miserable. It was directly crushed to the bottom by the pressure of the axe. A deep pit tens of meters deep appeared directly at the bottom of the valley.
Rumble! The axe fell.
The deep pit turned into a huge abyssal chasm. Everyone ran to the edge of the abyssal rift to see what had happened to Wang Zhen.
Chapter 92, Battling Pango's Shadow, Obtaining Pango's Inheritance. Inside the crack, nothing.
Just when everyone thought that Wang Zhen might have been corpsed, he actually appeared again. It came straight out of the ground on the other side of the Golden Cockerel Valley.
Boom!
He raised his fist and directly smashed it towards that Panga shadow.
7 changes of the god of war. Qianlei's eyelids jumped hard.
This was because he saw that the meridians that needed to be mobilized for the 7 transformations of the war god were mobilized by Wang Zhen. This guy is no longer perverted enough to describe. This fighting strength was definitely a one-of-a-kind existence in their generation.
Who dares to compare with him in this generation?
He was completely comparable to the perverts of the previous generation.
And that's not even counting his strongest card summoning.
If he summons it, then a lot of the grandparents, not to mention the previous generation, will have to come out and get beaten up.
Qianlei, he's from your Qian family, why doesn't he have the last name of Qian, but the last name of Wang?
Beside Qianlei, Luo Yue also realized that Wang Zhen was scary, and she was busy asking Qianlei.
Who said he belongs to our Qian family?
Qianlei was astonished.
No? Then why does he know the 18 changes of the god of war? Luo Yue was even more surprised than Qianlei.
There's a lot he can do. He also knows old use 10 great sorceress arts and old swords 10,000 swords return.
Qian Lei added. What? How many levels is he? Hearing Qian Lei say this, Luo Yue's surprise was beyond words. Level 20, I guess. Qian Lei replied. Level 20 knows the 18 changes of the God of War, the 10 great sorceries, 10,000 swords, and also the escape technique, the split technique? How could he know so many skills? Impossible, it's simply not possible. Luo Yue questioned. There's nothing impossible, aren't the facts in front of us?
Qian Lei shrugged and spread his hands.
Then which king family does he come from? The Yen City Wang family? The Jiao City Wang family?
Yen City Wang family, Jiao City Wang family. The Wang family was considered a ranked family within the Wang family's power.
According to the law of the family, only powerful families can produce demons. Wang Jin was so demonic, Luo Yue would naturally think of these two Wang families first. Hey, he's not from any royal family, he's from Guankou town. Qian Lei laughed. The town of Kwanzaa? A town?
Luo Yue felt like her brain was running out of ideas. If he didn't come from a clan, it would be impossible for him to transfer early.
Then, how did he learn so many SS rank skills?
Luo Yue was right, there were families, especially the sons of those supported by big families. It is possible to transfer early.
But that's a very small minority.
But just because there are very few, doesn't mean there aren't any. At least, the demons of the 5 families, the Qian family, the Mo family, the Yu family, the Lin family, and the Sword family, were the ones who had been transferred ahead of time. Then, they would have so much time to delve into SS rank skills, or even SSS rank skills. It can't be helped, this guy is just so demonic and learns skills super fast. I did see him rise from the first rank to the second rank, and at that time, he only had a 5 elements transportation technique and a mirror image technique.
Qian Lei added. This. Luo Yue no longer knew what to say. Because she knew too well the 2 skills Qian Lei was talking about.
But Wang Jin, this guy using the recluse, is not only 5 elements recluse so simple, he will also wind recluse, thunder recluse, and many recluse.
Also, the mirror art split is only 3 minutes.
But right now, he and his doppelganger had clearly been fighting for over 10 minutes. Perverted, really perverted.
Wait, you're saying he's Wang Jin from Guankou town? That Wang Jin who was ranked 5th on the Young Lin ranking? Luo Yue's finally remembered why the name Wang Jin was so familiar. Yes, that's him. Qian Lei nodded. Now, Luo Yue was completely dumbfounded. If it was that Wang Jin, then she was completely convinced.
Because that king was really hand-picked by the old man Sword Saint. Questioning anyone, she wouldn't question the Sword Saint. Since they were both transmuted swords, she knew all too well why the Sword Saint had recommended Wang Jin as the 5th on the Young Lin list.
No wonder this guy can split 200 swords. Finally, Luo Yue murmured.
In midair, the 3 Wang Jin and the Panda Shadow fought for a long time, fighting back and forth.
But soon, Wang Jin realized that something was wrong.
The other man didn't seem to be exerting any force at all, just swinging his axe so casually and playing with him.
Is this looking down on me? Wang Jin was a bit depressed.
Of course, it wasn't the other guy's lack of force that depressed him. Rather, there was no way for him to get that skill book if he fought like that.
It's just a simple waste of time. His time is precious.
It was because there was a 5th ranked expert chasing after him. He didn't want those 5th rank experts to run ahead and kill all those guys from the Ghost Demon clan.
What about his Morrow Maze?
Even if in the end, the 13th prince could fix the Morrow Labyrinth.
But that's just a good fix.
The more souls that Shura Maze absorbed, the stronger it would become.
Who doesn't want their mana to get stronger?
Thinking so, Wang Jin's muscles bulged once again.
8 changes. Golden Cockerel Valley Grounds. Qian Lei, Misty Grass. Luo Yue. What kind of body is this guy? 8 changes, and he can still hold up. He wouldn't be able to change 10 times, right? Qian Lei guessed. The God of War, Xianbuqi, could only change 10 times. However, Wang Jin's 10 transformations and Qian Buchuan's 10 transformations could not be the same day.
Because the two have different bases. Wang Jin power data is small, and 10 transformations are more than able to resist the 3 transformations of the God of War Qian Bugue. In midair, Wang Jin's power changed. The power of the opposite Pango Shadow followed suit.
Then, Wang Jin realized that there was a place in the Panga void that was brighter. There are no muscles or meridians in that place. But the power got stronger when that place lit up. His power is related to physical brightness? Wang Jin realized that there were several places on the Panga void that had bright spots like that. To verify his thoughts, he hurriedly transformed back into the 7 changes. Then he realized that the previously lit area of the Panga shadow went out. 6 changes. Wang Jin shouted again and continued the test. He shouted this and confused Qianlei and Luo Yue. How come the power is getting smaller as we fight? Is the body at its limit and can't hold out? The 2 men speculated. But not before the 2 men came to a conclusion. Wang Jin shouted 5 changes again. Ha ha ha. After 5 changes, Wang Jin laughed out loud. He read it thoroughly. The source of the opponent's power wasn't the meridians and muscles at all, but the cells of the body. In other words, every cell in Pangu's body stored a certain amount of power. These forces are controllable and can be large or small. No wonder he can open up the sky. Imagine how scary it would be when all the power of his body's cells were unleashed. That cellular storage of power skill can be so overbearing. Thus, Wang Jin also followed Pangu's example and began to mobilize the cells of his body to see if he could get an increase in his strength. Ha! Good boy, really talented. Wang Jin's efforts were seen by the Pangu void. But alas, Wang Jin's mobilization failed. Because there was no power to mobilize inside his cells. Not bad, I'm passing on my gongfu to you. Although Wang really failed to mobilize, Panga still passed on his gongfu. Because Panga knew that the key point in transmitting power was enlightenment. Instead, it's about success or failure. If Wang Jin succeeds on the first try, what does that make him, the holder of the technique? What's the point of a legacy? You're so good, you can create your own technique, why do you need mine? Shoo! The Panga shadow turned into a colorful haze and drilled into Wang Jin's consciousness. Congratulations to the character who has obtained the inheritance, unlocking the first time obtaining the inheritance achievement, and obtaining the summoning music, Power Over the World. Power Over the World, characters consume 500 points of divine power to blow this music, which will randomly summon a king-level divine spirit to assist them for 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 72 hours. P.S. When summoning a king-level spirit to aid in battle, the king-level spirit randomly carries 3 of its generals to aid in battle together. Chapter 93, Immortal Execution Sword Formation Diagram and Book of Life and Death. Hiss. See this summoning joy. Wang Jin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This meant simply that one could summon 4 divine souls in one wave by spending 500 points of divine power? I just don't know how this king-level divine soul is understood. Is that the Jade Emperor? Ru Lai? Fengdu Dadi and so on? Or do you mean Yama and his kind? If it's in the Jade Emperor category, it's just plain awesome. But if only the King of Yen that kind of, then out of the 3 such as Ox Heads and Horseface manhwa or something, it's just so much. But, anyway, find a chance to try it and find out. Of course, Wang Jin wouldn't summon indiscriminately. After all, divine power is still hard to earn. Especially after having more mountains and rivers, Wang Jin knew how difficult it was to earn divine power. It's mostly just too much expense. It caused him to not even dare to easily upgrade his oboe even though his divine power was over 50,000 now. It's the mountain river and the Jigaku that's the big killer. After all, there's no limit to levels in there. Suck your opponent in and summon the spirits. That fight is what's cool. Even the Ghost Demon King could be easily destroyed. Shoo! Having obtained the inheritance, Wang Jin landed on the ground. Qianlei and the others immediately gathered around. How did you get it? Previously, everyone thought they needed to defeat the other team to gain skills. But Wang Jin just obviously didn't win the fight. It even changed from War God 8 to War God 5 changes. There's still some restraint in the force. It's simple, one word, enlightenment. If you realize the opponent's moves, then, you've become a success. Wang Jin said. So it is. Qianlei sniffed and nodded. Then, it was back towards the chicken of the Kuai's. Sure enough, he wasn't as violent this time. The chicken didn't stomp him away with 1 foot either. Instead, he stomped him away after a little more sparring. Qianlei has been enlightened. That's what he had to realize before the chicken stomped away from him. Otherwise, it's a wasted effort.
Therefore, Wang Jin slowly observed and slowly comprehended. The intervals between being stomped away by a chicken are getting longer and longer.
We're on 2.
Xian Lei had an effect, and Bei Xiaobei naturally pressed on. So, he brought Yu Kursin and Shadow Follower on as well. Luo Yue didn't say anything, but she believed Wang Jin's words. She gave up on the lupin and found a smaller chicken to do it with. Because she felt that such a skill was what she could realize. Sugar, give back your sword, Tang Tian hadn't gone up to fight with the Tong Tian sect leader yet because she had lent her sword to Wang Jin. But it was only when Wang Jin took out Tang Tian's fake immortal Punisher sword that he realized. Her sword didn't carry it after all.
It's broken.
Here, this one's for you. Wang Jin took out the absolute immortal sword.
Ha! This is too expensive for me to accept. Tang Tian hurriedly waved her hand in rejection.
The might of the immortal exorcism sword formation was fresh in her mind, so she naturally knew how powerful the sword was. I'm lending it to you to use first, and when I find a suitable sword for you later, I'll exchange it back, how about that?
Wang Jin explained.
The immortal execution sword, the immortal killing sword, the immortal trapping sword, and the absolute immortal sword.
Of the 4 swords, Wang Jin had already obtained 3.
There was another one that Lin Ju said at first and gave it to Sword Saint. So, the one in the Sword Saint's hand is the immortal Punisher sword.
How could Wang Jin give up the immortal execution formation?
Next, he was going to go to the Sword Saint to ask for that immortal Punisher sword. What kind of sword is the sword of the exorcist? The Sword Saint naturally wouldn't give it freely. Therefore, asking for the sword is a process that takes time. Besides, 4 swords aren't enough. You also need the Punisher's sword formation diagram. That's another long process. So, until then, it wasn't much use for him to get the 3 swords. Might as well take it to Don Sweet for defense. This was what Wang Jin was thinking right now.
Good, then I'll borrow this sword of yours for now.
Tang Sugar nodded, took the Jiesian sword, and sought out the Tong Tian sect leader, and went to enlighten the sword. After taking care of this side of things, Wang Jin headed towards the entrance of the valley. At the mouth of the valley, Ling Jin was lying on the ground carving a formation. It was obvious that Ling Jin was concentrating and using his brain cells. Because he's clearly blushing all over the place. Almost on the verge of fainting again, but he was still struggling to hold on. Of course, this also shows how powerful this formation is.
What formation is he working on?
Wang Jin asked the fat man at the side.
That immortal execution formation just now. Fatty replied. Holy, is he that fierce? It really wasn't uncommon for Ling formation to study the formation king.
But this guy actually wanted to work on the immortal exorcism formation diagram, so that would be a bullseye.
That's the immortal execution formation. An existence that can take out saints. Such a formation is something you can study through as a mere second-ranked transmuter? If he really studied it thoroughly, Wang Jindu would have to kneel down and give him a hard kowtow.
Big brother, definitely big brother.
Why don't you just be the lead? I won't be the lead.
Hey, this one is just a burst of law nuts.
Fatty sighed.
At that moment, Ling Jin extended his hand to the fat man. Seeing this, Fatty hurriedly took out an elixir and placed it in Ling Jin's hand. Ling Jin took the elixir, his face really looked better, and he continued to devote himself to the study of the immortal execution sword formation diagram.
Wang Jin, which chicken do I choose?
Lin Zhongshu walked over.
He was really woken up by Ling Jin. Ling Jin gave him a refreshing array and he immediately woke up.
Look at that chicken, there's one wearing an official uniform with a book in one hand and a pen in the other, look for him.
Wang Jin said.
But I'll warn you, the book he's holding isn't just any book, it's the book of life and death. The book of life and death, which can determine a person's life and death. But then, you also know that the more powerful the ability, the greater the price you need to pay. It's likely that this ability to give a person the ability to break their life and death will require you to pay the price of your lifespan, so you need to think clearly.
Wang Jin reminded again.
Well, I know, from the day I was born, my life in Lin Zhongshu was not my own, but this book's. So why should I care so much? Lin Zhongshu laughed, smiling openly.
He then opened his book and walked towards the chicken with Cui Ju's portrait drawn on it.
When Wang Jin looked at Lin Zhongshu's back, he always had a feeling of, the wind is xiao xiao and the water is cold, the strong man will not return once he is gone. Fatty, Yu Ming, keep an eye on them, I'm going to work on my skills.
After Wang Jin obtained the Pangu inheritance, he didn't directly comprehend it.
Now that Qianlei and the others were acquiring skill books, he had nothing to do and was determined to take advantage of this time to learn the inheritance in a hurry. That way, the fights afterward would be a little more awesome, too. Good. Fatty and Yuming nodded. Thus, Wang Jin entered the stage of physical realization. Soon, he saw the Pangda shadow. Then Pangda just sat there, doing nothing, breathing constantly. Seeing this, Wang Jin followed his example and breathed after him. This follow is 6 months. Half a year later, Wang Jin finally had a little realization. That's when he could feel the cells of his body breathing to the rhythm of his breath. So he tried mobilizing those breathing cells. Boom! An incomparably powerful destructive force was immediately born in his fist. Hey, interesting. Wang Jin felt his fist and was very satisfied. He finally somewhat understood why the experts in the novels had to suck up all the aura within a radius of tens of miles or even hundreds of miles when their strength was restored. Dare I say it, it's all about feeding the cells in your body. At the same time, he understood how humans could explode with strength disproportionate to their tiny bodies. As it turns out, the key point to everything is breathing. Breathing was the biggest key to the Pango method, or powerful feats. While Wang Jin was physically realizing, Qianlei and the others seized the skills. Ghost Demon Clan Maze. A ghostly demon dressed in red appeared. Why is there something wrong with the maze today? It feels like there are a lot less soldiers. The red-robed ghost demon, a copy inspector of the Ghost Demon Clan. He is responsible for inspecting the replica situation so that he can get first-hand information. Reporting to my lord, they've all gone to capture Wang Jin. A ghost demon came up to report. Who? Who did you say? The ghost demon sniffed with a shocked expression. Wang Jin, the Wang Jin in the mouth of the Wind Wolf King, my lord. That ghost demon emphasized. Well, Wang Jin. Ha, since he dared to come, then this credit goes to me. When I take the king's truth, I'll be able to move up from red to white. The red-robed ghost demon said, leaving the maze and looking for Wang Jin. Chapter 94, Seal Charms and Invisibility Charms. On this side of Golden Rooster Valley, Wang Jin had already come out of his physical realization. He had already realized the basic principles of the Pan-gu inheritance. All that was left was the need to keep practicing to become stronger. That was something that would take a great deal of time to accomplish, and he didn't have to rush it. As for Qianlei and the others, they were still in the midst of a bitter battle. Naturally, Wang Jin would not wait around, so he, Fatty, and Yuming took out the talisman seals that they had previously obtained at the Evil Dog Ridge, and began to study the efficacy of these talismans. Since none of the three of them could recognize what the runes on the seal were for, they had to use the most earthy method of dripping blood one by one. Of course it was not possible for all of the 1,000 or so talismanic seals to drip blood. It's better to sort them according to the rune pattern before dropping blood to confirm them. Buzz. A drop of blood was dripped in, and then when the divine sense was injected, the fat man immediately felt it. This is a seal talisman, it can imprint your opponent, and they won't be able to hide. This is good, I'll take a couple. Wang Jin still remembered the Wind Wolf King's mark of the wind. That lasts 3 days. 3 days haven't passed yet. It was also fortunate that the Wind Wolf King was not inside this copy, otherwise, the Wind Wolf King would definitely be able to sense the markings to come over and kill him. But the Wang Jin of today was no longer the Wang Jin of yesterday. If the Wind Wolf King really appeared, Wang Jin was certain that he would be able to make him stay here and never be able to return to Windbreak City. This is an invisibility talisman that allows you to be directly invisible for 2 minutes. Yu Ming's voice rang out. 2 minutes? So overbearing? This was much more domineering than that concealment talisman from Shadow Follow the Wind before. That concealment charm is turning directly into a shadow. More or less, there are signs. This invisibility talisman, which could actually be invisible for as long as 2 minutes, was really rare. You know, the assassin's stealth skill doesn't even dare to say 2 minutes. 2 minutes, under the premise of not using the rotating exhibition, was enough for Wang Jin to run out several dozens of kilometers. With his character that likes to screw up, he runs away stealthily after screwing up. Who else can chase him? I'll take this one too. Wang Jin took a few more stealth talismans. Who? Right after Wang Jin recognized the stealth talisman and the seal talisman. Immediately, he felt something approaching. Hiss. Wang Jin took a breath and blasted a punch into the air. Space shook, and a ghost demon dressed in red appeared in front of Wang Jin and the others. Who is this if not the inspector?
Nice perception, are you Wang Zhen? That inspection looked at Wang Zhen and asked. Seeing this, Fatty and Yuming hurriedly protected the group of talismans. The two of them thought that the ghost demon had come to rob the talisman. That's right, I'm Wang Zhen, and you're. Boom! Wang Zhen didn't mean to question the other party. The questioning is just to distract the other person. To achieve the effect of surprise and attack. As expected, his punch directly blasted his opponent. That ghost demon couldn't stop falling back from the blast. Wang Zhen hurriedly followed up with another punch, and the ghost demon's body immediately transformed into several shadows. And finally reorganized again at a distance. Your fifth order? The ghost demon looked at Wang Zhen with eyes full of surprise. And take a big breath. It was evident how much pressure Wang Zhen's fist had just brought to him. You're not even a fifth rank, and you still dare to come alone to kill me, looking for death. Wang Zhen naturally wouldn't tell the other party his cultivation level geometry. In a word, it's dry. He rushed back up and punched again. Then, the ghost demon's body once again dissolved and reorganized once again. Trying to kill me? With you? The reorganized ghost demon was very pleased with himself. But soon, he realized he couldn't move. He saw Wang Zhen's fist zooming in front of his eyes. Boom! With this punch, Wang Zhen directly bombarded the ghost demon's chest. Put! That ghost demon's chest directly collapsed and spat out a mouthful of blood. You! He suddenly realized that his body could move again. It then transformed into several more shadows and fled the scene of the battle. Shun, why don't you just swallow him and waste the amulet? Seeing that Red was gone, Fatty was busy asking. That's right, just now, Red Clothes couldn't move precisely because Wang Zhen had used a fixation charm. For something as precious and rare as a fixation talisman, Wang Zhen naturally didn't even need to try it. He recognized and made a mental note of it when he saw the three-headed giant dog use it. That's why after getting the fixation talisman, he dripped blood to recognize the owner early on. Swallow him? That would be too cheap. I planted a seal charm on him so that I can sense him wherever he goes. We can just use him to show us the way, allowing us to easily walk through the Ghost Demon Clan maze. Wang Zhen explained. Not bad, it's still my true brother who has a high IQ, I admire that. Fatty gave Wang Zhen a thumbs up. Afterwards, the three of them continued to verify those talismanic seals. When he came across something he liked and was suitable, Wang Zhen would load it into his storage ring without any hesitation. Fatty and Yuming naturally didn't mind about this behavior of his. Kidding aside, these talismans were all obtained by Wang Zhen. Not to mention that he only took a portion of it, he just took all of it and these teammates had no complaints. An hour later, Qianlei and the others came out from inside the Golden Rooster Valley one after another. It was obvious that they had all gotten the skill books they wanted, and everyone had a smile on their face. It was because they realized that the skill was so amazing that it didn't actually take up a skill slot. Can you not be happy with a purely extra skill? Go on, get on with it. Wang Zhen looked at the red-robed ghost demon's trajectory. The guy's pretty far away. Go. A crowd of people have been given new skills and are thinking of rushing to experience them and show them off. Thus, under Wang Zhen's leadership, they headed over towards the Ghost Demon Clan's maze. Shoo shoo shoo. Just as he returned to the fork in the road, Wang Zhen saw several human transmutants flashing in the direction of Evil Dog Ridge. The leader Wang Zhen recognized, it was Lin Xiu and Lu Mang. The 5th Order experts sent by the 9th Order of the Dragon Kingdom have arrived. Wang Zhen? You didn't go back? Lin Xiu was a bit surprised to see Wang Zhen. Sure, you guys came just in time, there are SSS grade skill books over there, everyone can claim them, hurry up and go. Wang Zhen pointed in the direction of Golden Rooster Valley. SSS rank skill books? Ha, just kidding. Before Lin Xiu could say anything, Lu Mang laughed first. Brother Mang, what Wang Zhen said is true, we all got SSS rank skills. Boom. Hearing is not believing. Qianlei punched Lu Mang directly in the face. Lu Mang then took several steps back. Lei, you? Lu Mang's eyes were full of surprise when he looked at Qianlei. He knew Qianlei's strength, and he also knew that Qianlei didn't know the 18 changes of the God of War. With the opponent's strength of the 2nd rank being able to repel him, a top expert of the 5th rank, this was no small wonder. Brother Mang, you guys hurry up and go. It really is available to everyone, and the demon race will die if they go. Qianlei added. There are still places like this?
Lu Mang and Lin Xiu glanced at each other, both seeing deep shock in the other's eyes. Good. The duo nodded to Wang Jin and the others and headed over towards the Golden Rooster Valley.
Let's continue.
Sending Lin Xiu and the others away, Wang Jin naturally had another purpose, which was to prevent them from stealing monsters from him.
But just as they were about to make their move, another group of human transmutants came over.
The visitor Wang Jin did not recognize, but Qian Lei and Yu Ming did. It was precisely Yue Yang, who had previously been pitched by Qian Lei, the seated player of the second day's examination copy of Longhua University's guaranteed students, and ranked 29 on the Young Lin ranking.
Chapter 95, Shadow follows the wind's new skill. Please close your eyes in the dark. Qian Lei?
You pitiful bastard. When Yue Yang saw Qian Lei, he was furious and came up to fight with Qian Lei. However, Qian Lei was full of concern. Old you, instead of delaying with me here, why don't you hurry and take a look at the Golden Rooster Valley over there before the SSS rank skills are snatched up?
What the hell, an SSS rank skill? You're still trying to trick me.
Qian Lei, fight, one of the two of us has to go out on our backs today. Yue Yang didn't believe Qian Lei's words at all, and was even ready to make a move.
Yang, it's true, hurry up. Yu Ming spoke up.
Huh? Really? Yu Ming's words, Yue Yang naturally believed. Yu Ming can be much more reliable than Qian Lei. And they were all disciples of the same family, having grown up together.
Know each other very well and trust each other.
Yes, hurry up, choose well, choose one you like to be good at.
Yu Ming said.
Good.
Yue Yang responded and led a group of people to the Golden Rooster Valley at a quick pace.
Waiting for Yi Yang and the others to leave, Wang Jin and the others then set foot on the road to the Ghost Demon Clan's maze. This maze Wang Jin had been here before. After all, he had lured 3,000 ghost demons over to the Golden Rooster Valley to kill them.
So there's that familiarity. But he actually came to the periphery and didn't go deeper.
What exactly was going on inside the maze, he wasn't quite sure. However, with the red clothes seal leading the way, they were not lost in the maze.
Soon, a wave of Ghost Demon Clan soldiers was encountered.
This wave of Ghost Demon race soldiers did not have a high cultivation level, probably only at the 3rd rank. They were excited to see Wang Jin's group in this student-like outfit. Suddenly, a voice came. It's dark, close your eyes. In the next second, these Ghost Demon soldiers were constantly spinning in place as if they were lost. His mouth is no longer babbling but shouting things like my eyes, why can't I see my eyes? They were shouting and waving their weapons in their hands at the same time. But there was no human race around them at all, and all they had were their own Ghost Demon race companions.
So those weapons swung into their companions. The battle was imminent.
The scene was extremely spectacular. You throw a skill at me, I throw a skill at you. They were like a bunch of blind demons fighting in a lighted hall.
What is this?
Qian Lei looked dumbfounded. He had been prepared to go up and dry out this wave of Ghost Demon Clan soldiers. Just the right time to try out how strong his power is. But it turned out that the opposite side started to kill itself. And it's the kind that gets worse the more you kill. They were affected by Shadow's eyes.
Wang Jin naturally knew what was going on and gave Qian Lei an explanation.
Qian Lei sniffed and looked toward Shadow Follower. He saw that Shadow with the wind was closing his eyes and had a very cozy look on his face. Although Shadow Follow the Wind had his eyes closed, Qian Lei always felt that he could see more clearly than anyone else.
Is this Shadow's new ability? Making people kill each other? Qian Lei asked.
No, Shadow's ability is to make them unable to see the light, to make them go black before their eyes. Fighting amongst themselves is something they blindly bumped into after being blind themselves.
Wang Jin added.
So it is.
Qian Lei sniffed and realized that this was the case.
The group then continued to watch the battle. It was seen that the wave of Ghost Demon race soldiers became fewer and fewer until there was only one left. Whoosh! The pointing pen appeared.
Start working with a mountain and river map.
The souls of this wave of Ghost Demon soldiers were then all sucked in. Little Shadow, how does it feel? Wang Jin asked Shadow with the wind.
Yes, Zen, it was awesome. My first time to kill an enemy by crossing the ranks, this feeling, it's awesome.
Shadow Follow the Wind said. Yeah, this was the first time Shadow followers had crossed the ranks to kill an enemy. Before he met Wang Jin and the others, he didn't dare to think so at all. However, after meeting Wang Jin, he realized that Wang Jin's group of people all possessed the ability to kill their enemies by crossing the ranks. Once a person is in a large circle, they are naturally influenced by that circle and naturally want to blend in. So naturally, little Shadow wanted to cross the ranks and kill the enemy as well. Sure enough, that did the trick. Ha, Shadow, it's just a family affair. By the way, how many targets can you use this ability on? Qianlei patted Shadow Follower's shoulder. He hadn't fully recognized Shadow Followers until now. Until then, he had only thought of Shadow Followers as a guide. Currently it can only be used on 20 targets. When my cultivation improves, I'll be able to use it on more targets. Shadow Follow the Wind replied. In fact, in the later stages, this skill of yours is able to plunge the entire continent into darkness. Wang Jin added. Oh? So powerful? This time, not only Qianlei and the others, even Shadow with the Wind himself was shocked. He didn't realize that this skill of his could be so powerful that it could blacken the entire continent. Looks like it's time to work hard on cultivation. Shadow Follow the Wind secretly made up his mind. Before, he thought about getting stronger. But there's always a sense of not being able to find your way. Now, this SSS rank skill was like a bright light, completely illuminating his powerful path. Humans? Kill. Another wave of ghost demon race soldiers appeared. This wave of soldiers was stronger than the wave that Shadow Followers had dealt with before. Because there was a fourth order expert present inside. Don't you guys grab it from me, this wave is mine. Qianlei has long been unable to press on. Swinging his fist, he took the initiative and charged. The Ghost Demon Clan soldiers on the opposite side saw that Qianlei could not wait to come up to die. Immediately, he laughed. Ha ha ha, this looks like a student boy from the Dragon Kingdom, horribly stupid. Self-righteous, wanting to kill demons when they see them. Are we not to be killed by a student boy like you? As soon as this fourth-rank ghost demon's words fell, his face immediately turned into a pig liver color. Because Qianlei's fist had smashed into his stomach. He just felt his stomach turn over and wanted to vomit. So he opened his mouth. It was then realized that the vomit coming out of his mouth was not at all the dinner he had just consumed, but blood clots and crushed offal. You. Before he could finish the latter words, he felt his heart stop. Consciousness was completely blurred. This is considered fourth order? Garbage. Those were the last words the ghost demon heard before leaving the world. He then collapsed to the ground, saying goodbye to the world for good. Kill. One punch killed a fourth order. Where Qianlei could do it before. The more he killed, the more excited he became. Charging into the wave of ghost demon race soldiers, he began to fight and kill indiscriminately. The ghost demon race soldiers naturally wouldn't sit around and wait for death. All waving their weapons in defiance. However, their weapons were useless when they slashed at Qianlei. And once Qianlei's fist landed on them, they completely whimpered, not even qualified to receive a second punch. Not enough to kill, not enough at all. Wang Jin, keep looking. Now it seemed that Qianlei was looking forward to continuing the copy more than Wang Jin. Wang Jin, on the other hand, didn't move at this time. Because he realized that the red-robed ghost demon had stopped in one place for far too long. Could there be his superiors there? Like the ghost demon 13 Duke? Wang Jin guessed. Chapter 96, Buddha's Demon Bucking Pestle Void. Wang Jin's guess was only half right. The location where Red stayed for a long time was indeed where his superior was. However, his superior was not the ghost demon 13 Duke, but a 5th rank 59 White. And there's not just one of him here in red, but 10. At the moment, this white one was lashing out at the 10 red ones in front of him. 3,000 clan demons are missing, can't you give me a statement? An explanation? Where have your inspections gone? I'm going to give you 10 more breaths, and if you can't tell me what's going on, then I'm going to use all of you as sustenance for my soul. Buzz. That white coat said, and a shadow appeared behind him. The vignette was a Buddha holding a demon subduing mortar and pestle. The Buddha's face was full of smiles. But the demon surrender pestle was filled with the souls of the ghost demon race that kept howling. Your Honor, I know who knows. Buddha's appearance caused a goon to finally appear inside the crowd of redcoats. Tell me, number 3, who knows? White asked to red number 3. At the moment, red number 6 was shivering. Because he's afraid he'll be confessed. 8 knows. Just listen, said red number 3. Hearing that redcoat number 3 confessed to be redcoat number 8, redcoat number 6 then wiped his sweat silently. It was because this number 6 was the same red dress that had been imprinted by Wang Jin. This old 6 wanted to monopolize Wang Jin's credit, so, until the last moment, he was unwilling to report Wang Jin's matter to the higher level of the white clothes to know.
Oh? Number 8? 8, tell me about it.
White's gaze went to red number 8.
I don't know. Red number 8 looked up at White with a blank expression. 3, tell me what 8 knows. White went on to ask red number 3 again.
When I was inspecting, I saw number 8 secretly swallow the souls of a few clan demon soldiers.
Number 3, Redcoat, was busy saying. I didn't. 8 Red immediately denied it. I have video.
Red number 3 took out his cell phone and started playing the video.
8 Red saw the video and his heart sank. However, the 8th Redcoat wasn't willing to die like this. He's going to pull a backstabber.
I learned that from 9, I've seen 9 do it.
8 identified 9.
So, White's eyes fell on 9. I learned it from him.
9 pointed to 4. I was with him. Number 4 points to number 2. I'm with him.
2 pointed to 5. White's face grew darker and darker.
Because number 5 again, number 1, number 7, number 10, number 3. Gotta finally close the loop.
Then a group of demons quarreled and argued. Bai's head grew bigger and bigger as he saw the group of ghosts and demons quarreling, and his face became more and more ugly. In fact, what's so rare about eating some ghost and demon soldiers?
He ate it too.
And had quite a few of them.
This damn thing is an open secret in the ghost and demon clan.
There are even some ghosts and demons who eat righteously in order to eat righteously. It will also add some extremely exaggerated charges to the ghosts and demons below. It says that you're guilty of not taking change for your purchases, and you have to give your soul or something like that. Some ghost demons even privately cultivate ghost demon race, fertility slaves. It's all about having souls to eat from time to time.
How can you get stronger fast if you don't eat?
However, you meowed about stirring this up and even videotaping it, then you don't know the rules. White decided to swallow the whole group of reds and retrain 10 more reds.
With a decision in his mind, Bai was ready to act.
But soon, he realized there was an exception in the ranks.
That old 6 actually didn't say a word. It was as if the squabbling around him had nothing to do with him.
Whitecoat recalled it carefully. Found out that indeed there is no such thing as a red shirt accusing this guy.
Is this guy so clean? 6, what do you think about this?
White's voice was loud. 1 was to deter the redcoats who were arguing.
Secondly, it's to remind old 6 that I've named you to answer the question, so don't get sidetracked. This thing, I guess, is there any chance he could have been a human who did this?
That's what happens when I'm named by the leader in a meeting. I just say whatever I want and the leader just listens. If the leader thinks I'm making some sense, is interested, and wants me to continue, then watch me make it up for you on the spot.
You expand on that. Sure enough, the leader was interested. Could it be that some clan genius has come in and lured our soldiers to the Golden Rooster Valley to kill them?
Old 6 continued, and he was close to saying outright that that person was Wang Jin.
A human came in?
White asked. He doesn't really know much about what's going on down there. With a leader like that, this company is not far from going out of business. I think I heard that Wang Jin came in. The third red dress replied.
Who?
Who did you say?
Hearing the words Wang Jin,
White's eyes suddenly became incomparably terrifying.
Wang Jin. 3 repeated.
Who did you hear that from?
Where is Wang Jin?
A hint of surprise flashed in White's eyes.
Boom.
Before 3 could answer, there was a booming sound from outside. The demons raised their eyes and saw a group of humanoids standing outside the wall that had been crushed by the fist. You don't need to ask them, I'm here, and yes, those 3,000 ghost demons, it was me who lured them to the Golden Rooster Valley to kill them.
Wang Jin looked at the white clothes.
Or rather he was looking at the demon sinking mortar and pestle in the hands of the Buddha's silhouette behind the white clothes. If we get our hands on this mortar and pestle, then this moral labyrinth, isn't the repair ratio going to be greatly increased?
Good boy, so you are Wang Jin. Smash. White doesn't drag his feet in the slightest.
When the words fell, the demon subduing mortar and pestle in the hands of the silhouette behind him smashed directly towards Wang Jin.
Buzz. That devil subduing mortar and pestle actually turned from an imaginary shadow into a solid body as it fell.
At the same time, the ghost and demon souls inside the demon surrender mortar and pestle were also hissing at Wang Jin and the others with open teeth and claws.
This may seem like a trick, but it's actually 3 moves.
Descending pestle focuses on one solid attack, attacking the physical body. The hissing sound unleashed by the ghost demon's soul is an attack against the consciousness and soul.
Qian Lei killed his way over here,
very confident in his punches. However, in the face of this 5th order 59 level white, it still seemed a bit inadequate.
Therefore, those present except for Wang Jin,
all of them were controlled by this actually very simple and casual move by Bai.
Hiss. Wang Jin took a deep breath, mobilized the power inside all the cells he could currently mobilize. Then he leaned back. Make your body like a bow. Finally, the demon subduing pestle fell.
The king's real bow started to fire. His waist popped hard, driving his upper body and then his arms along with it.
There was a loud bang. That demon subduing pestle flew straight back. This was quite unexpected from White. As a result, White didn't have time to dodge. The head was smashed hard. That's it? Unbeatable. Wang Jin raised his index finger and waved it vigorously at Bai.
Chapter 97, the Pango method still goes better with the Pango axe.
Roar.
Being taunted by Wang Jin like this,
White was furious.
The Buddha void behind him was also enraged. The shadowy head suddenly came to a 90-degree rotation. The original smiling face was gone, replaced by a fierce face with a wide-open mouth.
Shoo!
A green sword flew out of the big mouth and stabbed Wang Jin directly in the center of his eyebrows.
Shoo! A sword also flew out from Wang Jin's body. It was the immortal killing sword that blocked Wang Jin's body. Dang!
The 2 swords clashed.
It made a loud noise.
The green sword spat out of the Buddha's mouth over there was actually fine. This had to make Wang Jin feel surprised. A sword that dares to fight with the immortal killing sword and still be fine, what kind of quality does it have to be?
It has to be collected. Shoo!
In order to collect this green sword, Wang Jin summoned the trap immortal sword again. As soon as the trap immortal sword came out, the green sword was immediately caught in the gap between the 2 swords, and its power became weaker and weaker.
Kid, don't you dare! Bai read Wang Jin's intention to put away his sword. How could he let Wang Jin have his way?
Buddha's head turned again, this time with a serious face. There was also an extra heavy iron chain burning with green ghost fire in his hand. The chain threw a few loops over the shadowy head before it was set towards Wang Jin.
Wang Jin naturally wouldn't let the chains ensnare him.
This iron chain was extremely bizarre, and his soul was affected by it with a momentum to fly out of his physical body.
He dodged out of the way.
But it was just a flash of this. The weird chain suddenly reversed and rolled the green sword back.
Kill! Wang Jin and Bai exchanged hands. The other Reds aren't just going to stand around and watch the show.
Of course, they were clear that they were no match for Wang Jin, so they sought out Wang Jin's teammates.
Number 1 Red versus Qian Lei. Number 2 Red versus Yuming. Red number 3 versus Ling Formation. Number 4 versus Bei Bei. Don Sweet took the initiative and approached 5. Luo Yue then took on number 7.
Yu Kursen, Fatty, and Shadow Follow the Wind were up against numbers 8, 9, and 10 respectively. In the end, only the 6th one, Old 6, and Lin Zhongshu were left to look at each other, and neither one person nor one demon had any intention of taking the initiative.
And look at a few others.
Except for the 3 of them, Qian Lei, Yuming and Fatty.
A few others quickly fell by the wayside.
The first 5 of the 9 redcoats are all 5th ranked. Only the last 4 are 4th order. The SSS skill would allow Bei Xiaobei and the others to cross the ranks, but not by too much. In the end, they were only at the 2nd rank, and being able to cross 2 ranks to battle the 4th rank was already very impressive. Want to cross the 3rd order war 5th order, without some talent and family skills equipment and so on support, really cannot do.
Buzz.
Naturally, Lin Zhongshu wouldn't let his teammates get into trouble, as he took out his book and started stacking buffs on his crowd of teammates. With this buff, the pressure on several people to fight against each other was indeed much less. Then when that red clothes number 6 saw that Lin Zhongshu wasn't staring at him anymore, he directly transformed into several shadows and fled the battlefield in several directions. This old 6 doesn't want to spar at all.
He fought Wang Jin.
It was a very brief encounter, but he knew deep down that Wang Jin was a ruthless character.
Now, seeing Wang Jin again, he could actually have a back-and-forth fight with the white clothes. He knew that he had still underestimated Wang Jin's strength. He didn't think much of the white coats or this group of red coats. He wanted to save himself before reporting Wang Jin's matter to the 13th prince. That way he can take credit for it. Because he could sort of see that unless the 13th prince personally made a move, no ghost demon could hold Wang Jin. Redcoat 6 didn't want to fight. In fact, Lin Zhongshu didn't want to fight him either. Because Wang Jin has commanded it. This ghost demon has a mark on it and likes to run away. It's a pity to kill such a guy. Keeping him to lead the way will maximize the benefits. That was why the two of them just stared at each other and didn't go straight to war. As expected, the bastard really did end up running away like Wang Jin said. Kill. The commotion over here was so loud that it naturally attracted the attention of the other ghost demon soldiers. As a result, more and more ghost and demon soldiers began to converge this way. Lingjin, Xiaobei, you guys go deal with the soldiers over there. Wang Jin wasn't fighting now either. It's also in a stare down with white. When he saw a soldier coming over, he immediately detached the two doppelgangers and had the two doppelgangers take the place of Lingjin and Bei Xiaobei in the battle against the Fifth Order. Good. Lingjin and Bei Xiaobei struck out towards the incoming ghost demon race soldiers. Buzz off. The moment Ling formation struck, it was 3 formations. 1 main psychedelic, 2 main kills. Those ghost demon race soldiers entered the psychedelic array and got lost, and then finally fell into the killing array, being attacked by all sorts of weapons, miserable and incomparable. %$. On Bei Xiaobei's side, the magic spell had already been chanted. A large mass of sun true flame was thrown by him into Lingjin's killing formation, and the already miserable ghost demon became even more miserable. Deaths and injuries numbered in the hundreds, and souls were flying everywhere. Roar! The Buddha's imaginary head behind the white clothes turned again. This time, what appeared was a face with no facial features. A suction force was born on that face, in a vain attempt to suck in the souls that were flying about. Buzz! The pointing pen appeared. A scratch and pull towards the top of the mountain and river map. An even stronger suction force arose, breathing all those souls into the mountain, river and Jigoku diagram. How did you get this, baby? Didn't you come in yesterday? Seeing the mountain, river and Jigong diagram, Bai's face was filled with shock. As the white clothes under the 13th prince's seat, he could be more aware of what this mountain, river and Jig map meant than the ghosts and demons who recognized it inside the Golden Rooster Valley before. I came in today, why? Surprised? Wang Jin said. Hearing Wang Jin say this, the white clothes were no longer as simple as an accident. He finally understood why this guy was the most wanted man. This guy is so sick. By letting him go on like this with such recklessness, the 13th Gongzi's copy objective this time would definitely be finished. Therefore, in order for the 13th prince's matter not to be spoiled, he had to keep Wang Jin here. Buzz! The vapors behind the white coat changed again. From the original 3 feet high it became 10 feet high. There were also 3 extra faces, 6 hands, and 6 feet. Then, the shadow landed on the body of the white clothes, and actually turned from a shadow into a solid body. The entity was like a giant armor that completely enveloped white. Rumble. Swoosh. Hoo hoo hoo. Ka-ching. 8 hands, 8 weapons. Except for the mortar and pestle, the green sword, the iron chain, and the steel whip. There were also axes, steel forks, machetes, and whaling sticks. All 8 weapons were smashed together towards Wang Jin. The 7 changes of the God of War. This time, Wang Jin did not dodge, but chose to fight hard. He executed the 7 transformations of the God of War while executing the Pango breathing technique. Raising his fist, he slammed it towards the green sword of the 8 weapons. Ha! Bai had anticipated that Wang Jin wanted to grab the green sword. So he swung his weapon and prepared to guard the green sword. But Wang Jin's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, it was over the axe. Boom! A muffled sound was emitted. Wang Jin's fist suddenly bled. He had ultimately underestimated the power of the Fifth Order to be ruthless. But then again, he had to. Because he needed that axe badly. He could see clearly that the axe was exactly the same as the axe used by the Pango Void in Chicken Head's hand. Therefore, there was a high probability that this axe in front of him was a fake Pango axe, just like the fake Immortal Punisher sword that Tang Tianyi had shattered before. Shoo! Wang Jin's jab hurts. The pancake axe is also off the hook. As soon as Fuyaozhan appeared, Wang Jin picked up the axe that had come off. That axe was amazing. After entering his hand, Wang Jin felt the power in his cells unconsciously surging inside the axe. As expected, the Pango method still goes better with the Pango axe. Chapter 98, The Buddha Combination, Jaizo Bodhisattva. Kid, how dare you fool me? So quickly, Wang Jin grabbed a weapon. White was furious beyond belief. The remaining 7 weapons in his hands increased in power and swung towards Wang Jin once again. However, he was a little worried that Wang Jin was grabbing weapons again, so he was defensive when he made his moves. The 7 weapons aren't smashed together either, but in a sequential order. He wanted to use this to set a trap for Wang Jin so that he would fall for it. If Wang Jin tried to grab the weapon again in the same way as before, he would definitely make him look good. However, he thought wrong about Wang Jin. Wang Jin didn't even intend to grab a weapon this time. Axe in hand. And the axe automatically mobilizes the power in his cells. That sense of power was even stronger than when he was physically cultivating. Where was he to grab a weapon at this time? Just want to try out how powerful you really are. Shoo! Wang Jin swung his axe and did it straight away. Boom! The first axe fell. Met the first wailing rod that swung. The wailing rod couldn't hold up at all and snapped directly. Even the arm of the Buddha holding the weeping rod broke together. It was evident to what extent the power of this axe had reached. But that wasn't all. The momentum of the axe hadn't completely receded. It slammed down on the steel fork coming from the second fork again. The steel fork and the axe clashed. After a buzzing sound, the fork broke right off. And then wait for sort of the third steel whip to come crashing down. Wang Jin, however, did not engage in a battle, but dodged away with a dodge. Shoo! Seeing that Wang Jin had no intention of grabbing the weapon, White immediately changed his stance. The chain swings. Lasso Wang Jin. Just as the green ghost fire on the iron chain was about to pull on Wang Jin's soul, Wang Jin was using brute force to break the chain right away. How did you get so much power? It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Bai Yi was dumbfounded by Wang Jin's maneuver. This chain of his was capable of locking even the 6th rank. Of course, this 6th rank refers to the ordinary 6th rank, not the demonic 6th rank. But the Wang Jin in front of him was clearly only at the 2nd rank. He believed the king was truly a demon. But no matter how demonic the 2nd order was, it wasn't so much that it could resist the 6th order. Hey, that's because your power is too weak. Wang Jin experienced the benefits of power. Swinging his axe, he went on again. Honestly, that previous axe was the first time he had ever swung one. So leave it open, mainly with the purpose of testing. Now that the trial is over, we know that the other side is weak. And the feeling of chopping with an axe is equal to practicing, so cool. And how could he not seek to get even better? Boom! The axe carried supreme momentum and waves of air. Locked White right in. White tried to dodge, but realized he couldn't dodge at all. In the heat of the moment, he had to use 4 faces. Ho 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 ho! Smiley smiled and smiled even wider than before. That smile can cause hallucinations and nerve paralysis. This extremely powerful axe from Wang Jin changed direction in an instant. It ended up avoiding where White was and slashed hard into the ground. Boom! Ka-ching! The ground shook in a crack in the ground that was about tens of meters long and 2 meters wide and so deep that it couldn't be seen from the bottom appeared. This crack in the ground gave Bai Yi an extremely familiar feeling. Soon, Bai Yi remembered that this ground crack had appeared in Golden Rooster Valley. You actually know how to use an axe, you got the skill on the chicken head? Bai Yi suddenly realized that Wang Jin's axe grabbing was not an impromptu idea. Rather, it was premeditated. Because of the skills of the axe and the chicken head, it really is a perfect match. That fit could explode at least 10 times the power of the data. It was no wonder that this demon in front of him could resist the 6th rank at the 2nd rank. Because Bai Yi deeply knew what that skill represented. That skill, although it looked SSS ranked, was actually higher than SSS ranked by I don't know how much. It's just that they didn't have a higher rank than SSS rank in this continent, so they assumed that it was just SSS rank as well. So, there are such dominating skills and weapons to go with them. If you can't resist level 6, you're not a demon, you're a waste. Woohoo! Whitey, who recognized Wang Jin's moves, also finally realized the seriousness of the situation completely.
Maybe, he didn't even have the qualifications to fight for his life today.
The opponent is too strong.
Hand yourself over without saying a word. It was simply impossible to leave Wang Jin behind. So he started shaking the demon. Hey! Wang Jin did not move, but looked at the other party to shake the demon. That was the effect he wanted. The more ghosts and demons that came, the more the moral labyrinth inside that mountain river and Jigoku diagram would eat. It wasn't long before 3 whitecoats arrived. Old Six, what are you looking for us in such a hurry for? It turned out that this whitecoat was also the 6th in line. Big brother, 2nd brother, 5th brother, let's kill Wang Jin together. The whitecoat said to the 3 coming whitecoats.
Wang Jin, is he Wang Jin?
The eyes of the 3 ghost demons were clearly filled with joy and exuberance when they saw Wang Jin.
That's right, I am Wang Jin. How come you 3 are the only ones here? Why don't you call the others together?
Wang Jin was not satisfied at all that only 3 white clothes had come.
Arrogant, looking for death.
The 3 white clothes didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly attacked Wang Jin.
Shoo! The axe moves again.
It slashed at the 3 ghost demons. The poor 3 ghost demons had no idea of Wang Jin's strength.
Straight from the axe.
One of the arms was immediately broken. Good boy, to have such a skill.
It's just a broken hand. It's no big deal.
They all have regeneration skills.
After their arms regenerated, a Buddha's shadow appeared behind each of them.
Then all the Buddhas raised their weapons and smashed towards Wang Jin.
Rumble.
The scene was extremely chaotic. Wang Jin went straight for a pair of 4s.
The fight was a good one.
And it was only until this moment that old 6 white clothes saw Wang Jin's true strength. This guy is so fierce. Even the 4 of them couldn't beat it when they joined forces. And so, once again, the old 6 whitecoats shook the man. It wasn't long before 2 more whites arrived. It was the oldest 3 and the 4th. These 2 had more intelligence and didn't just swing their fists and go for it. They saw that the 4 white-clothed sparring pairs had all released Buddha's shadows. So too, he hurriedly released his Buddha's void. Thus, Wang Jin went from 1 battle 4 to 1 battle 6. I have to say, this axe is truly magical. Because the more Wang Jin used it, the smoother it felt. The smoother you get, the more you feel your body's strength increasing dramatically. So as time passed, he was fighting stronger and stronger, while the 6 white clothes on the opposite side were getting more and more tired and out of breath. Boss, this guy is extremely perverted, we can't let him continue to be powerful. The 3rd white coat discovers the secret of Wang Jin's becoming stronger and offers an opinion.
What then? Number 1 white asked. What else can we do? We can only use that move to suppress him.
The 4th white coat said. Good. The 1st white coat said, and began to chant under his breath. Several other whites saw this and chanted along. Immediately after that, the Buddha behind them changed once again. Not only was it radiant, but it was also rapidly growing larger. Finally, the 6 Buddhas fused together. It forms a statue of a benevolent bodhisattva with his head in the sky, sitting high on a lotus platform.
Jizo?
Wang Jin instantly recognized who this bodhisattva was.
Chapter 99, Fake Earth Store King? Summon Zhong Kuei.
As I have heard, at one time the Buddha was in Renrikyo heaven, speaking to the king. At that time all the demons of the infinite worlds of the 10 directions, unspeakable and unspeakable, came to the king's capital to assemble. Praise be to the ghosts and demons on the king who can, in the 5 turbid and evil worlds, appear with the power of incredible great wisdom and divine powers, subdue the rigid beings, know the law of suffering and happiness, and each of them sends their attendants to inquire of the world-honored one. At that time, the king smiled and released 100 million billion great clouds of light, called the Great Perfection Light Cloud and the Great Compassion Light. When that Earth Store King, Bodhisattva appeared, he began to recite the Earth Store Sutra. It was just that this Earth Store Sutra made it a little hard for Wang Jin to hear. Because the contraption that this Bodhisattva was chanting was too different from the Earth Store Sutra that Wang Jin knew. Presumably the translations are different, so the Jizo Sutra here has changed many of the keywords into a version suitable for ghosts and demons. When Wang Jin raised his eyes, he saw that the ghosts and demons around him were all praying religiously one by one, and even had their heads releasing golden light. That golden light looked awesome, like a God-given light. However, Wang Jin felt very truly that the golden light was absorbing the souls of the ghosts and demons in the name of divine light. So, Wang Jin looked at his teammates again. He dropped his jaw in shock.
Qianlei and the others looked more pious than ghosts and demons. One by one, they all knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to that bodhisattva. After kowtowing, he began to roll around on the ground, which was full of sharp stone chips. After rolling, they began to take a knife and cut flesh into their bodies as a sign of piety so that the bodhisattva would give light. Wang Jin sort of saw that this different place has a different culture. The creatures of this Tianyu continent still eat this wrong version of the Earth Sutra this way. Unfortunately, he came from the blue planet and was not an aborigine of the Tianyu continent, and the spiritual interference of this earthly scripture was simply useless to him. It's not as good as listening to a sham. Wang Jin took out his Suona and began to play Prison Sin. Prison Sins, characters consume 300 points of divine power to blow this music, which summons Zhong Kuei to assist them for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. And this time, to wake up his fellow teammates. Wang Jin didn't use a silent summoning, but directly let the sound of the Suona come out. The oboe is the rogue of instruments, as it should be. It's loud and it's still in tune. The voice was extremely penetrating, and the commotion immediately overshadowed the Tianyu continent's version of the Earthly Sutra. Wake up Qianlei and the others. Holy, that's scary, I just almost killed myself. Thinking back to what he had just done under the influence of the Earth Store Sutra, Qianlei's heart was filled with afterthoughts. He looked up at the Earth Store King Bodhisattva who was seated high on a lotus platform chanting sutras. It's so fake and hypocritical how you look at it now. Yeah, it was too close just now, I didn't expect Wang Jin to save our lives again. Yu Ming also said. Why is he playing the oboe again? Luo Yue looked at Wang Jin, somewhat puzzled. This oboe has a bad enough sound. Who would have thought, however, that it was the unpleasant oboe that saved them from pious acts of self-mutilation? You probably don't know yet, that's his essential profession, he transmigrated as an oboe maker. Qianlei explained. An oboist? A.D.? At that moment, Tang Tianyi, who had rarely spoken, spoke up. Yeah, D-class oboe maker, you know? Qianlei's eyes became extremely strange as he looked at Tang Tianyi. I know, it came up when I was transferring. Tang Tianyi said. What? You saw the oboist? At this moment, Tang Tianyi's status in the eyes of Qianlei, Yu Ming, and Lin Zhongshu became completely different. Yeah, I even picked it, but the transfer failed at 90%. Tang Tianyi continued. Hiss. The three of them looked at Tang Tianyi as if they were looking at monsters. As people from the four great families, they might not have known what transferring this D-rank oboist meant before. But after learning that Wang Jin was a transferred D-rank oboist, they knew too well what the D-rank oboist meant after learning from the elders of the family. Dare I ask, where do you rank on the Young Lin ranking? Yu Ming spoke up. Young Lin list, the most awesome list in the eyes of their geniuses who have not formally entered the university. This list is ranked though. However, Qianlei and the others knew very well in their hearts that apart from those few demons in the first few places, none of the subsequent ranked power gaps are very large. That ranking will have to be rearranged when the transfer is done. This is what the Kirin list is all about. And then the thing about transfer progress. According to the elders of the family, the Young Lin list, geniuses who had transferred just a few days ago had seen this D-rank oboe maker. As family disciples, they had transferred a bit earlier than ordinary students, but instead, they had missed out on seeing the D-rank oboe smiths. But even so, they didn't think that they were better than Tang Tianyi. Because there were quite a few talented people who wanted to turn oboist at that time. But at most, she had transferred to 49%, this girl had actually transferred to 90%, definitely second only to Wang Jin's existence. But Young Lin list, 150 people, it seems that I haven't heard of this character Tang Tianyi. I'm not on the Young Lin list. Tang Tianyi said. Hearing her say so, the three felt even more terrified of Tang Tianyi. Not on the Young Liner list, the transfer can still be seen as a D-rank oboist. This girl, demonic as hell. Is the Tang family secretly cultivating geniuses? Then which school are you going to apply for? Qianlei asked. He represents the Dragon Warrior. Yu Ming represents the magic martial arts. C.S. Lin represents the New Wu. When you suddenly meet such a character, it's time to dig in. I bailed on Kakamu. Tang Tianyi said. The three of them couldn't help but suck in another breath of cool air at the words. Those who can bail out directly without having to take the bailout test. All extremely vicious, extremely sick. So this girl looks like a little white flower, but actually ferocious awe. Woohoo! As the trio prepared to continue to get words out of Tang Tiany's mouth, suddenly it felt like an eerie wind was blowing around them. Luo Yue, Tang Tiany, and shadow followers were all on guard when they saw this, because the sudden gust of wind made them feel dangerous. Instead, Chen Lei and the others were calm because they knew that it was Wang Jin's summoned divine soul that was about to arrive. As expected, not long after, a leopard head and eyes, iron face and gnarled sideburns, and a strangely ugly-looking man appeared in front of them. The man looked majestic with a sword in one hand and a gourd in the other. After he appeared, he looked straight at the Earth Store King Bodhisattva. Soon, there was a look of anger. What kind of demon dares to impersonate a bodhisattva? He should be beheaded. Zhong Kuei shouted, and the demon-slaying sword in his hand had already been thrown out by him. Shoo! That demon-slaying sword was extremely spiritual and flew directly towards the golden body of Earth Store King Bodhisattva. That golden body was not afraid, and recited the sutra as he did so. One side held out his palm. The flying demon chopper sword was firmly grasped in his hand. The demon chopper sword wasn't a vegetarian either. After a shaking, it suddenly exploded. Boom! That Earth Store King Bodhisattva's palm was instantly blown to pieces. Dog guts! The solemn and sacred Bodhisattva is gone. In its place was the fierce god. Hundreds of arms suddenly appeared around that Bodhisattva, and each arm held an extremely powerful weapon. Swoosh! Those weapons were glowing. Those rays of light finally transformed into a swastika and fell towards Wang Jin and the others. Wang Jin and the others instantly had the illusion that their bodies were shrinking in general. Because that swastika is extremely powerful. It looks covered. Sculptures, how dare you show off your skills, great mighty heavenly dragon, great Luo Dharma mantra. Zhong Kuei's voice sounded again, and he had another chain in his hand. Chapter 100, Zhong Kuei beheads ghosts and demons. This chain looks familiar. Seeing Zhong Kuei's iron chain, Chen Lei and the others remembered the one on the hand of the white-clad Buddha void of number 6 earlier. Hey, that one of his, how dare he compare it to this one, watch. Wang Jin waved his hand casually. And la. Sure enough, he saw the chain of Zhong Kuei's transform into a giant black dragon and wrap that huge swastika around it. Then when the spell from Zhong Kuei's mouth rang out, a single black rune rose from the dragon's body. Those black runes formed another black rune chain, binding the entire swastika. Prajna the Buddhas, Prajna Bama Boom. As Zhong Kuei's words fell, both that black dragon and the black rune chain began to shrink rapidly. Click, click, click. As he watched, dense cracks appeared on the swastika, and it was about to shatter. Is this Wang Jin's true strength? Luo Yue looked at Zhong Kuei and then Wang Jin and was shocked again. I had thought that Wang Jin was pretty good. But this summon of his was clearly more powerful. That's just where it's at. Yu Ming gave Luo Yue this reply again. Huh? It could be better? Luo Yue's head was going down. She really couldn't figure out what kind of demon Wang Jin was. This combat power was not at all what a transmogrifier of his age should have. Yu Ming didn't answer her. Obviously watching the battle is more important. Because that swastika was completely shattered. Humph, with this skill, how dare you pretend to be a bodhisattva? I'd like to see what kind of demons and devils are there. Shoo! When Zhong Kuei's words fell, the giant dragon transformed into chains flew towards the Earth Store King Bodhisattva. Rumble! Having seen the brute strength of the dragon, the Bodhisattva Earth Store King naturally tried to stop the dragon from approaching. Hundreds of Buddha's hands moved, and various weapons launched rounds of attacks on the dragon. The dragon's advance came to an abrupt halt. But he didn't give up on it. Only to see him stand up. With a stretch of his front claws, that black rune that had previously bound the swastika turned into a black rune whip and lashed towards those hundreds of Buddha hands. Pop, pop, pop. When the whip cracks, heaven and earth change color. Space was shattering along with it. The sky, which was originally illuminated by Buddha's light, became dark as ink. That bodhisattva couldn't see the long black rune whip at all, and he didn't know where it would attack from. He had to go from active offense to passive defense. But where was his defense? The long black whip was pervasive, and hundreds of Buddha's hands were broken one by one under the sound of popping. Within a short time, that bodhisattva became a bodhisattva without hands. The black rune whip on the giant dragon's claws swung again. This whip swung directly into the bodhisattva's face. The bodhisattva began to crack from the face. It was divided into 6 more four-faced ferocious Buddhas. So it's you 6 ghosts and demons day like spirit guys. How dare you impersonate a bodhisattva in front of this monarch and desecrate the majesty of the bodhisattva, die. Take a good look at the ghostly creature pretending to be the bodhisattva of the earth. Zhong Kuei was even angrier. The yin-yang sword appeared and was thrown into the air by him. Buzz! The yin and yang patterns on the sword's body suddenly flew out and kept getting bigger and bigger, spinning continuously over the heads of those 6 Buddhas. The 6 Buddhas were immediately unable to control their bodies and were about to actively fly towards the inside of the yin-yang fish. Rally and kill him! Naturally, the 6 white clothes would not let their hard-earned soul Buddha be sucked away, so they prepared to command the ghost demon soldiers to launch an attack on Zhong Kuei. These ghost and demon soldiers were all subjected to the 6 white coats and did not dare to disobey. They were busy rushing towards Zhong Kuei, trying to slash him to death. Humph, just a bunch of little demons, how dare they call me out? Where are the undertakers? Whoosh! As soon as Zhong Kuei's words fell, the yin soldiers summoned by Wang Jin had already arrived. These 2,000 yin soldiers were originally only 3rd order, level 30. However, with Zhong Kuei present, their level was directly raised by 1 step. It directly rose from 3rd rank 30 to 4th rank 40. Yin soldiers in formation, give me a chance to kill all these ghostly creatures. Kill, kill, kill! The nether soldiers were holding their regicide spears in their hands, shouting murder on one side. While doing so, he arranged his battle formation under the command of Zhong Kuei. Ghosts and demons stormed the yin soldiers' battle formation. It's like a moth to a flame. The undertakers didn't even move from their spot. The Kingslayer spear's power was unlimited with the battle formation, and as many ghosts and demons came, as many died. Whoosh! The souls of the dead ghosts and demons flew out. Then they all flew toward the 6 great Buddhas. This was the true purpose of the white clothes. They needed to rely on absorbing more souls to grow their Buddha strength as a way to fight against the yin and yang diagram above their heads. So that's how it is, this kind of ghostly creature can be really evil and cruel. The white coats did so that even Zhong Kuei couldn't stand to watch. He threw the purple gold gourd in his hand. Shouted collect. The gourd also began to grow larger, and the mouth of the gourd gave birth to an extremely terrifying suction force, sucking all those ghosts into the purple gold gourd. Ho 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 ho! Seeing Zhong Kuei actually grabbing sustenance from himself, the 6 Buddhas couldn't stand it any longer. Lunged towards Zhong Kuei with all his might. Buzz! The demon chopper's sword reappeared. Zhong Kuei held the demon-slaying sword in his hand and made the final killings of the 6 Buddhas in the white clothes. This final chop was completely one-sided. Whether it was Buddha or white, they couldn't get more than a single move in Zhong Kuei's hands. Little pen, quick! Zhong Kuei was dealing with Bai Yi and Buddha, so Wang Zenten had a crooked mind. He didn't want all the ghosts to be sucked away by Zhong Kuei. Then he greeted the pointing pen and started messing around. Whoosh! The pointing pen was also unambiguous, directly pulling apart the mountain, river and earth goddess map underneath the purple gold gourd, and began to load those ghost and demon souls inside the moral labyrinth. The fight on Zhong Kuei's side ended quickly. All 6 Buddhas were included in his yin and yang pattern. When he turned around, he saw the pointing pen loading souls inside the mountain, river and Jigaku diagram. He didn't stop it, he just watched in silence. It was only after all the ghosts and demons present had been killed by the yin soldiers and all their souls had been devoured by the maze of Morrow that he retrieved his 3 magic treasures. My lord! The battle was over and Wang Jin came over to salute and greet Zhong Kuei. That magic treasure inside this diagram is not bad, however, he doesn't belong to you, there is a ghost's mark inside. Zhong Kuei said as he looked at that mountain, river, and Jigong diagram. Oh? That can be eliminated? The seal, naturally, was the ghost demon king's. Wang Jin didn't want the magic treasure that he had worked so hard to repair to end up being taken away by the ghost demon king. Naturally, you can, but if you remove the mark now, the other party will also know about it, which will not be favorable to you. I can pass on the method of elimination to you, when you want to eliminate it later. Zhong Kuei said, raising his hand and pointing at Wang Jin between his eyebrows. That method of removing the mark stayed inside Wang Jin's consciousness. Chapter 101, This is not a miniature, this is hell. Lord Zhong Kuei, is this a hell in miniature? After getting the seal removal method, Wang Jin asked what was on his mind. There is an overlap between the level setting of this copy and the 13 stations of hell. That's why he had suspected before that this copy was a hell of a miniature. Now that he had encountered a divine soul who knew a lot about hell, he naturally had to ask for clarification. This is not the epitome of hell, Zhong Kuei said, walking over to the wall that was damaged by the battle. Wang Jin sniffed and was a bit surprised. Then again, I thought to myself that it was true. He had guessed wrong after all. Although this copy seems to be highly overlapping with hell, a careful comparison reveals that there are still a lot of differences. I guess the copy designers borrowed some settings from hell. The rest of this copy, like the copy core, will still be different. Thinking so, Wang Jin had already dismissed his guess. As a result, I heard Zhong Kuei say again, "This is hell." What? Zhong Kuei's words startled Wang Jin. He then saw Zhong Kuei crouch down in front of that wall, earnestly feeling for those broken wall bricks. The emotion was like caressing one's ancestral home that one hasn't been back to in decades. But how can hell be just a few decades to Zhong Kuei? How did hell become this way? After a moment of silence, Wang Jin continued to ask. This is hell, where all men live and all men die. How did it become a copy? If anything, this copy is just a miniature of hell. That is, a copy designed to help people cultivate according to some places in hell. That king can really take it. To say that someone turned hell into a copy. Wang really can't take it. I'm not really sure, there aren't many people who are clear about this. Zhong Kuei said. Then is there any treasure inside this hell that's worth grabbing by ghosts and demons? Wang Jin suddenly remembered the words of the Ghost Demon Clan's imperative to win this copy. Where in hell is there any treasure? If we really want to say there's any treasure in hell, it's this hell. Zhong Kuei's words came again. Hiss. Hearing Zhong Kuei say this, Wang Jin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If anything, it's just a copy with some materials for building equipment and weapons. Then, being occupied by ghosts and demons is also occupied. But if this is hell, a place that holds the lifeblood of the human race. Now that it is going to be occupied by ghosts and demons, does it mean that the life and death lifelines of the human race have been fully grasped by the ghost and demon race? As soon as this idea came out, Wang Jin himself was shocked by himself. The consequences of this are too serious. It's a consequence that the entire human race simply can't afford. No wonder the Ghost Demon Clan was imperative. Lord Zhong Kuei, how can we master this hell? Wang Jin asked the crux of the matter. Since the Ghost Demon race was determined to win the Hellmouth, the other party must have the method to master the Hellmouth. Obtaining the Heart of Hell is considered controlling hell. Zhong Kuei said. Where is the Heart of Hell? Wang Jin continued to ask. As soon as he said this, Zhong Kuei's movements of groping the wall immediately stopped. Zhong Kuei was surprised and looked at Wang Jin. What do you want, kid? Mastering hell is the same as mastering everything in hell. That means that even he will be in control. He didn't want to be in the hands of the kid in front of him. What's with this little brat? How can you control him? Lord Zhong Kuei, I won't hide it from you, just the ghosts and demons we just fought and killed, they want to take control of this hell. Once they take control of the hell, then our human race will be finished. Wang Jin said. Oh? Hearing Wang Jin say this, Zhong Kuei couldn't help but have a surprised expression on his face. He thought carefully for a while, and his complexion suddenly became very angry. No wonder I think those guys are ghostly and pretending to be gods, dare I say, they are trying to beat the hell out of them. Just by them, they are worthy of mastering the hell? There's no harm without comparison. Compared to those ghosts and demons who pretended to play the role of the fake Earthstore Bodhisattva. Wang Jin, this milquetoast kid can be too suitable for controlling the hell. The Heart of Hell is in the lower level of the 18 layers of hell, the 19th layer of hell. Zhong Kuei said. Ha? There's a 19th floor of hell? This was the first time Wang Jin had heard this expression. Of course there is, not even just 19 floors, but 20. Haven't you heard the saying? As high as the sky is, as deep as the sea is, as thick as the earth is. If there are 33 layers of heaven, naturally there are 33 layers of earth, or 20 layers of hell. Understand? Zhong Kuei said. Oh, so that's it. Wang Jin sniffed and nodded with seeming understanding. Then, he heard Zhong Kuei say again, when you reach the 19 layers of hell, you will see a small hell there, and that is the Heart of Hell.
If you use your soul to sign a contract with the heart of hell, you are considered to be in control of hell, then everything in hell will run according to your will. Of course, the prerequisite is that your will is strong enough. If your will is not strong enough, then it's not that the hell will run according to your will, but that the hell will devour your will. To make you a complete puppet of hell, understand? By the way, have you seen the monkey? Zhong Kuei's words took a sudden turn. At the same time, he reached out and touched the back of Wang Zhen's head 3 times. Not yet, haven't had the chance yet. Wang Zhen said. Well, remember what I just said. By the way, since these souls are useful to you, you can keep them. Zhong Kuei said, taking out his yin-yang sword in purple gold gourd. Seeing this, Wang Zhen summoned the finger-pointing pen and had it open the mountain, river, and Jigaku diagram. Woohoo! Those ghost and demon souls that flew out from the yin-yang sword and the purple gold gourd were all collected into the moral labyrinth. Then, Zhong Kuei left all the weapons that he had snatched from that fake Earth Store King Bodhisattva to Wang Zhen. Then it disappeared with a whoosh. Wow, developed. Seeing Zhong Kuei disappear, Qian Lei and the others immediately gathered around. Get ready to start dividing up the weapons. Wang Zhen first picked up the long-admired green sword and carefully observed it. Like, really too much. This green sword, isn't it a replica of the Tongtian sect leader's green ping sword? Qing Ping sword, the sword of Lord Tongtian. From the lotus leaf of the 36th pure green lotus. Those 36 pure green lotus transformed into 3 treasures. One is that the lotus flower was transformed into the triple jade ruin of the first heavenly father. The second is that the lotus root is transformed into the duster of Lord Taishan. 3 is the transformation of the lotus leaf into the Qingping sword. Although this sword was a replica of the Qingping sword and was not as good as the real Qingping sword, it was still considered an SSS rank sword. Using this sword to compensate for Tang Tiany's shattered replica of the immortal Punisher sword was just right. With this in mind, Wang Zhen handed the Qingping sword to Tang Tiany. Sugar, here. Chapter 102, King of the Wind Wolves, the king really came to the copy? Bei, do you think Xin is interested in Tang Tian? The fat man on the side saw Wang Zhen handing the green sword to Tang Tiany and busily began to eat his melon. True brother is interested in Tang Tian? Fatty, you're kidding. Since when has Zhengu been interested in girls? Bei Xiaobei objected. Hey, you still don't get it. True is different from you, you're the dog licker type, True is the bully type. Look at the way Zhen handed Tang Tianqing's sword, domineering or not? Presidential or not? Also, don't look at people on the surface, when have you ever seen Zhen treat a girl like that? And give his favorite sword to a girl? Fatty analyzed again. Hearing Fatty say this, Bei Xiaobei instantly felt it made sense. When Wang Zhen used to see girls, he used to hit them hard. He still remembered the scene of Wang Zhen's 100 swords piercing indiscriminately against Yu Kersen's delicate body. It was also at that time that he started to like Yu Kersen. But since meeting Tang Tiany, Wang Zhen seemed like a different person. Perhaps this was in the eyes of the other boys. Wang Zhen's treatment of Tang Tiany was the way normal boys treated girls. But Wang Zhen is different. He only seems to be like that with Tang Tiany, I guess. To find out if a person likes a person, it's about seeing if that person is special in his heart. See if he's willing to share his favorite things with that person. Everyone could see out that Wang Zhen loved that green sword. But now he was giving the green sword to Tang Tiany. For me? Tang Tiany could also tell that Wang Zhen really liked that green sword. So when she saw Wang Zhen handing the green sword to herself, she was also surprised. Yes, I said before that I would compensate you if I found a suitable sword, and this green sword is quite suitable for you. Wang Zhen explained. Oh. Wang Zhen's explanation disappointed Tang Tiany. Although in her heart, she didn't really expect Wang Zhen to give the green sword to herself. But when this actually happened, there was still some loss of heart. Turns out, this guy wasn't giving me a sword, he was compensating me. Buzz. Tang Tiany had an extra sword in her hand. It was the Jiexian sword that Wang Zhen had lent her earlier. She handed the sword to Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen lifted his hand and took it, then turned around to check out the other weapons. At this moment, Tang Tiany looked at her empty right hand and became even more lost. You're in such a hurry to get your sword back? Can't I keep it for a while? Sure enough, this guy is just paying for my sword. Tang Tiany put the green sword away. Silently, he stood aside. She was upset for no reason. But she didn't know why.
It seemed to be related to Wangjin, but it didn't seem to be. Hey! Luo Yue, who was on the side, saw this. Also stood silently, not daring to make a sound. It's not good to like anyone, but to like a man like Wangjin. That's just where it's at. There's more pain to come. On the other side, both Fatty and Bei Xiaobei were dumbfounded. Some analysis just now was all wrong. True is right to like the green sword. But how can the green sword be compared to the absolute immortal sword? So, Bijin is trying to get back the Jiexian sword. So, True Brother really doesn't like Tang Tian. The two men came to a conclusion. Humph. As soon as this conclusion came out, a cold snort came from Bei Xiaobei's ears. The moment this cold snort came out, Bei Xiaobei immediately wimped out. After that incident, Bei Xiaobei and Yu Kursen hadn't said a word. But then again, Yu Kursen gave Bei Xiaobei some cold stares or cold grunts from time to time. Every now and then, Bei Xiaobei would go to Yu Kursen with a quiet face, but the human Yu Kursen simply ignored him. That's why Fatty called Bei Xiaobei a dog licker. In Fatty's opinion, women still need coaxing? Any woman who dared to be angry with him, Fatty, would immediately yell at her to get lost. Fatty lacks everything, least of all women. Because in Fatty's opinion, women are all the same, no difference at all. Whoever you're playing with isn't playing. Why point and cajole at a person? There's a cat disease. Hey, are you guys choosing? Xian Lei and the others have already chosen their weapons. The rest of Wangjin was ready to pack. These are all SS or SSS grade weapons. Naturally, he wouldn't just ignore it like it was trash. Pick, pick, pick. Fatty's trio sniffed and hurriedly walked over and began to select their favorite weapons. When the three had finished choosing, Wangjin put all the weapons into his storage ring. Jin, it's already night, should we continue, or take a break? They've been barging through the replicas all day. It was basically a day spent killing monsters. Never had a good rest at all. Those present were tired except for Wangjin, who had the method of fierce battle. Especially Lingjin and Lin Zhongshu, both of them had passed out several times. I'm afraid if I continue, I'll pass out altogether. Get a night's rest and we'll continue tomorrow. The heart of hell is the key to controlling hell. Wangjin had already known this, so he no longer rushed as much as before. What's more, after devouring 6 Buddha souls and a bunch of ghost and demon soldier souls, the repair of the moral labyrinth had reached 70%, a progress that made Wangjin super satisfied. If you want to do a good job, you have to make good use of your tools. If you want to grab the heart of hell, the support of your teammates is indispensable. Okay, everyone rest for the night. Receiving Wangjin's authorization, Xianlei busily said to the crowd. So the group found a place and began to rest. Wangjin didn't rest. Because he doesn't even need to. He was going to use his downtime to practice his skills. However, before practicing skills, he needed to master the method of removing that mark first. Although he couldn't use it now, he didn't want to wait until he needed to use it to make a mistake. It just so happened that he had the mark of Wind left by the Wind Wolf King on him. You can experiment with it to see how it works. With this thought, Wangjin entered into cultivation. Wangjin was practicing the method of eliminating marks. Deep within the duplicate, the 6 redcoats under that number 6 white coat finally stopped running away. In the process of escaping, he vaguely sensed that his rear was very unsettled, so he smothered his head and continued to escape. Until this time, there was no more movement from the rear. He then let go completely. This guy, Wangjin, is really fierce. Putting down his heart, the red-clothed old 6 fiercely wiped the sweat from his forehead. Who? Who did you say? As soon as he spoke, a voice rang in his ears. The red-clothed old 6 looked at the sound. Just see. One more person in front of you? No, it's an extra demon. And no, it was a demon that had taken human form. This human demon was not another demon, it was the Wind Wolf King who had changed into human form. Didn't say who. The red-clothed old 6 wanted to hide from the Wind Wolf King and go to the 13th prince alone to claim the credit. However, the Wind Wolf King was not as easy to fool as the white-clothed old 6. He directly pinched the neck of the red-clothed old 6 and lifted him up. Say, is it true that Wangjin came to the copy? Chapter 103, Old Man in Red-Clothes 6 Provocation, come over here. The Wind Wolf King hit pretty hard. But it's a lot tougher than red number SAXS now dead top guy, white number 6. And it was done without mercy. Redcoat 6 realizes that if he doesn't tell the truth, he's going to die.
With the current scenario, he simply couldn't last long enough to take this credit to the 13th prince to claim it. Red 6 squeezed a word through his teeth. When the Wind Wolf King heard this, he really let him go.
Where is he?
When he asked, the Wind Wolf King also sensed the wind seal.
Unfortunately, inside this copy, he couldn't sense it at all.
After all, his mark was too low, and he was limited in his sensing distance by the copy. He's over at the maze, and he should have already killed 6 White Lords.
The 6th Redcoat said. This kid is so strong?
Hearing about Wang Zhen's battle record, the Wind Wolf King was a little surprised.
That's some scary growth rate.
Yesterday he was being pressed and rubbed by the 5th rank.
Can you even kill a 5th order 59 now?
You go and lure him to Wang Duel City.
Me?
Red 6 was flabbergasted.
He only ran out of the maze because he was afraid of being killed, and now he's asked to go back and lure Wang Zhen. Isn't that sending him to his death?
Right, you have the king's true seal on you, he will know wherever you go, so all you need to do is to go to those treacherous places in Heavenly Dipper City, and he will take the initiative to come to your door.
The Wind Wolf King said. I have the king's true mark on me?
Redcoat 6 only felt a thump in her heart.
Then wouldn't he be unable to escape Wang Zhen's pursuit? My lord, can I get rid of this mark?
Ha, ha.
Since you can see it, I guess you can remove it too.
In order to survive, Red 6 was busy turning on the accompanying smile mode. Of course, if you can help me get rid of Wang Zhen, that would be something that this great king would do with a wave of his hand. Where is the most treacherous place in Wind Duel City, you know, right?
The Wind Wolf King laughed.
Wang Zhen actually dared to come to this copy, then he must be made to have no return. I know, naturally I know, don't worry great king, I will definitely lure Wang Zhen here.
The 6th Redcoat hurriedly said. Good, then I'll go back and wait for your good news.
After the Wind Wolf King finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Red Clothes number 6.
Headed for Wind Duel City. Red Clothes number 6 looked at the departing figure of the Wind Wolf King and gave a vicious 2A. This guy just tried to kill himself, and now he wants me to help him kill Wang Zhen? And then the credit is his? Dream on, trash. You want to claim the credit, there's no way.
Bitch wolf, shift, huh? After a tirade of insults, Red 6 mused. Since this mark could be eliminated by the Wind Wolf King, the 13th prince could naturally do the same. He wanted me to lure Wang Zhen to the dangerous place of Wind Duel City, but I preferred to lure Wang Zhen to the safe place and the key place of Wind Duel City. At that time, after finishing off the Wind Wolf King with the help of Wang Zhen's hand, he could continue to go to the 13th prince to claim credit.
Hey, just do it. Redcoat 6 made up his mind and headed for Wind Fight City.
On this side of the maze, Wang Zhen quickly saw the wind mark left on him by the Wind Wolf King after learning the mark removal method.
This is the benefit of learning the method of seal removal. One method is better than two. It can be eliminated as well as viewed. Ask how the marks can be removed if they are not even visible.
Thus, he began to experiment with the Wind Wolf King's wind mark. The Wind Wolf King's wind mark proved to be very low indeed, and was easily removed by Wang Zhen.
The moment the mark was removed, Wang Zhen felt his body relax a little.
In the time after that, Wang Zhen was ready to continue practicing other skills. Because he realized that the others were also in the midst of cultivation. Hey, geniuses are geniuses, they all work hard and don't slack off any time. Wang Zhen especially wanted to cultivate Yu Qingyu's 10 great sorceries. Because there were simply too many types of sorcery, he had only learned the skinny before, and on the principle of just being able to use it, he hadn't learned it well. If you want to learn it well, you need to spend a lot of time and effort on this skill. Others like 18 changes of the God of War and 10,000 swords. Instead, it seemed extremely simple to Wang Zhen. After all, the physicality and talent is there. As for the Yufuyang exhibition, a flash of 20 kilometers seemed to have reached the limit of Wang Zhen's current cultivation.
Let alone cultivating, he couldn't even enter that consciousness.
As such, he had no other skills to cultivate other than practicing the 10 great sorceries diligently. After all, there was still the heart of hell to be snatched. Boosting strength and means of preserving life is the key to a successful robbery. Although there were divine souls that could be summoned, the divine soul time was still too short.
Iron needs to be hard, only when you are strong, you can make the safety guaranteed. This cultivation by the crowd lasted all night. After a night's rest, the next day, the crowd was in much better spirits.
Ling Jin and Lin Zhongshu, in particular, at least didn't seem like they would faint so easily.
Wang Jin, go on. After everyone had eaten breakfast, Qian Lei couldn't help but launch into urging. I have to say that everyone gained quite a lot from this copy. Weapons and skills naturally aside. Combat experience and insight that grows rather quickly. Moreover, because he got the skill of the Kuai's, it gave Qian Lei's power law a big boost, completely making up for his regret of not learning the 18 changes of the God of War. So Qian Lei is liking this copy more and more. Of course, there's another key to enjoying a copy. That is, there is no need to worry about security at all. Those summoned creatures of Wangjin were simply not too powerful. Qian Lei had the feeling that following Wangjin could sweep the entire continent.
Well, I'll see how it goes first. Wangjin replied, and busily began to check the mark he had left on red clothes number 6.
Upon this inspection, Wangjin was instantly a bit confused.
For a moment he suspected he was sensing wrong.
What's wrong?
Qian Lei said with concern. That kid seems to know that I put a mark on him.
Because his marks now form 4 words plus an exclamation point. Come over here. Once Wangjin came out with this explanation, the crowd was a bit confused. Isn't that guy a scaredy cat who just runs away? Why are you so bold all of a sudden? How dare you pick a fight?
Then, the crowd heard Wangjin say, not only did he mark the route for me, he also marked several locations, but I'm not sure if those locations are pits.
A brief silence fell over the crowd.
In this case, let's split up into 3 groups and go to those locations separately to see what's going on.
Wangjin, aren't you able to split up? One split up to lead a team, how about it?
After a moment of silence, Yu Ming suddenly proposed.
His proposal was quickly recognized by the crowd.
In that case, I'll take Sister Luo, Yu Ming.
Fatty took Lin Zhongshu, Xiao Bei, and Yu Kursen. Wangjin, you take Tang Tang Tian, Shadow Follows the Wind, and Ling Formation.
Qian Lei quickly divided the crowd into 3 groups. Wangjin looked at the grouping, each group had support and output, it was still feasible. Together with his doppelganger, there was basically no problem.
Okay, let's do it, I'm going to see what that guy is up to.
Wangjin said, leading the crowd towards Wind Duel City.
Chapter 104, Young Lin Ranking and Kirin Ranking of Deceased Geniuses.
The group of people arrived outside of Wind Duel City and were immediately stunned by this extremely large city.
The city couldn't be topped at a glance.
It was as if the walls were built right up to the sky. And there's no telling how big the city really is. The walls kept stretching to the left and right, and you couldn't see the edges either.
The entire city was black in color, giving it an eerie, yet majestic feel.
Why do I have the feeling that this is a trap, and if I go in, I definitely won't be able to get out?
Qian Lei said.
Yu Ming and the others couldn't help but nod their heads when they heard this. They also felt the same as Qian Lei.
This should be Fengdu City.
Wangjin looked at the 3 words Wind Duel City on the plaque on the gate and said.
Fengdu City, what is that place? Qian Lei asked.
The others sniffed and were in a state of ignorance. It's a place that specializes in judging ghosts, what bad things you did in your past life, judging them one by one, and then imprisoning you in hell to suffer based on the bad things you did.
Wangjin explained. Oh? Then what if all I do is good? Qian Lei continued to ask.
Doing good deeds is easy based on the good deeds you have done, you are sentenced to be reincarnated into the 6 paths of reincarnation.
The more good deeds you do, the better you'll be able to be cast. Wangjin added. 6 paths of reincarnation, what's that again? Hearing the new term, Qian Lei continued to ask. Wangjin sniffed and sighed silently. That's why he didn't want to talk to the crowd about mythology. People on this continent are so ignorant about this.
Telling a random story requires explaining a bunch of proper nouns.
What started out as a story ended up being a lesson.
Who wants to teach a bunch of conceptual things in class? Only storytelling class is interesting. However, with the words having been spoken, Wangjin still patiently explained. The 6 paths are the path of heaven, the path of man, the path of Shura, the path of hell, the path of hungry ghosts, and the path of... Just as the words started, Wangjin saw that the fat man's eyes were lightless and he had a drowsy feeling.
It's the same as listening to a teacher in class. Sleep in seconds.
So Wangjin hurriedly put a stop to it and explained it in another way. You can think of it as a conduit through which the 6 roots can be reincarnated.
Those who do good deeds go to the tubes of the heavenly, human, and Shura paths to cast a good birth.
Those who do bad things go to the hell path, the hungry ghost path,
and the path to cast bad births. Sure enough, when Wang Jin said this, the fat man's eyes instantly got a wake-up call. Chen Lei was then heard letting out a loud laugh. In that case, it seems that the demon race are all doing bad things, because they are all rebelling into the way. Yes, that's right. Wang Jin hurriedly stopped. And he vowed never to speak to these guys about it again. There's always the feeling of talking to a summer bug on ice. Go! Wang Jin said, having already come out with 2 detachments. He then followed the previously divided groups. The main body in the bilocation took the groups and entered Wind Duel City using the Earth Escape method. After entering Wind Dipper City, they followed the route provided by Old Six in red. Not to mention, it was a pretty smooth ride. Although on the way, one could also encounter soldiers of the Ghost Demon Clan patrolling. But the patrolling soldiers always miss them perfectly and never meet up. Could this red-clothed be an undercover agent of our humans lurking in the Ghost Demon race? Wang Jin couldn't help but have questions in his mind. Still, he was careful. Meanwhile, he asked about the other 2 teams. Eventually it turned out that those 2 teams were going very well as their own side. I'll take a look at my side first. If there are no accidents on my side, you guys will come over and gather. My doppelganger can only last for half an hour time. Wang Jin said. Chen Lei over there sniffed and couldn't help but spit out, only half an hour? Wang Jin, you're too weak. As a result, as soon as Qian Lei's words fell, he was opposed by Luo Yue. Half an hour is still weak? You're good if you can last 5 minutes. Qian Lei looked at Luo Yue, a little stunned. Why did he feel that Luo Yue wasn't talking about the split? But after Luo Yue said so, Qian Lei also realized that he had said the wrong thing. Splitting up for half an hour is so damn hard. Because the current best detachment only lasted for 15 minutes. Not only is this guy perverted himself, the skills he learned are perverted as well. All of them are able to exert more power than the skill itself. Qian Lei said. They all thought that Wang Jin was truly gifted and powerful, so the effects of the skills he had learned would seem even more powerful. It never occurred to them that Wang Jin's skills weren't even at the so-called SSS level, but at the God level. Of course, even if Wang Jin told them, the odds were that they wouldn't believe it. I'm at the point on my side, I'll go in first. The place Wang Jin and the others arrived at was a grotto. The grotto was deep, a passageway leading directly down. Inside, there was a gusty wind that couldn't help but give people the creeps. Go! Wang Jin's 4 looked at each other before heading down the passage. After about 10 minutes of walking, the road ahead finally became wide. Then, Wang Jin saw that inside was a group of ghosts, constantly busy. This is? Ling Jin was a bit confused. He had never seen so many ghosts. What's more, these are still in human form. So they are all human souls, not yet demon souls. These human souls had shackles and chains on their bodies, constantly doing things that Wang Jin and the others could not understand. But a closer look reveals that everything they do is still in order. Is that Lei Yan? Ling Jin suddenly saw a familiar face. Lei Yan? Who? Wang Jin couldn't help but ask. The Dragon Kingdom's genius figure from 200 years ago, unfortunately, died at the 5th rank. Ling Lin explained. 200 years ago? Wang Jin was shocked. So, this one's been locked up here for 200 years? That's Senior Fong Chong? And looting seniors. Senior Wang Ocean. Not only Ling Jin, but Tang Tianyi also spoke up. And by the way she called them, these people should be characters from the last 200 years as well. Suddenly, Wang Jin realized that Ling Jin's lips were constantly shivering and his eyes were filled with tears. He walked up to a man and a woman and fell to his knees with a plop. Father, mother. What? Wang Jin was shocked. Completely shocked. Qian Lei, Fatty, you guys come over to our side. Things are too serious over here. Wang Jin had to call Qian Lei, Yu Ming, Lin Zhongshu and the others over. Because those 3 come from big families and would know more. With them there, it might be possible to know what's really going on in front of you. Good. When Qian Lei and Fatty heard this, they immediately led the team towards this side. It wasn't long before they arrived. When Qian Lei and the 3 of them arrived, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In here, several are deceased, super geniuses who have been on the Young Lin list and Qilin list. What? Hearing Qianlei say this, Wang Jin's entire body was bad. Chapter 105, Sweetie, do you want to recommend yourself as your real wife? What was Ling Jin doing there? Qianlei noticed Ling Jin's situation and asked busily. That's his parents. Wang Jin replied. I'll go. Qianlei was shocked. He watched as Ling Jin was crying out for help. However, the ghosts of his parents didn't react at all and just went about their business. They're being controlled. Qianlei said. Of course I know that they are controlled, but I have no way to wake them up, and I asked you guys to come over just to see if you have a way. Wang Jin said. Qianlei and the three of them glanced at each other when they heard this. It was followed by a shake of the head. It's a pity that Mo Wufei is gone. If Mo Wufei was here, there would be a way. Qianlei said regretfully. Why? Wang Jin was a bit puzzled. Qian family, Mo family, Yu family, Lin family, and Sword family, our 5 families have a secret method that allows us to use blood to undo all control escapes. But the prerequisite is that there must be at least 4 families present for it to work, and right now there are only 3 of us. Qianlei explained. I'll go. Wang Jin sniffed, a shocked expression all over his face. Is this the depth of a great family? Stronger together? He also suddenly understood why the 4 of them, Qianlei, Mo Wufei, Yu Ming, and Lin Zhongshu, had come together to make a copy. Dare I say it, there's such a means of preserving one's life. Does that mean that if he goes down the copy with the 4 of them, the 4 of them can escape in the end when they encounter danger, and he will become cannon fodder? At this moment, Wang Jin thought of many things. Geez, the 4 of us could have taken someone with us. Qianlei could see Wang Jin's mind and hurriedly patted Wang Jin's shoulder. Wang Jin, if we didn't believe you, we would have followed him while Xia when he left and wouldn't have chosen to follow you. Yu Ming said. Wang Jin sniffed, which made him feel better in his heart. Motherer, these 5 big families, they're too much. That. Which of you have any good-looking girls, remember to introduce them to me. I also want to seek a guarantee for my son. Wang Jin suddenly said. When the crowd heard Wang Jin say this, they all looked at him with surprised faces. This guy, he actually likes women? Everyone had decided that Wang Jin didn't like women. Even Shadow Follower and Luo Yue, who joined the team later, thought so. I can. Suddenly, Tang Tang spoke up. What? Sugar, are you going to nominate yourself as a real wife? Hearing Tang Tianyi open her mouth, Fatty busied himself. Tang Tianyi's pretty face instantly reddened when she heard Fatty's words. I mean, I can cast secret spells with Qianlei and the others. Tang Tianyi lowered her head and added. Now, Qianlei, Yu Ming, and Lin Zhongshu were shocked. Can Donut? Tong Tong is the bloodline of our 5 families? Whose sister-in-law cheated on her husband with the Tang family? This melon, is it ripe? After the 3 of them were shocked, they all had a face that was eating out of the palm of their hands. The Sword Saint is my great-grandfather. My father joined the Tang family. Tang Tianyi continued. What? Your father is Swordbreaker? The trio's eating faces turned into shocked faces again. Yes, my father is Swordbreaker. Don nodded sweetly. The 3 of them sniffed and their breaths became short. Swordbreaker 20 years ago, the ruthless man who ranked number 1 on the Dragon Kingdom's Kirin list. But that wasn't his hardest time. He was most ruthless when he swept all the geniuses of his country with a single sword during the global, heavenly ranking, competition, achieving the title of number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Everyone knew that he was the Sword Saint's favorite grandson, otherwise, the word, Tian, wouldn't be in his name. Because the Sword Saint is then called Jianlan Tian, and being a descendant of a descendant, he has to avoid it. Unless it's really strong. Swordbreaker was such a character. But later, I heard that she gave up all her prospects for a woman and chose to join the family. This matter was handled decisively by the Sword family, and the old man Sword Saint personally stepped in, stating that he had severed his grandparent-grandchild relationship with Jian Zuotian. And he removed Swordbreaker from the Sword family genealogy. The Sword Saint also completely squashed this by himself. So this is a very secretive matter, except for the families to talk about it behind closed doors. There won't even be anyone outside to talk about it. Therefore, no one knew exactly which family Jian Baodian had joined and how he was doing now. Now the case is finally solved. Swordbreaker, the one who joined the family, was actually the Tang family of the imperial capital. The Tang family is really something.
The three of them suddenly wondered what kind of beauty Tang Tian's mom had to be to make that stunning swordbreaker give up the sword family and choose to join the family. Master turned out to be Swordbreaker. This matter, even Luo Yue didn't know. She was kind of up for it today. Hurry up then, don't let Lingjun kneel again. Wang Jin didn't know about Swordbreaker at all, so he wouldn't be as shocked as the other few. All he knew was that there was no time to lose, and that it was time to do the right thing. If he had known about Swordbreaker, he would have been even more shocked than these few. However, it wasn't Swordbreaker that shocked him. Instead, it was Tang Tianyi, because this girl had transferred to an SSS-ranked Sword Immortal. As powerful as that Swordbreaker was, the odds were that the transfer would be an SS-ranked Sword Saint, not a Sword Immortal. Because there are only 2 slots for Sword Immortals and both showed up. Good. Qianlei nodded. Took out a rug. There was a very complicated formation carved into that carpet. There were 5 dots on the formation with the surnames of each of the 5 families. Wait for Qianlei to lay the carpet. The 4 then took a knife and cut their fingers, placing a drop of blood on their respective surnames. Buzz. Blood dripped in and the last name lit up immediately. The blood flowed down the last name into the formation. The array followed suit and lit up. Then, the formation projected into mid-air. A man with a tasseled head, a basil-colored dragon robe, and a sword at his waist then appeared. I'll go. Seeing this man, Wang Jin was shocked beyond words. For this man is no other than our charming ancestor, the first emperor of Qin, Ing Zheng. He didn't think that the bloodline of these families could actually get this one out. Where are the little ones? How dare they block my holy chariot? Break. His Majesty the First Emperor let out a loud cry. The long sword in his hand was swung. Several light and shadow carriages appeared, running in all directions. Da-da-day-day, da-da-day-day. But wherever the carriage stepped, the sound of something breaking was heard. Wang Jin knew that this was called release control. As for escape, Wang Jin's mind was wide open, and he wondered if he could escape in His Majesty the First Emperor's carriage. In the copy, Wang Jin was speculating. Dragon Kingdom, Imperial Capital. The 4 of them, Jian Bugui, Yu Qingyu, Lin Shuji, and Jian Lantian, suddenly sensed something and all looked up in the direction of the Heavenly Providence replica. Again, especially Jian Lantian, his senses were particularly strong. Because he was different from the 3 Qian Buchuan. Qianlei's trio were 3 Ninth Order Qian sons. Tang Tian, on the other hand, was Jian Lantian's great-granddaughter. The bloodline goes further. In addition, it was also because Swordbreaker was cut off by Sword Lantian and have been expelled from the family tree. That feeling, again, is not the same as the feeling of the children and grandchildren who are still on the family tree. What man? The Sword Saint flew halfway to the imperial capital and bellowed. This loud shout of his actually affected His Majesty the First Emperor. There was a change in His Majesty the First Emperor's eyes, looking straight at Tang Tianyi. Chapter 106, Hell is Alive. Tang Tianyi couldn't help but feel a palpitation when she saw the First Emperor looking at her. She couldn't read that look. It's complicated in a nutshell. There was concern, surprise, and shock. There's a lot of other emotions in there too. She didn't know exactly what the other side meant. But that feeling lasted only a few short seconds before it disappeared. The First Emperor changed back to his previous majestic and domineering appearance and continued to command the caravan to crush through those controls. Sword, what happened? The Sword Saint's loud shout naturally attracted the attention of the other 4 ninth-rank experts of the Dragon Kingdom. The 4 ninth steps all flew above the imperial capital and released their divine sense, sensing in all directions. I saw Mubai and the others. Sword Saint said. Who? Who did you say? Hearing the Sword Saint mention this name, Chen Bugui was the first to be nonplussed. Qian Mubai, that's his son. Unfortunately, he died young, at the age of 22, and was killed in the back of the demon clan. Is he not dead? Qian Biru was a little puzzled in his mind. It's not right. The ashes were buried by themselves. Wait, you mean them? Who else? Shen Buchuan coldly shivered again and again. There's also Mo Wenxin, Yu Tong, and Lin Jia. And my brother. Finally, the Sword Saint said with a complicated expression. What? They're actually all still alive? Where did you see them? The eyes of Mo Suifeng, Yu Qingyu, and Lin Shuji also changed. These names mentioned after the Sword Saint were their sons and daughters, and rare geniuses of the human race.
Dead, I think it was their souls I saw.
You should have sensed it just now. It was one of our 5 great clan's descendants who used the method of disarming control, and I only discovered it through a divine sense connection.
The Sword Saint said.
The Chen Bugue few people were filled with regret when they heard this. Because the divine connection could only be used once, it would be impossible for them to visit their children's souls again.
Wait.
Just listen, Mo Suifeng spoke.
Why didn't I sense it? Which team is using the method of disarming control?
There won't be any late bloomers of my Mo family dying.
Because only dead people don't use the method of disarming control.
When the other 4 heard Mo Suifeng say this, they looked at each other and then reported the names of the descendants they had sensed.
Qian Lei, Yu Ming, Lin Zhongshu.
Swordless.
Qian Lei?
When he heard that it was Qian Lei's team, Mo Suifeng's expression changed abruptly.
Isn't that the team with Wang Jun? Mo Wufei is dead? Mo Suifeng's heart sank.
Thus, several people's eyes fell back on the Sword Saint, looking for him to confirm.
I saw Wang Jun, and indeed I didn't see Mo Wuxi. The Sword Saint said. Is the king really in danger then? Mo Suifeng was very concerned about Wang Jun's safety.
Wang Jun is naturally not in danger. They used the method of lifting control. It should be to save my brother and their souls. This Heaven's Gift copy isn't simple. I think we should send 6th and 7th rank experts on a trip. The Sword Saint initiated the offer.
Can't get in on the 6th and 7th orders, can't help much. Lin Ju said. If you can't get in, then guard it. The demon race won't want to go back in, and the demons inside won't want to come out again. Yu Qingyu said. When several people heard this, they all felt that Yu Qingyu had a point. Since things have come to this point, there's no need to abide by any agreement, and it's time to let go and do what you want to do. In that case, old Lin will sit in the imperial capital, and a few of us will go to the rear of the demon race to hold back a bit. As long as the demon race's 8th and 9th rank experts don't appear, then the copy will be absolutely taken by our human race. In addition, we also need to study how the demon race and the others let their high-ranked experts go in, so as to avoid any changes inside. Finally, Qian Buki summarized. Good. Motion by Money Buzz, unanimously approved. Afterwards, several people returned to their residence and arranged the matter. The Sword Saint returned home, and the first thing he did was to bring Swordless over. Great-grandfather, what do you want with me?
Jian Wuyo was cultivating his skills, and when he heard that his great-grandfather was looking for him, he was busy rushing over. You go to the Tianqi copy and try to find Wang Jun, Qian Lei and the others, then join them. Remember, you can't let anyone know your whereabouts, and you must also find a way to get Qian Lei and the others to change their story and say that you've been with them all along.
Sword Saint said. Good.
Jian Wuyo finished listening to the Sword Saint's arrangement. With a wave of the sword in his hand towards his body then directly drilled into the spatial turbulence and disappeared.
This side of Wind Dual City.
The first emperor's caravan soon trampled all those controls. After that, the first emperor also disappeared.
Wang Jun didn't even have time to greet the first emperor.
But it took pictures of the first emperor's might and dominance. On Ling Jun's side, after the control was lifted, his parents finally reacted as well. Raising his hand, he stroked up Ling Jun's face.
You are. A group of human souls walked over.
At the head of the group was none other than Qian Mubai.
Great Uncle Joe.
Qian Lei hurriedly bowed and saluted.
This person's photo is hanging in the Qian family's ancestral hall, of course he recognizes him. Great Uncle Joe. Great Auntie Ancestor.
Seeing this, Yu Ming and Lin Zhongshu also hurriedly saluted Tong and Lin Jia.
You are all family disciples, good, so good.
Qian Mubai's 3 human souls looked at Qian Lei and the others with a pleased expression on their faces.
These kids, they're pretty good. This is... Suddenly, Mo Wenxin noticed Wang Jun. Senior, my name is Wang Jun, I want to know, what's wrong with you guys? Wang Jun asked hurriedly.
Once Wang Jun asked this question, Qian Mubai and the other souls were embarrassed to catch up with Qian Lei's few people.
They came forward, looking grave and talking about the past.
This copy is a conspiracy by the Ghost Demon King against our human race.
Qian Mubai said.
This place is called Hell, a place where the souls belonging to our human race are reincarnated.
The Ghost Demon King wants to control our human reincarnation by controlling the Hell to achieve the goal of destroying humanity. Mo Wenxin said. What? hearing Mo inquirer say so. Qianlei and the others were shocked.
Wang Jin was slightly better off, as he had already guessed this during his exchange with Zhong Kuei. It is too difficult to control the hell, because this hell is not a dead thing, but a living thing.
Hell has a scent that is his own, and that scent is that of our human souls. And if the Demon King wants to master hell, he can't do so unless he turns hell's aura into that of the demon race. But that didn't work at all, so the Ghost Demon King thought of another way to raise the souls of human geniuses. He wants to use the aura of human souls to take back into the hell, so as to achieve the goal of controlling the hell. Mo Wenxin said. So, you are the raised souls? Wang Jin asked busily.
Yes, we are all souls he has raised. Every once in a while, he would extract our soul power through the formation and inject it inside the soul pool in the center of the city. That pool of souls is used to collect back to the hell.
Qian Mubai said.
Buzz. Just as Qian Mubai's words fell, a formation suddenly lit up at the top of the underground cave.
There were countless sucker-like things sticking out of that formation,
and fell on the soul bodies of Qian Mubai and the others. The sucker then began to suck the soul power from the soul body. The soul body then began to thin at a speed visible to the naked eye.
We have waited 100 years for you.
Child, bring back what happened here, let the human race come and seize the hell, never let the hell fall into the hands of the demon race. As Qian Mubai finished speaking, his soul body became thinner and thinner.
Asshole, asshole.
Looking at the at least hundreds of thousands of human souls present being so pumped with soul power, Qianlei slammed his fist hard on top of the rock wall. He had never hated the ghost demon race as much as he did now.
Those ghosts and demons.
It's really so that the dead can't even have peace. Wang Jin, on the other hand, felt it more deeply than Qianlei. For his two doppelgangers reached the spot marked by the other 6 redcoats.
Hundreds of locations in all. Each location is such a soul-feeding place.
And as far as the human souls in front of us are concerned, it reaches 100,000. That is, within the last 100 years. The Ghost Demon Clan imprisoned the soul bodies of more than 10 million human geniuses and used them to extract soul power. At the same time, he understood why there were skeleton bones from more than 100 years ago present inside the mountain, river, and earth map. The souls of those skeleton bones should all be in this Wind Duel City. Go, kill the Ghost Demon race. Ling Jin's fists clenched as his parents were completely soulless.
Chapter 107, Returning Soul for Soul, Siphoning Ghost Demon Soul Power.
Ling Jin's face was filled with tears and his eyes were bloodshot. He suffered the loss of both parents at the tender age of 7. Now 10 years later, the pain of losing both parents has been endured once more. And this one was even more painful than the last. Because last time there was Grandpa reassuring him that his parents had gone to a very good place and had a good life. He was also too young and uneducated then to know what death meant. Then I grew up and understood, but there was some expectation in my heart. That's the expectation that your parents can really have a good life, like Grandpa said. He even prayed silently. Pray that your parents aren't in such a hurry to reincarnate. When he has a daughter-in-law who is pregnant, the parents can then be cast into their daughter-in-law's womb. Then he came to be a father and take care of his parents for the rest of their lives. But today, he came to Wind Duel City to realize that his parents had lived what turned out to be a miserable life of constantly having their soul power extracted and constantly nurturing it. Until just now, they couldn't even keep their soul bodies at all and were pumped clean. Ling Jin that hated it. Hate myself for praying like that. Isn't this making parents suffer more? Heartache, remorse, sadness, hate, etc. All sorts of emotions and injuries piled on top of each other. Ling Jin couldn't stand it any longer. He wanted to ruthlessly kill ghosts and demons now to avenge his parents. Ling Jin, don't be impulsive. Wang Jin pulled Ling Jin. Ling Jin glanced at Wang Jin and became enraged. Let go of me, it's not your parents who are soul-crushing, so of course you won't be impulsive. Boo! As soon as Ling Jin said this, Wang Jin immediately gave Ling Jin a punch. At the same time, he used an extremely precious fixation talisman to fix Ling Jin. You don't have parents? I don't have parents either. You've at least met your parents, I don't even know what my parents look like. I was raised by my brother and sister-in-law. Wang Jin's voice was loud. When the crowd heard Wang Jin say this, they were all dumbfounded. None of them had expected that Wang Jin actually had such a life. Ling Array, listen to me carefully, you are a genius in the array formation category, you still have 4 minutes now.
For minutes, you study this broken formation that extracts soul power thoroughly for me, and then find a way to remove the suction cups from your parents, understand? Wang Jin said to Lingjun again. When he said this, Yu Ming was the first to react. Time tracing, yeah, the king really knows how to time trace back to before your parents' souls were scattered. Lingjun, the key to saving your parents lies with you, you must study this broken formation. Xian Lei also came up to cheer Lingjun. Yes, time tracing. Research, I'm researching now. Lingjun wiped away his tears, his eyes staring dead center at the array formation that was in operation, and he concentrated on it. 4 minutes went fast. However, no matter how talented Lingjun was, he couldn't do 4 minutes to study the formation thoroughly. Don't mess up, you'll still have time when I get back, because your parents didn't start out as soul crushers. Sorcery, time tracing. Wang Jin's words just fell. The spirits of Lingjun's parents then gathered together. Child, my child. Genie. Lingjun's parents showed up, busy and ready to embrace their son again and cry. However, Xianlei and Lin Zhongshu stopped the two human souls. Just like what Wang Jin had said, the Ling formation at this time could not be messed up. Once it's messed up, there's no way to change the ending anymore. I know. Lingjun was worthy of being an array genius. Under such high pressure, it's amazing that the sucker has actually been studied thoroughly. He reached out and punched a few formations and runes into the sucker. Thus, the gradually thinning souls of his parents stopped. Haha, Lingjun, it's worthy of you, and my great-uncle, you help him too. Xianlei pointed at Qian Mubai, whose soul body was also becoming thin. However, Qian Mubai waved his hand at Lingjun and the others. I don't need help, I'll hold up, this formation only extracts for 10 minutes at a time, after that you have to wait a month before extracting again. You kids are awesome and very impressive. You guys hurry up and bring the news out, you mustn't let more human souls be drawn out like Lingjun's parents. The money family is the money family. Until they die, in a state of soul only, they are still looking out for mankind. The Qian family, the number one family in the Dragon Kingdom, is not as simple as saying. It's not even just the money family. Every family in the Dragon Kingdom has its own ancestral tradition in existence. Over the past 400 years, many families have carried forward their ancestral traditions. As for some of the poorly developed families, it's also long gone. Wang Jin, what do you think? When Xianlei heard Qian Mubai's words, he landed his gaze on Wang Jin. Wang Jin was courageous and resourceful, and was the backbone of their team. Whatever he says. There's no rush, wait for Lingjun to study for a while longer, then we'll go kill the ghost demon. Wang Jin spoke his thoughts. Good. The crowd sniffed and pushed down the anger in their chests for a moment. Patiently, he waited for Lingjun to study the formation. With such a formation, Ling Lin was naturally unwilling to miss it. Research as much as you can. How the ghost demon treated his parents. He would make the ghost demon pay back 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The 10 minutes of extraction time was up, just as Qian Mubai had said. He looked thin, but it didn't hurt the root. This was why the ghost demon king wanted to raise the souls of human geniuses. For only the souls of geniuses can be extracted for long periods of time. For an ordinary person, it wouldn't be enough to smoke it once. That doesn't make much sense. But the more this happened, the more abhorrent it became to the crowd. How great a loss it must be for the human race to have one less genius. With this and that, the demon race would become more and more powerful. It's also fortunate that this was discovered today. If it hadn't been discovered, there really would be a day when humanity would be completely wiped out by the demon race. Go! Lingjun had already carved this formation and stored it. So, Wang Jin gave an order. The group then left the grotto and headed for town. This time, they weren't grouped together again. Instead, he continued on the route given by Red 6. After the incident of the human soul in the underground cave, Wang Jin felt that the route of the red-clothed old 6 was still trustworthy. If you do run into an accident, then it. He had several and used summoning music on hand right now. This Wind Dual City setting was so disgusting that he went out of his way to use those few summoning music to destroy the place. The big deal is to take a 24-hour break when you're done, then you'll have plenty of divine souls to summon again. Here. Finally, they found the camp of the ghost demon soldiers. By the clock, it should be broad daylight at this time. But this is Wind Dual City. It's the former Fengdu City. There is no such thing as day and night inside Fengdu City, it's all black.
Therefore, at this point in time, just as many ghost and demon soldiers were sleeping.
Ling formation, set up the formation. Wang Jin commanded. Good.
Ling Ling nodded and threw out the formation he had carved earlier. A number of suction cups were sticking out of the formation.
Sucked on the sleeping ghost demon.
Buzz. When the formation was in operation, the ghost's and demon's soul power was sucked out. Chapter 108, A Foe's Meeting, Against the Wind Wolf King.
Brush. The pointing pen appeared. Take the mountain and river map.
The end point of the soul power extraction formation was naturally the mountain river in Jigaku diagram. This was also the purpose of Wang Jin's trip. He needed to repair the Sunluo labyrinth before he could make it work and collect all of those 10 million human souls. After that, look for ways to save them. Woohoo! The array extracted quickly. As he watched, the ghosts and demons that were sleeping became smaller. However, Wang Jin didn't let Ling Jin extract too hard. Because it's too hard for fear of smoking out these ghosts and demons. That would be revealing. Therefore, after drawing for about 5 minutes, they switched places and found another batch of ghost demons that were sleeping and continued to draw. In this way, the Morrow labyrinth was repaired quite quickly. After 2 hours of extraction, the repair has reached 90%. Wang Jin believed that as long as there were no surprises, in another hour, he would be able to completely repair the Morrow labyrinth. But then the accident happened. Bear cubs, get up and patrol for me. Damn, that vixen yesterday was too flavorful, it made me not be able to stop at all, but I'm too tired today. It's been explained from above that there's an important enemy coming this time, so all be on your toes. A white wolf entered the tent where Wang Jin and the others had just finished extracting their soul power and kicked at a sleeping white bear. However, with this kick, he actually failed to wake up the white bear. So the white wolf upped the ante and kicked the white bear again. Finally, the white bear woke up with a yawn. When that white wolf saw the white bear with 2 black eyes, he backed away in fear. Holy, bear cub, how did you evolve into a panda? What evolved into a panda, wolf, what are you talking about? The white bear had been quite sleepy. That jump by the white wolf, instead, also helped him wake up from his doze. But he was still sleepy, so he planned to rub his eyes with his hands. This rubbing is not a good idea. He immediately realized that his pajamas were 1 size too big and his arms were 1 size too small. Huh, why am I so skinny? Did I get liposuction in my sleep? The white bear had some difficulty understanding his situation. Then he looked to the side. Several of the demons next to Hare were just like him. The pajamas got bigger, the body got thinner. Ah, wolf, something's wrong, we're all being liposuctioned. The white bear's voice was extremely loud. Several demons were woken up by him. As a result, all the demons were all yawning with dark circles under their eyes. When the white wolf saw this, he immediately reacted. He stormed out of the tent and yelled outside. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Wang Jin is here, Wang Jin is here. White Wolf had heard from his superiors that there was a man named Wang Jin who liked to stage sneak attacks while demons slept. So, isn't the situation in front of us exactly Wang Jin's usual tactics? What? Wang Jin is here, where? The White Wolf's voice was even fiercer. Several tents were awakened by him. Thus, the White Wolf saw many ghosts and demons with dark circles under their eyes and yawning, liposuctioned in their sleep. The White Wolf thought to himself that it was true. He hadn't been wrong, that guy Wang Jin had really come. Shoo! The Wind Wolf King appeared. It came directly in front of the White Wolf. Where is Wang Jin? The Wind Wolf King hated Wang Jin. So when he heard the White Wolf shouting like that, he rushed over at the first opportunity. I don't know, but he's definitely there, my lord, look. White Wolf pointed to the little panda beside him, and also pointed to the other ghosts and demons. The Wind Wolf King saw that the group of ghost demons were all in this ghostly state. It was a laugh. This is indeed Wang Jin's style. That kid is a great recluse, so he specializes in sneak attacks. But now, in this Wind Duel City, is the transportation technique still useful? Buzz. The ground lit up with a formation. The formation was like a mirror, illuminating the surroundings. Soon, the movements of Wang Jin's group were illuminated and completely exposed. Ah, Wang Jin, good boy, you finally delivered. Shoo! The Wind Wolf King was extremely fast. The sharp claws grabbed towards Wang Jin. Wind Wolf King? Wang Jin also didn't expect to meet the Wind Wolf King here. As the saying goes, when enemies see each other, they see each other. Wang Jin was not ambiguous either. Took a deep breath. With one axe, he slashed towards the claws of the Wind Wolf King. Ka-ching! Fortunately, the Wind Wolf King sensed that the axe was unusual and hurriedly retracted his claws again. His fingernails, however, were split off several times by the axe. And that's not all. The axe continued to chop into the ground, and in the end, the mirror-like formation simply shattered. What kind of axe do you have? The fact that an axe could break the formation surprised the Wind Wolf King. He knew too well how strong this formation was. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been used. This one I have is an axe that specializes in killing dogs, especially dogs like you, which I enjoy killing. Wang Jin slung his axe over his shoulder and said, "Humph, big talk, look at the sword." Shoo! He shouted that he was looking at the sword, but in fact, the Wind Wolf King took out a 9-section whip. It must be said that soft weapons still have a restraining effect on hard weapons. That 9-section whip was extremely flexible and didn't clash with the axe at all. The angle of attack is particularly tricky. Wang Jin dodged with all his might and nearly got injured several times. This made the Wind Wolf King very proud. "Kid, I'll see how long you can hide." The Wind Wolf King was getting more and more energized, swinging his 9-section whip faster and faster. Finally, Wang Jin couldn't bear it anymore and was ready to vanish and leave. But he had only just vanished a short distance away when he was illuminated by another mirror-like formation. "Oomph, kid, knowing what you're capable of, can't I be unprepared?" The Wind Wolf King waved his 9-section whip and attacked towards Wang Jin once again. This time, Wang Jin actually didn't move. Just as the 9-sections whip lashed at him, he suddenly reached out his hand and held it down. Suddenly, a second Wang Jin appeared behind the Wind Wolf King. That Wang Jin took out an axe and chopped at the Wind Wolf King's head. Split? The Wind Wolf King recognized Wang Jin's move. Prepare to dodge. However, he suddenly realized that he couldn't dodge at all. For there was a third Wang Jin underground, reaching out and grabbing his ankle. Buzz! At the critical moment, the Wind Wolf King used his spatial transfer equipment. He discarded the 9-section whip as a weapon and his body directly appeared on the other side. Hey! Wang Jin was satisfied and put away the Wind Wolf King's 9-sections whip directly. Then, that Wang Jin with the axe slashed at the Wind Wolf King again. The Wind Wolf King had seen the power of an axe, so naturally he didn't dare to take it hard. He dodged out of the way. Immediately afterward, he regretted it. This was because he realized that Wang Jin wasn't trying to cut him at all, but rather the mirror-like formation behind him. Only a boing sound was heard, and the formation shattered. Hey, how many of these formations do you have? You put one up, I'll break one. Wang Jin swung his axe at the Wind Wolf King. IQNM. Wang Jin had completely enraged the Wind Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King did not intend to waste any more time with Wang Jin. He directly unfolded his fastest speed and attacked towards Wang Jin. Chapter 109, The Wind Wolf King is a formation wolf. Fast, the Wind Wolf King was really fast. And he didn't just attack one Wang Jin, but 3 Wang Jin together. Wang Jin didn't even see anything before the claws of the Wind Wolf King reached his face. However, Wang Jin was not afraid at all. Because he had the method of fierce battle and the armor of devouring. According to the data, the Wind Wolf King's attack couldn't even break his defense. In the end, the facts were just as Wang Jin had predicted. The claws of the Wind Wolf King slashed across his face, but he didn't even break his skin. And that's not even counting the devouring power of the devouring armor, it's just pure and simple 80 by 5 defense. Is this your strength? It's nothing more than that. Why are you pretending in front of me? To think that a day ago, he was being chased by the Wind Wolf King all over the place. Right now, the Wind Wolf King was unable to even break his own defense. With such a big contrast, how could Wang Jin not taunt the Wind Wolf King for a while? Shoo! Wang Jin took the initiative to attack. Raising his fist towards the Wind Wolf King, he slammed it. Boom! The power of this fist was so great that space shook. But it didn't hit the Wind Wolf King. Because the Wind Wolf King was really fast. Wang Jin's punches weren't even close to being aimed at him. So Wang Jin simply didn't move. Waiting for the Wind Wolf King to take the initiative to find himself. The Wind Wolf King wasn't in a hurry, but instead surrounded Wang Jin in a continuous run. It was as if he didn't know how to get tired, he just kept running and running.
Finally, he stopped and launched an attack on Wang Jin. This offense was faster. Wang Jin's body instantly lit up with a red light. That was his S-rank defense shield working. That fierce? Wang Xin was genuinely very surprised. A defense shield, so to speak, is a person's last defense minus their defense stats.
It's a specialized life-preserving contraption. That is to say, the Wind Wolf King just circled around himself for dozens of circles of effort. The power not only broke his 80 by 5 defense, but also his devouring armor's 480 defense along with it. In short, his attack this time had reached at least 880. 880, not counting the additions, are all at least the stats of an 8th order, level 85 expert. Wang Jin didn't believe that the Wind Wolf King guy could reach such an exaggerated level of attack power.
Shoo! Just as Wang Jin pondered, the Wind Wolf King's second attack arrived again. This time, Wang Jin didn't have a defense shield.
His neck was directly cut by the Wind Wolf King with a long slash. This was still under the premise that his nails had been chopped off by Wang Jin's previous axe. If his nails hadn't been chopped off, I'm afraid this stroke will have to kill Wang Jin. This guy, how did he do it? Wang Jin's heart was becoming more and more astonished. At the same time, he sensed danger approaching. He was busy casting Futsuki Exhibition to dodge it. This time, he would have flashed out 20 meters. But in the end, it only flashed out 10 meters. And at that moment, the Wind Wolf King's attack arrived once again. Buzz! It was too late to dodge, and Wang Jin's body lit up with golden light. He directly used his SS-grade space transfer equipment. It was only at this point that he had completely dodged the Wind Wolf King's attack. Kid, aren't you quite mad? Didn't you look down on me? Why did you run away? If you have the ability to fight me head-on. The Wind Wolf King said as he began to draw circles around Wang Jin again. The weird part is on those circles? Wang Jin pondered the entire battle. The only thing that's questionable are those circles. So, as long as you don't fight in the ring, you're fine? The phoenix wing unfolded, and Wang Jin flew straight up into the air and stopped in midair. Of course, he wasn't just watching the Wind Wolf King draw circles in midair. Witchcraft, earth. Witchcraft, wood. Witchcraft, gold. Witchcraft, water. Wang Jin moved his hand and directly released 4 sorceries. Rumble. A wall more than 10 meters high appeared on the ground. Surrounded the Wind Wolf King. Click, click, click. The enclosure is filled with large trees. Those big trees shading the sky completely fill the entire space within the enclosure. Clank, clank, clank. On the fence and the big trees, many more golden thorns protruded, stabbing indiscriminately at the space within the enclosure. Finally, an incomparably large column of water appeared. That water column fell directly into the fence. The extent of the enclosure was flooded in an instant. All of this is slow to say, but it's really all happening at the same time. As he watched, the Wind Wolf King was firmly restrained by these 4 sorceries. However, whether it was Wang Jin, or Chen Lei and the others who were watching the battle from the sidelines, or the ghosts and demons watching the battle, both knew that the Wind Wolf King would not be restrained by the sorcery before him. If he was so easily restrained, then he wouldn't be the Wind Wolf King and would have died many times over. Boom! Sure enough, there was a loud noise coming from inside the enclosure. That's the Wind Wolf King smashing the wall. After a few smashes, that fence directly cracked a hole. The water inside the enclosure poured out and flooded towards the ghost demon on the side. Woohoo! Then several gusts of wind appeared within the enclosure. Those gusts of wind were so powerful that they uprooted all those big trees. The gusts of wind swept up the trees and those golden thorns again, attacking towards Wang Jin. Shoo! This time the gale was not the same as the wind gusts outside Windbreak City. It was just like what Broken Wine City's human security guard, Lin Chutian, had said. According to the agreement, it was a period of truce, so many of the great formations in Windbreak City were not opened. Previously, Wang Jin hadn't understood the Windbreaker City's formations and didn't know how powerful the Windbreaker City's formations were. But now it was evident that this Wind Wolf King was a wolf that played with formations. Therefore, Windbreak City's formation should be very powerful to be able to do so. In addition, the Wind Wolf King at that time was restricted by the agreement and didn't exert the strength of the 6th rank at all, so Wang Jin could come and go as he pleased in the wind formation. Now in this Wind Duel City, the Wind Wolf King had no constraints, and his strength would naturally not be discounted. Therefore, Wang Jin neither dared to utilize the wind escape to drill into the wind, nor did he dare to take this move hard. The only thing he could do was dodge. But he couldn't dodge at all either. Because more and more whirlwinds appeared, completely surrounding him. At the same time, the Wind Wolf King was continuously releasing formations into the ground. He directly replicated the wind formation of Windbreak City. To show Wang Jin the power of a real wind formation. What to do? Should we go up and help him? Xian Lei and the others were watching the battle, and Tang Tianyi was somewhat unable to watch. Because she could sense that Wang Jin was in danger now. We can't help him. Xian Lei shook his head. They couldn't even intervene in a battle at this level. If we don't help him, he'll be hopeless once the formation is complete. Tang Tianyi said urgently. That can't be helped, it's not like we're spatial. At this time, only a spatial transmuter can save him. Yu Ming said. Anna, True Brother still has a spatial transfer equipment that he's not using, he can come out at any time. Fatty was busy persuading everyone. When the crowd heard this, they remembered that Wang Jin had searched an SS-grade spatial transfer equipment from Shibuchiro Watanabe's body. So the crowd laughed again. This guy has so much gear on him, we can't even remember what else. Ha 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 ha. Buzz. Just as the crowd was laughing, the space around Wang Jin appeared to fluctuate. Then a figure appeared. Chapter 110, I'm from Sengoku, you eight-legged bastard. Swordless? What's this guy doing here? That's right, the person who came was none other than Jianwuyo. All from the 5 families, and all the same age. Xian Lei and the others naturally recognized Jianwuyo. Go! In mid-air, Jianwuyo pulled Wang Jin's hand and shouted for him to follow him out. Wang Jin was a bit confused. Shrugged Jianwuyo's hand away. Who wants to hold hands with a boy? You're not leaving? Jianwuyo was somewhat speechless. He came to this guy's rescue with good intentions. And this guy doesn't even appreciate it? Go where? You don't interfere with my fight, you hurry up. Wang Jin actually gave the expulsion order. Thus, Jianwuyo was even more speechless. He's not leaving either. He just half of his body manifested and half of his body hid inside the spatial turbulence, wanting to see what Wang Jin really wanted to do. Soon he saw it. Wang Jin was actually mocking the Wind Wolf King. I'm not running now, then you're just with me. I see that you take the trouble to hold this wind formation is not so good, not as good as the one in the wind-breaking city. You're a lousy thing. Wang Jin scorned the Wind Wolf King fiercely, and even raised his middle finger at the Wind Wolf King. You boys wait for me. The Wind Wolf King was fuming in his heart and prepared to go on a few more big formations. He was a 6th rank, and his opponent was only a 2nd rank. To actually dare to insult him in front of so many ghosts and demons. If he didn't Wang Jin to death today, he would be completely without dignity in the future. Even in front of the Ghost Demon King, his status was going down. Buzz. Several large formations were thrown to the ground in quick succession. The whirlwind spins faster and faster. As he watched, Wang Jin was about to be strung up by those whirlwinds. On the ground, Tang Tianyi, who was watching the battle, clenched her fingers in fear. Of course, it wasn't her own fingers she was squeezing. Instead, it's Luo Yue's. Luo Yue wailed in pain, but Tang Tianyi didn't feel a thing. Then he looked at Wang Jin and Jianwuyo in mid-air. The two men were calm. Jianwuyo didn't care anyway, he could leave any time. As for whether Wang Jin followed him or not, doesn't matter. Great-grandfather only told himself to find Xian Lei and the others, but he didn't say he wanted to protect this cocky guy. If he's dead, he's dead. That was all his own fault. As Jianwuyo thought so, suddenly, he felt the whirlwind beside him slow down. It's not even just slowing down, there's a whirlwind that's starting to disintegrate. Eventually it just disappears. Ha! Jianwuyo was very strange. He looked at the Wind Wolf King. Instead, he found that the Wind Wolf King was covering his stomach and sweating coldly. Cold and fever? 2A. The moment this thought was uttered, Jianwuyo wanted to slap himself. Transmigrants basically just rarely catch a cold. Not to mention the 6th order experts. What about the Wind Wolf King? Jianwuyo looked at Wang Jin. Because Wang Jin said he wanted to fight.
But this girl didn't seem to be striking, did she, just floating in the air with a calm face? Did he learn the taunting skill? Just turn on the taunt and the other guy gets a tummy ache?
Jian Wuyo's little brain spun around quickly again.
Yo, you're getting cold in this wind gust. Wang Jin looked at the Wind Wolf King and continued to taunt.
As expected, the Wind Wolf King's face became even more ugly.
Well, this guy just learned the taunting skill.
Jian Wuyo was becoming more and more convinced of his guess.
Wang Jin, when did you poison me?
The Wind Wolf King knew that he was poisoned. But when exactly he was poisoned, he had no way of knowing.
Want to know, but don't tell you.
Rubbish.
Shoo.
As soon as Wang Jin's words fell, he had already launched his attack.
The axe fell into his hands again.
It slashed at the Wind Wolf King.
Boom!
This axe missed the Wind Wolf King and directly chopped on the ground. Because even though the Wind Wolf King was poisoned, he was still moving very fast. Sure, it wasn't as fast as it had been when the attack was launched earlier, but it was still in time for dodging. So, the two of them just slashed and dodged at the same time. The battle that was originally drawn out, a battle to the death, at this moment looked extremely childish.
When did he poison him?
Qian Lei was also confused.
It's true that he didn't see Wang Jin poison. When using sorcery, he actually used 5 sorceries instead of 4.
The poison is mixed together inside the water column,
Yu Ming said.
Oh? The crowd was astonished. So, Yu Ming added, poison can work better when combined with water. And that's not all. When his doppelganger grabbed the Wind Wolf King's ankle, he should have used a catalyzing talisman, which can make the toxin spread faster.
The catalyzing talisman is only one effect. What's more crucial is the several large formations released by the Wind Wolf King in the back, which in turn accelerated the circulation of the toxins. Ling Jin added. That's why the Wind Wolf King was struck so quickly, and because of the effects of the release formation, it made the toxin go deep into the bone marrow and couldn't be dispelled for a while. This layout is so deep?
I said, why did he suddenly use sorcery? Dare I say it's to release poison? Qian Lei was dazed for a moment. Yes, the earth, wood, and gold in front of him are just covering his tracks, the water at the end is the key. But right, with earth, wood, and gold as the padding, water naturally flows. Otherwise, if you release poisonous water at the beginning, the other party will be very cautious.
Yu Ming explained again.
This guy's battles, indeed no step is superfluous, all are premeditated and planned, too terrifying. During the battle, Wang Jin and the Wind Wolf King continued to slash and dodge. As far as the eye could see, one person and one demon were far apart. So, in order to watch the battle from a close distance, Qian Lei, them and those ghost demons hurriedly followed. Finally, when he was almost close to the center square, the Wind Wolf King suddenly let out a loud laugh. Ha, Wang Jin, your kid finally fell for my trick.
Shoo!
The Wind Wolf King's speed suddenly increased.
He directly snatched the axe from Wang Jin's hand and gave him a kick. This kick sent Wang Jin directly into the center square proper.
Then, the center square lit up with a large formation.
It bound Wang Jin firmly. Kill, kill, kill.
When this big formation came together, the surrounding ghosts and demons immediately surrounded it. Their eyes became incredibly cold and unfeeling.
That wasn't the look the human and demon races gave each other.
Because even if the human and demon races were no more antagonistic, not all people and demons would look at each other the same way. There are still always some old sixes who like to roll their eyes and look for a way to run. But right now, these ghosts and demons all revealed an aura of courage and killing. It was like vowing to kill Wang Jin before giving up. Needless to say, they were all affected by the formation.
What? Not going to fight me solo? Want a group attack? Wang Jin remained unafraid as he looked at the Wind Wolf King and asked. One-on-one?
Ha 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 ha, you Dragon Kingdom boys are just so stupid.
I have hundreds of thousands of ghost demons here, I'll play one-on-one with you?
Who said I'm from the Dragon Kingdom? I'm from the Sang Kingdom, you baka. Wang Jin refused to admit that he was from the Dragon Kingdom.
Chapter 111, The Moral Labyrinth has been repaired.
I don't care what country you're from. Wang Jin, to tell you the truth, this is where I prepared the real fighting place for you. Pretending to be poisoned before was just to lure you over and grab your axe in the process. The Wind Wolf King laughed out loud.
Yes?
Buzz. As Wang Jin said, he moved his finger, and the Wind Wolf King immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. You're not pretending either, you're really poisoned. Wang Jin laughed out loud. Wang Jin, you're looking for death, kill me. The Wind Wolf King was really close to being infuriated by Wang Jin.
Because he was completely taken by Wang Jin.
He, an old monster who had lived for nearly 100 years, always felt like a small child in front of Wang Jin.
This guy, Wang Jun, is too sophisticated. Trying to fool him with blind lies is simply not possible. Ha ha ha, you're the only one with a formation? Ling formation.
Wang Jin shouted at Ling Jin.
Aha!
Ling Jin nodded at Wang Jin.
Threw out a formation as well.
Buzz. That formation was incomparably huge, instantly covering the Wind Wolf King's carefully laid out formation. What the Ling formation threw out was naturally a streamlined version of the Immortal Execution formation. That was something he learned now when he saw the formation in Golden Rooster Valley. Although he had only learned the skinny, that formation was not comparable to this formation of the Wind Wolf King.
What kind of formation do you have? The Wind Wolf King is a formation wolf.
Naturally, he could see that this formation was not ordinary. The heart was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that within Wang Jin's team, there was actually such a capable person.
Kill your array.
Because of what happened to his parents, Ling Jin already hated the demon race.
He threw out another array that could overlay data and sat himself right in the middle.
Seeing this, Shen Lei and the others all walked to the formation to find their positions.
Start overlaying data to the Ling array.
Buzz.
With the data, the array got bigger again.
Those ghost demons who rushed over and were ready to kill Wang Jin were immediately stalled by the formation.
Break it for me.
Wang Jin's axe was able to break the formation. The Wind Wolf King naturally didn't want his layout to be destroyed by this streamlined version of the Immortal Execution formation. So he picked up his axe and chopped, in a vain attempt to destroy the Immortal Execution formation. However, that axe was simply not as effective in his hands as it was when it was in Wang Jin's hands. Even because he was pushing too hard at one point.
The axe bounced back from the ground.
It also bumped a large bag on his forehead.
Ah, cutie.
The Pango axe, naturally, had to be paired with the Pango method to work.
Wang Jin nonchalantly launched another taunt at the Wind Wolf King. Wang Jin.
The Wind Wolf King looked at Wang Jin with eyes full of killing intent. His face was so gloomy that it was about to drip blood.
However, he is now heavily poisoned.
There was no longer any way to continue to fight one-on-one with Wang Jin, so he could only pin his hopes on those ghosts and demons. Kill them for me.
I want them all dead.
As many ants bit the elephant, the Wind Wolf King believed that so many ghost demons would be able to finish off Wang Jin.
Kill.
The eyes of those ghosts and demons in the formation changed once again.
It's even colder and more ruthless than before.
They slowly approached towards Wang Jin and the others with their weapons raised.
Buzz.
Wang Jin moved his hand, and there were 3 more swords in his hand.
Immortal Killing Sword, Jedi Immortal Sword, and Immortal Trapping Sword.
At the same time, he split into 2 more doppelgangers. Let the doppelganger take the Jie Xian sword and the Trap Xian sword to kill the ghost demons while heading to the north and west gates. He himself, on the other hand, was preparing to take the Immortal Killing Sword to the south gate.
Leave the north gate to me,
Tang Tianyi said, taking out the Qingping sword that Wang Jin had given her.
Aha!
Wang Jin nodded at Tang Sugar. Soon they realized they were wrong. It was because the Qingping sword didn't work at all. For the Immortal Execution formation, it had to be 4 swords, the Immortal Execution sword, the Immortal Killing sword, the Immortal Trapping sword, and the Immortal Extermination sword. Wang Jin was somewhat speechless.
Your pants are off and you're watching this?
Look for Jian Woyo, he has it.
Tang Tianyi suddenly said.
Oh?
Hearing Tang Tianyi say so, Wang Jin was instantly delighted. That lent you your sword. Jian Woyo had been watching the show from mid-air.
Suddenly, he heard Wang Jin summoning himself.
He was busy burrowing into the space before drilling out from beside Wang Jin.
Here. After watching the play for so long, Jian Woyo naturally saw what Wang Jin and the others were doing.
Directly handing over his sword. This one of yours is a fake too.
When Tang Tianyi said that, Wang Jin thought that Jian Woyo had the genuine article on him. As it turned out, it was still a handful of fakes. Nonsense, you still want the real Immortal Punisher sword, that's great ancestors' treasure. Jian Woyo said. Wang Jin was even more surprised when he heard this.
In that case, the children and grandchildren of your sword family have a fake Immortal Punisher sword in their hands? There aren't that many, only the ones as good as me, the others, don't even think about it. Jian Wuyo said. Wang Jin sniffed and didn't bother with any more nonsense as he handed Jian Wuyo's sword into Tang Tiany's hand. Tang Tiany nodded to Wang Jin and took Jian Wuyo's sword to kill ghost demons while heading to the east gate. Brush. The pointing pen appeared. Open for business. With so many ghosts and demons dead, it was natural to not let their souls go to waste. He made a scratch and pull at the mountain and river map. The souls of those dead ghosts and demons were all sucked in by the mountain river and Jigaku diagram at once. This is... The Wind Wolf King naturally recognized the mountain river in Jigaku diagram as well. This is the Ghost Demon King's treasure after all. It was just that he did not expect that this mountain river and Jikji map actually fell into Wang Jin's hands, and it seemed to be very obedient to Wang Jin. What's wrong with that? Go, all of you, snatch the king's magic treasure back. The Wind Wolf King commanded those ghost demons again. The group of ghosts and demons outside the formation had been somewhat hesitant to join the battle. Now I heard the Wind Wolf King talk about having the king's magic treasure here. The demons would no longer need to hesitate. Kill! They shouted and killed towards Wang Jin and the others. Buzz! And that's when it happened. All 4 swords were hung on the 4 doors. The exorcist formation is complete. The 4 swords transformed into tens of thousands of swords, slaughtering the ghosts and demons in the formation in a frenzy. Holy, that hard? Jian Wuyo was stunned by the scene before him. At first he dodged when the swords flew. Then he stopped hiding when he realized that the sword only targeted the demon race. He took out his cell phone and started recording. A scene like this is truly a once-in-a-400 years occurrence. It had to be photographed to make it work. Master, it's done. The pointing pen suddenly flew to Wang Jin's side and reported on the repair of the moral labyrinth. These ghosts and demons are pretty good quality. The moral labyrinth has been completely restored. Alright, release the moral labyrinth and finish off these ghost demons for me. Buzz. Wang Jin's words fell. A black labyrinth flew out from inside the mountain and river maze. And floated in the air. Roar. In that labyrinth, there were bursts of ghostly roars. The maze then spun with a ghostly roar. Ah! Those living ghosts and demons all felt pain in their heads, and some with low cultivation were directly killed by the pain. Chapter 112, Sacrifice of the Wind Wolf King, Descent of the Wolf God. Kill, hurry up and kill him. The Wind Wolf King knew how strong the moral labyrinth's restraints on ghost demons were. If this continued, these 100,000 ghosts and demons would all become nutrients for the moral labyrinth to become stronger. When that happens, this hell will become uncontrollable. The consequences of this were serious, and that was something he simply couldn't afford. Therefore, he had to kill Wang Jin and seize the Sanluo labyrinth and the mountain river in Jigaku diagram. Rumble. When the ghosts and demons heard this, they all began to fight to the death, vowing to take down Wang Jin. Because they don't want to be a feeder for the moral labyrinth either. It was a prison for souls. It's an endless battlefield of you swallowing me and me swallowing you. It's the land of eternal sin. However, they had underestimated the power of the immortal execution sword formation. It also underestimated Ling Jin's determination to finish them off. Buzz. Ling Jin had already gone out of his way, he had completely thought it through, the big deal was to pass out again. In short, he must make these ghosts and demons pay a painful price. The power of the immortal execution sword formation once again became greater. 10,000 swords became 20,000. 20,000 swords lined up in an extremely powerful small sword formation. An even more grievous blow was dealt to those ghost demons. Swoosh! Ah! The ghost demon clan soldiers who had charged forward fell to the ground as if they were mowing down wheat. What a gruesome death! They have some broken hands. Some broken feet. Some of them are straight through the chest. Some were pierced through the neck. Hoo! The Morrow maze ghosts floating in mid-air roared louder. The Morrow labyrinth was also spinning madly. The devouring ghost demon's ability also became more and more powerful. This damn thing, not only does Wang Jin deserve to die, his teammates deserve to die as well. The Wind Wolf King had already gnashed his teeth and hated Wang Jin to the bone. It seemed that there was no way for these ghosts and demons to stop Wang Jin. One can only hope for himself. Luckily, this was the central square and the soul pool was here. This immortal execution sword formation was dominated by the Ling formation. Thus the power is limited. It was no problem to kill a ghost demon with one sword, but it was still difficult to kill a 6th rank like the Wind Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King dodged those small sword formations while running towards the soul pool. He came to the soul pool and directly knelt down. Kneel with reverence. Then, he was heard to read. Servant Wind Wolf King, I would like to sacrifice 50 years of my life to ask the Wolf God to come down and behead the murderous brats. When the Wind Wolf King spoke, a formation was instantly lit up on his body. At the same time, the formation beneath him lit up. The two formations echoed each other. An extremely powerful suction force was born. It began to suck the lifespan of the Wind Wolf King's sacrifice. That formation underground is connected to the soul pool. With an infusion of longevity. The soul pool began to bubble continuously as if it was boiling. As the center bubble gets bigger and bigger, a monster with a wolf's head and body covered in snow appeared. Oh, who? Who is bullying my servant? The creature appeared and came with a howl into mid-air. The howl was penetrating and oppressive. Whether it was the flying swords in the sword formation or the Morrow labyrinth floating in mid-air, their power was diminishing greatly. The rotation speed of the Morrow maze was decreasing, getting slower and slower. The flying swords, on the other hand, directly shattered and dissipated, directly changing from the original 20,000 to 5,000. Meanwhile, the Ling formation got 90% of what it wanted. He was near unconscious, but not quite. Seeing this, the fat man next to him hurriedly stuffed a pill into Lingjin's mouth. Lord Wolf God, kill those humanoids, don't leave any of them behind. The Wind Wolf King pointed at Wangjin and the others. Oh? Oriental? The wolf-headed monster was somewhat surprised to see the faces of Wangjin and the others. Oh? Western werewolves? Wangjin instantly recognized what species the monster in front of him was. I'm not a werewolf, I'm a wolf god. The werewolf corrected. Che, just you are still a god, you don't even deserve to lick the toes of a god's mount. Wangjin said with disdain. Wangjin's words were like a reminder of some unpleasant memories of the wolf god. He was instantly enraged. Good boy, how dare you insult this god, looking for death? Rumble. The wolves made their move. He was over 10 meters tall. Like a giant cargo ship, it rushed towards Wangjin and the others. I'll do it. The werewolf's charge was fierce. Fatty still wants to try his passive defense. The result was interrupted by Wangjin's voice. Duck. Okay. Fatty also listens to advice. He grabbed Lingjin and started running. When Xianlei and the others saw this, they didn't dare to slack off. All of them ran away with the fat man. However, that werewolf didn't target Fatty and the others. He only had Wangjin in his eyes. It wasn't just because he felt that Wangjin had insulted him with his mouth. It was also because his senses were sharp, and there was an aura about Wangjin that he found annoying. So Wangjin must die. Boom! Wangjin also ran away. The werewolf slammed hard into the dark walls. As a result, the city wall that was more than 100 meters thick was directly knocked out of a big hole by his collision. That fierce? This strength is much stronger than the Wind Wolf King. Seeing this, Fatty had a moment of fear. Such a powerful charge was simply not something his passive defense could withstand. Oriental boy, pretty fast, I'll see how you can dodge next. Oh who? That werewolf gave Wangjin a look. A long whistle was let out into the sky. As soon as this long whistle came out, a blood moon suddenly appeared in the dark sky. That blood moon appeared and then began to project itself towards the ground. Under the projection, the werewolf's speed, strength, and defense were all boosted. Other creatures are weakened in speed, strength, and defense. Wangjin suddenly understood why the Wind Wolf King's speed was so perverse before. The original legacy came from this one. Only the Wind Wolf King's magic spinning circle was not as powerful as this one's wolf whistling blood moon. That's why Wangjin didn't feel his 3 stats being suppressed at that time just. But this time, his feelings were clear. So with the Wind Wolf King's previous experience. Naturally, he was not willing to put himself in that predicament again. Because if he was tickled by this werewolf, it would definitely end in death. Shoo! Wangjin casted Fuyo Exhibition. Head straight for the ghost and demon swarm. Rumble! The werewolf didn't care where Wangjin ran. He went straight into blind charge mode.
As a result, Wang Jin didn't have a single thing to do, but the ghosts and demons died a large number of times.
However, those ghosts and demons didn't dare to resist. Mostly it's useless to resist.
They also had to run around blindly. It ended up being that wherever they ran, Wang Jin followed. The werewolves followed wherever they crashed. The number of dead ghosts and demons increased.
Moro Labyrinth had a great meal. It even burped. Lord Wolf God, use the mark. Seeing so many ghosts and demons die,
the Wind Wolf King was heartbroken.
A busy reminder. Shoo!
A line of blood flew out of the blood moon.
Tagged Wang Jin's body. Damnable Oriental brat, let's see where you're going to run now.
The werewolf's words had just fallen, but he heard the sound of a shom coming from inside the group of ghosts and demons.
Chapter 113, Dog's Tail Grass, Summon the Roaring Dog. What's that sound?
The werewolf looked surprised. He didn't know, but that didn't mean the other demons didn't know.
For example, the Wind Wolf King.
Lord Wolf God, what you marked is that kid's doppelganger, his real body is still in the ghost demon swarm, summoning by blowing the oboe.
The Wind Wolf King shouted. Summoning?
The werewolf sniffed and his heart thumped.
He finally understood what the nasty aura on Wang Jin's body was an aura of.
It's the scent of the gods of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom.
The werewolf was completely enraged. He couldn't care less.
The blood moon became redder and redder. His speed and attacks also became more and more powerful. However, when he rushed to the group of ghost demons, he could not see Wang Jin at all. The sham, however, was still there and never stopped.
Come out, Oriental boy, come out.
The sound of the sham was becoming more and more palpable to the werewolf.
He had an extremely bad feeling.
He was afraid that Wang Jin had summoned that person.
Then he's totally screwed. Boom boom boom. He doesn't punch anymore.
He's gone crazy. He started bamming and chiseling, trying to force Wang Jin out. At this time, the Wind Wolf King didn't dare to rest on the side. He began to control all the mirror formations, trying to see where exactly Wang Jin had disappeared to. Because it's a really old tactic of kings. Baiting the battle with a doppelganger and summoning the main body with a recluse. However, all the mirror formations failed to make Wang Jin manifest. Because what Wang Jin used was not a recluse method at all, but a stealth talisman. Lord Wolf God, kill his companion. The Wind Wolf King gave another feasible suggestion. Thus, the werewolf's gaze looked at Qian Lei and the others, extremely cold-blooded, bloody, and cruel.
Shoo! The Split King really went over. Blocked in front of Qian Lei and the others. Buzz!
Lin Zhongshu flipped open the book and started stacking buffs on the Divergent King True. Qian Lei also stood beside the doppelganger Wang Jin. Intended to die with the wolves. They all knew that Wang Jin was summoning, but summoning took time. So, this is the time to stall the wolves to buy time. Ling Jin also struggled to climb up and wanted to apply formation buffs to Wang Jin and Qian Lei, but was stopped by the doppelganger Wang Jin. No, a minute or so, that's enough. The track is just 3 minutes and 15 seconds in total, and it's now 30 seconds into the progression. 2 minutes and 45 seconds of progress left. Plus the maximum acceleration of the SS class oboe, times the speed. The whole piece took another 1 minute and 23 seconds to play. The Split King is really confident in carrying the werewolf's attack for 1 minute and 23 seconds. He didn't want to carry it in his original form before, he was just trying to conserve his energy and didn't want to get hurt. Because there are more important tasks ahead. In addition, there was no semblance of fault in the Wind Wolf King's previous words. He had so many ghosts and demons available, why did he have to fight alone? The same goes for Wang Jin. Why should I use all my strength to fight you one-on-one when I can summon my divine soul to kill you in seconds? I'm taking you home. Still covered in mud. Look up at me. It's been 8 years. The doppelganger, Wang Jin, hummed while listening to the oboe and rushed towards the charging werewolf. One man and one werewolf battled it out. It's just a diversion anyway, so make it hard and be done with it. Wang Jin also happened to see where his limits were. This time, he directly opened the 9 transformations of the war god. Plus the pancreatic law. Rumble. The fighting was extremely intense. Split King Jin actually really carried it. This once again shocked Qian Lei, Luo Yue, and Jian Wuyo. This guy, he really is a super monster. Jian Wuyo said.
Outer heaven, in yet another incomparably deep cave. The snarling dog was lying on his back at the mouth of the cave, staring out at the moon in the sky. 2,000 years have passed since that great war. For the past 2,000 years, he's been locked up here, unable to go anywhere. The only view was the moon in the sky. Beyond that, it was all deep, silent blackness, and nothing could be seen. And I don't know how much longer I'm going to be locked up here, hey. The snarling dog sighed languidly. Suddenly, the sound of a shawm drilled into his ears. Ha! The snarling dog winced, thrilled. Either way, it was the first voice he had heard in the last 2,000 years. Since there was a sound coming from it, it meant that there was something around. Since there is a situation, does that mean you have a chance to get out? The more the snarling dog thought about it, the more excited he became. But there was something wrong with the sound of the oboe when I listened to it. Roaring Dog actually recalled his past, his heart filled with sourness. He was a dog stray, slept on rainy streets, and snatched bones from packs of wild dogs. Then he met the kid with the 3 eyes. The kid saw him being bullied by a pack of wild dogs and helped him. In the end, though, 1 man and 1 dog failed to beat the pack of wild dogs or snatch a bone, and were injured. But they were rejoicing in their hearts. Because in that chaotic era of orderlessness and dehumanization, they became each other's solace and reliance. But the good times don't last long. The child can't even feed himself, and fearing that the roaring dog will suffer after him, he is bound to drive the roaring dog away. The snarling dog, reluctant to leave, stood on the hillside at the entrance of the village, wagging his tail continuously at the child, begging to be retained, and even shedding tears. The child finally softened his heart, and the 1 man and 1 dog continued to depend on each other until he cultivated into a god and conquered the 4 directions. Master, is that you calling me? Thinking of his master, the snarling dog couldn't help but let out a cry of sorrow. Then came a continuous high-pitched sound of the oboe, so that the snarling dog could no longer control his emotions. Ho 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 ho! A few frantic growls emanated from the snarling dog's mouth. The moon on that side of the sky was shaken out of its color. His soul left the cave and flew quickly in the direction from which the sound of the oboe came. Windy Dipper City. The Split King really still underestimated the werewolf's strength. It was because he had opened up to the 10 changes of the god of war. But you still can't beat it. The carrying on at the beginning was just an illusion, and if it continued like this, he would definitely fall. And by this time, the tune had come to a progression of 1 minute 25 seconds. There are no more lyrics here. Instead, it's an oboe solo. That solo was extremely high-pitched. The doppelganger Wangjin was infected by the sound of the Suona and actually powered up again, using the 11 changes of the god of war. Boom! He finally punched the werewolf back. And got the werewolf hurt. The werewolf's spine was directly broken by him. However, that was the limit of the diversion. Because after that punch was thrown, the split body could no longer carry its own power and shattered. It seems that the 10 transformations of the war god is my limit. These were the last words of the doppelganger before it dissipated. Poof! Seeing the Split King really disappeared. The werewolves charged towards Jianlei and the others. Seeing this, Jianlei was ready to fight. On Wang Jinjin's side, the tune had progressed to 1 minute and 45 seconds. The oboe solo is finished. It was also at this moment that the wind was blowing furiously in front of Qianlei's body. Qianlei knew that he had finally arrived. This was because every time Wang Jin's summoned creatures appeared, they were accompanied by a gale. Only this time the wind was stronger than several times before. The werewolf's forward charge was stopped hard by the gale. I guess a ruthless character will be summoned this time. Qianlei guessed so. And then wait for the gale to die down. There was an additional silhouette in front of Qianlei's body, which was Wang Jin's real body. And next to Wang Jinjin's body, there was an additional black thin dog. It was none other than Snarling Dog.